Slavery. By another name. The re-enslavement of black people in America from the Civil War to World War II. Douglas A. Blackmon. To Michelle, Michael, and Colette. Part 1, The Slow Poison. ITHE Wedding. Fruits of Freedom 13. 2an Industrial Slavery Niggers is cheap. 39. 3 Slaveries increase day after day, we looked death in the face and was afraid to speak. 58. 4 Green Cotgenham's world, the Negro dies faster. 84. Part 2, Harvest of an Unfinished War. VTHE Slave Farm of John Pace 1 Don't owe you anything. 111. 6 Slavery is not a crime, we shall have to kill 1,000 to get them back to their places. 7 The indictments, I was whipped nearly every day. 181. 8 A Summer OE Trials, 1903 The master treated the slave unmercifully. 211. 9 A River of Anger. The South is an armed camp. 233. XTHE Disapprobation of God, it is a very rare thing that a Negro escapes. 246. 11 SLA very affirmed cheap cotton depends on cheap niggers. 210. 12 NEW South rising this great corporation. 218. Part 3. The final chapter of American slavery. XHI. The arrest of Green Cottenham. A war of atrocities 299. 14 Anatomy of a slave mind degraded to a plane lower than the brutes. 310. 15 EVER where was death, Negro quietly swung up by an armed mob. All is quiet. 324. 16 Atlanta, the South's finest city. One will murder you if you don't do that work. 338. 17 FREEDOM in the United States one cannot sell himself. 311. Epilogue. The ephemera of catastrophe 383. The bricks we stand on. On March 30, 1908, Green Cottenham was arrested by the sheriff of Shelby County, Alabama, and charged with vagrancy. Cottenham had committed no true crime. Vagrancy, the offense of a person not being able to prove at a given moment that he or she is employed, was a new and flimsy concoction dredged up from legal obscurity at the end of the 19th century by the state legislatures of Alabama and other southern states. It was capriciously enforced by local sheriffs and constables, adjudicated by mayors and notaries public, recorded haphazardly or not at all in court records, and, most tellingly in a time of massive unemployment among all Southern men, was reserved almost exclusively for black men. Cottenham's offense was blackness. After 3 days behind bars, 22-year-old Cottenham was found guilty in a swift appearance before the county judge and immediately sentenced to a 30-day term of hard labor. Unable to pay the array of fees assessed on every prisoner, fees to the sheriff, the deputy, the court clerk, the witnesses, Cottenham's sentence was extended to nearly a year of hard labor. The next day, Cottenham, the youngest of 9 children born to former slaves in an adjoining county, was sold. Under a standing arrangement between the county and a vast subsidiary of the industrial titan of the North, U.S. Steel Corporation, the sheriff turned the young man over to the company for the duration of his sentence. In return, the subsidiary, Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad Company, gave the county $12 a month to pay off Cottenham's fine and fees. What the company's managers did with Cottenham, and thousands of other black men they purchased from sheriffs across Alabama, was entirely up to them. A few hours later, the company PLVMGED Cottenham into the darkness of a mine called Slope No. 12-1 shaft in a vast subterranean labyrinth on the edge of Birmingham known as the Pratt Mines. There, he was chained inside a long wooden barrack at night and required to spend nearly every waking hour digging and loading coal. His required daily task was to remove 8 tons of coal from the mine. Cottenham was subject to the whip for failure to dig the requisite amount, at risk of physical torture for disobedience, and vulnerable to the sexual predations of other minors, many of whom already had passed years or decades in their own Chthonian confinement. The lightless catacombs of Black Rock, packed with hundreds of desperate men slick with sweat and coated in pulverized coal, must have exceeded any vision of hell a boy born in the countryside of Alabama, even a child of slaves, could have ever imagined. Waves of disease ripped through the population. In the month before Cottenham arrived at the prison mine, pneumonia and tuberculosis sickened dozens. Within his first 4 weeks, 6 died. Before the year was over, almost 60 men forced into Slope 12 were dead of disease, accidents, or homicide. Most of the broken bodies, along with hundreds of others before and after, were dumped into shallow graves scattered among the refuse of the mine. Others were incinerated in nearby ovens used to blast millions of tons of coal brought to the surface into coke, the carbon-rich fuel essential to U.S. Steel's production of iron. 45 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation freeing American slaves, Green Cottenham and more than 1,000 other black men toiled under the lash at Slope 12. Imprisoned in what was then the most advanced city of the South, guarded by whipping bosses employed by the most iconic example of the modern corporation emerging in the Gilded North, they were slaves in all but name. Almost a century later, on an overgrown hillside 5 miles from the bustling downtown of contemporary Birmingham, I found my way to one of the only tangible relics of what Green Cottenham endured. The ground was all but completely obscured by the dense thicket. But beneath the undergrowth of privet, the faint outlines of hundreds upon hundreds of oval depressions still marked the land. Spread in haphazard rows across the forest floor, these were sunken graves of the dead from nearby prison mines once operated by U.S. Steel. Here and there, antediluvian headstones jutted from the foliage. No signs marked the place. No paths led to it. I was a reporter for the Wall Street Journal, exploring the possibility of a story asking a provocative question: what would be revealed if American corporations were examined through the same sharp lens of historical confrontation as the one then being trained on German corporations that relied on Jewish slave labor during World War II and the Swiss banks that robbed victims of the Holocaust of their fortunes? My guide that day in the summer of 2000 was an industrial archaeologist named Jack Bergstresser. Years earlier, he had stumbled across a simple iron fence surrounding a single collapsed grave during a survey of the area. Bergstresser was mystified by its presence at the center of what at the beginning of the 20th century was one of the busiest confluences of industrial activity in the United States. The grave and the twisted wrought iron around it sat near what had been the intersection of 2 rail lines and a complex of mines, coal processing facilities, and furnaces in which thousands of men operated around the clock to generate millions of tons of coal and iron, all owned and operated by U.S. Steel at the height of its supremacy in American commerce. Bergstresser, who is white, told me he wondered if the dead here were forced laborers. He knew that African Americans had been compelled to work in Alabama mines prior to the Great Depression. His grandfather, once a coal miner himself, had told him stories of a similar burial field near the family home place south of Birmingham. A year later, the journal published my long article chronicling the saga of that burial ground. No specific record of the internments survived, but mountains of archival evidence and the oral histories of old and dying African Americans nearby confirmed that most of the cemetery's inhabitants had been inmates of the labor camp that operated for 3 decades on the hilltop above the graveyard. Later I would discover atop a nearby rise another burial field, where Green Cottenham almost certainly was buried. The camp had supplied tens of thousands of men over 5 decades to a succession of prison mines ultimately purchased by U.S. Steel in 1907, hundreds of them had not survived. Nearly all were black men arrested and then leased by state and county governments to U.S. Steel or the companies it had acquired. Here and in scores of other similarly crude graveyards, the final chapter of American slavery had been buried. It was a form of bondage distinctly different from that of the antebellum South in that for most men, and the relatively few women drawn in, this slavery did not last a lifetime and did not automatically extend from one generation to the next. But it was nonetheless slavery, a system in which armies of free men, guilty of no crimes and entitled by law to freedom, were compelled to labor without compensation, were repeatedly bought and sold, and were forced to do the bidding of white masters through the regular application of extraordinary physical coercion. The article generated a response unlike anything I had experienced as a journalist. A deluge of emails, letters, and phone calls arrived. White readers on the whole reacted with somber praise for a sober documentation of a forgotten crime against African Americans. Some said it heightened their understanding of demands for reparations to the descendants of antebellum slaves. Only a few expressed shock. For most, it seemed to be an account of one more important but sadly predictable bullet point in the standard indictment of historic white racism. During an appearance on National Public Radio on the day of publication, Bob Edwards, the interviewer, at one point said to me, "I guess it's really no surprise." The reactions of African Americans were altogether different. Repeatedly, they described how the article lifted a terrible burden, that the story had some way partly because of its sobriety, 3nd presence on the front page of the nation's most conservative daily newspaper supped an answer or part of one to a question so unnerving few dared ask it aloud, if not racial inferiority, what explained the inexplicably labored advance of African Americans in U.S. society in the century between the Civil War and the Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s. The amorphous rhetoric of the struggle against segregation, the thin cinematic imagery of Ku Klux Klan bogeymen, even the horrifying still visuals of lynching, had never been a sufficient answer to these African Americans for 100 years of seemingly docile submission by 4 million slaves freed in 1863 and their tens of millions of descendants. How had so large a population of Americans disappeared into a largely unrecorded oblivion of poverty and obscurity? They longed for a convincing explanation. I began to realize that beneath that query lay a haunting worry within those readers that there might be no answer, that African Americans perhaps were simply damned by fate or doomed by unworthiness. For many black readers, the account of how a form of American slavery persisted into the 20th century, embraced by the U.S. economic system and abided at all levels of government, offered a concrete answer to that fear for the first time. As I began the research for this book, I discovered that while historians concurred that the South's practice of leasing convicts was an abhorrent abuse of African Americans, it was also viewed by many as an aside in the larger sweep of events in the racial evolution of the South. The brutality of the punishments received by African Americans was unjust, but not shocking in light of the waves of petty crime ostensibly committed by freed slaves and their descendants. According to many conventional histories, slaves were unable to handle the emotional complexities of freedom and had been conditioned by generations of bondage to become thieves. This thinking held that the system of leasing prisoners contributed to the intimidation of blacks in the era but was not central to it. Sympathy for the victims, however brutally they had been abused, was tempered because, after all, they were criminals. Moreover, most historians concluded that the details of what really happened couldn't be determined. Official accounts couldn't be rigorously challenged, because so few of the original records of the arrests and contracts under which black men were imprisoned and sold had survived. Yet as I moved from one county courthouse to the next in Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, I concluded that such assumptions were fundamentally flawed. That was a version of history reliant on a narrow range of official summaries and gubernatorial archives created and archived by the most dubious sources, Southern whites who engineered and most directly profited from the system. It overlooked many of the most significant dimensions of the new forced labor, including the centrality of its role in the web of restrictions put in place to suppress black citizenship, its concomitant relationship to debt peonage and the worst forms of sharecropping, and an exponentially larger number of African Americans compelled into servitude through the most informal and tainted local courts. The laws passed to intimidate black men away from political participation were enforced by sending dissidents into slave mines or forced labor camps. The judges and sheriffs who sold convicts to giant corporate prison mines also leased even larger numbers of African Americans to local farmers, and allowed their neighbors and political supporters to acquire still more black laborers directly from their courtrooms. And because most scholarly studies dissected these events into separate narratives limited to each Southern state, They minimized the collective effect of the decisions by hundreds of state and local county governments during at least a part of this period to sell blacks to commercial interests. I was also troubled by a sensibility in much of the conventional history of the era that these events were somehow inevitable. White animosity toward blacks was accepted as a wrong but logical extension of antebellum racial views. Events were presented as having transpired as a result of large seemingly unavoidable social and anthropological shifts, rather than the specific decisions and choices of individuals. What's more, African Americans were portrayed by most historians as an almost static component of U.S. society. Their leaders changed with each generation, but the mass of black Americans were depicted as if the freed slaves of 1863 were the same people still not free 50 years later. There was no acknowledgement of the effects of cycle upon cycle of malevolent defeat, of the injury of seeing one generation rise above the cusp of poverty only to be indignantly crushed, of the impact of repeating tsunamis of adolescence and obliterated opportunities on each new generation of an ever-changing population outnumbered in persons and resources. Yet in the attics and basements of courthouses, old county jails, storage sheds, and local historical societies, I found a vast record of original documents and personal narratives revealing a very different version of events. In Alabama alone, hundreds of thousands of pages of public documents attest to the arrests, subsequent sale, and delivery of thousands of African Americans into mines, lumber camps, quarries, farms, and factories. More than 30,000 pages related to debt slavery cases sit in the files of the 7. Department of Justice at the National Archives. Altogether, millions of mostly obscure entries in the public record offer details of a forced labor system of monotonous enormity. Instead of thousands of true thieves and thugs drawn into the system over decades, the records demonstrate the capture and imprisonment of thousands of random indigent citizens, almost always under the thinnest chimera of probable cause or judicial process. The total number of workers caught in this net had to have totaled more than 100,000 and perhaps more than twice that figure. Instead of evidence showing black crime waves, the original records of county jails indicated thousands of arrests for inconsequential charges or for violations of laws specifically written to intimidate blacks, changing employers without permission, vagrancy, riding freight cars without a ticket, engaging in sexual activity or loud talk with white women. Repeatedly, the timing and scale of surges in arrests appeared more attuned to rises and dips in the need for cheap labor than any demonstrable acts of crime. Hundreds of forced labor camps came to exist, scattered throughout the South, operated by state and county governments, large corporations, small-time entrepreneurs, and provincial farmers. These bulging slave centers became a primary weapon of suppression of black aspirations. Where mob violence or the Ku Klux Klan terrorized black citizens periodically, the return of forced labor as a fixture in black life ground pervasively into the daily lives of far more African Americans. And the record is replete with episodes in which public leaders faced a true choice between a path toward complete racial repression or some degree of modest civil equality, and emphatically chose the former. These were not unavoidable events, driven by invisible forces of tradition and history. By 1900, the South's judicial system had been wholly reconfigured to make one of its primary purposes the coercion of African Americans to comply with the social customs and labor demands of whites. It was not coincidental that 1901 also marked the final full disenfranchisement of nearly all blacks throughout the South. Sentences were handed down by provincial judges, local mayors, and justices of the peace, often men in the employ of the white business owners who relied on the forced labor produced by the judgments. Dockets and trial records were inconsistently maintained. Attorneys were rarely involved on the side of blacks. Revenues. 8. From the neo-slavery poured the equivalent of tens of millions of dollars into the treasuries of Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida, Texas, North Carolina, and South Carolina, where more than 75% of the black population in the United States then lived. It also became apparent how inextricably this quasi-slavery of the 20th century was rooted in the nascent industrial slavery that had begun to flourish in the last years before the Civil War. The same men who built railroads with thousands of slaves and proselytized for the use of slaves in southern factories and mines in the 1850s were also the first to employ forced African American labor in the 1870s. The South's highly evolved system and customs of leasing slaves from one farm or factory to the next, bartering for the cost of slaves, and wholesaling and retailing of slaves regenerated itself around convict leasing in the 1870s and 1880s. The brutal forms of physical punishment employed against prisoners in 1910 were the same as those used against slaves in 1840. The anger and desperation of Southern whites that allowed such outrages in 1920 were rooted in the chaos and bitterness of 1866. These were the tendrils of the unilateral new racial compact that suffocated the aspirations for freedom among millions of American blacks as they approached the beginning of the 20th century. I began to understand that an explicable account of the neo-slavery endured by Green Cottonham must begin much earlier than even the Civil War, and would extend far beyond the end of his life. Most ominous was how plainly the record showed that in the face of the rising Southern white assault on black independence, even as black leaders increasingly expressed profound despair and hundreds of aching requests for help poured into federal agencies in Washington, D.C. the vast majority of white Americans, exhausted from the long debates over the role of blacks in U.S. society, conceded that the descendants of slaves in the South would have to accept the end of freedom. On July 31, 1903, a letter to President Theodore Roosevelt arrived at the White House from Carrie Kinsey, a barely literate African-American woman in Bainbridge, Georgia. Her 14-year-old brother, James Robinson, had been abducted a year earlier and sold to a plantation. Local police would take no interest. "Mr. President," wrote Mrs. Kinsey, struggling to overcome the illiteracy of her world, "they won't let me have him. He base not done nothing for them to have him in chance, so I write 9. To you for your help." Like the vast majority of such pleas, her letter was slipped into a small rectangular folder at the Department of Justice and tagged with a reference number, in this case 12007. Carried. No further action was ever recorded. Her letter lies today in the National Archives. A world in which the seizure and sale of a black man, even a black child, was viewed as neither criminal nor extraordinary had re-emerged. Millions of blacks lived in that shadow as forced laborers or their family members, or African Americans in terror of the system's caprice. The practice would not fully recede from their lives until the dawn of World War XI, when profound global forces began to touch the lives of black Americans for the first time since the era of the international abolition movement a century earlier, prior to the Civil War. That the arc of Green Cottonham's life led from a birth in the heady afterglow of emancipation to his degradation at slope number 12 in 1908 was testament to the pall progressing over American black life. But his voice, and that of millions of others, is almost entirely absent from the vast record of the era. Unlike the victims of the Jewish Holocaust, who were on the whole literate, comparatively wealthy, and positioned to record for history the horror that enveloped them, Cottonham and his peers had virtually no capacity to preserve their memories or document their destruction. The black population of the United States in 1900 was in the main destitute and illiterate. For the vast majority, no recordings, writings, images, or physical descriptions survive. There is no chronicle of girlfriends, hopes, or favorite songs of the dead in a Pratt Mines burial field. The entombed there are utterly mute, the fact of their existence as fragile as a scent in wind. That silence was an agonizing frustration in the writing of this book, especially in light of how richly documented were the lives of the whites most interconnected to those events. But as I sifted more deeply into the fragmented details of an almost randomly chosen man named Green Cottonham and the place and people of his upbringing, the contours of an archetypal story gradually appeared. I found the facts of a narrative of a group of common slave owners named Cottingham and common slaves who called themselves versions of the same name, of the industrial slavery that presaged the forced labor of a quarter century later, of an African ancestor named Scipio who had been thrust into the frontier of the antebellum South, of the family he produced during slavery and beyond, of the roots of the white animosities that steeped the place and era of Green Cottonham's birth, of the obliterating forces that levered upon him and generations of his family. Still, how could the account of this vast social wound be woven around the accoutrement of a single, anonymous man who by every modern measure was inconsequential and unvoiced? Eventually I recognized that this imposed anonymity was Green's most authentic and compelling dimension. Retracing the steps from the location of the prison at slope number 12 to the boundaries of the burial field, considering even without benefit of his words the stifled horror he and thousands of others must have felt as they descended through the now lost passageway to the mine, I came to understand that Cottenham belonged as the central figure of this narrative. The slavery that survived long past emancipation was an offense permitted by the nation, perpetrated across an enormous region over many years and involving thousands of extraordinary characters. Some of that story is in fact lost, but every incident in this book is true. Each character was a real person. Every direct quotation comes from a sworn statement or a record documented at the time. I try to tell the story of many places and states and the realities of what happened to millions of people. But as much as practicable, I have chosen to orient this narrative toward one family and its descendants, to one section of the state most illustrative of its breadth and injury, and to one forgotten black man. Green Cottenham. The absence of his voice rests at the center of this book. Part. The slow poison. Fruits of freedom. Freedom wasn't yet 3 years old when the wedding day came. Henry Cottenham and Mary Bishop had been chattel slaves until the momentous final days of the Civil War, as nameless in the eyes of the law as cows in the field. All their lives, they could no more have obtained a marriage license than purchased a horse, a wagon, or a train ticket to freedom in the North. Then a final furious sweep of Union soldiers in a bewildering blur of liberation and terror unleashed from a distant war ravaged the Cahaba River Valley. Henry was suddenly a man. Mary was a woman, a slave girl no more. Here they stood, bride and groom, before John Wesley Starr, the coarse old preacher who a blink of an eye before had spent his Sundays teaching white people that slavery was the manifestation of a human order ordained by God, and preaching to black people that theirs was a glorified place among the chickens and the pigs. To most people along the Cahaba River, January 1868 hardly seemed an auspicious time to marry. It was raw, cold, and hungry. In every direction from the Cottingham Loop, the simple dirt road alongside which lived 3 generations of former slaves and their former owners, the land and its horizons were muted and bitter. The valley, the undulating hills of Bibb County, even the bridges and fords across the 100-yard-wide Cahaba sweeping down from the last foothills of the Appalachians and into the flat. 14. Fertile plains to the south, were still wrecked from the savage cavalry raids of Union Gen. James H. Wilson. Just 2 springs earlier, in April 1865, his horsemen had descended on Alabama in billowing swarms. The enfeebled Southern army defending the state scattered before his advance. Even the great Confederate cavalry genius Nathan Bedford Forrest, his regiments eviscerated by 4 years of war, was swept aside with impunity. Wilson crushed the last functioning industrial complex of the Confederacy and left Alabama in a state of complete chaos. Not 3 years later, the valley remained a twisted ruin. Fallow carrot fields. Burned barns. Machinery rusting at the bottoms of wells. Horses and mules dead or lost. The people, black and white, braced for a hard, anxious winter. From the front porch of Elisha Cottingham's house, 2 stories stacked of hand-hewn logs and chinked with red clay dug at the river's edge, the old man looked out on his portion of that barren vista. The land had long ago lost nearly all resemblance to the massive exuberance of the frontier forest he stumbled upon 50 years earlier. Now, only the boundaries and contours remained of its carefully tended bounty of the last years before the war. He had picked this place for the angle of the land. It unfolded from the house in one long sheet of soil, falling gradually away from his rough planked front steps. For nearly 500 yards, the slope descended smoothly toward the deep river, layered when Elisha first arrived with a foot of fertile humus. On the east and south, the great field was hemmed in by a gushing creek, boiling up over turtle shell shapes of limestone protruding from the banks, growing deeper and wider, falling faster and more furiously, strong enough to spin a small grist mill before it turned to the west and suddenly plunged into the Cahaba. He named the stream Cottingham Creek. An abounding sense of possibility exuded from the place Elisha had chosen, land on which he intuitively knew a resourceful man could make his own indelible mark. Yet in the aftermath of the war, Elisha Cottingham, like countless other Southern whites in 1868, must have felt some dread sense of an atomized future. They knew that the perils of coming times constituted a far greater jeopardy than the war just lost. A society they had engineered from wilderness had been defeated and humiliated. The human livestock on which they had relied for generations now threatened to rule in their place. In the logical spectrum of possibilities for what might yet follow, Elisha had to con. 15. Cider the terrifying and ultimately realized possibility that all human effort invested at the confluence of Cottingham Creek and the Cahaba River would be erased. The alacrity that infused their achievement was lost. More than a century later, the last Cottingham would be gone. No trace of the big house, the slave cabins, or a water wheel would survive. None of the fields hacked from the forest remained at plow. Only the creek and sun-bleached gravestones clustered atop the hill still bore the Cottingham name. Elisha had arrived at the banks of the Cahaba, barely a man himself, in an Alabama territory that was still untamed. It was 1817, and Elisha and his 3 brothers faced a dense wilderness governed by the uncertainties of Indian territory and the vagaries of an American nation debating the precepts of eminent domain that would ultimately expand its borders from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. Alabama would not be a state for 2 more years. Elisha's brother Charles soon decamped to the newly founded county seat of Centerville, where in short order shallow draft riverboats would land and a trading center would be established. Another brother, William, moved farther south. But Elisha and his younger sibling, John, stayed in the wilderness on the Cahaba. In the 4 decades before the Civil War, they staked out land, brought in wives, cleared the lush woodlands, sired bountiful families, and planted season upon season of cotton. The engines of their enterprises were black slaves. In the early years, they imported them to Alabama and later bred more themselves, including Henry from the African stock they bought at auction or from peripatetic slave peddlers who arrived unbidden in springtime with traces of ragged, shackled black men and women, carrying signs advertising Negroes for sale. Manning farms strung along a looping wagon road, the brothers and their slaves cleared the land, raised cabins, and built the church where they would pray. Harnessing their black labor to the rich black land, the Cottingham brothers became prosperous and comfortable. Some neighbors called the Cottingham section of the county Pratt's Ferry, for the man who lived on the other side of the Cahaba and pulled a raft across the water for a few pennies a ride. But the Cottinghams, God-fearing people who gathered a congregation of Methodists in the wilder I-6 Ness almost as soon as they had felled the first timber, adopted for their homestead a name marking the work not of man but of the Almighty. Where the clear cold creek gurgled into the Cahaba, a massive bulge of limestone rose from the water, imposing itself over a wide, sweeping curve in the river. To the Cottinghams, this place was Riverbend. The Cottinghams demanded a harsh life of labor from their bondsmen. Otherwise, what point was there to the tremendous investment required of owning slaves? Yet, especially in contrast to the industrial slavery that would eventually bud nearby, life on the Cottingham plantation reflected the biblical understanding that cruelty to any creature was a sin, that black slaves, even if not quite men, were at least thinly made in the image of God. Set among more than 20 barns and other farm buildings, Henry and the rest of the slaves lived in crude but warm cabins built of rough-hewn logs chinked with mud. Heat came from rock fireplaces with chimneys made of sticks and mud. Elisha recorded the ownership of 13 slaves in 1860, including 4 men in their 20s and 30s and 6 other male teenagers. A single 20-year-old female lived among the slaves, along with 2 young boys and a 7-year-old girl. Given the traditions of isolated rural farms, Elisha's grandson Oliver, raised there on the Cottingham farm, would have been a lifelong playmate of the slave boy nearly his same age, named Henry. When Elisha Cottingham's daughter Rebecca married a neighbor, Benjamin Battle, in 1852, Elisha presented to her as a wedding gift the slave girl who likely had been her companion and servant. In consideration of the natural love and affection which I bear to my daughter, Elisha wrote, I give her a certain Negro girl named Frances, about 14 years old. Those slaves who died on the Cottingham place were buried with neat ceremony in plots marked by rough unlabeled stones just a few feet from where Elisha himself would be laid to rest in 1870, clearly acknowledged as members in some manner of a larger human family recognized by the master. Indeed, Elisha buried his slaves nearer to him by far than he did Rev. Starr, the man who ministered to all of the souls on the Cottingham place. The Starr family plot, with its evangelical inscriptions and sad roster of infant dead, was set down the hill and toward the road, even more vulnerable to the creeping oblivion of time. Long generations hence, descendants of slaves from the plantation still. 17. Recounted a vague legend of the generosity of a Cottingham master giving permission to marry to a favored mulatto named Green. That slave, who would remain at Elisha's side past emancipation and until the old master's death, would become the namesake of Henry and Mary's youngest son. But even as Elisha had allowed a strain of tenderness to co-reside with the brutally circumscribed lives of his slaves, he never lost sight of their fundamental definition as cattle. They were creatures bought or bred for the production of wealth. Even as he deeded to daughter Rebecca the slave Frances, Elisha was careful to enumerate in the document the recognition that he was giving up not just one slave girl, but a whole line of future stock who might have brought him cash or labor. Along with Frances, Elisha was careful to specify, his newlywed daughter received all future increase of the girl. The marriage of Henry, now 20 years old, and Mary, 1 year his junior, in 1868 was the first among Cottingham people, black or white, in 2 seasons. Another slave, Albert, had wed, and left for good in the middle of the first picking time after the destruction of the war amid the chaos and uncertainty when no one could be sure slavery had truly ended. Albert didn't wait to find out. Now, 2 years later, the coming marriage surely warmed Elisha at some level. But as Henry prepared to take a wife and become a man of this peculiar new era, everything the old white man had forged, everything on which that gift to his daughter 20 years before had been predicated, hung in the fragile limbo of a transformed social order. Whatever satisfaction the filial ties gave the white master at the wedding of his former bondsman would have been tempered by the poverty and grief that had overwhelmed him. Most of Elisha's slaves remained nearby. Some still worked his property for wages or a share of the cotton crop. But the end of the war had left the white Cottinghams at a point of near desolation. The hard winter threatened to bring them to their knees. As Henry and Mary's wedding approached in 1868, whites across the South strained to accept the apparently inevitable ignominies descending from the war. The loss of fortunes, the war's blood and sorrow, the humiliation of Union soldiers encamped in their towns, all these things whites had come to hear. They would bear them a little longer, at least until the instant threats of hunger and military force receded. But these abominations paled against the specter that former slaves, with their huge mathematical majorities in Louisiana, Mississippi, southern Alabama, South Georgia, and South Carolina, would soon vote and rule governments and perhaps take their masters' lands. This vision was a horror almost beyond contemplation. It poisoned the air for Esha and other white landowners with prospects for even greater disaster. In the last days of fighting, the U.S. Congress had created the Freedmen's Bureau to aid the South's emancipated slaves. Registered new laws gave the agency the power to divide land confiscated by the federal government and to have not more than 40 acres of such land assigned to freedmen and black war refugees for a period of 3 years. Afterward, the law said former slaves would be allowed to purchase the property to hold forever. President Andrew Johnson rescinded the provision a few months later, but emancipated slaves across the South remained convinced that Northern soldiers still garrisoned across the region would eventually parcel out to them all or part of the land on which they had long toiled. The threat that Alicia's former slaves would come to own his plantation, that he and his family would be landless, stripped of possessions and outnumbered by the very creatures he had bred and raised, was palpable. The last desperate rallying calls of the Confederacy had been exhortations that a Union victory meant the political and economic subjugation of whites to their black slaves. In one of the final acts of the Confederate Congress, rebel legislators asserted that defeat would result in the confiscation of the estates, which would be given to their former bondsmen. Already, 40,000 former slaves had been given title by Gen. William Tecumseh Sherman to 400,000 acres of rich plantation land in South Carolina early in 1865. It was unclear whether blacks would be able to retain any of the property, but rumor flared anew among blacks across the South the next year at Christmas time, the end of the annual crop season, that plantation land everywhere would soon be distributed among them. The U.S. Congress debated such a plan openly in 1867, as it drew up the statutes to govern Reconstruction in the southern states. And again as harvest time ended that year, word whipped through the countryside that 19 blacks would soon have land. At one point the following year, in 1868, during a period of intense speculation among freed slaves that land was soon to be provided to them, many blacks purchased boundary markers to be prepared for the marking off of their 40-acre tracts. Registered 40 miles to the west of the Cottingham farm, in Greene County, hundreds of former slaves filed suit against white landowners in 1868, demanding that the former slave masters be compelled to pay wages earned during the prior season's work. Whites responded by burning down the courthouse, and with it all 1,800 lawsuits filed by the freedmen. Despite Bibb County's remote location, far from any of the most famous military campaigns, the Civil War had not been a distant event. In the early months of fighting, Alabama industrialists realized that the market for iron sufficient for armaments would become lucrative in the South. In 1860 only Tredegar Iron Works, a vast industrial enterprise in Richmond, Virginia, driven by more than 450 slaves and nearly as many free laborers, could produce battle-ready cannon for the South. The Confederate government, almost from the moment of its creation, set out to spur additional capacity to make arms, particularly in Alabama, where a nascent iron and coal industry was already emerging and lit fighting was likely to occur. During the war, a dozen or more new iron furnaces were put into blast in Alabama, by 1864, the state was pumping out 4 times more iron than any other southern state. Across Alabama, individual property holders, slaveholders specifically, were aggressively encouraged to attempt primitive industrial efforts to support the Confederate war effort. The rebel government offered generous inducements to entrepreneurs and large slave owners to devote their resources to the South's industrial needs. With much of the major plantation areas of Mississippi under constant federal harassment, thousands of slaves there were without work. Slave owners willing to transport their black workers to the new mining regions of Alabama and dig coal could avoid conscription into the Southern armies. After seeing their homes and stockpiles of cotton burned, W.H. and Lewis Thompson, brothers from Hinds County, Mississippi, and the owners of large numbers of slaves, moved to Bibb County midway through the 20 war to mine the Cahaba coal fields for the Confederacy. They opened the Lower Thompson mine, and later another relative and his slaves arrived to dig another mine. The coal was hauled 11 miles to Ashby and then shipped to Selma. The mining was crude, using picks and hand-pulled carts. The slaves drained water from the shafts by carrying buckets up to the surface. A neighbor of the Cottinghams, local farmer Oliver Frost, regularly took his slaves to a cave on 6 Mile Creek to mine saltpeter, a critical ingredient for gunpowder for the Confederate Army, often remaining there for weeks at a time. The Fancher family, on a farm 3 miles north of the crossroads Smitty called 6 Mile, regularly hauled limestone from a quarry on their property to a Bibb County furnace during the war. The centerpiece of the Alabama military enterprises was a massive and heavily fortified arsenal, naval foundry, iron works, and gunpowder mill located in the city of Selma. To produce its weapons and metal plating for use on ironclad ships critical to the Confederacy's limited naval operations, The Selma works relied on enormous amounts of coal and iron ore mined and forged in nearby Shelby and Bibb counties. Alabama iron was particularly well suited to use in the revolutionary new development of fortifying battleships with steel plates. Iron forged at Alabama's Cane Creek Furnace, in Calhoun County, had been utilized for a portion of the armor used to convert the hull of the captured USS Merrimack into the CSS Virginia, the southern entrant in the famous March 8, 1862, Battle of Ironclads. The Confederacy was hungry for as much of the material as it could get. Of particular strategic value were ironworks established by local investors in 1862 in the village of Briarfield. 9 miles from the Cottingham Place, the Briarfield Iron Works produced the plates that adorned the Confederate vessel CSS Tennessee, which during the Battle of Mobile Bay on August 5, 1864, withstood the barrage of 17 Union vessels without a single shot penetrating her hull. Bibb County iron quickly became a coveted material. As the war escalated, maintaining production required an ever-increasing number of slaves. Agents from major factories, Briarfield Iron and the Shelby Iron Works, scoured the countryside to buy or lease African Americans. Foundries routinely commissioned labor agents to prowl across the southern states in search of available slaves. In 1863, the Confederate Gov. 21. Eminent purchased the Briarfield operation for $600,000, so that it could directly control its output. The purchase encompassed its property of all kinds whatsoever, including thousands of acres of land and a catalog of dozens of wagons, wheelbarrows, coal sleds, axes, and blacksmith tools. On the list of livestock were 70 mules, 41 oxen, and 9 black men: John Anderson, aged about 35, Dennis, about 38, George, about 30, Charles, about 47, Perry, about 40, Curry about 17, Matthew, about 35, Mose, about 18, and Esquire, about 30 years. The Confederate government began construction of a second furnace at the site shortly after acquiring the property. All of its output went to the Selma Arsenal, 50 miles by railroad to the south, where the iron was used for armor and for naval guns, including the state-of-the-art 11-inch Brooke rifled cannon, with a capacity of firing a 230-pound shell more than 2,000 yards. By the standards of the antebellum South, the Briarfield Iron Works was a spectacle of industrial wonder. The adjacent village held church in a schoolhouse surrounded by the tenements and small housing for 300 workers. 2 massive brick blast furnaces, each 40 feet high, belched a thick brew of smoke and gases at the top and a torrent of liquefied iron at the base. Nearby was a rolling mill where the molten iron was formed into crude 100-pound pigs for shipment to Selma, and loaded onto a railroad line extended into the factory yard. 100 yards away sat a kiln for firing limestone, 10 tons of which was fed each day into the furnaces. Beyond the kiln was a quarry for the endless task of repairing the stone furnaces, a sawmill, and then 7,000 acres of forest from which fuel for the constantly burning fires was cut. The 9 slaves owned by the iron works were an anomaly. Few industrial enterprises wanted to actually purchase slaves. They were too expensive at acquisition, and too costly and difficult to maintain. Too unpredictable as to when they might become uncooperative, or die. Far preferable to the slave-era industrialist was to lease the slave chattel owned by other men. In 1864, however, few such workers could be found anymore. Instead, the Confederate officer commanding the Briarfield iron production operation, Maj. William Richardson Hunt, rented 200 slaves to perform the grueling tasks necessary to continue equipping the rebel army. Late in the war, as the need for the area's coal and iron capacity grew dire, the Con. 22. Feed rate government began to forcibly impress the slaves held by whites in the county. A son of Rev. Stars, a doctor and also a resident of the Cottingham Loop, became the government's agent for seizing slaves. There is no surviving record of which black men were pressed into service. But by war's end, Scipio Cottingham, the 63-year-old slave who had shared the farm longest with Master Elisha, had come to identify himself as a Foim-Dry man. Almost certainly, he had been among those rented to the Briarfield furnace and compelled to help arm the troops fighting to preserve his enslavement. As the war years progressed, ever larger numbers of local men from near the Cottingham farm left for battle duty. Two of Elisha's sons fought for the Confederacy. Moses and James, both husbands and fathers, each saw gruesome action, personal injury, and capture by the Union. Elisha's grandson Oliver, too young to fight with the troops, joined the Home Guard, the ragtag platoons of old men and teenagers whose job was to patrol the roads for deserters, fleeing slaves, and Union scouts. In the beginning, large crowds gathered at the stores in the Crossroads settlement of Sixalil to send them off, and groups of women worked together to sew the uniforms they wore. Soldiers on the move through the area were a regular sight, crossing the Cahaba on the ferry near the mouth of Cottingham Creek, and traversing the main road from there toward the rail towns to the east. Confederate soldiers camped often on the Cottingham farm, stretching out in the big field near the river, foraging from the plantation's supplies and food, exchanging spent horses for fresh ones. At one point late in the war, an entire regiment set camp in the field, sitting tents and lighting cooking fires. The appearance of Confederate soldiers must have been an extraordinary event in the lives of the black members of the Cottingham clan. The war years were a conflicted period of confused roles for slaves. They were the subjects of the Union Army's War of Liberation, and the victims of the South's economic system. Yet at the same time, slaves were also servants and protectors of their white masters. In the woods near the Cottingham home, slaves guarded the horses and possessions of their white owners, hidden. 23. There to avoid raids of Northern soldiers. Some slaves took the opportunity to flee, but most stayed at their posts until true liberation came in the spring of 1865. The foundry and arsenal at Selma and the simple mines and furnaces around the Cottingham farm that supplied it with raw materials had taken on outsized importance as the war dragged on. The Alabama manufacturing network became the backbone of the Confederacy's ability to make arms. As the Tredegar factories were depleted of raw materials and skilled workers and menaced by the advancing armies of Ulysses S. Grant. Preservation of the Alabama enterprises was a key element of a last-ditch plan by Jefferson Davis, the Southern president, to retreat with whatever was left of the Confederate military into the Deep South and continue the war. For more than a year. Union forces in southern Tennessee and northern Alabama massed for an anticipated order to obliterate any continued capacity of a rump Confederate government to make arms. Small groups of horse soldiers made regular probing raids, against minimal Southern resistance. In April of 1864, Alabama's governor wired Confederate Lt. Gen. Leonidas Polk, commander of rebel forces in Alabama and Mississippi, imploring him to send additional troops. The enemy's forces are fortifying their position with their cavalry raiding over the country. It is certain that the forces will work way south and destroy the valuable works in central Alabama. Can nothing be done? Finally, in March 1865, a mass of 13,500 Union cavalrymen swept down from the Tennessee border, in one of the North's penultimate death blows to the rebellion. Commanded by Gen. James H. Wilson, the Union Army, well drilled and amply armed, split into three huge raiding parties, each assigned to destroy key elements of Alabama's industrial infrastructure. Moving unchallenged for days, the Federal troops burned or wrecked iron forges, mills, and massive stockpiles of cotton and coal at Red Mountain, Irondale, and Helena, north of Bibb County. On the morning of March 30, Union soldiers slogged down the rain-drenched roads into Columbiana, destroying the machinery of the Shelby Iron Works, shoving its equipment into local wells and streams, and freeing the slaves critical to its operations. Against nearly hopeless odds, Nathan Bedford Forrest, a former slave dealer who had become the South's most storied horseman, met the Blue advance at a point south of the town of Montevallo. Skirmishing along 24. Mahan Creek, just miles from the Cottingham farm, Forrest's disorganized command could only harass Wilson's advance. Northern troops took the Briarfield Furnace on March 31, and left it a ruin. Outarmed and outfought, with flooding creeks blocking his maneuvers, Forrest, himself slashed by a saber in savage fighting on April 1, retreated for a final stand at Selma. The next day, Wilson's troops charged the fortified industrial complex in Selma, and routed Forrest's remaining 4,000 men. The Confederate general slipped away with an escort of 100 soldiers, massacring as he made his escape most of a contingent of 25 sleeping Union scouts he stumbled upon in a field. Federal forces captured nearly 3,000 of Forrest's men, along with more than 60 pieces of field cannon, scores of heavy artillery guns, 9 factories, 5 major iron forges, 3 foundries, 20 locomotives, immense quantities of military supplies, and 35,000 bales of cotton. The arsenal, factory shops, and foundries at Selma were systematically destroyed. Perhaps most shocking to local whites, before moving on to attack Georgia, Wilson's officers quickly raised a 1,000-man regiment of black troops, placed under the command of the 3rd Ohio Cavalry registered with the remaining Confederate armies commanded by Gen. Robert E. Lee and Gen. Albert Sidney Johnston. Unable to unite, Jefferson Davis's hope to continue the rebellion as a guerrilla struggle collapsed. Cut off from his remaining troops, his Alabama munitions system destroyed, deprived of the last regions of relative security in the South, he attempted to flee to Texas or Mexico. Under hot pursuit by detachments of General Wilson's troops, he was captured by Union forces in Georgia weeks later. The war came finally to its end. Alabama had suffered losses totaling $500 million, a sum beyond comprehension in 1865. The total value of farm property was reduced during the war from $250 million to less than $98 million, including the loss of slaves. All banks in the state had collapsed. Agricultural production levels would not match that of 1860 for another 40 years. But the final days of the war proved to be only the beginning of a more inexorable and anarchic struggle. A vicious white insurgency against the Union occupation and the specter of black citizenship began to take shape. 25. Presaged by the conduct of Home Guard patrols like the one Oliver Cottingham had joined. The patrols, uncoordinated and increasingly contemptuous of any authority during the war, had come to be known more as bandits and thugs than defenders of the Confederacy. After 4 years of conscript irons verging on kidnappings, violence perpetrated against critics of rebellion, and ruthless seizures of supplies and property, the Home Guard was in many places as despised as the Yankee troops. But in the aftermath of a sudden and in much of the South, unanticipated surrender, no clear central authority existed in the domestic affairs of places too small or remote to warrant a detachment of Northern troops. In the Deep South, that meant nearly every place outside state capitals and economic centers. The result, in the 2 years preceding Henry and Mary's wedding, was a spreading wave of internecine violence and thievery by returning Confederate soldiers, particularly against those Southerners who had doubted the war. Deserters, who had been far more numerous than Southern mythology acknowledged, began settling old scores. The increasing lawlessness of the post-war years was, rather than a wave of crime by freed slaves as so often claimed, largely perpetrated against whites by other whites. The Cottingham farm sat in the middle of this unrest. One gang of deserters in Bibb County, made up of men believed to have abandoned the armies of both the North and the South, called themselves the Uglies, and marooned through the countryside during the war, robbing farms and threatening Confederate supporters. Another gang inhabited the Yellow Leaf Swamp on the border with adjoining Chilton County. A paramilitary band of men near the town of Montevallo, calling itself Blackwell's Cavalrymen, hunted the countryside for Confederate deserters before the Southern surrender and continued as an outlaw gang after the war. The group eventually murdered a total of 17 local men. White lawlessness was so rampant in Shelby County that less than a year before Henry and Mary's wedding, Union military officials in the Alabama capital threatened to send troops into the area to restore peace. Chilton County had been a hotbed of such guerrilla activity throughout the war and emerged as a refuge for Confederate deserters and Southerners who remained loyal to the Union. A local plantation owner, Capt. James Cobb, who had been sent home from duty with the Southern Army due to poor health, was assigned the task of breaking up the gangs of 26 deserters. The effort spawned vendettas that would outlast the war. On June 3, 1865, nearly 2 months after the surrender, Cobb was seized by a group of 30 whites and hanged from a tree on his property. Afterward, they ransacked his home, killing or stealing his livestock. The former Confederate officer was accused of having named 7 of the mob's members as deserters. The Blackwell group subsequently captured the 7 and summarily executed them. Of the handful of Union soldiers sent to Bibb County to oversee a nominal local court system during the first 2 years after the war, one was killed on a Centerville Street corner by a Confederate veteran wielding an axe handle. 2 agents of the Freedmen's Bureau were assigned to the area in January and February of 1866. The men, named Beard and Higginbotham, were promptly whipped by local whites and driven from the county. Not long after, rumor spread that 2 former slaves named Tom Johnson and Rube Russell had been seen around the county sporting fine clothes paid for by Freedmen's Bureau agents. The emancipated slaves planned to live like white folks and marry white wives, according to a newspaper account. Johnson was promptly hanged from a tree on Market Street. A few mornings later, passers-by found Russell dangling dead, in a tree not far from the scene of the earlier lynching. Yet even as Southern whites like those in Bibb County made their rejection of the new order so apparent, no alternative was clear either. The loss of slaves left white farm families such as the Cottinghams, and even more so those on expansive plantations with scores or hundreds of slaves, not just financially but intellectually bereft. The slaves were the true experts in the tasks of cotton production on most farms. In many cases it was slaves who directed the gangs of other slaves in their daily work. Slavery had been introduced into the southern colonies in the 1600s with the argument that whites, operating alone, were incapable of large-scale cotton production. The concepts of sharecropping and farm tenancy hadn't yet evolved. The notion that their farms could be operated in some manner other than with groups of black laborers compelled by a landowner or his overseer to work as many as 20 hours a day was antithetical to most whites. Moreover, the sudden willingness of millions of black laborers to inso 27 lently demand cash wages and other requirements to secure their labor was an almost otherworldly experience for whites such as Esha Cottingham. Former slaves were suddenly mobile too, seeking new lodging away from the farms of their slave lives and attempting to put white farmers into competition with one another for their work. In the absence of any means to supply freed slaves with land, the Freedmen's Bureau and Northern military commanders stationed in the South encouraged blacks to enter into labor contracts with whites. The results were written agreements between whites and black farmhands filled with provisions aimed at restoring the subjugated state of African Americans. One agent of the Freedmen's Bureau wrote that whites were unable to fathom that work could be accomplished without some prodigious binding and obligating of the hireling to the employer. Some white plantation owners attempted to coerce their former slaves into signing lifetime contracts to work on the farms. In one South Carolina case in 1865, when 4 freedmen refused such agreements, 2 were killed and a third, a woman, was tortured. More common were year-to-year contracts that obligated black workers to remain throughout a planting and harvest season to receive their full pay, and under which they agreed to extraordinarily onerous limitations on personal freedom that echoed slave laws in effect before emancipation. They agreed not to leave the landowner's property without a written pass, not to own firearms, to obey all commands of the farmer or his overseer, to speak in a servile manner, and in the event of a violation of the rules to accept whatever punishment the farmer deemed appropriate, often the lash. Most of the early contracts adopted in the South in 1865 and 1866 were dissolved by commanders of the occupying Union troops. But they framed a strategy that Southern whites would return to again and again. When Flish's sons arrived home from the war, they found only the barest gleanings of the earlier time with which to restart their lives. The thriving farmland world of their boyhoods no longer existed. After 4 years of steadily inflated Confederate scrip, now entirely worthless, the value of a man's land and tools, even of a bale of cotton, was nearly unknowable. Flish's property was worth the substantial sum of nearly $20,000 before the war. The great bulk of that was invested in his slaves, and now they were his no more. The Cottinghams had not even the cash to buy 28-ton seed and corn, much less the labor of the former slaves they had so recently owned. In February 1868, Elisha, perhaps sensing his own mortality more acutely in the post-war chaos, began dividing much of the plantation among his 4 sons, John, James, Moses, and Harry. At the same time, his daughter, Rebecca Battle, bought 200 acres of the property for $600. Registered later that month, Moses Cottingham borrowed $120 from a cotton buyer in the town of Randolph, an outpost in the other end of the county on the edge of the wide-open cotton lands of southern Alabama. For collateral, Moses promised 2 500-pound bales of cotton at the end of the season. From another man, he borrowed $120, securing that note with one 6-year-old mule and a 10-year-old horse. Registered. The following January, 1869, Moses borrowed again, mortgaging for $150 his ever-older horse and 3 other mules. The crop that fall wouldn't be enough to pay off the loan, and Moses couldn't clear his debt until 1871. Happy face, a sense of paralysis was pervasive among whites. Elias Bishop, a prosperous farmer with a spread of several hundred acres under plow in another rich bend of the Cahaba downstream from the Cottinghams, was in similar straits. In the fall of 1869, Bishop, South Coronabaum and another of the county's earliest settlers, borrowed a little more than $50 against 100 bushels of corn and mortgaged a portion of his land for $37.60. He never paid it back. 4 The next summer, wife Sarah Bishop borrowed $150 against 2 bales of cotton from John C. Henry, the cotton buyer at Randolph who had become the county's de facto banker and financier. She settled the debt after the harvest of 1870, but immediately had to assume another loan. Happy face, the Bishops, like Elisha and his family, were devout Wesleyan Methodists. Along with their slaves, the Bishops had attended the Mount Zion Church near their farm in the south end of the county, where the family lived in a house overflowing with daughters. The Bishops and Cottinghams, white and black, would have known each other well through the close-knit circles of the Methodist circuit. John Wesley Starr, as a circuit-riding clergyman, was a regular feature before both congregations. Elias Bishop had accumulated an even more impressive collection of slaves than Elisha, with 10 black men and 3 black females old enough to work in the fields at the beginning of the war. A half-dozen young children rounded out the slave quarters. On the day of emancipation in 1863, the Bishop slave, 29, girl named Mary, who 5 years later would become Henry Cottingham's wife, was 14. In the wake of the war, one episode in the lives of white Cottinghams became the defining anecdote of the family's suffering and resurrection. Elisha's son Moses, who had migrated to Bienville Parish, Louisiana, a few years before secession, lost his land and the life of his wife, and had been forced to send his children on a harrowing journey through the battle zones of Mississippi with only a slave and a geriatric preacher to protect them. The saga resonated through generations of white Cottinghams and blacks descended from their slaves. After Moses enlisted in January 1862, his pregnant wife, Nancy Catherine, grew ill and then died during childbirth. Moses returned home from the front to bury Nancy and make arrangements for their 6 surviving children. Elisha Cottingham sent a Baptist minister to Louisiana to bring his grandchildren back to Alabama for the duration of the war. With the Southern Railroad system already in shambles and most trains impressed into military service, the preacher and one of Moses' 2 slaves, Joe, set out in an ox-drawn wagon. That was the hardest trial I had ever had to go through, to leave my lit children to be carried off to Alabama, Moses recounted to descendants years later. *E or 3 weeks, the odd expedition inched across the war-disrupted South. The preacher and the old African American, a scramble of children foraging for turnips and cornmeal, the oldest daughter, Serenia, still a child herself, feeding 2-month-old Johnny, the infant whose birth had killed their mother, with a gruel of baked sweet potatoes. In November 1862, the ragged band arrived at Elisha Cottingham's farm on the Cahaba River. The fate of Moses, still at war, was unknown. We never knew whether he was dead or alive till one day, after the war was over, we saw him coming, Serenia later wrote. Moses started over, resettling on nearby land along Copperas Creek, marrying the daughter of another former slave-holding family and begetting another 7 children. The losses suffered by Moses and the slow rescue of his family in the heat of war could have been a parable for how white Southerners perceived the destruction of the South they had known. Physical and financial devastation, death, and grief, followed by a transforming struggle to survive and rebuild. But the story also underscored the terrifying vulnerability whites. 30. Like the Cottinghams discovered in being forced to place the fate and future of Moses' family in the hands of a descendant of Africa. After the war, as the Cottingham slaves brazenly asserted their independence, the journey of Joe and the children across the South came to symbolize a reliance on blacks that Southern whites could never again allow. Regardless of their intertwined pasts, the rehabilitation of the South by whites would not just purposefully exclude blacks. As time passed and opportunity permitted, former slaves would be compelled to perform the rebuilding of the South as well in a system of labor hardly distinguishable in its brutality and coercion from the old slavery that preceded it. If one looked out from Elisha's porch in December 1868, across the crop rows and down past the creek, the only green in a nearly colorless winter landscape was in the short scruffy needles of twisted cedars he had planted long ago, along the wagon drive from the road to the house. The slave cabins, nearly 24 of them, were mostly empty now. Even Scipio, the old man slave who had worked Elisha's farm nearly as long as the white master himself, was gone down the road. Already, weather and uselessness were doing the shacks in. Crisp brown leaves heaped at the feet of a line of high pines and bare hickories that framed the boundaries of the main field between the river and the house. The walls of yellow limestone rising up abruptly from the eastern bank of the Cahaba looked pale and gray. The big field, long devoid of its hardwood forest, was striped with lifeless rows of cotton stalks and corn husks standing against the low, sharp-angled rays of winter sun. In every direction, thousands of bedraggled slips of lint still clung to broken cotton bolls, wisps of that portion of the harvest that time and weather and, in Elisha's mind, the obstinacy of his Negroes had conspired to leave behind. All winter long they would hang there, limp and wet, layering the dead fields with a hazy whisper of white and goading Elisha Cottingham in their waist. How differently lay the land for Henry Cottingham and Mary Bishop. They had been reared on farms within a night's walk of the plain country church. 31. Where now they would marry, and the hills and fields and forests farming out from the Cahaba eastward along 6 Mile Road had been the width and range of life to these 2 slaves. Contrasted against that circumscribed existence, the extraordinary events in the aftermath of emancipation, no matter the deprivation or arduousness, must have been bathed in a glow of wonder and astonishment. It was slaves who had created the Cottingham plantation and civilized the Cahaba Valley and all of rugged central Alabama. Bibb County was a place where there were no flat places. A freshly cleared tract of forest ground displayed a roiling surface of earth, a scene more like swells pitching in a rolling sea than fields beckoning the plow. It was the first generation of slaves, like Scipio, who hacked and burned the woods, sawing down the great virgin forests, digging out and dragging away the stumps and stones left behind, breaking by plow for the first time the rich, root-infested soil, smoothing and shaping the land for seed. For the generations of slaves that followed, it was the traces of a mule-drawn plow that demarked the boundaries of hour upon hour spent restraining the iron blade from plunging down hillsides or struggling to drive it up the impossible inclines that followed. As well as Scipio and the black families that surrounded him had come to know the shape and contours of the Cottingham farm, never, until well into the years of war, had they even imagined the possibility that they could someday own the land, grow their own harvests, perhaps even control the government. Now, all those things, or some luminous variant of them, seemed not just possible but perhaps inevitable. Whatever bitterness Elisha Cottingham carried on the day of Henry and Mary's wedding must have been more than surpassed by the joy of the plantation's oldest former slave, Scipio, the grandfather of Henry. Almost 70 years old yet as robust as a man a third his age, Sipe, as he was called, had witnessed near unearthly transformations of the world as he knew it. He had been born in Africa, then wrenched as a child into the frontier of an America only faintly removed from its 18th-century colonial origins. Through decades spent clearing forest and planting virgin fields, he watched as the unclaimed Indian land on which he found himself evolved into a yet even more foreign place. In the early years of the Cottingham farm, Cherokee and Creek Indians still controlled the western 32 bank of the Cahaba sister stream, the Coosa River. Choctaw territory extended to within 50 miles of the plantation. Happy face, steadily, as the years passed, the natives of Alabama receded, and the frontier outposts swelled into settlements and then little, aspiration-filled towns. As the Civil War years approached, the Cottingham plantation fell finally into a steady rhythm of stability and cotton-driven prosperity. Whether the child who came to be a Cottingham slave called Scipio knew the specific place of his origins, who his parents were, what African people they were a part of, how they came to be compelled across the Atlantic and into slavery, what his native name had been, all was lost. The erasure of his history was completed by the moniker placed on him by white captors. Scipio was a classic slave name, one of a catalog of cynical, almost sneering, designations rooted in the white South's popular fetish for the mythology of the classic cultures. It came from the name of a 2nd-century general who governed Rome as Scipio Africanus. For the Roman Scipio, this was a tribute to his victory over Hannibal in the year 201, extending Roman control over Carthage and all of northern Africa. His reign had also seen the brutal suppression of the first great Roman slave revolt, in which on one occasion more than 20,000 rebelling slaves were crucified. The context of such a name might have been lost on an African slave barred from learning Western history, but to educated whites the mocking irony would have been obvious. Happy face, Scipio at least knew that he had been born in Africa, unlike nearly every other slave that entered the Cottingham farm, and that he believed the year of his birth was 1802. Perhaps he came directly to Cottingham from an Atlantic slave ship. Possibly he was first enslaved in Virginia or North Carolina, and then resold to the Deep South in the great domestic slave trading boom of the early 19th century. Shipping manifests at the port of New Orleans contain an entry for a teenage slave boy named Scipio arriving from a plantation in Virginia in 1821. Whatever his origins, Sipe would hold defiantly until the end of his life to his identity as an Africa-born black man ***. Even bound into the agony of a quotidian life of forced labor, Sipe must have conversely thrilled to the rise of the bountiful tribe of men and women who sprang from his Atlantic passage. The white people who brought him here had purchased other slaves, particularly in his boyhood, and housed 33 them in the quarter of log and mud cabins down the hill from Elisha's house. But since Sipe had grown to manhood, it was he who had sired slave after slave. First came George in 1825 and Jeff in 1828. Then, in 1830, arrived Green, whose likely namesake, born more than 50 years later, would be delivered to Slope No. 12 mine in 1908. They were all sturdy boys, and as much as any man might expect in a hard fay. But in the final years before the Civil War, Sipe surprised any of the other freed slaves who might have thought old age was setting upon him. He took up with Charity, a teenage girl almost 40 years his junior. Whether the union was coerced or by choice, it was consummated in slavery and continued in a sweet freedom. Charity would stay with Sipe until the end of his long life, deep into the years of emancipation, and for nearly 20 years bear to him sons and daughters with the regularity of cotton bolls and swollen spring streams. Years before emancipation, Sipe had seen the first signs of the epical transformation about to infuse his world. Exotic new enterprises began to appear in the former frontier of Bibb County. On creeks surrounding the Cottingham farm, small forges were built in the 1830s, early precursors to the massive steel and iron industry that would come to dominate Alabama by the end of the century. In 1850, at a location a few miles from the Cottinghams, a massive boiler-driven sawmill began operation, pumping from the still virgin forests a fantastic stream of sawn planks and timbers. More ominously, Bibb Steam Mill Company also introduced to the county the ruthless form of industrial slavery that would become so important as the Civil War loomed. The mill acquired 27 male African Americans, nearly all strapping young men, and kept them packed into just 6 small barracks on its property. The Cottingham slave cabins would have seemed luxurious in contrast. The founders of Bibb Steam, entrepreneurs named William S. Phillips, John W. Lopsky, Archibald P. McCurdy, and Virgil H. Gardner, invested a total of $24,000 to purchase 1,160 acres of timbered land and erect a steam-powered sawmill to cut lumber and grind corn and flour. In addition to the 24 slaves, Bibb Steam most likely leased a larger number of slaves from nearby farms during its busiest periods of work. 34. The significance of those evolutions wouldn't have been lost on a slave such as Scipio. By the end of the 1850s, a vigorous practice of slave leasing was already a fixture of Southern life. Farm production was by its nature an inefficient cycle of labor, with intense periods of work in the early spring planting season and then idleness during the months of lay-by time in the summer, and then another great burst of harvest activity in the fall and early winter, followed finally by more months of frigid inactivity. Slave owners were keen to maximize the return on their most valuable assets, and as new opportunities for renting out the labor of their slaves arose, the most clever of slave masters quickly responded. Given all that had changed in Bibb County in the years leading up to the Southern Rebellion, it would have been no surprise to the old slave that he found himself during the war in the service of the Confederacy, making iron for cannons and rebel ships in the iron works at Briarfield. Perhaps it was a comfort to Sipe that joining him at Briarfield was the pastor who had been for so long a part of life at the Cottingham plantation. After 30 years of itinerancy among scattered churches, Rev. Starr was posted in 1864 to the Bibb Iron Works, a gesture on the part of the Methodist circuit to allow the old preacher to finish out his days at a congregation close to the home he cherished on Cottingham Loop. Starr was the archetypal backwoods Methodist. He had completed hardly any formal schooling. Indeed, Starr was so profoundly uneducated that when as a man barely 20 years old he first began to preach at little churches not far from his South Georgia birthplace, even his friends doubted privately that he could ever carry off a career as a professional minister. But Methodism was a young and evangelical sect in the 1830s. The rough Alabama countryside, and especially the masses of still heretical slaves who made up much of its population, was a J-Nodger target for missionary work. The life of a Methodist circuit rider, traveling in a grinding, repetitive loop from one settlement chapel to another, was an entrepreneurial task of establishing churches and converting the unwashed. A vigorous iconoclast such as Starr could overcome academic ignorance with a fundamentalist fervor for the Bible and a resounding voice from the pulpit. Starr had done that, winning postings at a string of small Methodist congregations across Georgia and then Alabama. 35. Through the years, he had been formally assigned to nearly 20 different congregations in the circuits orbiting the Bibb County seat of Centerville. Along with each of those churches had come responsibility for still more gatherings of the faithful who worshipped in the homes of scattered landowners or in remote rustic settlement chapels. That duty had delivered Starr to the home of Elisha Cottingham, and eventually the preacher bought a small piece of Cottingham land to which he hoped someday to retire. The people of Riverbend, free whites and black slaves, had met for services on Elisha's plantation for so long that in minutes of the meetings of the Methodist circuit, the congregation was known simply as Cottingham's. After nearly 20 years, its members raised a spare one-room church in the 1840s on the adjacent land of Elisha's brother, John Cottingham. Built on immense timber joists, resting on pillars of limestone rock, it would stand against the wind and shifting times for nearly a century and a half. The builders dubbed it Wesley Chapel ***. Starr preached there many times, and as age and dropsy slowed his step, it was to this corner of Bibb County that he was drawn to rest. One of the preacher's sons, Lucius E. Starr, grown and ready to raise a family of his own, became a physician and made a name for himself in the county seat. The Cottinghams were good to Rev. Starr and his wife, Hannah, and after a lifetime of near constant motion it must have been a relief to him in 1860 to buy land right beside the family that had treated them so well. The Starr home was within walking distance of the spare country chapel and the Cottingham family cemetery, where Starr already hoped to be buried. They called the farmhouse the Preacher's Sanctum. By the final months of the war, the old firebrand knew well life's most bitter stings. His namesake son, also a Methodist minister, died in an epidemic of yellow fever a few years before secession. One of his Yoxm jest, Wilbur Ask, another likely playmate of the slave Henry and Alicia's grandson Oliver, became a sergeant in the Alabama 29th Infantry before seeing his unit decimated in savage fighting across North Georgia. He died soon after during the long defense of Atlanta in 1864. As an unschooled man, Starr, in his day, had a particular appeal for the raw country folk that predominated the rutted back roads of the South. That translated as well into an affinity for slaves. As a young pastor on the circuits of Georgia, Starr was praised for his ministrations to the souls of 36 black folks as he galloped among the plantations and camp meetings of South Alabama / so it was fitting that the final church appointment of his long career, where he would wait out the end of the war, was to the iron works at Briarfield where slavery was being practiced in its most raw and brutalizing form. There, Sipe and the preacher Starr toiled at their respective tasks, until General Wilson's army descended. A few months after the surrender of the Confederacy, the U.S. government sold the wrecked iron works at Briarfield to the man who during the war had been responsible for arming the entire Southern military, Josiah Gorgas, the architect of the slave-driven Alabama wartime industrial complex. Gorgas, a Pennsylvania native who married the daughter of a former Alabama governor, had become a committed Confederate, rising to the rank of general by war's end. After the surrender, he worked tirelessly to return the furnaces to full use and profitability. But the ravaged state of Alabama that surrounded him made that plan nearly impossible. The cost of paying market-rate wages to black men such as Sipe who had worked as slaves during the war totaled a bankrupting $200 per day. Those black laborers Gorgas could pay and keep on hand were repeatedly harassed by marauding bands of Ku Klux Klan members. Gorgas, like Alicia Cottingham and so many other whites bewildered by both the ramifications of black emancipation and the continuing venality of renegade whites, was disconsolate. The South they first dreamed of making an independent republic grounded in slavery and then dreamed of rebuilding as a rival to the North appeared irretrievably broken. "What an end to our great hopes," he wrote in his diary. "Is it possible that we were wrong, Carrot?" Sipe Cottingham, having learned the skills of a foundry worker during the war, must in his own way also have been baffled by the extraordinary turn of events that left him a free man in the twilight of his life. Neither he nor Henry would likely have known what to say to so strange and moot a white man's question as the one posed by Gorgas to his diary. But they would have had no doubt as to whether Gorgas and the Cottingham brothers, and the hundreds of thousands of other Southern men who had taken up arms during the war, had been wrong. 37. Before Union troops arrived in Bibb County, the night hours had permitted Henry his one limited taste of freedom within the confines of chattel life. It was after sundown that the slaves of Riverbend and other farms could slip quietly through the forests to see and court one another. Now freedom had turned darkness into light. Henry, young and strong at the very moment of the rebirth of his people, no longer had to wait for the passage of the sun into the horizon. His feet could carry him flying down the dusty track to the Bishop Place, in plain daylight for all to see, past old Alicia's cabins, past the store at 6 Mile, past the broken iron furnace at Briarfield, to Mary. For Henry and Mary, freedom was a tangible thing, and January was a fine time for a wedding. Both raised on the banks of the Cahaba, they were as attuned to the seasonal swells of the river and the deep soil on its edges as the great stretches of spidery white lilies that crowded its shoals each spring and retreated into its depths every winter. Picking last fall's crop of cotton in the valley had gone on until nearly Christmas. In another 2 months, it would be time to begin knocking down the brittle cotton stalks left from last year, harnessing the mules and plows, and breaking the crusted soil for a new crop. Planting season came hard on the heels of that, and before long it would be summer, when mule hooves and plow blades and bare black feet, slavery or no slavery, would march between the furrows, without rest, for nearly every hour of every day. So that January, bitter as was its wind, arrived for them sweet and restful. Like Henry and Mary, all of Alabama, and the South, indeed at one level all of the United States, was setting up housekeeping in the winter of 1868. Redefined by war, grief, deprivation, death, and emancipation, America was faced with the challenge of repairing and reordering a collective household. Some of the old slaves said they too weren't sure what freedom really was. Henry likely couldn't explain it either, but he had to know. This wedding day was emancipation. It was the license from the courthouse and big leather-bound book that listed his marriage right beside those of the children of the old master. It was his name on the piece of paper, Henry Cottenham. No more was he one of the Cottingham niggers. To Henry Cottenham and Mary Bishop there could be no better time to marry. They marched the few steps to the house of Rev. Down to 38. The Cottingham Chapel around the curve, and took their vows as free citizens. Henry Cottenham was a man, with a name, spelled just the way he had always said it. Freedom was an open field, a strong wife, and time to make his mark. Mary's increase, like the product of all their labor, would be theirs, not Alicia Cottingham's. Henry would plant his seed, in soil he knew, and in Mary his wife. In a few years, they would have a son named Green. Henry would raise up the offspring of the land and of his blood. Surely, that was freedom. 2. Niggers is cheap. Across the South, white Southerners were baffled. What to do with freed slaves like Henry Cottenham and his grandfather Sipe? They could not be driven away. Without former slaves and their steady expertise and cooperation in the fields, the white South was crippled. But this new manifestation of dark-skinned men expected to choose when, where, and how long they would work. Those who could not find employ wandered town to town, presumptuously asking for food, favors, and jobs. To get from place to place, or to reach locations where work had been advertised, they piled onto the empty freight cars of what few trains still ran. They formed up at night around campfires in the shadows of train depots and cotton warehouses on the fringes of towns. In the face of hostile whites, the Ku Klux Klan and members of other suddenly flourishing secret white societies, they brandished gyms and were willing to use them. Beyond gall to their former masters, these meandering swarms of illiterate men also expected to be allowed to vote. The breadth of white venom toward freed slaves and the decades of venality that followed it belied the wide spectrum of perspectives on slavery shared by white Southerners before the war. From the earliest years of the North American colonies, whites struggled to resolve vastly differing views even among slaveholders of the place and position of blacks in the new society. 40. Colonial America began as a place uncertain of the abject subjugation of native Indian populations and thousands of African slaves pouring into the Western Hemisphere. Many were perplexed by the concept of categorizing humans by race and skin color, versus the long-standing European tradition of identification rooted in nationality and place of origin. In the first decades of colonization in the 1600s, slave and Negro were not synonymous in the American colonies. Slaves were as likely to be Indians as Africans. Some early owners of black slaves were themselves black. Free Africans in Virginia were permitted to vote well into the 1700s. Many indentured white servants were coerced into extending their labor contracts until death, effectively making them light-skinned slaves. dispelling that confusion and ensuring the dominant position of whites in general and Englishmen in particular. Colonial legislatures, especially in Virginia, South Carolina, and, later, Georgia, began in the 1650s to systematically define residents by color and lineage. The intentions were twofold: to create the legal structure necessary for building an economy with cheap slave labor as its foundation, and secondly, to reconcile bondage with America's revolutionary ideals of intrinsic human rights. Blacks could be excluded from the Enlightenment concepts that every man was granted by God individual freedom and a right to the pursuit of happiness because colonial laws codified a less than fully human status of any person carrying even a trace of black or Indian blood. Instead of embracing the concept that regardless of color all men are created equal, with no king or prince born to higher status than any other, colonial leaders extended a version of royal status to all whites. Still, vast swaths of the region, including the rock-strewn Appalachians stretching from northern Alabama, across Georgia, and up through the Carolinas and Virginia, contained virtually no slaves at all. Indeed, in some of those places, companies of men had gathered after secession, armed themselves, and marched north to join with the Union armies moving upon the South. In other places, men who owned hundreds or thousands of slaves nonetheless rested without resolution with the subtle moraphities of human bondage and the trafficking of men. Robert Wycliffe, owner of more slaves than any other person in Kentucky and likely anyone in the United States, argued passionately against the exportation of slaves from the coastal 41 regions of the United States to the comparative horrors of Deep South plantations in Georgia and Mississippi. The 1860 census counted among 4 million blacks in the South more than 250,000 free African Americans in the slave states, more than 50,000 of them in Virginia. In Louisiana, a handful of black freedmen owned dozens of slaves. In the intricately hued tapestry of New Orleans, more than 3,000 free blacks owned slaves themselves. But in what came to be known as the Black Belt, a long curve of mostly alluvial cotton farmlands stretching across the fertile flatlands ranging from South Carolina through the lower reaches of Georgia and Alabama, and then extending across Mississippi and Louisiana, antebellum society had been built wholly on true chattel slavery. Millions of slaves came to live there under the ruthless control of a minority of whites. Here, the moral rationalization of slavery and the view of slaves as the essential proof of white men's royal status became as fundamental to whites' perception of America as the concept of liberty itself. A century later, this was the paradox of the post-Civil War South. Recognition of freed slaves as full humans appeared to most white Southerners not as an extension of liberty but as a violation of it, and as a challenge to the legitimacy of their definition of what it was to be white. The destruction of slavery in the Civil War didn't settle this contradiction. Instead, it made more transparent the fundamental question of whether blacks and whites could ever cohabit peacefully, of whether American whites in any region could recognize African Americans as humans. Faced with the mandated equality of whites and blacks, the range of Southern perspectives on race distilled to narrow potency. Even among those who had been troubled by or apathetic toward slavery before the war, there was scant sympathy for the concept of full equality. By overwhelming majorities, whites adopted an assessment of the black man parallel to that in the Great Crescent of Cotton Country. The Civil War settled definitively the question of the South's continued existence as a part of the United States, but in 1865 there was no strategy for cleansing the South of the economic and intellectual addiction to slavery. The resistance to what should have been the obvious consequences of losing the Civil War, full emancipation of the slaves and shared political control between blacks and whites, was so virulent and effective that 42. The tangible outcome of the military struggle between the North and the South remained uncertain even 25 years after the issuance of President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. The role of the African American in American society would not be clear for another 100 years. In the first decades of that span, the intensity of Southern whites' need to re-establish hegemony over blacks rivaled the most visceral patriotism of the wartime Confederacy. White Southerners initiated an extraordinary campaign of defiance and subversion against the new biracial social order imposed on the South and mandated by the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which abolished slavery. They organized themselves into vigilante gangs and militias, undermined free elections across the region, intimidated Union agents, terrorized black leaders, and waged an extremely effective propaganda campaign to place blame for the anarchic behavior of whites upon freed slaves. As the United States would learn many times in the ensuing 150 years, a military victor's intention to impose a new moral and political code on a conquered society was much easier to wish for than to attain. Bibb County, home of the Cottinghams, was edged on the south by that great fertile prairie of plantation country where by the 1850s slaves accounted for the majority of most local populations. Bibb whites harbored no equivocation about the proper status of African Americans in their midst. There had been no agonized sentiment of doubt in this section of Alabama regarding the morality of slaveholding. No abolitionist voices arose here. In the 1840s, when the northern and southern branches of the Methodist Church divided over the issue of slavery, its Bibb County congregations, certainly including Cottingham Chapel, emphatically went the way of the Southern Church. There were no free blacks there before the war. The explosion in slave numbers in the adjoining counties, where tens of thousands of black men and women populated plantations strung along the Tennessee, Alabama, and Tombigbee rivers, offered a huge inventory of readily available African Americans and sustained a thriving local traffic in slaves. In Montgomery, the state capital 70 miles from the Bibb County. 43. Seat, a huge wholesale market in slaves preoccupied the commercial life of the bustling city. Richard Habersham, a Georgian traveling through the town in 1836, described a sprawling slave market with scores of black men and women and crowds of white men closely inspecting them. I came suddenly upon ranges of well-dressed Negro men and women seated upon benches. There may have been 80 or 100, all in different parcels. With each group were seated 2 or 3 sharp, hard-feme red white men. This was the slave market, and the Negroes were dressed out for show. There they sit all day and every day until they are sold, each parcel rising and standing in rank as a purchaser approaches. Although born in a slave country and a slaveholder myself and an advocate of slavery, yet this sight was entirely novel and shocked my feelings. 25 years later, 3 months after the opening of the Civil War, a correspondent for the Times of London watched a 25-year-old black man sold for less than $1,000 during a day of slow bidding at the same market. I tried in vain to make myself familiar with the fact that I could for the sum of $975 become as absolutely the owner of that mass of blood, bones, sinew, flesh, and brains as of the horse which stood by my side, wrote W. H. Russell. It was painful to see decent-looking men in European garb engaged in the work before me. The Negro was sold to one of the bystanders and walked off with his bundle God knows where. "Niggers is cheap," was the only remark. Alicia Cottingham might have acquired Scipio at the Montgomery market, or from one of the speculative traders who moved between the big urban slave markets at Montgomery and Mobile, Alabama. They traveled the crude roads of the back country, acquiring lots of slaves and then pushing droves of them shackled together from town to town. They pitched their tents in crossroads settlements to showcase their wares, and paraded slaves before landowners in need of labor. During the 1850s, a man named J. M. Brown styled himself as not a planter but a Negro raiser, growing no cotton on his Bibb County plantation but breeding slaves on his farm specifically for sale on the open market. On the courthouse steps. Bibb County sheriffs routinely held slave auctions to pay off the unpaid taxes of local landowners. County officials authorized holding the sales on either side of the Cahaba River for the convenience of potential buyers in each section of the county. 44. The South's highly evolved system of seizing, breeding, wholesaling, and retailing slaves was invaluable in the final years before the Civil War, as slavery proved in industrial settings to be more flexible and dynamic than even most slave owners could have otherwise believed. Skilled slaves such as Scipio, churning out iron, cannons, gunmetal, rifled artillery, battleships, and munitions at Selma, Shelby Iron Works, and the Briarfield Foundry, were only a sample of how thousands of slaves had migrated into industrial settings just before and during the war. The extraordinary value of organizing a gang of slave men to quickly accomplish an arduous manual task such as enlarging a mine and extracting its contents, or constructing railroads through the most inhospitable frontier regions became obvious during the manpower shortages of wartime. Critical to the success of this form of slavery was dispensing with any pretense of the mythology of the paternalistic agrarian slave owner. Labor here was more akin to a source of fuel than an extension of a slave owner's familial circle. Even on the harshest of family-operated antebellum farms, slave masters could not help but be at least marginally moved by the births, loves, and human affections that close contact with slave families inevitably manifested. But in the setting of industrial slavery, where only strong young males and a tiny number of female washerwomen and cooks were acquired, and no semblance of family interaction was possible, slaves were assets to be expended like mules and equipment. By the early 1860s, such slavery was commonplace in the areas of the most intensive commercial farming in Mississippi and parts of Alabama. It was a model particularly well suited to mining and first aggressively exploited in high-intensity cotton production, in which individual skill was not necessarily more important than brute strength. In those settings, black labor was something to be consumed, with a clear comprehension of return on investment. Food, housing, and physical care were bottom-line accounting considerations in a formula of profit and loss, weighed primarily in terms of their effect on chattel slave productivity rather than plantation harmony. On the enormous cotton plantations unfolding in the antebellum years across the malarial wasteland of the Mississippi Delta, absentee owners routinely left overseers in charge of small armies of slaves. In an economic 45 formula in which there was no pretense of paternalistic protection for slaves, the overseers drove them mercilessly. Frederick Law Olmsted, traveling through the South prior to the Civil War, wrote of the massive plantations of Alabama and Mississippi as places where black men and women worked harder and more unremittingly than the rest of slave country. As property, Negro life, and Negro vigor were generally much less encouraged than I had always before imagined them to be. Another observer of Mississippi farms said that on the new plantations everything has to bend, give way to large crops of cotton, land has to be cultivated wet or dry, Negroes to work hot or cold. Registered under these circumstances, slave owners came to accept that black laborers would also die quickly. The Negroes die off every few years, though it is said that in time each hand also makes enough to buy two more in his place, wrote planter James H. Ruffin in 1833. An English traveler visiting the great plantations in the final years of slavery described African Americans who, from the moment they are able to go afield in the picking season till they drop worn out in the grave in incessant labor, in all sorts of weather, at all seasons of the year, without any change or relaxation than is furnished by sickness, without the smallest hope of any improvement either in their condition, in their food, or in their clothing, indebted solely to the forbearance and good temper of the overseer for exemption from terrible physical suffering. Even large-scale slave owners who directed their business managers to provide reasonable care for slaves nonetheless advocated harsh measures to maintain the highest level of production. They must be flogged as seldom as possible, yet always when necessary, wrote one. An overseer's goal, a Delta planter said, was to get as much work out of them as they can possibly perform. His skill consists in knowing exactly how hard they may be driven without incapacitating them for future exertion. The larger the plantation, the less chance there is, of course, of the owners softening the rigor of the overseer, or the sternness of discipline by personal interference. Sipe saw those changes coming. In the 1830s, a water-driven cotton mill was constructed on a creek 7 miles north of the county seat, not far from the Cottingham plantation, employing several dozen white labor. 46. ERS, the mill ginned cotton and spun it into thread and rope. Of far more portent for Sipe's future, and that of his descendants, had been a chance discovery in the 1820s by a white settler named Jonathan Newton Smith. On a hunting trip near the Cahaba, Smith was surprised when large stones pulled from a creek to encircle a campfire ignited. Smith had tripped across the massive deposits of coal abounding in Alabama, and over the next 50 years would be a pioneering exploiter of the serendipitous proximity of immense brown iron ore deposits scattered across the ridges and, beneath the surface, the perfect fuel for blasting the ore into iron and steel. It was a combination that would transform life in Alabama, reshaping SIP's last years of slavery and radically altering the lives of millions of individuals over the next century. Smith ambitiously assembled thousands of acres of land containing mineral deposits, and by 1840, he and others had opened small iron forges on all sides of the Cottingham farm. One was built on 6 Mile Creek, a few miles down the mail road toward the nearest settlement. Another was across the Cahaba River. A third was constructed on a tributary of the Big River just north of the plantation. These were crude mechanical enterprises, belching great columns of foul smoke and rivers of effluent. But they were marvels of the frontier in which they suddenly appeared. A giant water-powered wheel first crushed the iron ore, which was fed into a stone furnace and heated into a huge red molten mass. The hammer man, working in nearly unbearable heat and using a red-hot bar of metal as his tool, then maneuvered the molten iron onto an anvil where a 500-pound hammer, also powered by the water wheel, pounded it into bars. Primitive as was the mechanism, the rough-edged masses of iron were the vital raw material for blacksmiths in every town and on every large farm to craft into the plows, horseshoes, and implement. That were the civilizing tools of the Alabama frontier. In addition to Smith, 2 other white men living near the Cottingham farm, Jonathan Ware and his son Horace, were aggressively expanding the infant industry. To Smith's geological observations, Horace Ware, a native of Lynn, Massachusetts, brought a keen instinct for the market among southern cotton planters for locally forged iron. He had learned the iron trade from his father, and bought land near the Cahaba coal fields. 47. And on a rich vein of iron ore in 1841. He put his first furnace into blast in 1846. 1-carat slaves were the primary workers at the earliest recorded coal mines in Alabama in the 1830s. Moses Stroup, the father of the iron and steel industry in Alabama, arrived in the state in 1848, acquired land on Red Mountain just south of present-day Birmingham, and erected his first furnaces. By the early 1850s, he was constructing a much larger group of furnaces in Tuscaloosa County, entirely with slave labor. Indeed, nearly all of the early industrial locations of the South were constructed by such slaves, thousands of whom became skilled masons, miners, blacksmiths, pattern makers, and furnace workers. Slaves performed the overwhelming majority of the raw labor of such operations, working as fillers, who shoveled iron ore, limestone, and coal into the furnaces in carefully monitored sequence, guttermen, who drew off the molten iron as it gathered, tree cutters, who felled millions of trees, and teamsters to drive wagons of ore and coal from the mines and finished iron to railroad heads. Alabama's first recorded industrial fatality was a slave named Van, killed in the early 1840s by falling rock in an iron ore pit near Alabama's earliest known forge. Southern railroads also became voracious acquirers of slaves, purchasing them by the hundreds and leasing them from others for as much as $20 per month in the 1850s. By the beginning of the Civil War, railroads owned an estimated 20,000 slaves. All of the early iron masters of the region relied on slaves for the grueling menial work of clearing their property, constructing hand-hewn stone and brick furnaces and forges, and gathering the ore and coal exposed on outcrops or near the surface. As the forges went into production, slaves were trained to perform the arduous tasks of the blast furnace. Quickly, the Wares and other budding industrialists began a traffic in the specialized category of slaves trained in the skills of making iron. During the late 1830s, the Wares took on as an apprentice from a businessman in Georgia a slave named Joe. 5 years later, Jonathan Smith purchased the slave at auction for $3,000, and set him to work as the hammer man in one of his Bibb County forges. By the late 1850s, the Wares, having shifted their iron-making operations to adjoining Shelby County. 48. operated the largest metal works in the Deep South, largely with skilled slaves. Horace Ware's son, John E. Ware, would later reminisce about the most valued slaves at the forge. He recalled that Berry, Charles, Anderson, Clark, and Abediah held key positions. The Hale and Murdoch furnace near Vernon, Alabama, was built in 1859 and then dramatically expanded to meet war needs in 1862 by a force of 150 men, most of whom were slaves. In December 1862, a Montgomery businessman began work on an iron ore mine and furnace north of the Cane Creek Forge using a force of 200 slaves moved from Tennessee as federal forces advanced from the north. Shortly after the operation was fully underway, Union General Wilson's raiders wrecked it. In 1860, a year before the Civil War erupted, Jonathan Smith launched his most ambitious effort ever, the enormous iron works at Briarfield, less than 9 miles from the Cottingham farm. A partner of Smith's, Colonel C.C. Huckabee, was a planter and longtime major slaveholder. His forced workers were a key element of his investment in the enterprise, and in its expansion during the war. Enormous numbers of men were needed to provide the quantities of wood, ore, and limestone required by a 19th-century furnace. "I set all my niggers to work in the woods," Huckabee later recalled, and for many a day after that, the axes sounded like thunder in the pines. At the Ware's Shelby Iron Works, slaves were the salvation of the operation's ability to continue supplying thousands of tons of iron to the Confederacy. Perhaps owing to his New England origins, Ware had never seriously considered extensive use of black labor in the first 15 years of business. In 1859, however, he inquired about the industrial use of slaves in a letter to Joseph R. Anderson, manager of the Tredegar Works and perhaps the most famous Southern industrialist of the PRA. Anderson responded enthusiastically and offered to sell Ware some of Tredegar's well-trained factory slaves. Ware didn't buy any of the African Americans available from Virginia, but he did bring in as partners several of Alabama's most prominent proponents of industrialism. They in turn began to acquire black laborers aggressively. Soon, Shelby Works, with dozens of African American forced laborers on its balance sheet, was the largest owner of slaves in the county. 49. Nearby, the Alabama Coal Mining Co. owned another dozen slaves, all men aged 26 to 60. In 1862, the Shelby Works contracted with the Confederate government to produce the vast quantity of 12,000 tons of iron a year for the war effort, effectively placing the operation under the control of the Confederate Chief of Ordnance in Richmond, Col. Josiah Gorgas, and his iron agent at the rebel arsenal and munitions factory in Selma, Col. Colin J. McRae. For the course of the war, the Shelby Works attempted to keep its furnaces in near constant blast, producing huge quantities of iron to be shipped to gun barrel makers in Mississippi and Georgia and to the cannon and plate armor manufacturers at Selma. A second furnace was added in 1863 to boost the war effort. With most of the white male population already mustered or conscripted into fighting units, the company's only option for fulfilling its obligations was to rely almost entirely on slaves. Borrowing from the practices of railroads and the few other industrial systems already familiar to businessmen of the South, the Shelby Works quickly came to rely on leased slave labor that would prove both extraordinarily effective and resilient. To procure the slaves, the Shelby Works hired a labor agent named John M. Tillman to lease African Americans from plantation owners in central Alabama, northeastern Mississippi, and eastern Georgia. Tillman's duties also included acquiring as many mules as possible, and the feed corn to feed both the four-legged and two-legged creatures he collected. Leased slave laborers typically cost $120 a year near the beginning of the war, but their cost more than doubled by the crisis years of 1864 and 1865. Slaves with a particularly useful skill, such as carpentry or prior iron-making experience, fetched $500 or more per year. The great majority were men aged 20 to 45, engaged in the back-breaking work of cutting timber in nearby forests and digging iron ore and limestone. They were supplemented by a much smaller number of women and their children who performed menial tasks such as cooking and cleaning. Soon, Ware was the master of between 350 and 400 slaves. His company remained hungry for more. Ware's slaves worked under the control of a white overseer, mostly in gangs of men assigned to specific tasks. Under terms of the contracts, own 50 ERS received quarterly payments, and their slaves were provided with basic food, clothing, and shelter. If a slave escaped, it was the responsibility of the company to pay a fee for the slave's arrest and return to the iron works. As an incentive to work hard and follow rules, slaves were permitted to earn small amounts of cash for themselves, typically less than $5 a month, by agreeing to perform extra tasks such as tending the furnace at night, cutting extra wood, or digging additional ore. The company overseer, called boss or captain by the slaves, was not empowered to severely discipline the least slaves in his charge. Punishment remained the province of the owner. When slaves attempted to flee, stole, or refused the orders of the overseer, Shelby Works wrote the owner for instructions on how to handle his property. The punishments meted out by plantation masters to the slaves who worked under their direct employ were often harsh in the extreme, even torturous by modern sensibilities. But few slave masters encouraged the forge operators to treat their valued stock with brutality, particularly when the efficiency of the slave had no bearing on his financial return to the owner. Slaves who at Christmas reported to their owners that the managers of the iron works had abused them often were not made available to the company again. Moreover, slaves with wives still living back at the plantations from which they had come were allowed to return home periodically, sometimes several times a year. Industrialists were embracing the same practices across the South. An advertisement placed by the Empire State Iron and Coal Mining Company of Trenton, Georgia, in the Huntsville, Alabama, Confederate in 1863 sought to hire or buy 100 able-bodied hands to be employed at their works 20 miles southwest of Chattanooga. Happy Face, in 1862, an Alabama engineer named John T. Milner and his business partner, Frank Gilmer, convinced the Confederate government to finance the construction of a blast furnace on Red Mountain in Jefferson County to produce iron for the war effort. The plant, constructed and operated primarily by slaves, marked the birth of the vast industrial complex that would surround the new city of Birmingham by the end of the century. By the time the Red Mountain furnace was in operation in 1863, Milner and Gilmer had also opened a complex of mines operated with slave labor near the town of Helena, Alabama. Within a decade after the war, the Helena mines would be manned entirely by convict forced laborers and set an 51. Early standard for the depredations against ostensibly emancipated African Americans. Everywhere in the South that could produce coal or iron during the war, Southern industrialists were being pressured to increase production at existing mines and furnaces, or to seize and reopen idled business. In a move that would hang ominously over the descendants of the Cottingham slaves, Southern industrialists in 1861 took over a mining company near Tracy City, Tennessee, previously controlled by a syndicate of Northern investors. With the outbreak of war, the formerly New York-controlled mines of Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad Co. were placed in the hands of Confederate sympathizing businessmen. Arthur S. Collier, the Southerner who took over management of the company in 1861, immediately placed 40 slaves in the concerned Sewanee mines. He was quickly pleased with their performance, telling a newspaper reporter, "In a few months they were doing good service and not one of the party failed in the effort to learn to dig coal." The business would become the largest commercial enterprise in the South, and a half-century later the largest subsidiary of U.S. Steel, and the company that would acquire Sipes' grandson Green Cottonham 4 decades later. To the enterprising industrialists who would reshape the Southern economy in the half-century after the Civil War, the new concepts of industrialized black labor had taken firm hold. Long before the end of chattel slavery, Milner was in the vanguard of that new theory of industrial forced labor. In 1859, he wrote that black labor marshaled into the regimented productivity of factory settings would be the key to the economic development of Alabama and the South. Milner believed that white people would always look upon and treat the Negro as an inferior being. Nonetheless, indeed, for that very reason blacks would serve a highly useful purpose as the clever mules of an industrial age, provided he has an overseer, a Southern man, who knows how to manage Negroes. Milner's intuition that the future of blacks in America rested on how whites chose to manage them, whether in slavery or out of it, would resonate through the next half-century. 52. Theory of national discourse about the proper role of the descendants of Africa in American life. Milner was no mere theorist. He was a dogged executor of his vision. It was men like Milner who would seize the opportunity presented by convict leasing to reclaim slavery from the destruction of the Civil War. As Alabama began selling its black prisoners in large numbers in the 1870s, he scrambled to acquire all that were available, plunging them by the hundreds into a hellish coal operation called the Eureka Mines, and later illegally selling hundreds of these new slaves in the 1880s, along with another coal mine, to the Georgia Pacific Railroad Co. In every setting that Milner employed convict slaves in the late 19th century, he and his business associates subjected the workers to almost animalistic mistreatment, a revivification of the most atrocious aspects of antebellum bondage. Records of Milner's various mines and slave farms in southern Alabama, owned by one of his business partners, a cousin to an investor in the Bibb steam mill, tell the stories of black women stripped naked and whipped, of hundreds of men starved, chained, and beaten, of workers perpetually lice-ridden and barely clothed. Milner took center stage in Alabama's new industrialization, urging Southerners to go to work, eradicating the diseases that are destroying us. Part of that eradication would be to successfully re-regiment freed slaves. I am clearly of the opinion, from my own observation, that Negro labor can be made exceedingly profitable in rolling mills. Milner had written of steel production in 1859. I have long since learned that Negro slave labor is more reliable and cheaper for any business connected with the construction of a railroad than white. Adilner and others had seen his theory of the black slave as an effective industrial forced worker vividly fulfilled during the war. The system emerging with the end of Reconstruction would mimic it repeatedly. African Americans, driven by the right men, in the correct ways, could be the engines of far more complex enterprises than the old bourbon-soaked planters would ever have believed possible. Black laborers might not quite be men, the industrialists reasoned, but they recognized that African Americans were far more than apes. The renting of slaves, as much as anything, had taught them that masses of black laborers brought under temporary control of a commercial enterprise could be powerfully leveraged in commerce. 53. The attitudes among Southern whites that a resubjugation of African Americans was an acceptable, even essential element of solving the Negro question couldn't have been more explicit. The desire of white farmers to recapture their former slaves through new civil laws was transparent. In the immediate wake of emancipation, the Alabama legislature swiftly passed a measure under which the orphans of freed slaves, or the children of blacks deemed inadequate parents, were to be apprenticed to their former masters. The South Carolina planter Henry William Ravenel wrote in September 1865, "There must be stringent laws to control the Negroes, and require them to fulfill their contracts of labor on the farms." With the Southern economy in ruins, state officials limited to the barest resources, and county governments with even fewer, the concept of reintroducing the forced labor of blacks as a means of funding government services was viewed by whites as an inherently practical method of eliminating the cost of building prisons and returning blacks to their appropriate position in society. Forcing convicts to work as part of punishment for an ostensible crime was clearly legal too. The 13th Amendment to the Constitution, adopted in 1865 to formally abolish slavery, specifically permitted involuntary servitude as a punishment for duly convicted criminals. Beginning in the late 1860s, and accelerating after the return of white political control in 1877, every Southern state enacted an array of interlocking laws essentially intended to criminalize black life. Many such laws were struck down in court appeals or through federal interventions, but new statutes embracing the same strictures on black life quickly appeared to replace them. Few laws specifically enunciated their applicability only to blacks, but it was widely, understood that these provisions would rarely if ever be enforced on whites. Every southern state except Arkansas and Tennessee had passed laws by the end of 1865 outlawing vagrancy and so vaguely defining it that virtually any freed slave not under the protection of a white man could be arrested for the crime. An 1865 Mississippi statute required African American workers to enter into labor contracts with white farmers by January 1 of every year or risk arrest. 4 other states legislated that African Americans could not legally be hired for work without a discharge paper from their previous employer effectively preventing them. 54. From leaving the plantation of the white man they worked for. In the 1880s, Alabama, North Carolina, and Florida enacted laws making it a criminal act for a black man to change employers without permission. In nearly all cases, the potential penalty awaiting black men, and a small number of women, snared by those laws was the prospect of being sold into forced labor. Many states in the South and the North attempted to place their prisoners in private hands during the 18th and early 19th centuries. The state of Alabama was long predisposed to the idea, rather than taking on the cost of housing and feeding prisoners itself. It experimented with turning over convicts to private wardens during the 1840s and 1850s but was ultimately unsatisfied with the results. The state saved some expense but gathered no revenue. Moreover, the physical abuse that came to be almost synonymous with privatized incarceration always was eventually unacceptable in an era when virtually every convict was white. The punishment of slaves for misdeeds rested with their owners. Hardly a year after the end of the war, in 1866, Alabama Governor Robert M. Patton, in return for the total sum of $5, leased for 6 years his state's 374 state prisoners to a company G. itself Smith and Macmillan. The transaction was in fact a sham, as the partnership was actually controlled by the Alabama and Chattanooga Railroad. Governor Patton became president of the railroad 3 years later. Duplicity would be endemic to convict leasing. For the next 80 years, in every southern state, the questions of who controlled the fates of black prisoners, which few black men and women among armies of defendants had committed true crimes, and who was receiving the financial benefits of their reenslavement would almost always never be answered. Later in 1866, Texas leased 250 convicts to 2 railroads at the rate of $12.50 a month. In May 1868, 4 months after Henry and Mary's wedding, the state of Georgia signed a lease under which the Georgia and Alabama Railroad acquired 100 convicts, all of them black, for $2,500. Later that year, the state sold 134 prisoners to the Selma, Rome, and Dalton Railroad and sent 109 others to the line being constructed between the towns of Macon and Brunswick, Georgia. Arkansas began contracting out its state convicts in 1867, selling the rights to prisoners convicted of both state crimes and federal offenses. 55. Mississippi turned over its 241 prisoners to the state's largest cotton planter, Edmund Richardson, in 1868. 3 years later, the convicts were transferred to Nathan Bedford Forrest, the former Confederate general, who in civilian life already was a major planter and railroad developer. In 1866, he and 5 other former rebel officers had founded the Ku Klux Klan. Florida leased out half of the 100 prisoners in its Chattahoochee Penitentiary in 1869. North Carolina began farming out its convicts in 1872. After white South Carolinians led by Democrat Wade Hampton violently ousted the last black government of the state in 1877, the legislature promptly passed a law allowing for the sale of the state's 400 black and 30 white prisoners. 6 years earlier, in 1871, Tennessee leased its nearly 800 prisoners, nearly all of them black, to Thomas O'Connor, a founding partner along with Arthur Collier of Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad Co. Registered. In the 4 decades after the war, as Collier built his company into an industrial behemoth, its center of operations gradually shifted to Alabama, where it was increasingly apparent that truly vast reserves of coal and iron ore lay beneath the surface. Collier, like Milner, was one of those prominent Southern businessmen who bridged the era of slavery and the distinct new economic opportunities of the region at the end of the 19th century. They were true slavers, raised in the old traditions of bondage, but also men who believed that African Americans under the lash were the key to building an industrial sector in the South to fend off the growing influence of Northern capitalists. Already, whites realized that the combination of trumped-up legal charges and forced labor as punishment created both a desirable business proposition and an incredibly effective tool for intimidating rank-and-file emancipated African Americans and doing away with their most effective leaders. The newly installed white government of Hale County, deep in the majority black cotton-growing sections of Alabama, began leasing prisoners to private parties in August 1875. A local grand jury said the new practice was contributing much to the revenues of the county, instead of being an expense. The money derived from selling convicts was placed in the 56 Fine and Forfeiture Fund, which was used to pay fees to judges, sheriffs, other low officials, and witnesses who helped convict defendants. The prior year, during a violent campaign by Ku Klux Klansmen and other white reactionaries to break up black Republican political meetings across Alabama, a white raiding party confronted a meeting of African Americans in Hale County. Shots were fired in the dark and 2 men died, 1 white and 1 black. No charges were brought in the killing of the African American, but despite any evidence they caused the shooting, leading black Republicans R.H. Skinner and Woodville Hardy were charged and convicted of murder. They were sent to the Eureka mines south of Birmingham in the spring of. By the end of 1877, 50 convict laborers were at work in Milner's Newcastle Coal Company mine outside Birmingham. An additional 58 men had been forced into the Eureka mines he founded near Helena. A total of 557 prisoners had been mrned over that year to private corporations by the state of Alabama. Registered by the end of Reconstruction in 1877, every formerly Confederate state except Virginia had adopted the practice of leasing black prisoners into commercial hands. There were variations among the states, but all shared the same basic formula. Nearly all the penal functions of government were turned over to the companies purchasing convicts. In return for what they paid each state, the companies received absolute control of the prisoners. They were ostensibly required to provide their own prisons, clothing, and food, and bore responsibility for keeping the convicts incarcerated. Company guards were empowered to chain prisoners, shoot those attempting to flee, torture any who wouldn't submit, and whip the disobedient naked or clothed almost without limit. Over 8 decades, almost never were there penalties to any acquirer of these slaves for their mistreatment or deaths. On paper, the regulations governing convict conditions required that prisoners receive adequate food, be provided with clean living quarters, and be protected from cruel or excessive punishment. All floggings were to be recorded in log books, and indeed hundreds were. But the only regularly enforced laws on the new slave enterprises were those designed primarily to ensure that no black worker received freedom or experienced anything other than racially segregated conditions. In Alabama, companies were 57. Fined $150 a head if they allowed a prisoner to escape. For a time, state law mandated that if a convict got free while being transported to the mines, the sheriff or deputy responsible had to serve out the prisoner's sentence. Companies often faced their strongest criticism for allowing black and white prisoners to share the same cells. White convicts and colored convicts shall not be chained together, read Alabama law. In almost every respect, the acquisition of workers, the lease arrangements, the responsibilities of the leaseholder to detain and care for them, the incentives for good behavior, convict leasing adopted practices almost identical to those emerging in slavery in the 1850s. By the late 1870s, the defining characteristics of the new involuntary servitude were clearly apparent. It would be obsessed with ensuring disparate treatment of blacks, who at all times in the ensuing 50 years would constitute 90% or more of those sold into labor. They were routinely starved and brutalized by corporations, farmers, government officials, and small-town businessmen intent on achieving the most lucrative balance between the productivity of captive labor and the cost of sustaining them. The consequences for African Americans were grim. In the first 2 years that Alabama leased its prisoners, nearly 20% of them died. In the following year, mortality rose to 35%. In the fourth, nearly 45% were killed. Ill. Slavery's increase. Day after day we looked death in the face and was afraid to speak. Henry and Mary did not wait long to begin their increase. Cooney, a little girl, came to them before the end of another harvest season had passed. The arrival of an infant, even more so a first child, to a pair of former slaves in the first years after emancipation must have been an event of sublime joy. A young black family of the early 1870s already knew that the presumptions of full freedom that had accompanied the end of slavery were being gravely challenged in the South. But surrounding and overwhelming the anxieties triggered by those obstructions, violence by the Ku Klux Klan and other paramilitary groups and the machinations of white political leaders, was the astonishing range of possibilities now at least theoretically available to a newly born child. While Cooney was still a babe, the Northern states by overwhelming majorities ratified the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution, abolishing with absolute clarity the institution of slavery as it had existed for the previous 250 years and granting full citizenship and voting rights to all black Americans. A black toddler in central Alabama would learn his first words at a time when black men were gathering regularly with others to elect those who would govern their counties and states. Cooney was 7 years old when the U.S. Congress passed its first Civil Rights Act, further guaranteeing the right of African Americans to vote on the same terms as whites and to live as full citizens in the eyes of the Slavery's increase. 59. Law. The new state legislatures of the South, now including substantial numbers of black Republicans, passed laws mandating for the first time in the Southern states that children, whether black or white, be afforded some semblance of basic education. By 1871, more than 55,000 black children were attending public school in Alabama. Henry and Mary knew there would be trouble, yes, plenty of it. But the young man and woman, illiterate, provincial, and unskilled, had every reason to expect nonetheless that in the expiring of 10 or 20 years, their daughter and the boisterous brood of boys and girls who would follow her would live lives in a world so transformed from their own as to be utterly unrecognizable. By the time Cooney turned 2, as Thanksgiving approached in 1870, the most defining feature of the old Cottingham world, Elisha, the white man who had sculpted the landscape onto which Cooney was born and then seen it disintegrate, was dead. Elisha was laid to rest at the top of the red clay hill, surrounded by what was left of the stand of beech and oak that had greeted his arrival in the wilderness. As his life had been on the landscape stretched out around him, Elisha's plot was squarely in the center of the graveyard, with his wife, siblings, and kin fanning out to each side. One body length away, just within arm's reach, lay in death a long row of the slaves he had governed for most of a century in life. Old Sipe, once Elisha's most reliable slave, was not easing gently toward his natural end. Eredom had taken tangible form for the former slaves of the Cottingham farm. Old Elisha's former slaves separated into 3 groups. The first, beginning with young Albert Cottingham, abandoned Bibb County and the place of their enslavement as quickly as it had become clearly established that they were in fact free to go wherever they wished. 3 other black families, each of them led by one from the generation of middle-aged slaves who had spent the longest spans of their lives as Cottingham slaves, chose to remain close by the old master, likely still residing in the slave quarters a short distance from Elisha's big house and later in simple tenant cabins erected to replace them. The elder Green Cot. 60. Tinham, a partly white slave now 40 years old, along with his wife, Emmeline, and their baby boy, Caesar, remained on the farm. Likely Green's mulatto line connected him directly to the white Cottinghams, but no record survives to indicate whether that was so. Another slave father to remain on the place was Jeff Cottingham, 48, who continued to spell his name as his former master did, and who was raising in his home an 8-year-old boy named Jonathan, who was also partly white. Also staying behind was Milt, another of the older crew of slaves. On the other side of the big house, away from the slave cabins, lived the youngest of Alicia's sons to reach adulthood, Harvey, also 40 years old, with his wife, Zelphia, and 7 children. Slightly farther down the wagon road, J.W. Starr's widow, Hannah, remained in the preacher's house, though her son Lucius had become the master of the household. Next door to them, a Starr daughter and her family farmed on another portion of the dead Reverend's land. A few miles away, beyond Cottingham Loop, at the edge of the 6-mile settlement around which the lives of all the Cottinghams had come to orbit, Sipe and the third group of former slaves settled themselves in a life overshadowed by their former enslavement but clearly distinct from the controlled lives they had formerly led. At the center of those former slaves remained Scipio, still defiantly insistent that his birth as an African and the African origins of his mother and father be fully recorded whenever the census taker or another government official inquired as to his provenance. He took the name Cottingham. 6 Mile had the vague makings of a real town, with a small school and a weekly newspaper that boasted of a cluster of homes, 2 stores, and a sawmill. On one boundary of the settlement lived George Cottingham, now 45, and next door lived Henry, 20 twq years old, and Mary, with the little girl Cooney. George and Henry, as father and son, farmed rented property, probably owned by the White Eanker family nearby. 2 houses away, Sipe was ensconced with Charity, his junior by 38 years, and the 5 children they had under the age of 14. The effort by General Gorgas to rebuild the Briarfield furnaces had collapsed, and the weary Confederate industrialist turned over the operation to another ex-rebel officer turned entrepreneur. Slavery's increase 6i. Scipio worked under his supervision at the Bibb furnace where he had spent so much of the wartime years, still laboring at the task Alicia had sent him to learn in the effort to save the Confederacy. He traveled daily to the furnaces, several miles away, usually in the company of 4 much younger black men who boarded in a small house near the dry goods store in Sixelil. Sometimes, Sipe would spend the night near the furnace in rented lodgings with 2 of the men, Tony Bates, 22, and Alex Smith, 19. Carrot. The free lives of Sipe, George, and Henry were hardly easy. But for the first time they were truly autonomous of Alicia Cottingham and his kin. How long such black men in the post-emancipation South could remain so would become the defining characteristic of their lives. As slaves, men such as Scipio and Henry were taught that their master was a palpable extension of the power of God, their designated Lord in a supremely ordained hierarchy. In the era of emancipation, that role now stripped of its religiosity and pared to its most elemental dimensions of power and force was handed to the sheriff. This was a new capacity for local law enforcement officers, and the small circles of elected officials who also played a part in the South's criminal and civil justice systems. Prior to the Civil War, all of government in the region, at every level, was unimaginably sparse by modern standards. In Alabama, an elected board of county commissioners oversaw local tax collections and disbursements, primarily for repairs to bridges, maintenance of the courthouse, and operation of a simple jail. The sheriff, also chosen by the people, usually spent far more time serving civil warrants and foreclosing property for unpaid debts than in the enforcement of criminal statutes. The arbiter of most minor legal disputes and alleged crimes would be a justice of the peace, normally a local man appointed by the governor to represent law and government in each beat in the state. In an era of exceedingly difficult transportation, beats were tiny areas of jurisdiction, often limited to one small quadrant of a county. One rural Alabama county elected 30 justices of the peace in 1877, but within those boundaries, the justice of the peace more often than not the pro. 62. Proprietor of a country store or a large farm held tremendous authority, including the power to convict defendants of crimes that carried potential sentences of years of confinement. In most southern states, county sheriffs and their deputies received no regular salaries. Instead, the law enforcement officers, justices of the peace, certain court officials, and any witnesses who testified against a defendant were compensated primarily from specific fees charged to those who voluntarily or involuntarily came into the court system. A long schedule of approved fees designated the cost of each official act those officials might undertake: 50 cents for serving a warrant in a lawsuit over a bad debt, $1 for making an arrest on an indictment, 35 cents for a clerk who certified a court document. Payment was enforced at the resolution of every court proceeding, with the accumulated fees lumped into whatever other penalty was ordered by a judge. After the advent of widespread convict leasing, the fees carried, which usually amounted to far more than the actual fines imposed on defendants, were paid off from the payments made by the company that acquired the prisoner. Before the war and immediately afterward, the cases brought before the county judge and his fellow commissioners in most rural southern counties were drearily routine, and rare. In the great majority of cases in Bibb County and similar places, the penalty for guilt was a fine of $1, regardless of the offense. The point of the prosecution and conviction was not so much to mete out justice from the government but to establish definitively that an offense had been committed and compel the guilty party and the victim to resolve their differences. If a drunken man injured a neighboring farmer's cow, then the court's role was to ensure that the drunk paid for the loss. Incarceration was an expensive and impractical outcome in a society where cash rarely changed hands. Already, the practice had become established of one man acting as surety for the fine imposed on another. Traditionally, this meant the father, brothers, or neighbors of a man convicted of a crime coming into court to pay his fines and assure the court of his future good conduct. In many cases, the surety would actually be the victim of the crime, agreeing to resolve a dispute in return for a contract with the accused to work as payment for the damages he had done. The county was interested in neither rehabilitation nor long-term pun. 63. Slavery's increase. Ishment, particularly in an era when every man was needed to staff the farms and enterprises of the county. With the exception of those men who clearly merited the noose, most miscreants could be rendered harmless if they simply stayed at whatever lonely place on a muddy road they had appeared from. Those guilty of serious felony crimes were the business of the state, anyway tried and sentenced by state circuit court judges and incarcerated however and wherever the state saw fit. The local sheriff was a referee in the world of misdemeanors, calling fouls and separating fighters. Where sheriffs exercised their greatest power was in the enforcement of debts. In Shelby County, where Green Cottonham would ultimately be arrested 3 decades later, Amos M. Elliott owned a store on a back Coimtree Road, and by the 1870s had become a stalwart citizen of his corner of the county. Merchants such as he were as much bankers as retailers. Nearly every purchase was made on credit to be repaid when a farmer's crop was sold at the end of a season. More often than not, the store owner would be the buyer of the crop as well, meaning that the man who had plowed the fields and picked the cotton or corn might never actually see hard currency. His debts, payments, and profit or loss were recorded only in the ledgers of the store. This was even more so the case for a black man. Elliott was also Justice of the Peace, the most visible presence of government authority in the crude world of country life, empowered to perform marriages, formalize contracts between parties, and otherwise represent law and order. In the late 1870s, Elliott's docket was filled with cases involving disputes over amounts ranging from $5.85 to $7.45. A judgment ordering payment to a particular party or a term of forced labor in lieu of one often triggered a busy trade in betting on the future of the convicted man. Judgments were treated like securities, and were resold at discounts based on the likelihood, or not, of the losing party being able to pay them. In every case, the sheriff, and Elliott, as the presiding justice of the peace in his beat of the county, received a portion of the settlement as a fee. Many times, Elliott himself agreed to pay a defendant's judgment and then take a mortgage in the same amount on the man's property. In nearly every one of the 225 cases he heard between 1878 and 1880, Elliott ordered that 64 All of the defendant's personal property is therefore liable to the satisfaction of this judgment. In July 1882, Elliot ordered Harmon Davis to pay a $30.88 judgment on a 3-year-old debt. Elliot paid the amount himself, and Davis signed a mortgage to repay the money to him with interest. The consequences of losing a case over a $5 debt could be catastrophic. Alf Barrett was sued for $5 on September 6, 1879, and then failed to appear at the trial Elliot convened. Elliot declared the man to be in default and ordered that he pay the plaintiff $5.07, 60 cents each to the sheriff and himself, and 50 cents each to 3 witnesses. 2 months later, to clear the obligations, the sheriff seized every article of property to which Barrett could lay claim: 1 lounge, 1 round table, 1 lamp, 1 looking glass, 4 picture frames and pictures, 3 chairs, 2 wash tubs, wash stand, bowl and pitcher, 1 lantern, and 3 sad irons. The jeopardy attached to minor violations of the law would soon become much more serious than to be stripped of every possession. The South's judicial tradition of using the criminal courts to settle civil debts, and of treating a man's labor as a currency with which to pay fines and mortgages, was being recognized, ominously, by the new commercial engines of the era. In Alabama, the nexus of new economic mechanisms, old legal patterns, and antebellum traditions of industrial slavery occurred more naturally than in any other place. The system of leasing convicts soon radically altered the implications of the debt enforcement process and the significance of each official involved in it. County sheriffs and judges had dabbled with leasing black convicts out to local farmers, or to contractors under hire to repair roads and bridges, beginning almost immediately after the Civil War. But as the state turned ever larger blocks of African Americans over to private companies, an organized market for prisoners began to evolve. Soon, labor agents for the mining and timber companies were scouring the countryside to make arrangements for acquiring able-bodied black laborers, just as John Tillman had done to locate slaves for the Shelby Iron Works during the war, just as Rev. Starr's son was doing when Sipe Cottenham was leased to the Briarfield Furnaces in the 1860s. Instead of slave owners, the men who now controlled squads of black laborers available to the highest bidder were sheriffs. The key distinction: slavery's increase 65. However, between the sheriff and the old slave masters was that since these African Americans were not his or anyone else's permanent property, he had no reason for concern about how they were treated by their new keepers or whether they survived at all. By the early 1880s, 29 of Alabama's 67 counties were leasing their prisoners. The trade in black workers continued to swell. Because of the financial benefits of leasing convicts rather than sending them to state officials, some counties opted to prosecute men accused of felonies on misdemeanor charges solely so the sheriff and other locals could receive the proceeds of the prisoner's lease. County prisoners eventually far surpassed the number of men pressed into forced labor by the state. Control of those county convicts was lucrative, for both the companies who acquired them and the sheriffs who supplied them. In addition to the fees they received from defendants, sheriffs also kept any amount left over from daily feeding fees paid for each prisoner by the state. As a result, Alabama's sheriffs were financially motivated to arrest and convict as many people as possible, and simultaneously to feed them as little as they could get away with. In counties where large numbers of convicts were sold to the mining companies, such as Jefferson County, where Birmingham was located, a speculative trade in convict contracts developed. The witnesses and public officials who were owed portions of the lease payments earned by the convicts received paper receipts, usually called scrips, from the county that could be redeemed only after a convict had generated enough money to pay them off. Rather than wait for the full amount, holders of the scrips would sell their notes for cash to speculators at a lower than face amount. In return, the buyers were to receive the full lease payments, profiting handsomely on those convicts who survived, losing money on the short-lived. In Jefferson County, the financial arrangements on each convict were recorded in ledger books showing earnings due to each official and then a subsequent calculation of the final rate of return on each prisoner after his release, escape, or death. The job of a county sheriff became a heady enterprise, often more akin to the business of trading in mules than law enforcement. Sheriffs and their local judges developed special relationships with local companies and preferred acquirers of their prisoners. Arrests surged and fell, not as acts of 66. Crime increased or receded, but in tandem to the varying needs of the buyers of labor. Companies, commissioners, justices of the peace, probate judges, and sheriffs issued offers of rewards for escapees. Constables arrested men on speculation that they might be wanted elsewhere, seizing them on the basis of rumors, and then inquiring whether there might be reward money available in the county from which they hailed. Town bullies and rural store owners such as Elliot became bounty hunters verging on extortionists. Swift, uncomplicated adjudication was the key to the system. Trials were discouraged, lawyers for black misdemeanor defendants were scant. Indeed, the fee system with its additional charge for each act in the judicial process or appearance of another witness or official was a built-in disincentive to prisoners who knew that each added dollar of their final fine and costs would ultimately equate to additional days held in forced labor. The span of time from arrest to conviction and judgment to delivery at a slave mine or mill was often no more than 72 hours. The most common penalty was 9 months to a year in a slave mine or lumber camp. All of this was predicated on the absolute defenselessness of black men to the legal system, and the near certainty that most would be unable to bond themselves out of jail or pay fines imposed upon them. Across Alabama, northern Florida, and Georgia, a bewildering world of casual judicial process emerged in which affidavits were scribbled on scraps of notebook paper, half-official judges and strong men assuming the authority to arrest resided every few miles. Men were identified and arrested on the basis of meaningless physical descriptions, and hardly anyone could sign their own name. Increasingly, it was a system driven not by any goal of enforcement or public protection against serious offenses, but purely to generate fees and claim bounties. The county convict leasing system, with its efficient mechanisms for forcing black men to do the bidding of white business operators, soon leached into the process of collecting debts of any kind. White farmers who advanced money to black tenants at the beginning of a crop season began to enforce their debts not by evicting those black men who fell behind, but by swearing out criminal warrants accusing them of fraud. Facing certain conviction by a local white judge, most laborers willingly agreed to accept their white landlords who had brought them to court in the first place. Why? Slavery's increase 67. As their sureties. The defendants typically would confess judgment, an archaic legal concept under which the accused confesses his responsibility before being tried. The local judge then accepted payment and forfeiture of a bond from the white surety, rather than render a verdict on the alleged crime. In return, the African American farmer would sign a contract to work without compensation for the white landlord for however long it took to pay back the amount of the bond. The instances of confessing judgment spread rapidly through the farming regions of the South, according to local court dockets of the 1880s and 1890s. This was especially true as Southern states adopted more statutes intended to criminalize routine black behaviors such as carrying a weapon, riding on empty freight train cars, or violations of racial etiquette such as speaking loudly in the presence of white women. On its face, the arrangement appeared similar to other practices that would remain common in the courts for the next century and beyond, granting mercy to a criminal partly in exchange for a commitment to repair the damage of their crimes, and place themselves under the close supervision of a trusted party. Occasionally, confessing judgment in the 1880s was precisely just such a legitimate, humane resolution of a legal matter. But only rarely. The records of thousands of prosecutions show it was vastly more likely that an arrested black man, knowing he had no possibility of true due process, or acquittal, agreed to confess judgment specifically to avoid the far more dire alternatives that he knew lay in wait. It was the 19th century equivalent of modern plea bargains, in which a defendant agrees to a lesser sentence ahead of trial in order to be spared any possibility of the most severe punishment. The exception being that in the variation of this practice in the 1880s, it was a nearly foregone conclusion that the man under arrest would be found guilty of something. Often, his only hope for moderating the blow was to negotiate the most bearable form of forced labor. The black men who confessed judgment avoided being sold into the slave mines, but traded that fate for onerous labor contracts closer to home or working under men they had at least elementary knowledge of their present landlord, or often with the same farm families under whom they or their slave forebears had worked in antebellum times. The result was that black tenant farmers and sharecroppers often returned as uncompensated convict laborers, subject to imprisonment, shackles, and the lash, to the 68th. Same fields where a few days earlier they had worked as independent, free men. White farmers often continued to claim that the convict laborer was incurring additional debts for necessities such as visits by a doctor, medical care, clothing, damaged implements, or housing. Once captured by a contract under which the black man was not free until all his debts were paid, the convict, who in fact might never have been found guilty of a crime, could be held almost indefinitely. Moreover, almost any white person who became involved in the resolution of a black man's legal situation could casually add his own costs to the balance of a prisoner's debt and compel him to labor for an even longer period. When a black man named Sevi Pearson was accused in Tallapoosa County of battery against a woman named Cora Iverson in April 1885, he confessed judgment to an elderly notary public named Luke Davenport as part of an arrangement with John W. Pace, an active acquirer of black men through the courts. Davenport, whose legal credentials were limited to a stint as an acting justice of the peace 3 decades earlier, had the legal power to order Pearson to pay a total of $70.50. Pace paid the penalty for him instead, and Pearson signed a contract under which he agreed to work for Pace for 9 months. Ominously, the contract included a provision that the black laborer further agrees that he will take such treatment as other convicts. Carrot. In November 1887, the county clerk of Wilcox County wrote the state official in charge of the system for leasing prisoners into mines and lumber camps, to outline arrangements related to the anticipated gubernatorial pardon for 2 black convicts named Cat Sellers and Lewis Walker. My fees for this and forms applications are contingent on the Negroes working with John Pritchett after their liberation. He having paid for their attorney's fees, notices, wrote the clerk, Thomas L. Cochran ***, only the slimmest fraction of men forced into Alabama's slave mines ever gained a governor's pardon. Even for many of them, freedom did not mean being free. In its full bloom, the misdemeanor convict leasing system solved 2 critical problems for Southern whites. It terrorized the larger black population into compliance with a social order in which they willingly submitted to complete domination by whites, and it significantly funded the opera. Slavery's increase 69. Shins of government by converting black forced labor into funds for the counties and states. Most scholars of American history have accepted that the repressive legal measures and violence of the post-Civil War era were the result, at least in part, of the lawless behavior of freed slaves. Charitable, if patronizing, iterations of this picmora attributed the supposed criminal inclinations of freedmen to the psychic injuries of their generations of bondage, or simply to the difficulty of any emancipated people in adjusting to the dynamics of a life in freedom. The reality of crime in the era, based on the ACMAL arrest records of many counties in Alabama, Florida, and Georgia, is that true crime was almost trivial in most places. In the Bibb County of January 1878, where African Americans still had the legal right to vote, the biggest criminal threat to the peace of the county was a band of gypsies plying their wares from an encampment near Columbiana and wandering the muddy wagon rut roads in the Coimtree. To move them along, the sheriff brought charges of vagrancy and of trading goods between the hours of sunrise and sunset, an offense that would increasingly be used to prevent freed slaves from buying goods from anyone other than their white landlords. Before the case could be heard, the idle gypsies moved on. Peace was maintained. Later that year, during the summer, James Cottingham, one of Alicia's many white grandsons and a regular troublemaker in the post-war years, was convicted of assault and battery with a weapon. His fine was $1 plus court costs. He paid it and was free. In neighboring Shelby County, The arrest log of 1,878 shows only 21 prisoners brought to jail for the year. There were 3 homicides in that time, and a woman named Lucy Cohill was arrested for adultery, a charge that in almost all instances stemmed from sexual relations between a black and a white. But few other cases even registered in the public eye. The total fees charged to all those arrested amounted to $80.80. Little changed over the next 2 years, with the number of inmates in the county jail never exceeding 20. All of that transformed as the value of leasing black convicts became 70. More apparent. County after county was adopting the practice. The attraction was not just that local officials could fob off most of the cost and trouble of housing and guarding prisoners. By the end of the 1870s, the opportunity represented by forcing black laborers into the mines was being richly fulfilled at Lilner's Newcastle Coal Co., operating just north of where the Pratt mines were then being developed, and Shelby County's Eureka Mines. The Eureka Mine Complex consisted of 2 operations, one manned by free miners and the other by convicts. Managing the forced labor was J.W. Comer, a descendant of one of Alabama's great pre-war slave-owning families and a brother to Braxton Bragg Corner Carrot, who would become Alabama's governor in 1907. Under Comer, the Eureka Iron Works thrived on a cruel mix of primitive excavation techniques and relentless, atavistic physical force. State inspectors sent to the convict work camps wrote repeatedly during the 1870s that the convicts everywhere were being properly cared for and guarded, humanely treated. Similarly facile characterizations would be issued repeatedly by other examiners over the decades of convict leasing, often the result of payoffs between the acquirers of forced laborers and their supposed supervisors. The reality of conditions inside the Eureka mines was documented with rare clarity as a result of a brief state inquiry in 1881 into Comer's operations and Milner's Newcastle mines. More significantly, vignettes of Comer's conduct were also recorded as a result of the presence of a prisoner able and willing to complain of conditions named Ezekiel Archie, and the tenure of a nominally sympathetic Alabama official in charge of guarding the welfare of leased prisoners, Reginald H. Dawson. Archie, a prisoner leased into Comer's Eureka mines, wrote that the convicts lived in a windowless log stockade, their quarters filled with filth and vermin. Gunpowder cans were used to hold human waste that periodically would fill up and run over on bed where some prisoners were shackled in place at night. Prisoners left for the mine at 3 a.m. in chains, forced to march at a quick trot. The grueling task of boring rock for dynamite, exploding sections of a seam of coal, and shoveling tons of the remains into cars lasted until 8. Every day some one of us were carried to our last resting, the grave. Slavery's increase 71. Day after day we looked death in the face and was afraid to speak, Archie wrote. We can go back to 79 and 77, all these years of how we suffered. No humane being can tell. Yet we hear. Go ahead. Fate seems to curse a convict. Death seems to summon us hence. Indeed, between 1878 and 1880, 25 prisoners died at the Eureka mines, most dumped unceremoniously into shallow earthen pits on the edge of the mine site. During hearings held by the Special Legislative Commission in 1881 to inquire into the conditions and operations of the convict leasing system, a witness named Jonathan D. Good testified that Comer ordered a recaptured black escapee to lie on the ground and the dogs were biting him. He begged piteously to have the dogs taken off of him, but Comer refused to allow it. Then, Comer took a stirrup strap, doubled it and wet it, stripped him naked, bucked him, and whipped him unmercifully, over half an hour. The Negro begged them to take a gun and kill him, Good continued. They left him in a Negro cabin where, he died within a few hours. An assistant superintendent at the mine, James O'Rourke, testified that guards whipped prisoners with a leather strap or stick about an inch broad and 2 foot long. For offenses as generic as disobeying rules, state law allowed up to 39 lashes. Punishment was far more severe for infractions as minor as fighting, tearing bedding, or insolence toward guards. One witness told of the use of water torture at Eureka, on convicts for whom whipping was deemed insufficient. Such prisoners were physically restrained. Then, water poured in his face on the upper lip, and effectually stops his breathing as long as there is a constant stream. Over the next 30 years, variations of this medieval water torture technique were repeatedly employed in southern slave labor camps, in some cases supplanting whipping as a preferred method of punishment. Many convict managers chose this terrifying method because the convict was able to more quickly recover and return to work than after a severe flogging. The commission also investigated Milner's no-caste mines, where both state and county convicts were at work. Milner was already one of the key industrial pioneers of Alabama, having mapped and directed the effort to 72. Build one of the state's most important railroad routes prior to the Civil War. Milner had grown up in a slave-owning family, and in early adulthood owned a little Negro of his own named Steve, who followed him about like a shadow, according to one contemporary. Milner put his Steve and several other slaves to work prospecting for gold in the 1840s to earn his tuition for college. Registered elected to the state senate in 1866, Milner, short of height but a deliberate speaker, was a key figure in the later ouster of African Americans from all political participation and authored a widely distributed statement titled, "White Men of Alabama Stand Together." He was one of the founders of the city of Birmingham in the 1870s. By 1881, Milner was already one of the state's most substantial industrialists. His primary company, Milner Coal and Railway Company, developed extensive mines at Coalbug and Newcastle, north of Birmingham. At Newcastle, Milner played the part of a self-aggrandizing antebellum slave master. The complex featured its own private railroad, more than 150 forced laborers acquired from the state and various counties, and an elaborate system of high-temperature beehive ovens used to make coke, a derivative of regular bituminous coal from which impurities had been baked out. A quarter-mile from the mine, Milner presided over his family and received political and business visitors in a spacious house featuring a detached kitchen, smokehouse, and barns. Orchards and rose gardens crowded the home. It was a different scene in the prison mine not far away. A description of Milner's mine by the New York Times in December 1882 told of black prisoners packed into a single cramped cabin like slaves on the Atlantic Passage. The building had no windows. Vermin-ridden bunks stacked 3 high were covered with straw and ravaged blankets. Revoltingly filthy food was served cold from unwashed coal buckets, and all 150 black convicts shared 3 half-barrel tubs for washing. All convicts were forced to wear shackles consisting of an iron hoop fastened around the ankle to which is attached a chain 2 feet long and terminating in a ring. The powerful utility of slave labor as a weapon against the unionization of free laborers began to become most apparent in 1882, when hundreds of skilled and unskilled workers refused to continue work at the Pratt mines. Slavery's increase 73. The steadily enlarging labyrinth of shafts on the edge of Birmingham. The miners objected to a sharp wage reduction and the company's growing reliance on convict laborers. Rather than relent to the strikers' demands, the company leased the mines to Comer, who filled them with legions of convicts at his disposal. The strike was crushed. The same year, Alabama collected $50,000 in revenue from the sale of convict leases. The impact of that relatively brief labor event and its correspondence with payments equal to approximately $860,000 in modern currency, when adjusted for inflation, would be felt for decades. It forged in dramatic fashion the consensus that the coal and steel industry of Birmingham would thrive only with a central reliance on forced labor. That would not change for a half-century. Later in 1882, state inspectors, writing the first candid official assessment of convict camps, said the private prisons were totally unfit for use, without ventilation, without adequate water supplies, crowded to excess, filthy beyond description. Prisoners were poorly clothed and fed. Excessively and sometimes cruelly punished, there were no hospitals, the sick were neglected, and they were so much intimidated that it was next to impossible to get from them anything touching on their treatment. Milner also operated a slave mine at the aptly named Coalbug. The place was no town, but a ramshackle mining camp adjacent to a shaft into a seam of coal that would be exhaustively mined for more than 80 years. The prison at Kolberg, and its nearby successor, Flat Top, were synonymous with the most wretched conditions that could develop in the forced labor mines. The Kolberg prison had no floor or toilets, prisoners were fed only meat and bread. Many men were being held long past the expiration of their ostensible sentences. In the late spring of 1883, 8 out of 100 prisoners died, a rate that the state prison inspector extrapolated to be 30% a year. Milner had no compunction about his view that black prisoners purchased from the state and from county sheriffs were his to do with as he saw fit. True, they were no longer mortgaged slaves, as were Steve and the blacks he had owned in the 1850s. But he was as much their lord and master as he had been over the African families. Shortly after the war, he warned fellow Southerners of the importance of combating the unthrift, idleness, and weeds that were certain to follow the emancipation of the slaves. 74. Milner became the central figure in an orbit of shrewd but brutal Southern industrialists who shared his views on the best means of managing black laborers. Beginning before the Civil War, Milner teamed up with William Hampton Flowers to operate slave-driven timbering operations near Ball-HNG, Alabama. Using mostly hand tools and enormous exertion, the slaves fashioned thousands of cross ties for the railroads then under construction across southern Alabama. After the war, Flowers purchased a half interest in Mill ER's timber operation. The partnership, Milner, Caldwell and Flowers Lumber Co., built a state-of-the-art sawmill and came to control tens of thousands of acres of prime forest land. From the 1880s through the of the century, the company relied on thousands of convict laborers leased from counties and the state of Alabama to produce vast quantities of merpentine and millions of linear feet of cut lumber and cross ties. In the spring of 1883, a Milner was made an offer by the entrepreneur behind an ambitious railroad under construction from Atlanta. Milner quickly sold to the Georgia Pacific Railroad part of his Kolberg mine operation and, in an overtly illegal aspect of the transaction, a lot of 100 black convicts. The buyer of both the mine and the forced laborers was capped. James W. English, a powerful Atlanta politician who also headed Chattahoochee Brick Company in Atlanta, the biggest and arguably most abusive buyer of forced laborers in Georgia. In 1883, Alabama's prison inspector, Reginald Dawson, began to visit prisons populated with men convicted of state crimes, and a commission of the state legislature undertook an investigation to ensure that the prisoners were being humanely treated. The moves were made not out of humanitarian concerns but as acts of preservation for the system. In some other states, notably Tennessee, public criticism of barbaric conditions among prison laborers had threatened the entire practice of convict leasing. In Alabama, the system was already proving uniquely well suited to the needs of mine owners, coke oven operators, form dries, and lumber and turpentine camps. The men in charge were committed to preserving the system against any criticism. Shortly before a Milner's transaction flouting the laws that superficially governed Alabama's prison mines, Dawson became chief inspector of the State Board of Inspectors of Convicts. He was a South Carolina native, born. Slavery's increase 75. In 1838 to an illustrious lawyer and planter father. The family moved to Dallas County, Alabama, in 1842, and Dawson studied to become an attorney. A lieutenant in an Alabama infantry regiment during the war, he was wounded and came home in 1864. Dawson distinguished himself as one among a small number of Southerners who were troubled by the obvious contradictions between the convict leasing laws and the realities of the forced labor system that it spawned. He repeatedly gave officials an unvarnished assessment of the situation, apparently in the sincere belief that with full exposure, the apparatus of Alabama's traffic in African Americans could be reformed. After becoming chief convict inspector, Dawson visited prison encampments scattered across the state. In addition to examining the destinations of state convicts, a law passed the previous year also allowed state officials to inspect the larger, but even less regulated, county convict system. An early stop was at J.W. Comer's plantation in Barber County. Dawson described the men held there on misdemeanor charges in a desperate condition, poorly clothed and fed, and unnecessarily chained and shackled. At the Pratolines, then also under the management of Comer and his business partner, William A. L. C. Curdy, Dawson observed extremely high death rates. He termed conditions at 2 drift mines as having miserable accommodations, unfit for men to be kept in. Registered like Comer, A.L.C. Curdy was a South Alabama man with a long track record, first in slaves, then in convicts, on his Lowndes County farm. On I. Curdy's plantation in Lowndes County, 70 black convicts leased from the state and an unknown number of county prisoners were held in 2 pens called the upper and lower cells. The farm would operate with forced laborers for at least 50 years. Registered despite the conditions and the appalling number of maimed and disabled men that Dawson found at the mines operated by Comer, Lilner, and the other forced labor entrepreneurs in 1883, there was little he could do. Comer and A.L.C. Curdy, as well as the Pratolines, held binding contracts under which the corporations had effective ownership of 200 pre-owners each. Dawson wrote repeatedly in his diary during the hot summer of that year that he was stronger than ever in the conviction that the convicts should 76. Not be worked in the mines. The inspector also began to write country judges across Alabama urging them to cease the transfer of local prisoners to the desperate mines near Birmingham. Dozens received such letters, including one on September 10, 1883, to Simon O'Neill reporting that prisoners at the Pratt mines are not well clothed. He added, "I think the work required of some of the convicts is excessive." 2 weeks later, Dawson wrote R.A.J. Cumley, "The appalling amount of deaths that have occurred at the mines, both from disease and accidents, the great number of cripples, the men broken down by disease to be found there should convince the public that they should not be forced to incur the augurs incident to this sort of work." Happy face. After Dawson inquired into the circumstances of a convict from Lee County being held by Comer and McCurdy at one camp, the inspector realized that although the man had been in custody since 1875, 8 years, he wasn't listed in official records as a prisoner. Comer never reported him, Dawson wrote to the Lee County judge. Comer and McCurdy have had him near 2 years. You have no idea how many such cases I have worked up. Dawson appealed to Governor Edward A. O'Neill for help. Convicts have been hired out and lost sight of, others are in possession of contractors and no bond or contract on file. Others have been found in possession of parties different from those to whom hired. Dawson's pleas had little effect. By March 1883, 29 counties were leasing their prisoners to mines. Altogether, in excess of 400 such men were being forced into labor, the vast majority of them because of their inability to pay fines imposed for minor or spurious offenses. Similarly, Dawson discovered multiple county prisoners at the Newcastle and Coalbug prison mines owned by Milner who had never been paid for by the company and were never listed on the rolls of prisoners that a Dillner was required by law to maintain. The benefit of never showing a prisoner on the official registers of convicts was tremendous. The company holding him could ignore its obligation to make monthly payments to the county of the prisoner's arrest. Far more ominously, the prisoner could be held indefinitely. The end effect, by almost any definition, was to reduce the convict to a slave. After a visit to Coalbug in July 1885, Dawson wrote, "Slavery's increase 77. In his diary, still a great deal of sickness. There is much dissatisfaction and complaints here. The convicts are demoralized and the management is bad." Dawson could never determine how many such cases occurred. He wrote that his investigation never truly probed to the bottom. Even inspectors such as Dawson rarely considered an even more troubling dimension of the system, that much larger numbers of the prisoners whether listed on the official registers or not had committed no real crime. A woman named Annie Tucker was convicted of a misdemeanor and sold into the Pratt mines in 1883. She later testified during a legislative inquiry that she cooked, washed, and ironed at mines. At some point that year, P.J. Rogers, an official at the prison who later became sheriff of Jefferson County, so severely whipped Tucker that the Board of Inspectors censured him. Dawson wrote in his diary that Tucker ran away from Mr. McCurdy's house, was caught and carried to the prison. Col. Bankhead whipped her himself not severely after he left. By order of Mr. McCurdy, P.J. Rogers stripped her, had her held down, and inflicted 56 lashes upon her with a heavy strap. Registered after a meeting on November 14, 1883, with two white men who had recently visited Comer's Pratt mines, Dawson wrote in his personal diary. Disgusted with what they found at shaft, men eating out of coal shovels. Notified Col. Ensley to furnish men things to eat out of and other necessaries. Reported to Governor the neglect of sick men, and also cruelty. A week later Dawson visited the shaft mine himself. Found things not at all improved, men lousy, filthy, and dirty. Had no change for near 2 months, beds scarce and dirty. One very sick man in a cell in a miserable condition. The plantation operations of J.W. Comer were no better. After a visit to the Comer farm in Barber County, Dawson wrote, things in bad order. No fireplace in cell. No arrangements for washing, no hospital. Everything filthy, privy, terrible, convicts ragged, many barefooted. Very heavily ironed. Elected officials responded by adopting new rules governing the leasing of convicts. Companies that acquired forced laborers were mandated to 78. Provide clean quarters and adequate food. Guards were prohibited from using cruel or excessive punishment. The new rules also dictated that if the body of a dead prisoner was not taken by a family member, the company was responsible for an orderly interment. Except for the requirements of racial separation, operators of the slave labor camps royally ignored the rules. Between 1882 and the end of 1883, the number of convicts in the Pratt mines increased from 92 state prisoners and an unknown number of county convicts to more than 500 slave laborers in its slope and shaft mines, about half its total workforce. One of Dawson's deputies wrote him in December 1883 that conditions at the Pratt mines were severely deteriorating. Most of the Negroes have not had a change of clothing in from 3 to 9 weeks and are as lousy as they can be, wrote Albert T. Henley, citing the filthy condition of things. In 1884, Archie, still imprisoned at the Eureka mine, wrote to Dawson decrying the treatment he and other black men continued to receive. Comer is a hard man. I have seen men come to him with their shirts a solid scab on their back and beg him to help them, and he would say let the hide grow back and take it off again. I have seen him hit men 100 and 160 with a 10-prong strop, then say they was not whipped. He would go off after an escaped man come one day with him and dig his grave the same day. We go to cell wet, go to bed wet and arise wet the following morning, and every guard knocking, beating, yelling, keep in line, jumping ditches, Archie wrote. In 1885, when Dawson personally appealed to Lilner to unchain his permanently shackled laborers at the Newcastle mines for some portion of each day or night, Milner reacted contemptuously. My best and longest mine men, Milner wrote back, will get away and then ruin my business here. Or its part, Shelby County, though home to some of Alabama's most glaringly abusive slave mines, moved cautiously, reconsidering each year whether to partake in the profits offered by the new trade in laborers or to stick with working prisoners on the muddy country roads and collapsing bridges across the county. On December 13, 1880, the County Commission. Slavery's increase 79. Split the difference, ordering that prisoners convicted of crimes in the following year be hired to an outside labor agent, but that the men be employed on public works. The labor agent was the firm of Comer and McCurdy. The requirement for prisoners to be used on the public roads was only temporary, however. Late in 1881, the commissioners authorized the probate judge to hire local convicts to a farm, coal mine, or iron works, with the nearby Shelby Iron Works production facility or Comer's Eureka mines obviously in mind. Immediately the character of law enforcement in the county changed profoundly. Happy face. In November of that year, the jail suddenly filled with 45 prisoners, 6 charged with burglary, 10 accused of carrying a concealed weapon, 6 for petty larceny, and, notably, a woman named Molly Stubbs was accused of vagrancy. It was the first use of the old-fashioned idleness charge in many years, almost certainly the first since the end of the Civil War. Stubbs was ordered to work 40 days at hard labor to pay off a $12 fine. Now engaged in the business of black labor, the Shelby County Jail stayed a busy place from then on. A month rarely passed in which there were fewer than 20 prisoners. Charges such as vagrancy, adultery, using obscene or abusive language, and obtaining goods under false pretenses suddenly became common, and were almost always filed against African Americans. In July 1883, Shelby County recognized that the initial restrictions placed by local officials on prisoner leasing were limiting the revenue that could be generated. The commission named Amos Elliott, the county's best-known and longest-standing storekeeper and justice of the peace, to act as its agent in the management of prisoners. Elliott was given virtual carte blanche as to the fate of men arrested in Shelby County, receiving authorization to hire out prisoners to persons or corporations in accordance with state laws revised earlier that year. The one caveat was that Elliott was also to make the necessary arrangements for the safekeeping and proper care of convicts, and, in accordance with the rules of treatment the state had adopted along with its newest statute on prisoner labor, Elliott was bound to scrutinize and inquire into the management and treatment of said convicts. Registered 80. Elliott, already well acquainted from his many years as a justice of the peace with the pecuniary benefits of the Alabama fee system, energetically took up the first order of the commission. There was no indication that he did on the second. Despite the Shelby commissioners' initial reluctance to see their prisoners dispatched to commercial enterprises, the lure of private sector payments was simply more than any paternalistic good intentions could resist. In February of 1884, the Commission approved payments to Elliott of $273.93 for his work in hiring out prisoners and judging cases. Approval was also granted for $94 paid to James T. Deeper for his help in placing convicts, and F. A. Nelson, the county sheriff, was authorized to receive $173 for having arrested them. Like Elliott, the men engaged in the county's trade of forced labor weren't marginal or disreputable figures. The sheriff was a popular elected official. J. T. Deeper was the county solicitor, and worked as a lawyer in partnership with W. B. Brown, president of the Columbiana Savings Bank and on several occasions mayor of the town. The number of men arrested, and the fees paid to such prominent local white men, escalated swiftly, even as the particularities of the ostensible judicial process deteriorated. Between late summer of 1884 and the spring of 1886, more than 200 prisoners passed through the jail and then into private hands. In county ledgers, the nature of the charges against most of them, or the amounts of the fines they were ordered to pay, weren't recorded. 5 years earlier, with the passing of New Year's Day 1881, the people of adjoining Bibb County found themselves under the extraordinary power of a new county judge. Jonathan S. Gardner, veteran county commissioner, had been elevated to the nearly omnipotent position. From a shiny straight-back chair in the courthouse, Judge Gardner controlled both the judicial and administrative functions of local government, with the power to tax citizens, build roads and bridges to their farms, convict them of crimes, decide their punishments, and incarcerate them as he saw fit. Gardner succeeded attorney Thomas J. Smitherman, descendant of one of the county's most prominent families, a major holder of property, and a neighbor and longtime acquaintance of the Cottinghams. In August, Slavery's Increase 8L. 1865, Smitherman, also a Confederate veteran, had been authorized by the Provisional Governor of Alabama to give oaths of allegiance to residents of the county wishing to restore their citizenship rights. While the power of the county judge's position whenever it intersected with the life of a specific individual was almost boundless, there was in fact little in the way of meaningful philosophical policy shifts that the new county judge could effect. Which roads and bridges to rebuild after each year's spring downpours, in what order, and by whom among the small coterie of local men who lived primarily off the odd jobs of the county, were the judge's most consistent questions and demonstrable executive power. They were mundane decisions, but often were the determining factor between which farmers would thrive and which would wither in isolation. A passable road was critical to the primitive task of moving to market a 500-pound load of cotton, the sole goal of most small acreage farmers. A washed-out bridge, unrepaired, might be insurmountable. Crime and punishment was the judge's other realm of discretion. While the number of men brought up on even the smallest of criminal charges in the 19th century was inconsequential, no more than a dozen a year, the county judge's method of response was virtually unlimited. It was here that the new Judge Gardner would make his mark. 6 months after Gardner took office, Bib Cormty joined the rising tide. 2 days after the county's Independence Day celebrations that July, Dave Wilson was charged with assault and battery and the equally serious crime of using abusive and insulting language in the presence of females. Found guilty, Wilson, a 21-year-old black farmhand, was sentenced to 10 days of hard labor, under the supervision of the sheriff, plus the cost of the court proceeding. A few months later, Abram Griffin, an itinerant black farmhand from Montgomery, faced charges of carrying a concealed weapon and assault and battery. Guns carried by black men were becoming an increasingly potent issue among white Southerners. Across the South, but nowhere more intensely than in Alabama, public campaigns were underway to ban the possession of firearms by any African American. In an era when great numbers of Southern men carried sidearms, the crime of carrying a concealed weapon enforced almost solely against black men would by the turn of the century become one of the most consistent instruments of black. 82. Incarceration. The larger implications of disarming black men, at a time when they were simultaneously being stripped of political and legal protections, were transparent. Griffin's assault, whatever it was, little interested the Bibb County judge in 1881. He was convicted but fined only $1. On the charge of carrying a weapon, however, the man faced a serious penalty. Unable to pay the court a $50 fine and costs, Griffin instead was forced by Judge Gardner to work at hard labor 188½ days. Later that year, Judge Gardner presided over the case of Milton Cottingham, one of the former slaves Elisha had watched come of age on the banks of the Cahaba and likely another son of Scipio. Milton was still working a portion of the land he had farmed as a slave for Elisha, though by 1880 he was a sharecropper on a plot next to Rev. Starr's old home on the Cottingham Loop. Like Sipe, he had married after slavery to a woman half his age, and lived with Julie and their 2-year-old son, Gabe, just steps from the slave cabins Milt had known as a boy. On Halloween Day of 1881, Milton came before Judge Gardner, charged with malicious mischief. The prosecutor was Thomas Smitherman, the former judge. At issue was an alleged injury to some cows owned by A.B. McIntosh. Only the barest details of the accusation survive in court records, but it was not uncommon in the South at the time for a white landowner to accuse a tenant farmer of overworking or otherwise harming a mule or cow furnished along with the land. Ostensible injuries to the livestock could be another basis for landowners to withhold additional amounts from their sharecroppers when it came time to settle accounts at the end of the year. Whatever the specifics in Milt Cottingham's case, he pleaded not guilty. Judge Gardner heard testimony on the alleged incident and ruled the former slave before him guilty. He levied a fine of $24. The vast majority of African Americans in the county, or the entire South for that matter, in 1881, given the same outcome, would have faced a Ostian bargain. $24 was a huge sum, the equivalent for most laborers of 3 months or more of wages. Without cash, the typical freedman would have had to choose between spending a year or more held by the county in a primitive jail, and working a chain gang on the roads each day. Or he, slavery's increase, 83, could agree to work for an even longer period as the near property of a white man willing to pay the fine on his behalf. Alick Cottingham enjoyed a rare advantage. The community of former Cottingham slaves remained sufficiently intact and had prospered enough during Reconstruction that Milt's brothers, James and George, appeared on his behalf, with $24 in hand. The black Cottinghams had not yet been crushed. Milt was set free on February 13, 1893, the Bibb County Commission voted to hire out convicts of the county that have heretofore and may hereafter be convicted. The probate judge, M.Y. Hayes, was made the labor agent for the county and ordered to enter into a 2-year contract under which convicts would be leased out for $4 per month per head, and $2.50 to cover the county court costs of each prisoner. 2 years later, in 1895, the commission authorized Hayes to continue leasing as in his discretion he deems best. At the same meeting, the commission approved a proposal for upgrading and repairing a local road, perhaps the modest government's single most important function in encouraging the prosperity of its rural residents. The road to be improved that winter was the one leading to the farm of Elisha's son, whose children had been forced to trek across the war-riven South in 1862, Moses L. Cottingham. When the cotton came in later that year, the white Cottingham would have no trouble getting to market. 4. Green Cottingham's World. T/7E Negro dies faster. In the 2 decades after Henry and Mary Cottingham exchanged vows at Wesley Chapel, the pair had successfully established their own self-sustained lives apart from the old Cottingham plantation. They and many of the other former slaves who had banded together with Scipio and lived in proximity at the crossroads of 6 Mile eventually moved into the settlement at Briarfield, the remnants of the town surrounding the old furnaces where Scipio had worked as a slave and a freedman, and the location of a basic school for black children. The Cottingham slaves scratched out a tenuous self-reliant life. But the years did not pass easily. Mary's increase, as Elisha Cottingham had called the future offspring of the slave girl Frances when he gave her away in 1852, had been great, but leavened with pain and sorrow. She carried 9 children to birth. Only 6 survived early childhood. Cooney, the little freedom baby who had arrived with such expectation, was not among them. The last of Henry and Mary's children, a 4th boy, came in May of 1886. Henry called him Green, the same name as Henry's mulatto uncle born on Elisha Cottingham's plantation more than 50 years earlier. Beyond the confines of the family's strained domesticity, little else was evolving in the way that Henry and Mary, and millions of other black Southerners, had imagined at the dawn of freedom. As Green grew into school age and then adolescence, the family in Green Cottingham's World. 85. Increasingly felt the repercussions of 2 convulsive crescendos building toward a climax early in the next century. First was the progressively more overt effort to obliterate all manner of black independence and civic participation in the South, the effective reversal of the guarantees of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Then came a fevered movement to follow the great American territorial expansions of the 19th century with an era of unprecedented government-engineered social and economic uplift almost wholly reserved for whites. The 2 campaigns arrived like successive storms on a shore, the first violent wave smashing any creation of man, the second scouring what had been, scattering the remains, and saturating the soil with salt. The totality of the destruction to be wrought on American blacks was underscored by a remarkable and little acknowledged facet of Southern life in the final 2 decades of the 1800s. African Americans, by the most critical economic measures, were not significantly disadvantaged in comparison to the great mass of poor whites that surrounded them in the South. Of 4.4 million black Southerners, poverty was abject and daunting. But millions of white Southerners shared the same plight. And while more than half of Southern blacks, about 2.5 million, could not read, there were 1.3 million whites among their neighbors who also were illiterate. The prolonged economic inferiority and social subjugation of African Americans that was to be ubiquitous in much of the next century was not a conclusion preordained by the traditions of antebellum slavery. Indeed, optimism and an expansive sense of opportunity pervaded black life in the years surrounding Green Cottingham's birth in 1886. African Americans still felt strongly that they were on the cusp of authentic integration into mainstream American life. Inspired by the moral force of the Civil War victory and the pronouncements of evangelical uplift, self-reliance, and personal improvement offered by an army of black pastors and statesmen of abolition such as Frederick Douglass, and soon Booker T. Washington, black Americans were poised to assimilate fully into American society. Already, African Americans were seeing concrete dividends from the black public schools established during Reconstruction. The challenges of freedom's aftermath remained surmountable, and 86. The United States, just beginning to emerge as a truly modern nation, was embarking upon an unparalleled period of strategic social uplift. Blacks and poor whites alike were ready to exploit the opportunities of what would become a 50-year campaign by federal and state governments to dramatically elevate the horizons of tens of millions of Americans living in crude frontier towns, urban tenements, and the isolation of remote rural farms. By World War II, millions of white Southerners had been raised from profound poverty, illiteracy, and ignorance to at least modest middle-class status. Free public schools, consistent medical care, passable roads, clean tap water, electricity, even the concept of regular hourly wage work, all still rarities across the South and much of the rest of the nation at the dusk of the 19th century, were promulgated upon millions of the most dispossessed of Americans with a speed and efficacy that in hindsight made the Great Society initiatives of the 1960s appear timid and indolent. Even as Southern whites rampaged violently and blacks suffered a grinding series of legal and political reverses, African American men continued to save meager funds to buy farms, mules, and plows. Black land ownership surged. New communities were established. Additional schools were opened against extraordinary odds. Most African Americans were resigned to the reality that whites would hold a dominant position in Southern society, but found it incomprehensible that they and their descendants might be relegated again to a permanent, inferior social and legal position. Many, probably a majority, were reconciled to the likelihood of second-class citizenship. But, as argued by Booker T. Washington, they saw this status as a way station to full participation in society, a time to build economically and overcome the most obvious vestiges of slavery. Tens of thousands of blacks continued to exercise their vote, and a not insignificant number of white leaders still accepted, even if reluctantly, that the equal citizenship of former slaves could not be constitutionally revoked. The legal construct of separate but equal segregated government services, which would define the long era of Jim Crow in the 20th century, had not yet been clearly established. Even the practice of identifying in government records every citizen as either Negro or white, a nearly obsessive American compulsion by early in the next century in many areas, had not yet become routine. But the succeeding years would come as if the masses of poverty. Green Cottonham's World. 87. Stricken whites and blacks were twin siblings of a parent indulgent to one and venomous to the other. A new national white consensus began to coalesce against African Americans with shocking force and speed. The general white public, the national leadership of the Republican Party, and the federal government on every level were arriving at the conclusion that African Americans did not merit citizenship and that their freedom was not valuable enough to justify the conflicts they engendered among whites. A growing body of whites across the nation concluded that blacks were not worth the cost of imposing a racial morality that few in any region genuinely shared. As early as 1876, President Ulysses S. Grant, commander of the Union Army of Liberation, conceded to members of his cabinet that the 15th Amendment, giving freed slaves the right to vote, had been a mistake, it had done the Negro no good, and had been a hindrance to the South, and by no means a political advantage to the North. The long controversy over the black man seems to have reached a finality, wrote the Chicago Tribune, approvingly. Added the nation, the Negro will disappear from the field of national politics. Henceforth, the nation, as a nation, will have nothing more to do with him. That the parent had once sacrificed enormously to rescue the less favored child only made its abandonment deeply more bitter. By the end of the 1940s, when Green Cottonham might have been easing toward a workman's retirement, it was only his white peers who approached old age as the first American generation with socially guaranteed security. Emerging among the children and grandchildren of those whites was a level of modest wealth, educational attainment, and personal achievement unimaginable to anyone in the South of 1886. For the first time in U.S. history, a geographically broad and stable national middle class had evolved an anchor of sustained wealth and shared values that would sculpt American life through the end of the 20th century. But it would be defined in white-only terms. The South was in the midst of an economic and cultural convulsion, one that should have offered an opening for a radical redefinition of the roles of blacks and whites in American life. A terrible depression in the 1870s had finally eased as the South began to emerge from economic ruin. In the Dis. 88. Pute presidential election of 1876, white Southern political leaders leveraged the Electoral College system to rob the winner of a huge majority of the popular vote, Samuel J. Tilden, of the White House. In return, the Congress and the administration of the fraudulent new Republican president, Rutherford B. Hayes, finally removed the last Union troops from the South and ended a decade of federal occupation of the region. An era of Southern economic revitalization appeared to be at hand. In 1886, Henry Grady, the dynamic young editor of the Atlanta Constitution, famously declared the creation of a new South, one in which industrialism would replace agriculture and in which the conflicts of region and race that had paralyzed the nation for more than 25 years were at an end. In some places, the economic evolution was truly phantasmagoric. In 1880, large portions of Alabama remained as sparsely populated as the newest western territories of the United States. Most of the state averaged fewer than 20 residents per square mile. A decade later, nearly all of Alabama was as thickly populated as most states to the east. Birmingham illustrated the tectonic forces at work in U.S. society more than any other place. The booming city erupted out of abandoned forest in the 1870s and suddenly became a national center for the making of iron and steel. As coal production in Alabama surged from 10,000 tons in the early 1870s to 400,000 tons in 1881, the city built thousands of new homes, laid streets, installed the infrastructure of a major capital, and opened schools, churches, and colleges. Jefferson County, center of the boom, nearly quadrupled from fewer than 25,000 residents in 1880 to nearly 90,000 10 years later. By 1900, the number approached 150,000. The entire U.S. economy was surging with industrial fervor, generating a ravenous appetite for Alabama's coal and iron ore. Wall Street financiers joined with the South's new generation of industrialists, men such as Col. James W. Sloss, James de Bartoleben, and Truman Aldrich, to aggressively exploit the deposits of iron ore and apparently limitless seams of coal that riddled the Appalachian foothills of northern Alabama. In 1878, Sloss, one of the original lessors of Alabama prisoners 16 years earlier, underscored de Bartoleben, and Aldrich formed the Pratt Coal and Coke Co., and took over what would become the underground behemoth known as Pratt Mines. Recognizing the vast potential of the mineral deposits, the Tennessee 89 Coal, Iron and Railroad Co. soon moved its center of operations from Nashville to the coal fields of Alabama. The coming economic boom, unprecedented in the South, would require thousands of men, working deep in the earth, in a never-stopping excavation. In 1886, Sloss sold his massive Birmingham furnace complex to a group of New York-backed investors. A year later, with additional financial backing from the North, the new owners formed a corporation that would come to be known as Sloss Sheffield Iron and Steel Company. The corporation quickly purchased the territory and mining operation at Coalbug owned by John Milner. Production boomed. The crude mines and simple furnaces of Bibb County now paled in the glow of this industrial revolution. The old shafts and digs were being abandoned. The work they represented to families such as the Black Cottinghams melted away. Word spread that soon there would be no work except in the new city exploding less than 50 miles away, Birmingham. The family's center was slipping too. Sometime in the 1880s, the old slave Scipio, the man who had carved a world from the wilderness, had fathered and grandfathered so many in slavery but defiantly never forgotten his African roots, died at Briarfield. The furnaces near Six Able, where Scipio, Henry, and their clan had sustained a measure of economic independence, ceased operations. Only the families of grandson Henry and his much younger half-brother Albert remained in the community. Most of the former Cottingham slaves and their descendants, many now using the more phonetically correct names Cottenham or Cottenham, had already been pulled toward the lure of activity and wealth of Birmingham. Huge numbers of other poor blacks and whites from across the South were pouring into the city. Henry and Mary could not resist the inexorable current of the new era, tugging them toward the bulging, smoky new metropolis. Yet already, the opportunity for the rise of new industries to open substantial new doors for black citizenship and economic advancement was being 90. ignored. Even black leaders such as Booker T. Washington were urging blacks to accept a deferential, second-class position in American society, in return for less racial violence by whites. African Americans increasingly found themselves trapped between the accommodationist retreat of Washington and the hollow claims of harmony and goodwill by white men such as Henry Grady. Few companies riding the Southern boom saw any value in integrating black workers into their expanding enterprises. African Americans' value in the new order was greatest as a defense against unions attempting to organize free workers, especially in Alabama's coal fields. The utility of forced labor as a bulwark against disruptions of the South's biggest enterprises was obvious. Coal mines, timber camps, and farms worked by imprisoned men couldn't be shut down by strikers, or have wages driven up by the demands of free men. The new slave labor provided an ideal captive workforce, cheap, usually docile, unable to organize, and always available when free laborers refused to work. By the end of the 1880s, at least 10,000 black men were slaving in forced labor mines, fields, and work camps in the formerly Confederate States. The resubjugation of black labor was a lucrative enterprise, and critical to the industrialists and entrepreneurial farmers amassing capital and land. In Georgia, near the town of Athens, former state senator James M. Smith held hundreds of debt slaves on a farm that stretched 30 miles from the town he named after himself, Smithonia. In the post-Civil War economy, Smith nurtured a small farm into the state's largest plantation. He became a major buyer of convicts soon after Georgia's Reconstruction government was toppled by a campaign of voter fraud and Ku Klux Klan violence. On thousands of acres, he raised cotton, corn, sorghum, and timber, and operated small factories. For workers he relied on an army of terrified convict slaves, including many African Americans he had owned before the war or their descendants. John Hill, a former slave who said his relatives had been held at Smithonia for decades after the end of slavery, described the farm in an interview given in the 1930s. He had what they called chain gang slaves. He paid them out of jail for them to work for him, Hill recounted. He let them have money all the time so they didn't never get out of debt with him. They had to stay there and work all the time, and if they didn't work, he had them beat. If workers tried to flee, Smith relied on deputy sheriffs to recapture them and his own overseers to inflict brutal punishments. They had dogs to trail them with, so they always got caught, and then the whipping boss beat them almost to death, Hill said. It was awful to hear them hollering and begging for mercy. If they hollered, "Lord have mercy," Moss Jim didn't hear them, but if they cried, "Moss Jim have mercy," then he made them stop the beating. He say, "The Lord rule heaven, but Jim Smith ruled the earth." Another former governor and U.S. Senator of Georgia, Joseph E. Brown, worked hundreds of black forced laborers in his coal mines in the northern mountains of his state. Other slave laborers helped rebuild Brown's iron furnaces that had been destroyed by Union troops in the Civil War. In North Carolina, the tracks of the critical, state-owned Western and Atlantic Railroad were being laid by huge gangs of black men compelled by sheriffs to work for the company. In Louisiana and Mississippi, thousands of impoverished African Americans were building levees and working massive cotton plantations under the lash. In Atlanta, an expert in the pre-war use of slaves to build railroads, John T. Grant, and his son William Grant leased nearly 400 of Georgia's state and county convicts to perform the extraordinarily harsh work of building a 71-mile railway line between the towns of Macon and Augusta. Despite reports of terrible abuse and high mortality among the forced laborers, the business Grant, Alexander and Company soon controlled nearly all of Georgia's prisoners. Though the Civil War was nearly a decade past, Grant, Alexander was soon laying track on projects across the state, all of it performed with slave labor. Meanwhile, John Grant's railroad building partner from before the war, Col. Lemuel R. Grant, was developing his extensive land holdings into the city's first major suburb, called Grant Park. The colonel, an engineer and railroad builder unrelated to John Grant, had directed construction of the extensive fortifications surrounding Atlanta during the Civil War using slave labor. The neighborhood surrounded the growing city's first substantial green space, a Frederick Law Olmsted firm-designed park that would permanently bear the colonel's name. Nearby, Joel Hurt, one of the state's 92 wealthiest men and a major leaseholder of convicts for his Georgia Iron and Coal Company, was building another of the city's finest residential enclaves. The bricks used to pave the streets and line the sidewalks of these flourishing new Victorian areas were sold in lots of $1 million to the Atlanta City Council by former Mayor James W. English. His brick-making concern, Chattahoochee Brick Co., would by the end of the century churn out 300,000 hot red rectangles of hardened clay every day, all made by forced laborers. On Sunday afternoons, white men frequently met in the yard of the English brick factory to swap or buy black men, little changed from the slave markets of a half-century earlier. As leases for forced laborers proliferated across the South, whites readopted a sense of ownership reminiscent of antebellum days. After the death of a partner in Stevens Brothers & Co., a pottery factory in Georgia's Baldwin County, in 1890, an auction was held to sell off all the assets. The newspaper advertisement for the sale could just as well have been from the world of Elisha Cottingham in the 1850s. Will be sold, to the highest bidder. 11 mules, 1 horse, 1 bull, 800 bushels of corn. Lease of 30 convicts with various terms to serve, 1 grist mill. Thousands more forced laborers slaved on extraordinarily profitable farms stretching across the old slavery belt of Texas, where prisoners were chained at the neck and held in boxcars at night. Working from sunup to sundown, they survived on food buzzards would not eat and suffered sadistic punishments. Hundreds of men charged with petty crimes were simply worked to death and then buried unceremoniously wherever they fell. To escape that fate, Texas convicts mimicked the desperate tactics of slaves before them, slicing their heel strings, hacking off their hands, or gouging out their eyes. A few chronicled their nightmares in the written word. "I spent the prime of my life as a slave," exclaimed one prisoner, while another lamented that he was buried alive. Dead to the world. Speaking to a gathering of prominent black writers and thinkers on the 20th anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation in 1883, Frederick Douglass, the aging black leader of pre-Civil War years, lamented that despite the bloody sacrifice of black soldiers in the fight for liberation, in all relations of life and death, we are met by the color line. It hymns us at midnight, denies us accommodation, excludes our children from schools, compels us to pursue only such labor as will bring us the least reward. A few months later, in 1883, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the Civil Rights Act of 1875, the one federal law forcing whites to comply with the provisions of the 14th and 15th Amendments awarding voting and legal rights to blacks, could be enforced only under the most rare circumstances. Civil rights was a local, not federal issue, the court found. The effect was to open the floodgates for laws throughout the South specifically aimed at eliminating those new rights for former slaves and their descendants. Justice John Marshall Harlan, the only member of the court to oppose the opinion, publicly worried that the amendments representing the ideals of equality and freedom articulated by Lincoln in the Gettysburg Address, as well as the arching moral justification for the carnage of the Civil War, had been renormed. Douglass, despondent, wrote to an acquaintance, "We have been gruesomely wounded, in the house of our friends." In the wake of the Supreme Court ruling, the federal government adopted as policy that allegations of continuing slavery were matters whose prosecution should be left to local authorities, only a de facto acceptance that white Southerners could do as they wished with the black people in their midst. The significance of those legal and political developments can hardly be overstated. The era of Reconstruction and black political control on any statewide level in the South had ended 15 years earlier, but in the early 1880s, large numbers of African Americans continued to vote, particularly in majority black cotton-growing counties. As a result, even deeply racist white politicians were compelled to temper or at least consider their rhetoric and positions with racial implications. Funding for public schools remained equally apportioned to black and white children, and African Americans in many places maintained at least some level of access to local courts and other government services. But a declaration by the country's highest courts that the federal government could not force states to comply with the constitutional requirement of the equal treatment of citizens, regardless of race, opened a torrent of repression. 94. In 1888, Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad entered into its first contract with the state of Alabama to lease convicts into the Pratt mines. The big company took over operations from J.W. Comer, who had long held thousands of forced laborers in his farm fields and mines. After acquiring Pratt Mines, the Tennessee Company competed for the lease on all state prisoners in an auction against companies representing nearly every major economic figure in Alabama or the South. Other bidders included Sloss Sheffield, several companies controlled by Milner, and a partnership between DeBartolome and Comer's sometime associate, Lowndes County planter William D. McCurdy. Within 5 years, more than 1,000 men, nearly all of them black, were working under the whip at the Pratt Mines, and Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad Co. in effect owned all state convicts for the next quarter century. Fueled by access to this large pool of forced laborers and fresh investment from New York, the company began a dramatic expansion. By the end of 1889, there were 8 major mine openings in the Pratt complex, producing 1.1 million tons of coal in that year alone, a nearly 25% increase over the prior year. Each shaft descended several hundred feet, and then branched into passageways following a seam of coal. Off the passageways, miners excavated rooms, leaving columns of coal at specific intervals to hold up the roof of the mine. A few men returned to the same room each day, removing more coal using varying combinations of picks, levers, dynamite, and hydraulic jackhammers. The coal was loaded into small cars running on narrow gauge rails through the passageways back to the bottom of the main shaft, where the cars were consolidated into larger wagons. There, a mechanized hoist, powered by a steam engine on the surface, hauled the wagons out into daylight. The coal was pulled to the tipple, a huge wooden structure atop a railroad trestle, and tipped. The coal was dumped into much larger railroad cars waiting below. A steam locomotive hauled the train load from there to one of several nearby sites where the company operated more than 800 ovens to produce the dense carbon coke used as fuel by the growing number of steel and iron furnaces in and around Birmingham. In 1895, to nearly 1,000 forced prison laborers regularly on hand, the company soon employed another 2,000 free miners, the majority of whom were also black. Many of them former convicts. Forced laborers were priced depending on their health and their ability to dig coal. Under state rules, a first-class prisoner had to cut and load into mine cars 4 tons of coal a day to avoid being whipped. The weakest inmates, labeled 4th class or dead hands, were required to produce at least 1 ton a day. A first-class state convict cost a company $18.50 a month, according to a convict board financial report. A dead hand cost $9. The leasing of convicts soon was generating in excess of $120,000 a year for the state of Alabama, an extraordinary sum for a state whose total general tax revenue and budget at the time barely exceeded $1 million. To boosters of Southern industry, the rapidly expanding operations at Pratt Mines were the fulfillment of a once impossible fantasy. The success not only defied caricatures of the slumbering rural South, but actively challenged a citadel of northern capitalism. Nothing has ever been done in the South that looks so much like being a real competitor of Pennsylvania in the iron business, boasted the Nashville Union, and in 1889, the Pratt mines moved their prisoners into new barracks in the company's wooden stockade at the Shaft No. 1 mine. In a report to the governor, mine inspectors said the prison, designed to hold 480 men, was as neat and clean as the best regulated hotels, and that the drinking water is filtered and in warm weather is cooled with ice. A second prison was opened at Slope No. 2 later in 1889, nearly doubling the number of convicts the company could house. The company claimed to have spent $60,000 building the structures and surrounding compound. For the men beneath the surface, the view was very different. Pratt Mines was a scene of nightmarish human suffering and brutal retaliation. Subjected to squalid living conditions, poor medical treatment, scant food, and frequent floggings, hundreds died the victims of mine explosions, rock falls, fires, neglect, and, most commonly, recurring outbreaks of disease. Many more left the mines and work camps alive but physically shattered. If unclaimed by relatives, those who died were quickly interred in crude burr. 96. Eel places adjacent to the prison camps or incinerated in one of the company's coke ovens. In hushed tones, survivors recounted to friends and relatives how slave miners labored under ghastly conditions, working in pools of putrid water that seeped out of the rock or leaked from equipment used to soften the coal. The seepage was contaminated by mineral residues and the prisoners' own body waste, but was often the only water available to drink. The contaminated seepage frequently triggered waves of dysentery, a painful malady caused by drinking water contaminated with human waste. Dysentery causes inflammation of the large intestines, terrible stomach pains, and uncontrollable diarrhea that leads to severe dehydration and, ultimately for many, death. Dozens died each year during epidemics of diarrhea and intestinal sickness that swept through the mines with grim regularity, according to death registries maintained at some mines. Gas from the miners' headlamps and smoke from blasts of dynamite and gunpowder choked the air. Deadly methane, which occurs naturally in seams of coal, accumulated in poorly ventilated sections of mines. An 1,890 convict inspector described more sickness at the Pratt mines than any other place. Happy face, an unintended distinction between antebellum slavery and the new forced labor system became increasingly clear and disastrous for the men captured into it. Slaves of the earlier era were at least minimally insulated from physical harm by their intrinsic financial value. Their owners could borrow money with slaves as collateral, pay debts with them, sell them at a profit, or extend the investment through production of more slave children. But the convicts of the new system were of value only as long as their sentences or physical strength lasted. If they died while in custody, there was no financial penalty to the company leasing them. Another black laborer would always be available from the state or a sheriff. There was no compelling reason not to tax these convicts to their absolute physiological limits. The private guards who staffed the slave labor mines and camps were vulgar, untrained, and often inebriated. Placed under the complete control of the companies and businessmen who acquired them, the laborers suffered intense physical abuse and the deprivation of food, clothing, medical care, and other basic human needs. Guards, rarely supervised, hung men by their thumbs or ankles as punishment. Convict slaves were whipped for fail 97. Year to work at the rate demanded by their overseers, commonly receiving as many as 60 or 70 lashes at a time. Accounts of men or women lashed until skin literally fell from their backs were not uncommon. Convicts who attempted repeated escapes were subject to many of the same torturous restraints as their slave forebears: shackles, balls, and chains, or objects riveted to iron cuffs or collars to limit their mobility. A convict recaptured after escaping a labor camp in Muskogee County, Georgia, had a steel ring placed around his neck to which was fixed a spike, curling inward, so that rapid running was impossible. Happy face, underfed and overworked convicts traveled from the Pratt mine stockade to the mine through an underground manway before dawn each day, and back through the same tunnel after dark. Only on sim days, when mining ceased for a day, would the prisoners see sunlight. An 1889 report by Alabama legislators reported an immense amount of whipping of inmates at Pratt and other prison mines. During 1888 and 1889, 7 of the black laborers forced into the Slope No. 2 mine were children under the age of 10. Prison inspection reports indicated that among nearly 1,100 men brought there, only 1/3 could read. Fewer than 40 had prior criminal records. Of the 116 prisoners who died, a large number were teenagers. The official registry of casualties listed the death of 12-year-old Arthur Easter in March 1888 for unknown reasons. 15-year-old George Woolfork, a waiter before being seized into the prison, died in May 1888 of typhoid after first being stabbed in the arm. Malachi Coleman, a 16-year-old trained as a bricklayer, serving a 4-month term, died in May after having his leg mashed. Luther Metcalf, 16 years old, died of unknown causes in October. John Cotton expired in November, 6 weeks after arrival. The cause of death was listed as arm off below shoulder. Other common causes of death from just one page of the registry included yellow fever, abscess lower jaw, shot in neck, shot in shoulder and finger, right eye out, skull fractured. Volatile mixtures of fumes or combinations of after-damp air with dangerously elevated levels of carbon monoxide and other gases and coal dust collected in the poorly ventilated shafts, sometimes igniting to cause huge explosions. Gas ignited in shaft number 1, killing 11 men in one 1,891 incident, all but one of whom were forced workers. At other times, gas did 98. Not explode but began burning as it passed out of the coal, igniting the seam itself and turning the mine passage into a tunnel of literally flaming rock. Some fires could only be extinguished by flooding the mine shafts entirely. Under such execrable conditions, prisoners attempted increasingly brazen escapes, with almost monthly frequency. More than once, convicts themselves attempted to set fire to the mine in hopes of breaking free during the ensuing melee. Invariably, escapees or others died in the plots. The company reported one such breakout in May of 1890, claiming that 3 white prisoners and 1 black convict staged a fire alarm in the middle of the night. In the terror and confusion, while the officers were trying to restore quiet, the 4 broke free of the stockade, guards said. 1 prisoner remained free for some time, a second was mortally shot. 2 others, Bob Crawford and Noah Marks, were immediately recaptured, most likely by the prison's bloodhounds. In the meantime, the pent-up hostilities of the stockade erupted into riot. It became necessary for us to adopt some prompt and severe measures to reduce the insubordinates to subjection. But everything was settled in a short time, read the company report. It is not difficult to imagine what those measures were. Mine officials said Crawford, a white man from outside the South, committed suicide on the day afterwards. Conditions at Sloss Sheffield's Coalbug slave camp were even worse than at the Pratt mines. Several hundred prisoners purchased from judges and sheriffs in 23 Alabama counties, including the Cottingham home place of Bibb, had been acquired along with the purchase of the mines. In 1889, an epidemic of measles and dysentery swept through the men. The sickness hung on as if loath to give up its hold upon this unfortunate place, wrote one state inspector. He called the place disastrous. Of 648 forced laborers at the mine in 1888 and 1889, 34% did not survive. At the Pratt Amaze, 18% died. All but a handful were black. Another visitor in the same period wrote the Alabama governor that every slave worker who had been in the mine for at least 6 months had contracted dysentery. He called the death rate enormous, frightful, astonishing. Happy face, convicts in Sloss Sheffield's prison compound reached the mine by 99. Shuffling through a long, low-ceilinged shaft extending from inside the walls of their prison compound. A special committee of the Alabama legislature studying the convict system in 1889 reported that many convicts in the coal mines have not seen the sunshine for months. In the first 2 weeks of June of that year, 137 floggings were given to the 165 forced laborers at the mine. Conditions were so demoralizing at the Coalbug mine, the convicts so beaten and bedraggled, that laborers did not even choose to attend church services on Sundays, the one regular diversion permitted forced workers. There are but few of the convicts that manifest any interest in any kind of religious services, wrote Evan Nicholson, a chaplain at the camp in 1890. The horror of the mortality rates and living conditions was underscored by the triviality of the alleged offenses for which hundreds of men were being held. At the end of the 1880s, thousands of black men across the South were imprisoned in work camps only for violations of the new racial codes, completely subjective crimes, or no demonstrable crime at all. Among the felons sold to the Pratt mines in 1890, 7 men were working for the crime of bigamy, 4 for homosexuality, and 6 for miscegenation, an offense almost solely prosecuted against black men who engaged in sex with white women. Many others had been arrested and sold for ostensible crimes that explicitly targeted blacks. Assertions of their new civil rights, 2 for illegal voting and 11 on a conviction for false pretense, the euphemism for new laws aimed at preventing black men from leaving the employ of a white farmer before the end of a crop season. Registered the application of laws written to criminalize black life was even more transparent in the prisoners convicted of misdemeanors in the county courts. Among county convicts in the mines, the crimes of 8 were listed as not given. There were 24 black men digging coal for using obscene language, 94 for the alleged theft of items valued at just a few dollars, 13 for selling whiskey, 5 for violating contract with a white employer, 7 for vagrancy, 2 for selling cotton after sunset, a statute passed to prevent black farmers from selling their crops to anyone other than the white property owner with whom they share crop, 46 for carrying a concealed weapon, 3 for bastarding, 19 for gambling, 24 for false pretense. Through the enforcement of these openly hostile statutes, thousands of other free blacks realized that they could be secure only if they agreed to come under the control of a white landowner or employer. By the end of 1890, the new slavery had generated nearly $4 million, in current terms, for the state of Alabama over the previous 2 years. By then, local sheriffs, deputies, and some court officials also derived most of their compensation from fees charged to convicts for each step in their own arrest, conviction, and shipment to a private company. The mechanisms of the new slavery reached another level of refinement, as trading networks for the sale and distribution of blacks emerged over wide areas. Sheriffs were now incentivized to arrest and obtain convictions of as many people as possible regardless of their true guilt or whether a crime had been committed at all. Ever larger numbers of other whites also began to seek their own slice of the growing profits generated by the trade in compulsory black labor. It is plain that are fed as cheaply as possible in order that the sheriffs may have wide margin of profit, wrote one jail inspector. Dr. C. F. Bush. I have had several sheriffs to admit to me that, without profit from the feed bill, they would not have the office, as it was one of their greatest sources of revenue. Another official said the system legalized graft and resulted in starvation. A third prison doctor wrote that men held in the county jails routinely made their appearance pale, weak, and anemic, and the bodies covered with ulcers due to have been confined in vermin-ridden, insanitary and poorly ventilated jails and the lack of a sufficient amount of food. In J. W. Comer's remote home territory, Barber County, in the cotton country of southern Alabama, nearly 700 men were leased between June 1891 and November 1903, most for $6 a month, each logged elegantly into a leather-bound convict record. Most were sent to mines operated by Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad or Sloss Sheffield. Steady streams of telegrams and letters radiated from sheriffs, labor agents, and company executives in a furious search for additional laborers or to induce men in positions of petty power to arrest ever more men under any circumstances. offers to bring in a particular black man for sale or pleading that certain African Americans be seized for sale poured into the office of Shelby County Sheriff Lewis T. Grant in 1891. G. Bridges, Enloy, agent of the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, wrote Grant on February 24, complaining about the number of itinerant men near the station in the town of Calera, one stop away from Columbiana. We are suffering from a surplus of loafing Negroes and white tramps, and car breaking and pilfering is frequently indulged in. Perhaps you might have a lot of them arrested for trespassing on the property of the railroad co. Happy face, Bridges was lessly enthralled when Sheriff Grant suggested that the railroad pay him for the arrest of the unwanted men. "Thank you for the offer of services you so kindly make," the railroad man responded a day later. He suggested that instead the sheriff's deputy be sent out. Would it not be more convenient and expeditious, to call on him to arrest trespassers? These were business transactions, not law enforcement. Escambia County Sheriff James M. C. Alan wrote on March 13 asking Grant to watch out for a 17-year-old yellow boy and an accompanying woman with a little girl. "Please get them up for me, and if they fail to make bond, which I expect they will, I will come or send after them." Jefferson County Sheriff P.J. Rogers telegrammed on April 9 to look out for Andrew Cubes, a yellow Negro about 22 years old who escaped from guards at Calero last night while in transit to our place from Selma, $50 reward. Sloss Sheffield sent preprinted fill-in-the-blank postcards to sheriffs in every county, announcing the escape of convicts and the reward placed on their head. $25 reward. Read the card mailed on April 21, 1891, seeking 175-pound Dan Homer, a 22-year-old county convict with dark black skin, black whiskers, and scars on his left thumb and left hand. Often the sheriff's correspondence reflected a simple gamble by some treacherous white man that if he pointed out a promising black laborer, a sheriff or deputy would find a reason to arrest him and share the financial benefits. "There is a Negro up there at the Public Works by the name of Peter McFarland. He is a ginger cake color, black hair, black eyes, haircut, clothes. He is wanted for burglary if you will arrest him and put him in jail. I will give you $10. Wire me at once if you get him," wrote F. E. Burfitt, from Selma, on May 26. The next day, Calhoun County Deputy Sheriff John Rowland wrote Grant, "Is there a reward for one Will Riddle wanted in your county for disturbing public worship?" 102. W. B. Fulton of Pensacola, Florida, wrote the Shelby County Sheriff on November 23, 1891, asking if a black man with the last name of Elliott had perhaps stabbed a man at the Shelby Iron Works some years earlier. "Look into the matter and see if there is any reward for him, and if so I will bring him to you and divide the reward. I know where he is and can get him anytime. Hoping to hear from you at your earliest convenience. Happy face." A week later, a telegraph to Grant on November 29, 1891, from the constable in Waverly, Alabama, warned that he had arrested an African American named Frank Hubbard but will not hold unless there is an ample reward. Scores upon scores of such letters, some penned in refined script of educated men, more often in the scrawl of county brutes, sometimes crisp and terse telegrams piled in heaps in a drawer of the sheriff's wooden desk. Scattered among them were reminders from Jefferson County's Sheriff Rogers, who later became general manager of convicts for the Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad Co., to send along bills and receipts related to the transportation of prisoners from Columbiana to the Pratt mines by then the ultimate destination of nearly every one of the hundreds of black men unfortunate enough to encounter Sheriff Grant. The opportunities for abuse in these dealings were immense and obvious. Blacks who fell into the disfavor of white officials anywhere in the South could be swept into the penal system on the most superficial pretense. The ability of blacks to resist these developments became more and more circumscribed. The sudden rise of this new threat was shocking to blacks at a time when thousands still actively participated in Southern political life. But that too was soon under a new and corrosive attack. In the Alabama election of 1892, the political dynamics of the state were cloaked in what appeared to be a clash of ideals between a new populist rhetoric aimed at uniting agrarians and laborers against the Bourbon alliance of plantation owners and industrialists who controlled the Democratic Party, a theme echoing across the South. The Alabama populists were led by gubernatorial candidate Reuben Kalb. It was widely believed that his victory in the previous election had been stolen in 1890, when Democrats stuffed the ballot boxes with the Green Cottonham's World 103 sands of ostensible African American votes in overwhelmingly black counties. The result had been the fraudulent but irreversible coronation of Governor Thomas Good Jones, a former Confederate who a decade later would play a pivotal role on the issue of continuing the South's new slavery. In 1892, both Kalb and Jones ran for the governor's office again. Kalb promised to support crop prices and regulate the abusive railroad cartels that imposed high freight fees on farm goods being shipped to market. Philosophically, he had the support of new activist black farmers groups who shared the populist concerns over laws and practices that abused poor people, sharecroppers, and tenant farmers. In a nod to black voters, Kalb, the former state agriculture secretary and a Confederate veteran as well, also said he opposed the practice of leasing convicts. Governor Jones vowed to revive the state by encouraging the explosive growth of Birmingham and continuing to help wealthy cotton plantation owners in the state's predominantly black, southern counties. Whites were in turmoil over the choice, with poorer Hill-Coxsackie counties breaking for Kalb and whites in the rich Flat-Ends once again supporting Jones. To win re-election, Jones knew he had to once more pack the voting polls with thousands of black Republicans on his side. Despite their shared economic interests with black sharecroppers and tenants, Kalb's poor farmer white followers responded to Jones's currying of African American voters with the most shrill white supremacist rhetoric. Jones's conservative Democrat backers, including the state's major newspapers, shamelessly turned the tables, accusing Kalb populists of supporting black political rights and dubbing him the candidate of the Nigger Party. Kalb's supporters reacted with even more odious anti-black invective. The South was tracing out the lines of the violent racial ideology and vernacular that would consume it for the next 75 years. John Milner, the Alabama industrialist who had so aggressively pushed for the state to adopt laws helping him fill his mines with forced black labor, published a pamphlet denouncing even the vaguest suggestion of allowing black political rights. Titled "White Men Owe Alabama, Stand Together," the pamphlet blared, "It would be better, if left in the control of their Negroes, that Alabama sink beneath the waves and be forever lost." That was the real substance of the campaign. Most of the philosophical 104 clash between the two sides was a sham, as the South was swept by the latest wave of white animosity toward African Americans. Whites realized that the allies of blacks in the North appeared to be abandoning the former slaves. A time had come to settle scores and relay the foundations for a society based on the harshest racial divisions. Further inflaming the passions of 1892 was the federal election bill sponsored by Massachusetts Representative Henry Cabot Lodge. The act, known to opponents as the Force Bill, mandated that black voting rights be protected in the South through federal supervision of elections. 2 years earlier, the measure was approved by the House of Representatives but failed in the Senate. The new version raised the sensational specter of reintroducing federal troops in the southern states to force compliance. In reality, the Force Bill was the last gasp of the dwindling numbers of Civil War-era Republican idealists in Washington to compel adherence to the mandates of the constitutional amendments granting citizenship to African Americans. The measure was doomed from introduction. But its consideration left Southern whites seething at the vision of another Union invasion and a return of power to blacks. It spurred the push to eliminate African American political activity once and for all. On Election Day in Alabama, there was virtually no doubt that Kalb outpolled Governor Jones. But once again, thousands upon thousands of ballots purportedly cast by blacks who clearly were no longer being allowed to vote turned the balance for Jones. He was declared the winner, after official returns showed 127,000 votes for Jones to the challenger's 116,000. The re-election was followed by an astonishing surge of activity against African Americans. The opening of the next session of the state legislature marked the beginning of the final push to end all black political involvement, to consolidate the segregation codes that would define the Jim Crow era, and to begin cutting African Americans out of the most important efforts of government to improve public life. Legislators voted to join 7 other southern states that already mandated segregated seating for blacks and whites on trains. Public education, a new but increasingly popular government function, was the most critical target of the racial attack. Whites had chafed at the notion of black education as long as Africans had been imported to the United States. Instruction of slaves was illegal in the antebellum South. After emancipation, government collected property. Taxes were used to open new schools for all children. Whites gawked at the schools opened for blacks during Reconstruction, even the crude owner-teacher variations that predominated in the region. Per pupil spending on education for black children and white children was essentially identical, leading to wide resentment among whites, especially in the cotton plantation regions where whites owned the vast majority of land and paid nearly all the taxes, but were enormously outnumbered by African Americans in population. That white taxes were spent for the education of black children, rather than solely their own, was infuriating. Right leaders began to openly espouse that schools for blacks were bad for the emerging new economic order. Education would spoil a good plow hand, opined a state legislator, J.L.M. Curry, in a speech to the Alabama General Assembly. Most worrisome to leading whites was that schooling illiterate blacks would encourage the upper branches of Negro society, the educated, the man who, after ascertaining his political rights, forced the way to assert them. **** In the 1880s, the Alabama legislature attempted to enact laws specifying that school funds would be apportioned on the basis of which taxpayers contributed them. Whites would fund white schools, blacks would fund black schools. Federal courts quickly declared that openly discriminatory scheme in violation of the 14th Amendment. As the popularity of state-funded free public schools surged, the friction caused by black education grew. The number of white children attending public schools in Alabama raced from 91,202 to 159,671 between the 1870s and late 1880s. At the same time, the number of black pupils increased from 54,595 to 98,919. But the amount of funding spent for every student was declining, and attempts to raise taxes were doomed. Whites saw the money spent in black schools as the only viable source of additional funds for their own children. In the legislative session of 1892, white leaders simply changed the law so that school taxes were no longer distributed among all schools in equal per pupil allotments. Instead, the total number of students, white and black, would determine how much funding a county or town received from the state. But it would be up to local officials to divide the money among schools as they may deem just and equitable. The author of the bill was hailed by another elected official who said he deserved a vote of thanks. IO6. From the white people of the state. The effect on blacks was catastrophic. Overnight, white schools came to receive the vast majority of all funds for education. In one predominantly African American county, the total budget for black teachers' salaries in 1891 was $6,545 in approximate parity with what was being spent per student at white schools in the county. After turning over control of funding to local officials, black teacher salaries were slashed. Later, the length of the black school year was cut to just 6 months, reducing costs and eliminating school as an excuse for African American children not to work in the fields during planting and harvest. 40 years later, the total salaries for teachers instructing 8,483 black children in the county had risen negligibly to just over $8,000. The budget for white teachers, with fewer than 2,000 pupils, had climbed by a factor of almost 30, to nearly $60,000. If any doubt remained about the intentions of Southern whites in 1892, vigilante and mob violence soon dissolved it. More lynchings of blacks occurred in the United States in 1892 than in any other year, in excess of 250. Executions peaked in Alabama the following year, with the deaths of 27 blacks. At the same time, the region's biggest industrial concerns continued to expand explosively. In December 1892, Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad bought outright the Cahaba Coal Mining Company and its 44,000 acres of coal-rich property, some of it extending to within a few miles of the old Cottingham plantation in Bibb County. In addition to the coal fields, the company acquired a 15-mile railroad, nearly 500 coke ovens, much of the TWN of Blackmon, and 7 mines producing up to 3,000 tons of coal a day. The number of men forced into Alabama's slave mines surged with the growth, swelling by half to 1,200 in 1892 from 845 just 3 years earlier. As labor strife surged in the early 1890s, company officials privately worked on plans to shift even more of the company's operations to captive forced laborers. One Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad official visiting Montgomery wrote to the superintendent of the Pratt mines, "The probability is we will have to arrange to take care of a great many more convicts." Happy face. On the 14th day of February 1893, a new era opened for the 107 black men of Shelby County, where Green Cottonham would be arrested 15 years later. 4 men were loaded onto the Birmingham train, headed to the new buyer of Shelby's prisoners. Ben Alston, Charles Games, and Isaac Mosley had each been convicted of assault 6 weeks earlier. Henry Nelson was arrested the previous day for using abusive language in the presence of a female, a phony charge available for arresting impudent black men. Scratched into the record of prisoners was the same entry for all 4 men, a destination so new that the jailer hadn't yet learned to spell it, sent to Pratt's mines. Voices of opposition to what was happening in the South were dying. Some reform-minded activists protested the physical abuses of prison labor, but the explicitly racial aspect of the new forced labor system was often largely unacknowledged. White Southerners responded with galling mendacity to the occasional criticism expressed by Northern newspapers. Many whites were thrilled by the patina of legitimacy presented by Charles Darwin's new concepts of human evolution, which were being twisted to offer a genetic, seemingly objective rationale for black inferiority. The dark-skinned race was capable of learning less, so blacks needed fewer and smaller schools, according to this logic. Blacks could work effectively only under threat of a whip. In a speech to the National Prison Congress in Cincinnati, Ohio, in October 1890, Alabama's new Inspector of Convicts, W. D. Lee, coolly defended the appalling conditions at the mines in Colebrook and Pratt City. Virtually all criticism of Alabama's and the South's forced labor system were exaggerations and falsehoods, he said. The prisons were clean, the prisoners well-fed and humanely treated. The hounds used to track escapees were nothing more than the fox or deer hounds that have been used in the South for the chase from time immemorial, trained to run the human track. Never once had a dog injured a convict, Lee maintained. Prisoners in Alabama received generous amounts of cornbread, bacon, fresh meat, bread, coffee, and tobacco. Hundreds of convicts have been sent to the penitentiary with diseases of which they would have died at I08. Home for want of medical attention, who have been cured and sent home, at the end of their terms, sound men, Lee continued. He said he was mortified by allegations that the prisoners were underfed and overworked. In some form or other I have had the management and control of Negroes ever since I came to the years of discretion, Lee said. In the days of slavery, I fed, clothed and worked them, and since they became free, I have employed and managed them on the plantation. I see what, as free men, they have to eat and wear, and the houses they live in. And I assert here, without fear of successful contradiction, that the Negro convicts are better housed, better fed, better clothed, and receive better medical care and treatment in sickness than do the majority of the same class, as free men, in their homes. The truth was that African Americans were trapped in a catch-22 between the laws criminalizing the mores of black life and other laws that effectively THRD them from assimilating into mainstream white American society or improving their economic position. Even ostensible friends of African Americans succumb to the increasingly mandatory dismissal of black intellectual faculties. The population of our prisons is mostly a population of Negroes. These people are proverbially weak, improvident, credulous, the victims of impulse and circumstances. Many of those in the prisons have been guilty of only trivial offense, and many of these offenses are not in themselves criminal, or even immoral, but which have been made penal simply by statutory enactment, wrote Jerome Cochran, State Health Officer, in 1892. It is the peculiar misfortune of the Negro, Cochran continued, that his investment with the privileges of citizenship, and of the elective franchise has also subjected him to the operation of laws made by men for the government of white men, law which he does not understand, and the moral obligations of which he is not able to appreciate. ** In 1895, Thomas Park, the health officer for Jefferson County, investigated conditions at Sloss Sheffield's Coalbug prison mine. He found 1,926 prisoners at toil. Hundreds had been charged with vagrancy, gambling, carrying a concealed weapon, or other minor offenses, he reported. In many cases, no specific charges were recorded at all. Dr. Park observed that many were held for minor infractions, fined $5 or $10, and, unable to pay, leased for 20 days to Sloss Sheffield to cover the fine. Most then. Green Cottonham's World 109. Had another year or more tacked onto their sentences to cover fees owed to the sheriff, the clerk, and the witnesses involved in prosecuting them. The largest portion of the prisoners are sentenced for slight offenses and sent to prison for want of money to pay the fines and costs. They are not criminals, Dr. Park wrote in his formal report. Male prisoners were barracked in a primitive wood plank prison beside the putrid 5 Mile Creek, near a row of coke ovens. The miners spent nearly half of each 24 hours in the mine, 6 days a week. The shaft was minimally ventilated, coal cars were pushed out of the earth by the miners themselves, rather than with mechanized equipment. Medical care was dispensed occasionally from a primitive shack. Scores of miners worked with serious illnesses, including untreated and open wounds inflamed with infected boils and pus. Park's tally of prisoners held at Coalbug in 1895 included at least 500 workers not accounted for in the state's official records at the time, indicating that hundreds of laborers had been sold into the mine through extra-legal systems. More than 100 forced laborers died at the mine during the 2 years prior to Park's visit. The physician, even one burdened with intensely racist perspectives, was shocked by the inhumanity. He asked whether a sovereign state can afford to send her citizens, for slight offenses, to a prison where, in the nature of things, a large number are condemned to die. Embarrassed by the publication of Park's report, Sloss Sheffield commissioned the physician it paid to care for the forced laborers, Dr. Judson Davy, to write a response. He claimed the extraordinary rate of mortality among blacks was their own fault. But even his apologia for health conditions at Coalbug was telling. He said many convicts, once injured, tried not to become well to avoid a return to the mine. Some eat soap, some rub poisonous things into their sores or cuts, but by far the greater obstacle to their making quick and good recoveries is the mental depression of the new men, he wrote. He added that many miners chose to drink the polluted seep water in which they worked of their own accord in preference to going to springs or other usual places of getting drinking water. He also contended that nearly every black man contracts syphilis by adulthood. No blame for that could be ascribed to the mine, he contended. The larger issue, Davy wrote, was genetic. It is a fact that the Negro race is inferior to the white race physically as well as mentally and morally. Their powers of resistance, so far as a great many diseases are concerned, notably tuberculosis, does not compare at all favorably with the white race. Still, Dr. Park's criticism of the lethal conditions in Sloss Sheffield's slave mine embarrassed the company enough that a month later its president, Thomas Seddon, sent a letter to local officials defending his treatment of black workers. He summed up the explanation neatly: the Negro dies faster. Sentiments like that were hardly rare in the 3 decades after the Civil War. Yet throughout that difficult time, African Americans still clung at some level to the idea that whatever white men such as Park said or did, the United States as a whole still stood squarely to the contrary. This, the Civil War proved, was immutable. Then, in 1896, the U.S. Supreme Court denied a 30-year-old white shoemaker with a trace of African blood, named Homer Plessy, the right to ride in the white compartment of an East Louisiana Railroad train. On its face, the ruling sanctioned only the newly conceived concept of separate but equal public facilities for blacks and whites. But its actual import was vastly greater. Plessy v. Ferguson legitimized the contemptuous attitudes of whites like the top executives of Sloss Sheffield. Moreover, it certified that any charade of equal treatment for African Americans was not just acceptable and practical at the dawn of the 20th century, but morally and legally legitimate in the highest venue of white society. It was a signal moment in America's national discourse. From the lowliest frontier outposts to the busiest commercial centers, Americans had shared a consensus that the highest definition of a citizen was his veracity, that truth-telling and fulfillment of a man's commitments were the highest measures of virtue. The near cult of honesty that pervaded public discussions was quaint by the sensibilities of more than a century later. But in a still new nation born of the 18th century age of reason, it was an utterly sincere expression of a fundamental national creed. That allegiance to logical purity, combined with the basic tenets of equality embodied in the philosophies of the Revolution, had impelled the nation toward civil war during the antebellum decades, as the inherent contradiction between the new republic's noblest ideals and slavery grew more apparent. In spite of the prevailing view among all white Americans that blacks were in some manner lesser to them, the nation nonetheless made war upon itself at devastating cost, in a conflict ultimately justified as a struggle to end the bondage of slaves. Northern soldiers who had doubted whether emancipation was worth the blood it required were transformed by scenes of new freedom they encountered in the South. The morally bewildering sacrifice of the war became a concrete demonstration that a nation could steadily mold itself toward the more perfect union of the Declaration of Independence. The surrender of the South, the emancipation of the slaves, and passage of the Civil Rights Amendments of the 1870s were the zenith of that vision. The Supreme Court's endorsement in 1896 of the flagrantly duplicitous doublespeak of Jim Crow segregation represented a resignation of America's white institutions to the conclusion that the emancipation of black slaves had been folly. Most agreed that the elimination of slavery per se was an adequate remedy to the past abuses of blacks. In the eyes of the vast majority of white Americans, the refusal of the Southern states to fully free or enfranchise former slaves and their descendants was not an issue worthy of any further disruption to the civil stability of the United States. Black Americans were exchanged for a sense of white security. There had always been lies and misrepresentations in U.S. politics, but the new consensus represented by Plessy v. Ferguson marked an extraordinary turning point in the political evolution of the nation. Thousands of Northern whites had fought not because of their fondness or empathy for African Americans but because the principles of the Declaration of Independence coupled with the American compulsion for honesty demanded it. The abandonment of that principle, and embrace of an obviously false mythology of citizenship for black Americans, brought an end to the concept that abstract notions of governance by law and morality could always be reconciled to reality. It marked a new level of unvarnished modern cynicism in American political dialogue. And it established a pattern over the ensuing 20 years in which almost any rationalization was sufficient to excuse the most severe abuses of African Americans. Emboldened by the betrayal from the nation's most eminent legal minds, the men controlling the mines and labor camps of the South adopted even more flimsy ruses of justification for black men's imprisonment. The level of physical coercion increased terrifyingly. At the Pratt 112 mines, an observer for a special Alabama Legislative Committee in 1897 wrote a report describing 1,117 convicts, many wholly unfit for the work, at labor in the shaft / in an 1898 convict board report, the largest category in a table listing charges on which county convicts were imprisoned was not given. No one even bothered to invent a legal basis for their enslavement. In a 1902 report, one man was in the mines for disturbing females on railroad car. More than a dozen were incarcerated for abusive and obscene language. 20 convicts were digging coal for adultery, 29 for gambling. Dozens of prisoners were at labor for riding a freight train without paying for a ticket. In 1902 and 1903, local officials in Jefferson County prosecuted more than 3,000 misdemeanor cases, most of them yielding a convict to work in a Sloss Sheffield mine, the vast majority of whom were black. One of those convicts was John Clark, a miner convicted of gaming on April 11, 1903. Unable to pay, he ended up at Sloss Sheffield. Working off the fine would take 10 days. Fees for the sheriff, the county clerk, and the witnesses who testified against him required that Clark spend an additional 104 days in the mines. Sloss Sheffield acquired him from Jefferson County for $9 a month. 1 month and 3 days later, he was dead, crushed by falling rock. At least 2,500 men were being held against their will at more than 24 labor camps across Alabama at the time Clark died. More than 900 were in the Pratt mines. Sloss Sheffield held nearly 300. The McCurdy's still controlled nearly 100 in Lowndes County. Scores more were imprisoned in the turpentine and lumber camps of the Henderson Boyd and Horseshoe Bend lumber companies and other remote prison compounds scattered deep in the forests of southern Alabama. Payments to the state that year exceeded $500,000, the equivalent of $12.1 million a century later, and a figure nearly equal to 25% of all taxes collected in Alabama. As the dark cloud of the new slavery was descending on those men and the hundreds of thousands of friends, acquaintances, and family members across the South, the descendants of the old slave Scipio struggled to maintain emancipated lives. Abraham Cottingham and his sons Jimmy and Frank, descendants of Mitt, another son of Scipio, were among nearly 400 black voters who still participated in Shelby County elections in 1892. Defiant, even as the vast majority of other black men in the county were intimidated or obstructed from the polls, Abraham paid an increasingly onerous poll tax and complied year after year with burgeoning requirements established by the state of Alabama for blacks to qualify for a ballot. Each election year, under hostile eyes, he signed his name boldly in the register of voters maintained in the worn brick county courthouse across the street from the jail. But even Abraham could not resist the new state constitution adopted in 1901, under which virtually no black person could again vote in Alabama. No black Cottingham would cast a ballot for at least 6 decades. Sometime in the 1890s, Henry Cottingham died. The circumstances of his death weren't recorded. In June of 1900, Mary Cottingham abandoned Briarfield, where so many black descendants of the Cottingham farm had once congregated, leaving behind only Henry's younger brother Albert, with his own wife and 10 children. Struggling to survive, Mary, the former slave girl from the Bishop farm, moved the remaining family to Montevallo, a town just inside Shelby County, where a new mining company was expanding quickly. She found work as a washerwoman. Her 2 daughters, Ada and Marietta, 16 and 20, were anxiously hoping for marriage. Soon, the girls would leave home, and Mary was alone with her youngest. Her baby boy, Green, was 14 and had learned to read and write. Surrounded by the terrible tempest of hostility engulfing black America, he was rising into the muscle, hair, and boisterous curiosity of a teenage man. Part 2. Hub. Harvest of an Unfinished War. V. I don't owe you anything. The last thing John Davis should have been doing in the second week of September 1901 was a long hike across the parched fields of cotton stretching endlessly along the Central of Georgia railway line running from the Georgia state line to the notorious town of Goodwater. Millions of crisp brown cotton bolls, fat and cracking at the seams with bulging white fiber, waited in the fields and river flatlands of central Alabama calling out to be picked. The task would take weeks and demand the labor of virtually every available man, woman, and child for hundreds of miles. Davis needed to be in his own patch of cotton, the lifeline of his tiny farm near Nicksburg, a wisp of a town 20 miles south of Goodwater. For him to maintain any glimmer of independence in the South's terrifying racial regime, Davis had to produce his single bale of cotton, the limit of the physical capacities of one farmer and a mule, and just enough to pay a share to the owner of the land he farmed and supply his family with enough food and warmth to pass the cold month soon to set in. But as he struggled to reach the tight bend in the rails more than 10 miles from his farm, where freight trains were forced to slow and itinerant travelers knew there was a chance to leap aboard empty freight cars, John knew he needed just as badly to see his wife, Nora. She was ill, so sick it had become impossible for him to care for her and the young couple's 2 children, especially at the very time of the season when he, like hundreds, 2/8 of thousands of men working small farms across the South, had no choice but to remain in his fields from dawn to dusk. John and Nora had been married for only 3 years. At 25, she was 2 years older. She came to the marriage with 2 children born when Nora was little more than a child herself. John treated the youngsters as his own. The husband and wife had come of age just miles apart on the outskirts of the rough-edged railroad town of Goodwater and married there in 1898. 11-year-old Albert certainly was already John's most important helpmate in the fields. At harvest time, he would have also needed 10-year-old Alice and Nora picking the rose carrot. Sending them all to Nora's parents' house meant John would have to pull every bowl himself. But it must have seemed the only way. John stayed behind working furiously to bring in the crop. But Nora remained desperately ill. Her husband had to see her now. So Davis made his way on September 10, 1901, to the big railroad curve outside Alexander City and waited with the other men wandering the rails for the number 1 train. The fall sun was just beginning to falter as the train eased out of the little mill town at 5:31 p.m. each day. Half an hour later, he would be on the outskirts of Goodwater. As the train ambled forward, Davis must have felt a contradictory set of worry and relief as panoramas of cotton fields flashed by in a gent blur on each side of the tracks, bobbing across the low foothills at the southernmost base of the Appalachian Range. He would have to hurry to see Nora and the children, and still return to Nicksburg in time to save his cotton. He prayed he was not going to Goodwater to bury his wife. He had to know he might not make it home before his fields were ruined. Still, the dust-choked freight car rattling across the landscape was in its own way a respite from the torturous tasks of the harvest. Gathering a season's cotton was excruciating work. Davis, like nearly every black man and woman in Alabama, had spent most of his waking life pawing through such fields. The passing crop rows soon would be choked with laborers, strapping young men coursing through the rows with swift, nimble expertise, young mothers with babies towed atop long sacks of cotton dragging behind them, nearly feeble old men and women African Americans whose lives were grounded immutably in the seasonal rhythm of growing, tending, and picking cotton for other men. J. The eldest in the fields were slavery's children, the toddlers and adolescents and near adults of the emancipation time who had experienced the full exuberance of freedom and citizenship and then the terror of its savage and violent withdrawal. Now they moved slowly behind their young people, picking with thin leathery fingers whatever fiber had been missed by the others, while the toddling children of this our new era of oppression scrambled alongside, heaving their own sacks. Albert and Alice would absorb for themselves the same unchanging equinoxial cycle of cotton growing and cotton picking, but in their lives at least until old age it would never be sweetened or leavened by even the flash of freedom that the children of slavery days had briefly known 3 decades earlier. On the plants, blanketing the fields and rising in the most fertile places as much as 6 feet high, supple green buds that had swollen beneath small graceful flowers were by now turning hard and brittle. Split open and dried dark brown, the outer skin of each pod was sharp to the touch. As the strongest field hands moved down the furrows, pulling the cotton and passing it into their sacks. Fingers and palms began to crack and bleed from the pricks and slices of thousands of bolls. Depending on the weather and condition of the cotton, harvest season might well begin in September and drag past Christmas, long after the cotton stalks had frozen and died. With every passing week in that span and each downpour of rain, the crop grew less saleable and more vulnerable to swings in the prices offered by the ginners who consolidated the local harvests for sale to cotton brokers in Montgomery or Columbus, Georgia. At critical junctures in the picking season, poor weather or lack of sufficient laborers could destroy an entire year's crop. For the white men who owned cotton land in 1901, mobilizing every available black worker man, woman, and child into the fields at picking time was the single most crucial challenge of the entire season. Even the most progressive and generous white men in America, whether in the South or the North, almost universally agreed that blacks were preternaturally skilled at this particular task, and naturally and spiritually ordained to perform it. That it might be wrong to coerce or compel African Americans to work the fields when the crop was in danger rarely occurred to any white man. White farmers needed similar numbers of black workers in the early weeks of the following spring, when seed was being planted and bright new. 120. Shoots of cotton had to be carefully tended, each furrow regularly hoed to keep weeds from smothering the fragile seedlings. Once the cotton was up, and stretching toward the sky, and all through the hot months of summer, there could be fewer hands. Nearly all the women and children were idled during the humid months. So long as rain and sun came in the correct proportions, the cotton would stretch higher and fuller. In some years, it grew as tall as a man's shoulders, thick and impenetrable, straining with the weight of blossoms. After the cotton was picked in the fall, there was once again little work to be done. African Americans faced the long, hungry lay-by of winter. This conundrum of farm labor management, the need to satisfy radically spiking demands for labor and the absolute peril of failing to do so, had been the most compelling impetus for slavery in the 19th century. There were many other reasons that slavery survived in the Deep South too, some economic and some cultural. But in the end, it was the particular nature of cotton production, requiring absolute access to armies of laborers for brief periods at crucial points in the calendar, which made slavery a superbly successful economic mechanism. By holding laborers captive, plantation men could dragoon every worker, regardless of age or strength, at those urgent junctures and marshal them into highly efficient gangs of field workers, all without worry that they might ever drift away in search of better circumstances during the lean months in between. In the nearly 4 decades since emancipation of the slaves, white farmers in the South had evolved only negligibly in their abilities to manage enterprises with free labor. Concepts of industrial labor practices such as set working weeks and fixed hourly wages remained foreign to most late 19th century Southerners. They were mystified and offended by the demands of former slaves, encouraged by agents from the federal government in the immediate wake of emancipation that they be paid regular, set amounts and receive guarantees of certain working conditions through a written contract with white farmers. Even sharecropping, in which black farmers lived on and worked small parcels of land in return for keeping a portion of their harvest, and straightforward renting of farmland to African Americans, required a form of business acumen and honest dealings that few Southern whites were capable of fulfilling in their relations with blacks. White landowners in the South almost universally believed that manage eye to eye meant of their farms could be successful only if, in one way or another, their Negroes could be tied to the land. Coercion and restraint remain the bedrock of success in the cotton economy and the cornerstone of all wealth generated from it. To establish a serf-like status for blacks, whites relied on a bitterly repressive new social code. Few would hire a black worker who did not have the express approval of his or her former white employer to change jobs. Off the farms, only the most menial work could be awarded to African Americans, a convention that both blacks and whites violated only at risk of their own physical harm. Black public behavior beyond the bumbling Negro caricature acceptable to whites carried, whether in attitude, dress, or visible aspirations, also invited economic ostracism by whites, at best, and physical injury at worst. The possibility of mob violence against any African American who blatantly rejected the unwritten code lingered in the background of black life, a relatively infrequent but omnipresent threat. Just as ubiquitously undergirding the new conventions of black and white relations and overshadowing every aspect of the lives of young black men was the lease, as most Southerners generically called the new system for seizing and selling African Americans. In addition to the black men compelled into slave mines and lumber camps, thousands of white landowners and local businesses in the countryside and in provincial towns like Goodwater, Nixburg, and nearby Columbiana regularly purchased black men from local sheriffs and judges who participated in or turned a blind eye to the process. There was also no longer any possibility that blacks might obstruct the new trade in forced labor through political participation. As of 1901, nearly every African American had been effectively stripped of all elective rights in Alabama and virtually every Southern state. After passage of a new state constitution in 1901, Alabama allowed the registration only of voters who could read or write and were regularly employed, or who owned property valued at $300 or more, a measure clearly aimed at complete elimination of blacks from voting. In Mississippi, only those who were able to pay a poll tax of up to $3 and who could, according to the voting registrar's personal assessment, read or understand any clause in the U.S. Constitution could register. Louisiana permitted only those who could read and write or owned at least $300 worth of property. South Carolina required literacy or property ownership. North Carolina charged a $2 poll tax and required the ability to read. Virginia, after 1904, allowed to vote only those who had paid their annual $1 poll tax in each of the 3 years prior to an election and who could fill out a registration form without assistance. Veterans from either the armies of the Union or the Confederacy were exempted of the requirements, though few of the thousands of African Americans who fought in the Union Army were acknowledged as veterans. During the same legislative gathering at which the new Alabama Constitution was drafted, a delegate from Chambers County named James Thomas Heflin came to prominence. Over the next 30 years, he would be the state's most influential figure, serving as a U.S. Senator and an early master of the rhetoric of white supremacy that would be emulated across the South by men such as Theodore Bilbo in Mississippi, Strom Thurmond in South Carolina, and Bull Connor and George Wallace in Alabama. During debate over how completely blacks should be blocked from the vote, Heflin argued that there should be no possibility of African Americans casting ballots, regardless of their individual intelligence or wealth. Standing in the elegant legislative chambers of the state capitol in Montgomery, a building that 40 years earlier had served as the first seat of government of the Confederacy, he boomed, "I believe as truly as I believe that I am standing here that God Almighty intended the Negro to be the servant of the white man." Anticipating eventual war between the races, Heflin continued, "I do not believe it is incumbent upon us to lift him up and educate him on an equal footing that he may be armed and equipped when the combat comes." When debate turned briefly to whether the whipping of prisoners leased to coal mines and lumber camps should be prohibited, a representative from Sumter County summed up the position of the Constitutional Convention. "Everybody knows that the great bulk of convicts in the state are Negroes," he said. "Everybody knows the character of a Negro and knows that there is no punishment in the world that can take the place of the lash with him. He must be controlled that way." The laws remained unchanged. J. 123. As Central of Georgia No. 1, carrying John Davis on a car close to the rear, approached the final wide curve of the tracks on the outskirts of Goodwater on that Tuesday in September 1901, the conductor blew his whistle and slowed dramatically as the engine eased past Sterling Lumber Company. For almost 30 years, this had been the point of disembarkation for the scores of impoverished men, mostly black and a few white, who used the freight trains of the South routinely to move from town to town and job to job. The railroad bed was itself the handwork of forced laborers, as was the case for nearly all Southern rails built before the Civil War or in the first decades after. Goodwater was a place of rich opportunity for men seeking menial work. It had grown into a flourishing commercial center as the hub of the cotton economy in the verdant plain of farmland that rippled between the Coosa and the Tallapoosa rivers, which plunged on parallel currents, 80 miles apart, out of the Appalachians and into the Black Belt of South Alabama. As the picking season progressed each fall, farmers pulled their cotton in long trains of mule-powered wagons from outlying settlements to the gin and rail station at Goodwater. From there, the compressed bales of lint were shipped by train southeast through a succession of other Alabama towns to Columbus, Georgia, 60 miles away. River barges took them down the Chattahoochee River to ports on the Gulf of Mexico at Pensacola and Apalachicola, Florida. For the paying passengers on the line, Goodwater was a welcome respite from the dusty rails. The town had been the final stop on the line in the railroad's first years of operation, feeding a flourishing local economy of hotels, restaurants, and carriage rentals to continue the journey to the new city of Birmingham. Goodwater's Pope House Hotel was a 19th-century culinary landmark. The nearby Palace Hotel and Argo Saloon were famous as outposts of comfort and vice. After the rails were extended the remaining distance to Birmingham in the 1880s, nearly every train on the line continued to stop at Goodwater to rest passengers and load cotton, coal, and water for the steam engine. After the final whistle before the train neared Sterling Lumber, John Davis and the other informal travelers deftly hopped off. It would soon be 124. Dusk, and Davis began making his way by foot toward the home of Nora's parents. As he arrived at the first cluster of houses near the Goodwater train station, within earshot of the Pope House and its dinner-time banter drifting in the late-day quiet, a white man suddenly appeared in the road ahead. "Nigger, have you got any money?" he shouted. The man was Robert N. Franklin, one of the town's appointed constables and keeper of a dry goods store perched at the top of the muddy dirt street that led through Goodwater's commercial district. Davis certainly would have known who Franklin was. Short-necked and rotund, Franklin and the store he ran had been fixtures in Goodwater for at least a decade. There were no black-owned enterprises in Goodwater, and Davis's parents would have traded regularly at the store owned by Franklin. The very overalls that Davis wore that day almost certainly came from Franklin's store or one of the other white-owned mercantile shops facing Main Street. That mattered little at the moment Franklin appeared from the shadows. The question he belligerently posed was a simple but perilous provocation. However Davis answered was fraught with jeopardy. Under the new racial statutes and conventions of the South, demanding whether an itinerant black man had money was tantamount to asking him to prove his right to freedom, or his right even to live. A black man traveling alone in Alabama could be arrested and charged with vagrancy on almost any pretense. To have no money in hand demonstrated his guilt without question and, worse, was seen as absolute proof of his worthlessness. Almost every possible consequence of admitting indigence or joblessness, much less of having ridden for free on a freight train carried, was terrible. Yet given the vulnerability of every black man among whites, even more so a white with some measure of official authority and community respect to reveal that he possessed cash exposed him to more grave risk. Vulgar whites like Franklin could rob or harm a black man with impunity, against which he had no recourse. Contrarily, to accept the risk of a vagrancy charge and lie to a local official might be the beginnings of even more serious trouble. Davis had only to glance around as the light faded that evening to be reminded of his vulnerability. The road ahead ran from the edge of town, alongside the tracks, rising slowly up a long hill. It passed the open gallery of the Pope House and its 2 stories of painted wooden clapboards, all off limits to African Americans. Railroad Street continued first. I-25. Past the crude one-room brick lock house that passed for the town jail, and then the enormous Goodwater train depot, and finally to a crest where Franklin's store looked over the settlement. At the train station, as a score or more of white passengers disembarked, local black men hustled to unload baggage and fill the freight cars with freshly ginned bales of cotton. All but a few came from farms owned by white men but worked by black men. A partly blind African-American man clad in threadbare overalls, called Bad Eye Bradley, furiously refilled the steam engine's boilers with water and its fuel car with coal. He was one of the few black men in the town with a job paying regular wages. Across the street from Franklin's store, Davis could have seen the plate glass windows on the front of the saloon and the balustrade of the second-floor balcony of the Palace Hotel, both destinations of relative luxury that no black man would ever dare enter as a customer. Tethered out front were the one-horse carriages and open bed wagons that only the rarest African American owned. Out of sight from Davis, except for their cluttered rear entrances, stood a succession of new brick buildings extending south from Franklin's store for several hundred yards. Among them were businesses operated by the mayor, Dave M. White, and his close friend, Justice of the Peace Jesse L. London, as well as the vacant lot where construction of the new town hall was to begin in a few months. Only to the north, across the railroad tracks, among a ramshackle collection of shotgun houses and unpainted bungalows where most of the town's black population lived, was there a place of refuge for an African American man. Davis had prayed to reach it before Franklin appeared in the street. Now it was too late. With his single hostile query, "Nigger, have you got any money?" Franklin distilled the smothering layers of legal and economic jeopardy that defined black life in the 20th century South. Davis was pinned. "No, I have not got any money," the black man stammered. Then, gambling on what Franklin was up to, he corrected himself. "I have some, but not for you. When are you going to pay me the money you owe me?" Franklin pressed. "I don't owe you anything," Davis said. The two men stood facing each other in silence for a moment. Then Franklin went on his way, but Davis knew the incident wasn't over. He 126 crossed the iron rails and made his way to the home of Nora's parents as quickly as he could. For a few hours, there was a quiet reunion of the farmer, his children, and the stricken wife and mother. But later that evening, the constable showed up again. He called for Davis to come outside. "I want that money, or I will arrest you," Franklin shouted. "You will have to arrest me." "I do not owe you anything," Davis said, clinging to the hope that a higher authority would see through Franklin's ruse. Galled by the black man's resistance, Franklin left again. But soon another local constable arrived, Francis M. Pruitt, a burly massive man who sported a bushy western mustache and a wide-brimmed black hat. He said he held a warrant for Davis's arrest. "Let me see it," the black man said. "Come uptown and I will let you see it," Pruitt rejoined. There was little else Davis could do. Earlier in the day, he might have escaped by catching another railroad car and fleeing the county as quickly as possible. But the chance for that was past now. Docile cooperation was Davis's only reasonable recourse, his only chance of seeing Nora again, of ever returning to his fields. It was still conceivable that he could weather the scrape with no harm, that a reasonable voice would come to his aid. If necessary, he would simply submit to whatever the white men demanded. It was a dance every black man in the South was being forced to learn. To resist only invited far worse. Davis trudged to the center of town with Pruitt, who locked him in the calaboose near the train station, not far from where his encounter with Franklin had begun. 4 other African Americans seized by Franklin and Pruitt in the previous 48 hours were already there. Davis never saw the ostensible warrant for his arrest, and would have been unable to read it if he had. Later Jesse London, the Justice of the Peace, would testify that Pruitt himself had sworn out a warrant claiming Davis obtained goods under false pretenses from him rather than Franklin, and that Davis willingly pleaded guilty to the charge. London claimed he ordered Davis to pay a fine and the costs of his arrest and trial, though no one involved could later recall what the amount of the sentence had been. The next morning, Pruitt retrieved Davis and the others from the Cal. 127. A bus and hustled them onto the train platform to board the number 3 train from Birmingham at 9:55 a.m. One of 2 daily runs rattling from Alabama's booming new industrial center, down through the prosperous provincial towns of Sylacauga, Goodwater, Dadeville, and beyond to either Montgomery, the state capital, or the river port at Columbus. "We are going to carry you over to Mr. Pace's," Pruitt informed Davis. "I don't know Pace's," Davis replied. "We know," the white man replied. John Davis had been snared in the web. In the section of Alabama where Davis traveled that fall, at least 24 local white men were actively involved in a circuit of traffic in human labor orbiting a 75-mile stretch of the Central of Georgia rail line, with the town of Goodwater as its epicenter. Pruitt and Franklin were the most regular procurers of stout-backed black workers for men of means in the surrounding towns and counties who needed a steady stream of compliant hands. Nearly every sheriff and town marshal in southern Alabama made his primary living in some variation of this trade in human labor, some through formal contracts between the counties or towns and the big mining companies and timber and turpentine operations. Others limited themselves to the less organized, clandestine capture and sale of black men along the railroads or back roads, such as John Davis. Pruitt and Franklin and many others operated with a measure of official police power given by local governments. Even more men, typically brutish plantation guards or the young adult sons of large landowners, acted as special constables or temporary deputies appointed to serve arrest warrants concocted to justify the capture of a particular black man. To give the arrests an imprimatur of judicial propriety, Franklin, Pruitt, and others relied on the judges of what were called Alabama's inferior courts. In these lower courts, town mayors, justices of the peace, notaries public, and county magistrates had authority to convene trials and convict defendants of misdemeanor offenses. A relic from the frontier era, every Alabama town or rural community had such local judges appointed by the governor or locally elected. Most were store owners or large landowners, men of limited substance but in the context of their world the most sub. 128. Stanchial men of the community. In the town of Goodwater, the amateur judiciary consisted of Mayor White and Jesse London. Once appointed justice of the peace by one governor, such men retained their powers almost in perpetuity, either by routine reappointment from successive governors or so long as local citizens accepted their continuation in unofficial ex officio capacities. By the turn of the century, Alabama had thousands of such judges scattered through every community and at almost every major crossing of roads, so many that no one in the state capital even maintained a comprehensive list of who they were. Mayor White's dry goods store was a few doors down Main Street from Robert Franklin's. London, whose mercantile business was nearly adjacent to the mayor's, was almost as young as White's oldest children, and he was married to a cousin of White's wife. The two wives, both reputed to be marvelous cooks, at times managed the Pope House Hotel near the train station registered. Mayor White, the son of a blind farmer, had grown up without education under difficult circumstances in the countryside of another rural Alabama county. To his death in 1935, his tastes never deviated from the poor people's fare of squirrel, opossum, and chitlins. Yet in spite of those origins, White moved to Goodwater intent on lifting himself from the coarse life of frontier Alabama through sheer labor and willpower. He had no patience for games or those he considered loafers. By the eternal, if you need exercise, get a hoe and do something constructive with it, White liked to tell children. Over time, he acquired farms and a livery stable in addition to the store. With success, he took on the air of a benevolent businessman, donning a daily uniform of a pinstripe shirt, gray suit, black bow tie, and a black hat. At Christmas time, he secretly passed out food and paid for medical care for poor whites in the town. He was active during the turmoil of Alabama's late 19th century political battles, eventually winning election to the Alabama Senate and the Executive Committee of the state Democratic Party carried. But the emergence of a place like Goodwater, or a man such as White, into the first degrees of 20th century sophistication was not entirely what it seemed. Long into middle age, White would fight any man he believed insulted him. He impressed his children with his gallon-by-gallon consumption of moonshine whiskey, and ability to chain-smoke cigars. On the slave EARM of John Pace 129. One occasion, he survived a gunshot wound received during a political argument at a rally in Dadeville. He was an early proponent of the defiant states' rights agenda that would consume Southern Democrats, and in the next generation fuel segregationists like Strom Thurmond and in the following generation George Wallace. He made bitter enemies in politics and business, and believed there were parasites threatening the society that whites like him had wrested from the tailings of the previous century. He was contemptuous of the notion that African Americans deserved the full citizenship of the 15th Amendment. Yet it was this man, uneducated and crude, who held power in Goodwater, conducting rudimentary trials on the boardwalk in front of his store, maintaining a clumsy city court docket of warrants and verdicts behind his counter, and extending his legal authority in support of the county's busy slaving network. Under White's acquiescence, his friend Jesse London summarily found John Davis guilty of a misdemeanor, despite the fact that Franklin and Pruitt couldn't agree on what charge they were claiming to bring against him. In adjoining Tallapoosa County, the man most relied on to sentence free men to hard labor was a justice of the peace named James M. Kennedy, a civic jack of all trades who extracted a steady income from a collection of overlapping, periodic public appointments. He had been an election inspector for the Arcaret in 1892, and not infrequently was made a special temporary deputy sheriff to serve warrants in civil and criminal cases. Most important, Kennedy was named by Governor William Oates in 1894 a justice of the peace and notary public for the remote section of Tallapoosa County where he lived, though a decade later he was no longer certain by which governor or in which year his tenure as a judge had begun. Few of the part-time judges such as White and London had any legal or academic qualifications beyond better than average handwriting. Even that skill was not often apparent. There were no clear guidelines for the proper operation of the inferior courts or clear case law defining their parameters and jurisdiction. Like so much of the legal and administrative systems of regions only decades removed from wilderness status, the lower courts of Alabama were policed mainly by citizens' innate sense of justice. The power of these ill-defined casual judges, particularly over illiterate and impoverished citizens, was immense. 13 degrees. Above men like Kennedy, White, and Franklin, at the top of the pyramid of players in the rural forced labor networks, were large landowners, entrepreneurs, and minor industrialists, just as they had been in the years before the Civil War. In Coosa and Tallapoosa counties, the trade in African Americans relied on three powerful families, all of whom in turn at least periodically employed or conducted business with most of the other men involved in the buying and selling of black men. The two most prominent buyers, John W. Pace and James Fletcher Turner, together held a contract to lease every prisoner sentenced to hard labor by the two counties. Turner and sometimes Pace also leased from the city of Dadeville all prisoners who had been convicted under the town ordinances. Sometimes in conjunction with each other, sometimes operating independently. Pace and Turner actively purchased African Americans through every official and unofficial means available. Both operated farms with hundreds of acres under till, large sawmills, and mining or quarrying. In 1900, Pace paid $2,600 to expand his holdings to include a 500-acre plantation near his main farm. He ran the farm from a large and comfortable country home where he had become well known in the county for his lavish hospitality and maintained a second residence in town, less than a block from the Dadeville Square. Turner, known to acquaintances as Fletch, owned a large farm 4 miles outside the town limits, in a place called Eagle Creek, a booming sawmill at a settlement called Camp Creek, and a major stake in a limestone quarry at Calcis opened by his father and managed by his younger brother Eliza. Even measured against the wide scope of human horror being perpetrated in the slavery operations of Pace and Turner at their farms and sawmills, the quarry near the newly founded town of Calcis stood alone as a place of notably perverse abuse. Situated 35 miles northeast of Goodwater, the quarry was halfway up the rail line to Birmingham. Inside its compound, workers heaped huge quantities of shattered limestone into two 30-foot-high cylindrical kilns, which superheated the rock with blasts of burning coal piled into a lower chamber. Under intense heat, the limestone turned to quicklime, a highly caustic powder that when moist turned instantly into a burning, potentially explosive acid. Eliza Turner was a man of questionable mental stability, claiming later in life that he had invented the radio, the X-ray, and the teletype, only to have been robbed in each case by Guglielmo Marconi and others. Carat laborers who survived the Calcis quarry told frightening stories of tubercular men and sexually abused women quarantined to a sick house hidden deep in the adjoining woods. Equally horrifying were the fates of workers who accidentally came into contact with quicklime unintentionally mixed with water. The few who lived left the quarry with terrible, disfiguring acid scars. Despite the dangers in making quicklime, the substance was a critical component in the blasting of iron ore into steel and fetched lucrative prices from the iron companies expanding at breakneck speed in Birmingham. By the time the Turners' 5-year-old quarry and kiln was operating at full capacity in 1903, its sole customer was Termessi Coal, Iron and Railroad Co., the company fast becoming the most powerful commercial interest in the state and the keeper of more than 1,000 forced laborers at its Pratt mines. The Turner quarry hired skilled free laborers to run the locomotive that dragged tons of limestone up from the quarry pit and coopers who made barrels to ship the powder. But for the back-jarring task of wielding picks and sledgehammers in the bottom of the pit, and the unremitting task of piling thousands of tons of stone into the stone kilns, the Turners relied on Franklin, Pruitt, and the others to supply dozens of slave laborers crowded into a crude log and stone pen at the edge of the quarry. Turner himself lived in a spacious farmhouse at the Eagle Creek farm with his extended family, including a volatile 18-year-old son, Alan, who took charge whenever his father was away. Not far from Pace's farm were George D. and William D. Cosby, two middle-aged brothers with large land holdings who frequently repurchased black workers from Pace and Turner. The Cosbys, along with W.D.'s 27-year-old son, Barancas, worked the black men and women they acquired on their own farms and also engaged in a sideline of reselling workers to smaller-scale farmers nearby. Between the fall of 1901, when John Davis was arrested in Goodwater, and the spring of 1903, the three families Pace, Turner, and Cosby bought at least 80 African American men and women. Like the hundreds of undocumented forced workers tallied in the Sloss Sheffield mine. 132. In 1895, none of those captured near Goodwater ever appeared among the thousands of official convict laborers sold by the state of Alabama and its counties. The true total seized by the three families was almost certainly far higher. Carat. A day after his arrest, John Davis still didn't know what charge he had been convicted of, or how much money Robert Franklin falsely claimed he owed. After a 1-hour rail ride to Dadeville and then a 10-mile trip by horse and wagon to a 500-acre farm at the meeting of the Tallapoosa River and Big Sandy Creek, Davis faced the hoary form of John W. Pace. Pace was a towering figure. He loomed over most men, more than 6 feet tall and weighing at least 275 pounds. Despite his fortune, he still routinely appeared in town in a collarless, homespun shirt, homemade shoes, and a broad-brimmed black hat. His face was flush from a life of work outdoors. By 1900, he showed signs of gout and walked awkwardly, which he explained as the result of severe frostbite to his feet in the past. Davis was pulled from the wagon and forced to stand before the old farmer. Pace, further confusing the contradictory bogus charges, proclaimed that the black man owed Pruitt $40 for goods purchased at a store in Goodwater. Now he claimed Davis also owed Franklin $35 for fines and costs from his conviction. Davis had two choices. Pace said, to pay $75 immediately or agree to be taken under his control. Davis had no choice. He had no money at all. Pace promptly produced a 2-page handwritten contract on which Davis, who could not read or write his name, scrawled an X. The contract signed. Pace paid Pruitt and Franklin $75. The coerced contract was a sham, and illegal on its face. Court decisions already in force made it clear that even if Davis had been legitimately convicted of a crime, he could not legally be held on the conviction once his fine had been paid, as Franklin and Pruitt claimed they had done. Regardless, Davis knew only that he had marked a document that he was told obligated him to work at any task Pace demanded for 10 months, to repay the $75 Pace had advanced him to pay the fines. Most significantly, Davis had unwittingly agreed to language that appeared in dozens of such contracts that Pace and others intimidated black laborers to sign. 133. Under the documents, the blacks Pace acquired agreed to be locked up in the cell at night and submit to such treatment as other convicts. The contracts further authorized that should the said Pace advance me anything over and above what he had already furnished me, I agree to work for him under this contract until I have paid for same in full. The additional charges explicitly included any costs resulting from a laborer attempting to escape the farm. Most ominously, the documents allowed Pace to hire me out to any person, firm, or corporation in the state of Alabama at such sum as he may be able to hire me at for a term sufficient to pay him all that I may owe him. Happy face, for all practical purposes. Pace owned John Davis. John Pace arrived in Tallapoosa County at the age of 25 in 1879, a time when settlement to avens and farms were still being carved from unmarked forests. Most land was dense red clay, flecked with shards of igneous rock, layered upon the flanks of infertile ridgelines cutting asymmetrically to the north and east. Gold was mined there in the 1830s and the 1840s, and the flurry of early wealth established one aspiring Coimtree town, Dadeville. Almost 10 miles from the deep Tallapoosa River, Dadeville had a railroad station, a few stores, and a livery stable. Setting it apart from other hard-edged outposts was a small medical institute, a source of Southern physicians since before the Civil War. By the 1880s, the rich mineral veins were tapped out. The allure of cotton had replaced the magnetic attraction of gold. Farmers and tradesmen like Pace were slipping in from Georgia and other parts of Alabama to begin a new, more orderly domestication of the land. Growing numbers of them worked in exasperation to clear the trees and scratch crops out of rocky fields on the low ridges. But along the Tallapoosa River lay a wide spine of rich alluvial soil miming through the center carat of the county. On that bottomland plain, where a creek called Big Sandy emptied into the Tallapoosa, spread one great tableau of flat, fertile land. Pace set out to obtain all of it he could, and make his fortune there. Pace had never been troubled by slavery, or any other maimer of the white man's control of blacks in the odd post-war world. For that matter, hardly any man Pace had ever met objected. He had been only 9 years old. 134. When his family's slaves were emancipated from their Georgia farm during the Civil War. One of them, a girl named Catherine, only a few years younger than he, never departed. She took the Pace family name and, despite freedom, grew to middle age as a servant in his Tallapoosa County home. There were no illusions in this section of Alabama about the nature of relations between black men and white. No one laid claim to the stylized hoop-skirt vision of antebellum life embraced in the Old South fantasies that were becoming the vogue in the rest of the United States. Eastern Alabama had never been suited to vast plantations where paternalistic slave masters and contented black servants supposedly lived before the war. Black men and women in Tallapoosa County were there to be worked hard like mules. Notwithstanding whatever the 13th Amendment said about slavery, if white people wanted to buy Negroes like mules, sell them, trade them, or whip them, there was nothing wrong about that to Pace either. Before the war, a slave owner named Gumthret owned another Tallapoosa River plantation not far from where Pace established his first farm. He handled his slaves in the final years before emancipation with indifferent brutality. If and they ever was a devil on this earth it was Gumthret, recalled one of his former slaves a half-century later. He just didn't have any regard for his slaves. He made 'em work from daylight to dark and didn't give them any more food and clothes than they could possibly get along with. He beat them for everything they done and a lot they didn't. After an escaped slave named Charles Posey was dragged back to Thread's plantation, the master stood above him on the edge of his front porch and kicked the man under the chin. You could hear his neck pop. He fell to the ground and kicked around like he was dying, recalled the former slave who witnessed the punishment. They brought him to and then Gumthret stripped him to the waist and took him into an old building, stretched him out and fastened his feet and hands wide apart. Then he took a live coal of fire as big as your hand and laid it in the middle of his bare back. I remember seeing the scar there and it was about 1/8 of an inch deep. John Pace recognized the value of restoring forced black labor as soon as he arrived in Tallapoosa. Soon after the Civil War's end, the probate judge in Dadeville, who ran the county government, adopted the practice. 135. Of parceling out arrested blacks to farmers who were willing to pay for them. Pace successfully ran for county sheriff and quickly absorbed how profitably black men could be rounded up and put to work in his own commercial interest, and what little glimmer of judicial process was necessary to hide slavery behind a guise of prisoners working off legal penalties for actual crimes. By 1885, just 6 years after buying his first 200 acres of Tallapoosa River bottom, Pace reached an agreement with the county judge to lease every prisoner sentenced to hard labor, as well as any unable to pay fines and court costs. As in almost every Alabama county, that amounted to nearly every black man arrested. 50 years after Gumthreads' assaults on his slaves, life was little changed for the new slaves of Tallapoosa County. Not far from Pace's spread, a man named B.S. Smith operated a large farm and timber operation on the banks of the Tallapoosa. He contracted directly with the state of Alabama to acquire several hundred men found guilty in state courts of felony offenses. In addition, Smith and his wife, Elizabeth, aggressively sought scores of other forced laborers from counties across Alabama. After the couple wrested the contract for Autauga County prisoners away from W.D. McCurdy in 1883, Mrs. Smith complained to the county sheriff that one worker had disappeared during the transfer from McCurdy's notoriously brutal Lowndes County farm to hers. By the mid-1880s, the Smith plantation degenerated into a miserable compound of rampant disease and death. In 1886, a black prisoner named Alex Cruz died at the Smith convict farm from complications of severe frostbite to his feet. A state physician visited on January 30, 1886, and reported back to the State Board of Inspectors of Convicts. I found the clothing of the convicts very defective, being thin and worthless, insufficient for protection during the cold weather. Many of them had no shoes beyond a sole tied to their feet, there being no uppers and some with no protection for the feet except rags tied around them. I told Mr. Smith that the clothing and sanitary condition of the men were miserable and outrageous. A reporter for the Montgomery Daily Dispatch, a black newspaper in the state capital, wrote that one of its reporters had asked Cruz on his deathbed whether there were other men on the Smith farm as ill as he. "Oh, yes, boss." 136. Cruz replied, "Some of them are a heap worse." The following month, the president of the Board of Inspectors of Convicts, Col. Reginald H. Dawson, visited the farm and reported back to Governor Edward O'Neill that he found 7 convicts more or less frostbitten, and that one of them will probably die. The state took no action. Pace operated his slave farm lit differendi, extending his land holdings and his purchases of black men in tandem proportions. As his operations grew, he employed a growing number of white men to manage various enterprises and portions of the farm. In the spring of 1892, he hired the Justice of the Peace, James Kennedy, who had just married the younger sister of Pace's wife, Molly. Pace had raised Molly almost as a daughter, and Kennedy became in effect his first son-in-law. After a few months spent running a limestone quarry in the adjacent county, Kennedy settled into a house 150 yards from that of Pace and took over the older man's sawmill and its squads of black hands. 6 years later, Pace added Anderson Hardy to the payroll, a man just a few years his junior but the new husband of Pace's 19-year-old daughter, Elizabeth. He lived in a house adjacent to Pace's and acted as a foreman of the farm, guard, and, frequently, the designated whipping boss to lash non-compliant workers. Pace had become a great landowner by the standards of the province and his era, with nearly 1,000 acres of property under till at the Big Sandy Creek farm and ownership of several blocks, including a second home, in downtown Dadeville. Like many in Tallapoosa County, he also harbored visions that gold might once again be found in the area, and purchased a half interest in May 1894 in a labor-intensive mining venture at his end of the county powered by the flow of the Big Sandy Creek. The Pace sawmill teamed with the black laborers he acquired from throughout Alabama, working under conditions and with technology little changed from the Bibb steam mill a half-century earlier. Kennedy oversaw the operation with cold indifference, and soon began to branch into other duties desired by Pace. Thin, ever clad in an inexpensive rumple jacket, balding severely except for a few twisted locks at the crown of his forehead, his voice high-pitched and nasal, Kennedy struck an unattractive profile, a Southern Ichabod Crane, unaccustomed to and ill-equipped for power. Any of the men, 137, and boys imprisoned on the place, and most likely all of the women, could have knocked him to the ground. But armed with a buggy whip and his obscure appointment as a justice of the peace, and backed by the wealthy white men who paid him, Kennedy was transformed into a terrifying figure. Using his status as justice of the peace to convict and sentence men for misdemeanor offenses, Kennedy became the on-site judge for Pace's forced labor business. When the Cosby family wanted to take control of a particular black man, one of the Cosbys would order an employee to swear out an affidavit accusing the African American of a crime, usually failure to pay for goods, breaking a contract to work for the entire planting season, or a charge as generic as fighting. Often, the bogus warrants were signed by Jack Patillo, the young son of a related white family, J. Wilburn Harrelson, another white employee of the farm, or one of several black workers who lived permanently under the control of the Cosbys. Whatever the charge, the Cosbys seized the black man and took him and their affidavit to Pace's farm, where Kennedy would hold the semblance of a trial. These proceedings never lasted more than a few minutes, and rarely was any record of the charge or outcome preserved. There was never an acquittal, according to later statements by Kennedy. The defendant was always found guilty and ordered to pay a fine he could not produce, usually $5 plus the costs of the arrest and trial, a total of about $20. For a black laborer at the turn of the century in Alabama, $20 was a sum equal to at least 3 months' work. The Cosbys, who had seized the black man to begin with, would claim to pay Kennedy the ostensible fine and fees, and force the prisoner to sign a labor contract agreeing to work a year or more under guard to pay them back. The system worked almost flawlessly. Soon the Cosbys were acquiring so many black men and women that, within a few years, Kennedy said he could no longer recall most of their names and faces. The efficiency of having Kennedy convict any black man or woman desired by a white buyer was also obvious to Pace. There was no need to remit any portion of the fines to the county courts or to submit to even the superficial supervision that was sometimes demanded for the prisoners he purchased directly from the county jail. Most useful was that when a black man's term of labor neared an end, Pace, Turner, or the Cosbys could swear out a new warrant for another supposed crime. Kennedy would obligingly 138. Convict again, and sentence the worker to another 6 months or year of hard labor. Soon, the Cosbys arranged for William D. Cosby to be named a notary public as well. After that, in order to further the ruse of court oversight, the trials were divided between the 2 slave farms in a carefully structured theater. W. D. Cosby would try Pace's Negroes. "I would try Cosby's Negroes," Kennedy later explained. Whenever the time of a man working for J. W. Pace or W. D. Cosby or G. D. Cosby was about out, they would send somebody before me, if one of Cosby's Negroes, to have an affidavit against him on some trumped-up charge, and, if working for Pace, somebody would go before W. D. Cosby and make an affidavit against him. Except for Pace, Turner, and the eldest Cosbys, nearly all of the men engaged in this labor-selling network were in their 20s or 30s. Most had recently begun their own families. Many were bombed during or just after the Civil War and had grown up steeped in the stories of the roles their fathers or grandfathers played during the conflict and the chaotic years that followed. They were not descendants of the white miling class, but hardscrabble country whites whose previous generation had fought to defend slavery but whose members had rarely owned slaves themselves. All came of age during the years when African Americans exercised their greatest level of freedom and political participation in the South. As children or teenagers, they witnessed or heard the stories of the violent campaigns carried out by their fathers to re-establish white hegemony in the 1870s and 1880s. These men emerged into adulthood just as the political parties of the South were finally articulating, without reservation, and with only scant criticism from elsewhere in the country, a rhetoric of complete white supremacy and total black political exclusion. They explicitly embraced as personal responsibility a duty to preserve the new racial regime. The rising young men of Goodwater and Dadeville also were motivated by their understanding that unlike the long-ago era of full-scale slavery in which their fathers gained almost nothing from richer white men's ownership of slaves, the economic benefits of the new system of black forced labor were available to nearly every white man. J. I. 39. The buyers in the new system grasped that lesson better than any. It was they who had forged the new racial order of the South, through 2 decades of strife between whites and blacks and among whites who could not agree on how best to reassert their control over the region. Pace and Turner had been in the thick of that fight. A decade before John Davis was delivered to Pace's farm, as the April primary election in the pivotal year of 1892 approached. Pace and Turner led opposing factions amid the tensions flaring in Tallapoosa and every county seat across the state. Borrowing from the leading newspaper in Birmingham, the local Tallapoosa Voice bellowed against the continued participation in elections by black voters in counties where African Americans made up a majority or large minority of the population. The one issue before the white people of Alabama is to maintain the integrity of the white man's Democratic Party. This is the one thing to which the party organization should look. That is the one thing the voter should address himself to, said one editorial. Pace declared himself a backer of Reuben Kalb, along with the rest of the local Democratic leadership. The rallying call of the Kalb populists became the denunciation of any black participation in the primary election. Another newspaper allied with Pace's group, the Alliance Herald, mocked the reliance on black votes by the Bourbon coalition led by Governor Jones. Oh yes, you are terribly concerned about white supremacy. While you are pretending to be so much exorcised on the subject, your friends and allies in Sumter County are preparing to have Negro votes carry that county for Jones. Negro votes in Marengo and Negro votes in Sumter. No Negro has voted for Kalb in this contest. Kalb carried the party primary in Tallapoosa County, but lost the statewide election. Infuriated by the wave of black voting, some of it fraudulent, that sealed Jones's nomination, the populists abandoned any pretense of sympathy to African American farmers. Kalb continued his bid for governor under the flag of a new third-party agrarian alliance. To rally voters, his supporters adopted the most virulent white supremacist invective. Quoting from a Republican newspaper in Washington, D.C., the Voice warned local whites of the feast that awaited them if full citizenship was allowed for blacks. 140. More than 20 Negro representatives from the South will render the Republican control of the future Congresses absolutely safe and sure. Heavy taxes should be laid upon the property of the whites to develop and extend the public school system of these states. Separate schools of the two races would be abolished, and the plan of bringing the youth of both colors into close and equal relation in school and churches given a fair trial. The state laws against the intermarriage of the races should be repealed, and any discrimination against the blacks in the matter of learning trades or obtaining employment should be a criminal offense, while the colored man's rights to hold office should be sacredly protected and recognized. The irony that this description was exactly the vision of American life promised by the U.S. Constitution escaped nearly all Southern whites. Against that backdrop of fury, Tallapoosa County Democrats met in July 1892 to make official the county's support for Kalb, the populist candidate who had won the earlier primary. As the formalities were concluded, the county's most prominent Confederate veteran, Brig. Gen. Michael J. Bulger, a Southern hero of Gettysburg, the war's most decisive battle, was asked to regale the crowd at the mass meeting in Dadeville. But 10 minutes into Bulger's stemwinder on the heroism of the county's storied Civil War units, Fletch Turner and a rump committee of supporters for incumbent Governor Jones barged in and seized the podium. Through a series of parliamentary maneuvers, Turner's group took charge of the county party organization and endorsed a new slate of party nominees, including the local superintendent of education substituted for Pace in the race for county sheriff. If Jones carried the statewide election by a vote of 127,000 to 116,000, winning 29 counties versus 37 for Kalb. Despite Fletch Turner's party coup, Tallapoosa stayed in the Kalb camp. Jones retained the governorship. Pace and Turner would not argue politics again. A century of complete white domination of the South was underway. The two men forged a commercial partnership grounded on the same white supremacist principles. On the issue of black men, they agreed completely. Pace and Turner became partners in the business of buying and selling African Americans. Together they signed a new contract with Tallapoosa County and with the I-4I probate judge of adjoining Coosa County to acquire all the prisoners of both jurisdictions. Their forced labor network began to thrive. As the long spare frame of James Kennedy ambled from house to house down Red Ridge Road in the dusty southern end of Tallapoosa County in April 1900, the fields were teeming with black farmhands planting the cotton that would be harvested the following fall. In another of his remunerative government sidelines, Kennedy was the appointed federal census taker for the Red Ridge beat, the section of the county controlled by his employer and brother-in-law, John Pace. He spent his days that spring busily listing the 1,250 residents of every household in the district. On the approach to the Pace family compound, Kennedy's task became both more familiar and unsettlingly grim. After listing the members of his own family and the white farmers who adjoined the sawmill he managed, Kennedy arrived at the crude farm of Jesse Lyle, a 48-year-old father who worked misty as a guard over the blacks held at Pace's farm. Lyle rented a patch of property from Pace too, and with an overgrown family scratched out a course life from a garden and a few pigs and chickens. Next came the household of Anderson Hardy, the new son-in-law of Pace. The marriage was only 2 years past, but Elizabeth Hardy had already given birth to a child and seen it die. Sharing the house with the Hardys was Joseph G. Smith, another guard, renting a bed, and Mary Smith, a 37-year-old black woman listed as a servant. Hardy kept 4 black men aged 28 to 32 years locked in a cell nearby. Finally, there was the prisoner Maurice Cunningham, an illiterate 10-year-old black water carrier, who spent his days sprinting from man to man on the farm with a simple wooden bucket of water and dipper made from a dried gourd. The last residence before reaching the big house where John Pace lived was the home of James H. Todd, a guard on the plantation who rented a room to Arthur Berry, a 40-year-old overseer who acted as Pace's whipping boss. When Kennedy arrived at the main house on the plantation, he listed the members of Pace's family in the same straightforward fashion as he had at almost every other home on Red Ridge Road. There was John, 142, 46 years old, his wife of 20 years, Molly, and a 16-year-old son, Fulton, a studious boy who was already working as a teacher in the nearby school for white children. Also living in the home was Catherine, the black cook who had grown up from slavery times with John Pace. Beyond the inner circle of the blood-related family members, converting the sordid particulars of the farm and its other inhabitants onto the technical grids of a Census Bureau enumeration form wasn't simple. How, for instance, to categorize the rest of the Pace farm population's relationship to John Pace, the head of household? Or of the 5 African Americans held in the crude cell at Hardy's place? Kennedy could not call them slaves. Slavery was abolished. The Census Bureau's old slave schedules, listing unnamed human chattel by sex and age, hadn't been used since 1860. Yet for all practical purposes that was what these black workers were. Kennedy could not call them boarders, as paid farm workers living on a worksite were commonly called on government forms. That was the term used for Pace's various guards rooming with nearby white families. In his first pass through the paperwork, Kennedy simply skipped the column altogether. Beneath the names of the Pace family members, Kennedy first listed the 11 men then on the property who had been delivered by the sheriffs or other authentic police officials of Tallapoosa or Coosa County, ostensibly for committing misdemeanors. Most were young, single, strong adults. All of them were black. Most could read and write at least a little. Henry McLean, 22 years old, Millage Hunter, 18, Orwise Sherman, 30, Harry Montgomery, 21, Jim Miles, 32, Emmanuel Tripp, a 26-year-old Arkansas boy now very far from home. Familiarity exempted no black man from the fates of the Pace farm. Green Lockhart, aged 24, was almost certainly a descendant of slaves formerly owned by a white family of the same name at the other end of Red Ridge. Mixed in with the young men were other African Americans with larger lives and responsibilities waiting for them elsewhere. Esam Mosley and Alwist Hutchinson were both 31 years old and married. Mosley had 3 children somewhere. Willie Farrell, 29, had 10 youngsters at home. Henry Wilson, at 50 years old the dean of these men and the father of 9 children, had owned a farm of his own at the time of his capture. 143. Each of them came under the labor and control of Pace through at least a semblance of a formal judicial process, though the legitimacy of all the misdemeanor arrests and convictions was doubtful. Kennedy listed those men as convicts. But in addition, Pace was also holding 7 other blacks. Augusta Wright, 13 years old, was listed as a housemaid. 2 sets of brothers were being worked in the fields, Archer Lewis, aged 12, and Q.F. Lewis, just 10. Luke Tinsley was 13, and Henry Tinsley was 10. None had learned to read or write. Pace had seized the Tinsley brothers as soon as they grew big enough to pick cotton to begin paying off a debt he claimed was owed by their mother for a fine he paid on her behalf 3 years earlier. In 1897 Luke, already bulking into the young frame of a man, could swing a hoe as well as almost any other laborer. Henry, a small boy with smooth dark black skin and chocolate hair, skittered across the field to keep up with his brother and avoid the gruff shouts of the 2 adult African Americans overseeing the children in the fields. Both adults were former slaves, now almost certainly being held by force. P. Johnson, a 45-year-old man born in Virginia, and Josephine Dawson, a 35-year-old wife and mother. On his second pass, Kennedy described the group being held against their will as servants. The largest fields of the Pace farm had long been cleared of forest and tamed into productive cotton. But on the boundaries, and in adjacent property he acquired in the 1890s, Pace's enterprises were accrued blade cutting into the raw of the land. His holdings included huge swaths of vestigial forest, still choked with the same massive timber that greeted the first frontier settlers. Removing the tea-bearing stands of oak, hickory, and pine, excavating and burning the tremendous root systems they left behind in the river's ancient alluvial deposits, releveling the ground, ditching to drain the new fields, these were the monumental tasks required to continue expanding Pace's small empire. The means and methods of turning the land to production were hardly changed from the times of Elisha Cottingham nearly a century earlier: axes and cross saws, mules and slaves. The economic incentives for Pace were twofold. Clearing the land expanded the range of his cotton production. But more immediately, there 144 was a buzzing market for the lumber he could produce in clearing the giant trees of the property. Sawmills were busy in every section of Tallapoosa County, and Pace needed a constant flow of new laborers to perform the backbreaking tasks of clearing the new ground and keeping the sawmill in near continuous operation. When John Davis arrived at the Pace farm a year after the census enumeration, few of the African Americans recorded by James Kennedy had escaped. Some, like Davis, had been fraudulently snared as they traveled country roads and sold to Pace by ad hoc constables, for amounts ranging from $40 and $75. Others were arrested in towns and formally convicted in the county seat for allegedly violating some petty offense, most often vagrancy. For most, there was little or no record made of their alleged crimes, when their sentences would expire, or in some cases, even who they were. Davis was held with men called Talassi and Gypsy, whose identities and origins were never clear to him. No official records of their arrests were ever created. Each was coerced into signing a contract like the one entered into by John Davis, agreeing to be held essentially as a slave for approximately a year, locked as a convict at night, chained during the day if Pace desired it, and obligated to continue working past the expiration of the contract for as long as Pace claimed was necessary to pay for medical or any other extra expenses over the term of the agreement, including the cost of recapture if the prisoner tried to escape. Occasionally, a friend or relative of a Pace prisoner would appear and purchase their freedom. In the case of highly productive laborers, Pace nearly always asserted a basis for keeping them far longer than the original term, often extending from 2 years up to 10. The simplest method of adding additional time to a man's contract was to accuse him of another made-up charge. A typical ploy was to claim that a black worker had violated his or her contract by eating food they weren't entitled to, or rearresting them as they departed at the end of the contract on a claim that they were leaving with clothes that actually belonged to Pace. Another theatrical trial would be held before one of the various justices of the peace. If one of the other white men was interested in obtaining a particular African American, Pace routinely sold them for a premium over what he had originally paid. In those cases, Pace made a profit in addition to the value of the year or more labor received. The black worker was then 145. Compelled to sign a new contract with his buyer, usually agreeing to work another year or more to pay off his new debt to the white man. To resist the system was more than foolhardy. Arthur Berry, the man Pace most often relied on to discipline his laborers, was like most Southern white men in his belief that black workers could only be fully productive if frequently subjected to physical punishment. Berry's tool of choice was a 3-inch wide leather strap. The whipping end was 18 inches long, attached to a wooden handle. Berry, or one of the other guards, ordered laborers to lower their pants and lie on the ground while being whipped with the strap on the buttocks, back, and legs. Those who resisted were held down at the hands and feet by other laborers, often stretched across a barrel or the stump of a tree. In the crude environment of the farm's timber cutting operations, Berry would whip with any available object if his strap was not handy, cutting a switch from a tree or using a sapling the size of a broom handle. Other whipping bosses on the farm were his brother, Jesse Berry, and the thuggish guard James Todd. One prisoner described in an affidavit how the obedience of laborers was enforced. "I was mistreated bad sometimes," said Joe Patterson, who became an object of particular cruelty. "Mr. Todd whips the hardest." Sometimes Mr. Todd would tie hands together and put them over the knee and put a stick in between the legs and whip him with a big buggy trace, pulled the clothes down so he would be naked. Sometimes he would hit over 100 licks, sometimes 50, or 75 times, sometimes 30, never less than 30. The whipping would take place in the field or stockade, no doctor present and nobody to count the licks, or time it. In another bitter echo of antebellum years, any effort to escape the slave farm risked not just the laborer who attempted to flee but any black person he or she encountered. After a black man named Dave Scott ran away, Pace tracked him down with dogs and then arrested everyone on the property where he was taking refuge. Pace ordered that Scott's wife, 4 other family members, and 2 more blacks found nearby be brought back for harboring the runaway slave. After being found guilty by James Kennedy, the half-dozen workers were sold to George Cosby, who held them in a stockade surrounded by guard dogs and beat them regularly. When the sentence of one of the work 146 ERS, Liam Johnson, was about to expire, he was rearrested and charged with stealing potatoes from another nearby white farmer, Bob Patillo. Cosby took him back to his farm, claiming he'd paid an $18 fine on his behalf. Johnson was forced to sign another labor contract and return to the stockade. Nearly all the black residents of Tallapoosa and the surrounding counties had heard stories about atrocities on the farms of Pace and other forced labor enterprises in the area. Everyone knew black men faced medieval-era punishments for any failure to work, Black women faced the double jeopardy of being required to submit both to the cotton fields and kitchens, as well as the beds of the white men obtaining them. A black neighbor near the farms named M.J. Scroggins said the Cosbys starved their forced laborers and were violent. They would feed the Negroes on nothing but a little cornbread and syrup. Go barefooted in cold weather, women and men, Scroggins said. The white people would be afraid to go by the Cosbys. Some people had gotten killed out there, and never could prove who did it. The Cosbys are pretty bad folks. If a strange Negro walked along the road, they would catch him up and put him on the chain gang. The Turner farm was particularly notorious for sadistic inflictions upon sexually defiant black women. At one point, an African American woman named Hazel Slaughter suddenly reappeared in Dadeville after a months-long disappearance. She showed other women in the community how her stomach was scarred and raw from an attack by dogs used to track her down after an attempted escape from the farm of Fletch Turner. In whispered tones, Slaughter said she had run away after watching Turner's teenage son, Alan, use a spade to beat to death another black prisoner, named Willie Farrell. Bloodhounds were set on her track. They tore through the woods behind her as she fled, finally hunting her down miles from the farm. Before guards caught up on horseback and began dragging Slaughter back to service on the Turner farm, the dogs had torn the clothes from her body and ripped open her stomach. The account was more than plausible. Stories circulated in the county months earlier that Alan Turner had killed a young black woman on the farm named Sarah Oliver. Another black woman, Cornelia Hammock, was arrested in Dadeville and charged with larceny on May 20, 1902, according to the rudimentary trial docket erratically maintained by the town's mayor. 147. She pleaded innocent, but was immediately declared guilty by the mayor and fined a total of $16.40. Unable to pay the fine, Hammock was ordered to the farm of Fletch Turner to work till November 1903, a total of 18 months. She survived only 2 days. No cause of death was recorded. Her death was never investigated. It is the general talk of the colored people in and about Dadeville, swore a local black leader a year after the killing. The stories were reported to colored people by other colored people who have been there that these practices are carried on there all the time. Colored people befive it. Happy face. Tallapoosa County had become the embodiment of the casual new slavery flourishing across the South. White Southerners had clearly won the national debate over who would decide the future of the country's black population. As Southerners had insisted for more than a decade, the nation's Negro problem would be dealt with using the Southern, white man solution. None of the ostensible allies of black citizenship would act meaningfully to stop it. From the perspective of most white Americans, the new racial order had been affirmed formally and informally at the highest levels of society. The U.S. Supreme Court ruling 4 years earlier in Plessy v. Ferguson, sanctioning separate but equal public facilities for blacks and whites, sanctified the wave of new legislation and business practices requiring disparate treatment of blacks and whites. The ruling's effects went far beyond the courts and legislative chambers. The open willingness of the highest court to base its seminal ruling on claims that were so clearly false that train cars designated for blacks were no different from those of whites sent a profound message to all Americans. So long as whites performed at least the bare rituals of due process and cloaked their actions behind claims of equality, the crudest abuses of blacks and violations of their protections under law would rarely ever be challenged. The neo-slavery of the new century relied on a simple but extraordinary ruse that the Supreme Court's roofing implicity endorsed. Men such as Franklin, Pruitt, Kennedy, Berry, and Todd, in places like Goodwater and Tallapoosa County, could safely force a black man into servitude for months or years as long as they pretended that the legal rights of those black men, 148, had not been violated. The implications were as deeply absorbed by black people as were the rhythms of farming in the era of old slavery. This long era of false trials and arrests would taint the African American view of legal processes and guarantees for generations to come. In the larger scheme of what was happening across the South, the capture of John Davis was a routine, inconsequential event. John Pace acquired a steady stream of misty anonymous black men throughout the year leading to the seizure of Davis. Pace and his son-in-law Anderson Hardy bought Jack Melton in February 1901, using the pretext of a fake warrant signed by James Kennedy accusing Melton of the ubiquitous allegation of violating a written contract. In April of that year, Albert Carmichael was seized. Then came Ed Burrows, on an allegation no one could later recollect. He was followed by Joe Hart and Otis Myers. Just before Halloween, a month after Davis was kidnapped and sold, Pace bought Love's Asbury for $48. Through the winter and approaching spring planting of 1901, the seizures of black men continued steadily. After the turn of the year came Joe Patterson, the defiant black man sold for $9.50 to Anderson Hardy, who in turn resold him to Pace. Patterson had been arrested in Goodwater and convicted by Judge Jesse London, the same storekeeper who convicted John Davis the previous fall. On January 17, 1902, Franklin and Pruitt were back at the Pace farm offering a young boy named W.S. Thompson, convicted at Goodwater, of carrying a concealed pistol. Pace paid $50 for him. The so-called witness to Thompson's signature on a contract agreeing to work for Pace for 1 year to pay off his fines was Louis Asbury, the black man seized 3 months earlier. 10 months later, Pace sold Thompson back to his mother. Registered near the end of February, Turner wrote a check to John G. Dunbar, the Goodwater town marshal, against his ACO at a Tallapoosa County bank in the amount of $40. On the memo line, Turner scratched, "Cost of fines for 3 Negroes." In March, Robert Franklin delivered to Pace a black man named Hillary Brooks and traded him for $35. The seizure of black men on the back roads of the South was no longer even a brazen act. No Turk, a young black man from the Tallapoosa County hamlet of Notasulga, held a job as a free worker with Tennessee Coal, Iron, 149, and Railroad in Birmingham. After a visit home, he was walking down a dirt road outside Dadeville on the way to catch a train back to Birmingham on a harshly cold day in the middle of November 1902. Suddenly Berancas Cosby, the son of W.D. Cosby, appeared on the road and tackled Turk without provocation. "Where are you going?" Cosby shouted. "To the depot," Turk replied. "Do you want a job?" "I already have one. I'm on my way to it." "Where are you from?" Cosby asked. Turk explained where he lived, who his family was, and even rattled off the names of white people he knew, all in a vain effort to demonstrate that he was a black man who deserved not to be molested or harmed. The result was only to convince Cosby that Turk was a worker worth having. "You are a very good nigger. You better stop over with me," Cosby proclaimed, pointing to his house up the road. Cosby mounted his horse and continued on his way. Turk knew better than to go to the white man's house. He hurried toward the train station, still miles away. Cosby, no doubt uncertain of whether he could manhandle Turk in a one-on-one struggle, stayed behind. But soon Cosby caught back up, this time accompanied by a boisterous crowd of other white men. "Turn around and go back with me," Cosby shouted. Turk could do little else. Cosby took him to the farm of his uncle, George Cosby, and locked him inside a corn crib. The next morning, a black farmhand named Luke unlocked the door and took Turk before George Cosby. "Hello, young man, what are you doing here?" the elder Cosby asked through the slats holding Turk and the bulging harvest of the farm's corn crop. "I don't know. They have got me here. I don't know what for." "What are you going to do about it?" Cosby said. "I don't know. I am a stranger here. They stopped me and got me here. I cannot help myself," Turk said. "Young man, didn't you know they would do things like that? There are grand rascals about here. Do you want me to go your bond?" 150. Turk was flabbergasted. "I have not done anything for you to go my bond." Cosby, playing out the thin charade of a kind and reasonable white man, told Turk that he should plead guilty to whatever charge the white men claimed against him. If they call on you, you plead guilty, Cosby said. If you say you want me to go, I will get you out of this thing and work you. Plead guilty of what? Turk asked. I am guilty of one thing, that is going on the public road, and I thought that was free for everybody. You plead guilty and you will get off light, Cosby reassured him. I am in a strange county, Turk replied. But if you will allow me a chance to write or telegraph home. No, we don't want that at all, you go ahead and plead guilty. Whenever they get their hands on you they are going to do what they like with you. You just plead guilty. Turk finally told the older white man that he and his son would have to do whatever they chose, kill him or imprison him, but that he would not plead guilty to a crime dreamt up by others. Kill me or do what you please, Turk said. I propose to do what is right. As dark fell, Berankis Cosby and the gang of white men returned and took Turk into the night. They dragged him outside a window at the home of another white man who was a justice of the peace. Turk never heard his name. Talking beneath the raised sash of the window, the justice astonishingly said he wouldn't play along with the ruse that night. Men, I can't have anything to do with this thing, the justice said. I have had a lot of those things before me, and I told you not to come before me any more with such things as that. The mob took Turk back to the log crib. The next day, they returned, on horseback, buggies, and wagons, and took Turk to a small warehouse where another ostensible justice of the peace waited. He dutifully pronounced Turk guilty, though it wasn't clear of what crime, and fined him $15 plus unspecified costs. Turk had already been robbed by one of the white men of the $5.41 and a pocket watch he carried on the first day of his kidnapping. He had nothing with which to pay. George Cosby appeared and proclaimed he had I paid the fine. He took the silent black man back to his farm and the corn crib and its iron lock. The system by which John Pace and Fletch Turner obtained black men for their farms, sawmills, and limestone quarry was more refined than the Cosbys' brutish tactics. The two men often spent their days on the square in downtown Dadeville, awaiting word via telegraph of their various enterprises and the frequent arrival of regular procurers of black labor, who arrived daily on the two train runs stopping at the town depot. Robert Franklin and Francis Pruitt, the two men who seized John Davis, were the county's most important traders in black men. At 46 years old, Franklin was the most atavistic of the half-dozen constables and deputies who were routinely on the prowl for black men on behalf of Pace and Turner. In addition to his store, Franklin was commissioned as a night watchman, paid $30 a month by the town of Goodwater. He made easily as much again in the trafficking of black laborers. Pruitt, 36 years old, also worked as a night watchman in Goodwater and operated a livery stable as a sideline. He received $42 a month to police the town and collected $2 per family annual tax for upkeep of the unpaved streets. Altogether, he eked out enough to maintain his widowed mother and wife, adult sister and brothers, and two toddling sons, in a compact wood frame house near the center of town. The two men's ostensible police supervisor, Goodwater Marshal John G. Dunbar, also regularly offered black men for sale, as did the town's other constable, Larray A. Grogan, who busily transported black forced laborers from Goodwater to the Turner Lime Quarry and Kill in the town of Calcis. Grogan, 30 years old, lived with his young wife and 3 children under age 6 next door to Mayor White. Happy face. Early in April of 1902, Franklin and Pruitt got word that runaways had fled the Samples Lumber Company sawmill outside the nearby town of Hollins. Samples, like virtually all lumber cutting operations in southern Alabama, Georgia, and Florida at the time, was a spectacle of horrifying abuse. 152 young black men and occasionally whites were routinely lured to remote timber camps deep in the forests with promises of solid wages and good working conditions. As often as not, the camps became prisons where men and boys were held against their will for months or years, fed and housed miserably, worked under brutal circumstances, and paid little or nothing. Hundreds of other black men were purchased from jails across the state. Since black men knew they enjoyed no protection from these abuses from local sheriffs or judges, they relied on word of mouth in African American neighborhoods or among other itinerant workers to identify which camps fulfilled their advertisements and white men who could be trusted. On April 2, Doc Crenshaw, a TW-21-year-old black laborer from Roanoke, Alabama, agreed to take work at Samples. After one day, Crenshaw and several other young black men realized they had been grossly misled. Instead of $1 a day in wages, plus food and a place to stay, the men were being stockaded and fed prisoners' rations. Other workers told them they would never receive pay. Instead, they were being charged $2 a week for their food and shelter, a third of their supposed total wages. 5 young men, Crenshaw, Charles Williams, Pat Hill, Jim Coleman, and Ed Moody, decided to leave at the end of the workday and return home. This was a particularly galling act to the white men in charge of Samples Lumber and an overt challenge to local white authorities. The sight of 5 black men, most of them teenagers, strolling up a public road, having defied their white employer, justified a harsh response in the minds of almost every white in the region. As Crenshaw and 2 others ambled under a bridge at the edge of the town of Goodwater that night, Franklin and a second white man from the town stepped out of the darkness and said the men were under arrest for jumping a board bill or not paying for food provided to them at Samples. The 5 workers were marched back to a general store in Tiny Hollins where the town mayor convened what went for a misdemeanor trial. Crenshaw refused to plead guilty, but the others, pressured by the armed whites, agreed to confess. The men had eaten only once at the mill, but the mayor found that each had walked out on a $5 tab. All were given fines of about $6, plus unspecified costs. Franklin told the justice of the peace not to tell the men the full amount they owed and that he would take care of it. J. I-53. Franklin loaded the 5 into a wagon and carried them back to Goodwater. After several hours locked in the same small jail near the railroad tracks where John Davis and so many others had been held, Franklin, now joined by Pruitt, ordered the black men onto the next train stopping in the town. When they rolled into the Dadeville station, a wagon was waiting to transport the men to Pace's farm on the Tallapoosa River. Pace gave $25 cash to Franklin and Pruitt, $12.50 for transporting the gang, and a check on the Tallapoosa County Bank for $100. After several days detained by Pace, the farmer's resident magistrate, James Kennedy, read a contract out loud to the men. All Charlie Williams could follow was that they would have to work there for at least 7 months. They resigned themselves to their fate and began working under armed guard every day, plowing, hoeing, and ditching. At night, the men were locked in a crude cell. Happy face, Williams knew he was in for a hard time, but he could hardly have imagined its details. A strapping, barrel-chested farmhand, he wasn't accustomed to the servile status Pace's farm demanded. He defied directions and challenged guards, and for that he was whipped nearly every day, usually with his pants pulled to his ankles and his back bared. The instruments of punishment used to beat him were leather plow lines, trouser belts, or saplings. Anything happened to be in the boss man's hands, Williams testified later. The younger men in the group were terrified especially by what was happening. Within a month of arriving at Pace's farm, Pat Hill and Ed Moody, both 17 years old, tried to run away. After traveling just 4 miles, they were captured by Pace's son-in-law, Anderson Hardy. Kennedy, the justice of the peace employed by Pace, staged another fake trial and convicted the pair of breaking the contract with Pace and sentenced them to 6 months of hard labor for the county. Conveniently, Pace was under contract with the Tallapoosa County judge to hold all local hard labor convicts. So Hill and Moody returned immediately to the same chain gang, now with an additional term of 6 months to work and explicitly classified as criminal convicts. There was another lesson to be learned, however, and one that Pace believed the other blacks being held on the farm needed to share in as well. 154. The risks and futility of attempting to escape would be demonstrated for all of Pace's laborers. Hill was led nearly naked in front of a gang of black laborers working in a field, forced to bend at the waist and squat, his hands tied together behind his knees. The point of these beatings was manifold. The most obvious was to create a specific disincentive to escape. Just as important was to show the power of whites, not just to cause pain but to force a black man to bear profound humiliation, to be reduced to a state of pathetic powerlessness, to visibly see how quickly and effortlessly even the most simpleton whites could force a defiant black man to reveal emotional vulnerability and physical weakness. My hands were fastened under my knees. I was bent over and whipped on the naked back, Hill testified stoically. He told me to count, and I counted up to 15, and could not count any further. He whipped me about 25 licks. 6. We shall have to kill 1,000. To get them back to their places. The spring of 1903 arrived in Alabama with a surreal, portentous fury. Farmers pushed hard to put a new cotton crop in the ground, only to see nearly every seedling killed by an inexplicable late freeze. Rain and fungus plagued the corn stands, rising in countless thousands of new rows. In the black of night on April 8, a funnel cloud descended without warning from a vertiginous sky, zigzagging north of Birmingham, shearing 100-yard-wide swaths of trees, homes, and fields as it bounded madly into the earth and back to the sky across a path of 18 miles. The horizon coruscated with astonishing arcs of lightning. By the time the wind and rain stopped, a dozen people were dead. 5 days later, another storm lashed Bibb County, scraping past the old Cottingham farm, obliterating small buildings and stripping the buds beginning to swell on fruit trees. On the same day, another tornado, mysteriously pouring hail but no rain, ripped through South Alabama, killing 3 more. Finally, as evening fell on April 19, an unnatural cold swept across the state as the sky opened above Goodwater and Tallapoosa County, pouring a deluge of hail and rain. Trees were stripped bare of leaves and fruit blossoms. What was left of the cotton, corn, purple hull field peas, and early sprouts of squash and okra was beaten flat into the soil. Farmers, sharecroppers, and day laborers, free and enslaved, rushed into the fields to replant. But by the end of April, another kind of zephyr, something just as 156 twisted and contradictory to the new order of the white South, was lurking on the horizon. Whispered at the train stations and among black laborers on Sunday mornings was a story so unbelievable most people said it must be fable. A man who claimed to be a federal Secret Service detective was visiting black residents in Goodwater. Some had been sent by train to testify before a federal grand jury collecting evidence that white people in Tallapoosa County were still holding slaves. By the middle of May, the rumors were rampant and seemingly confirmed by the nearly continual presence of a burly federal agent named E.P. McAdams. Then on May 27, newspapers across the state carried an astounding press release issued from the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. Washington, May 26. At the request of the Department of Justice, the United States Secret Service has undertaken the work of investigating the charge of peonage, or holding another in servitude to work out a debt, which has been made against persons living in the vicinity of Montgomery, Ala. The punishment provided by the statute for this crime is a fine of not less than $1,000 nor more than $5,000 or imprisonment of not less than 1 year nor more than 5. One man, named Robert N. Franklin, has already been indicted for keeping a Negro in servitude for at least a year. Information in the hands of Chief Wilkie tends to show that a regular system has been practiced for a long time between certain magistrates and persons who want Negro laborers. It is said the plan is to bring a poor Negro before a magistrate on a flimsy charge. He is convicted and, having no money to pay a fine, the white man offers to advance him the money, provided the Negro will make a labor contract with him for a length of time sufficient to reimburse him for the money and trouble he has taken to keep the Negro out of jail. He is thereupon taken away and begins what is frequently a long term of cruel servitude, being frequently whipped for failure to perform work to the satisfaction of his employer. An agent of the Secret Service who is now on the ground will make a thorough investigation of the whole alleged system and turn over to the II-57 United States Attorney of that district all information he may secure with a view to the prosecution of said offenders. Unexpectedly and without explanation, a flash of hope bolted across the dark curtain falling on black life. Most amazing was that it commenced in Montgomery, the city that had served briefly during the early months of the Civil War as the national capital of the Confederacy. It remained the seat of a government that since the war had eviscerated black citizenship more completely and enthusiastically than any other. That the federal government would initiate such an inquiry was mind-boggling to white Southerners. Investigations of any kind by federal agencies were extraordinarily unusual in an era that predated the creation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Moreover, the South's long-asserted right to manage the affairs of black residents without Northern interference had finally been achieved. Nearly every Southern state, including Alabama, had completed the total disenfranchisement of African Americans by 1901. Virtually no blacks served on state juries. No blacks in the South were permitted to hold meaningful state or local political offices. There were virtually no black sheriffs, constables, or police officers. Blacks had been wholly shunted into their own inferior railroad cars, restrooms, restaurants, neighborhoods, and schools. All of this had been accomplished in a sudden, unfettered grab by white supremacists that was met outside the South with little more than quiet assent. During the 30 years since Reconstruction, despite its being a period of nearly continuous Republican control of the White House, federal officials raised only the faintest concerns about white abuse of black laborers. Southern leaders were astonished that such a protest had inexplicably arisen now. For blacks it seemed that a true friend had miraculously come to occupy the White House, that somehow the assurances of American democracy might actually fulfill themselves. The South is in the hands of unfriendly white men. It has been left to the federal government, under that administration of President Roosevelt, to expose this iniquity and stretch out the long arm of the nation to punish and prevent it, wrote the black commentator Charles W. Chestnut. The president has endeavored to stem the tide of prejudice, which, sweeping up from the South, has sought 158 to overwhelm the Negro everywhere, and he has made it clear that he regards himself as the representative of the people. This dramatic turn of events, so revolting to Southern whites, so euphoric to blacks, began with the assassination of President William McKinley 2 years earlier in September 1901. McKinley had represented more than any other American leader at the turn of the 20th century the experiences of those who directly participated in the war between the North and the South, and came to see that struggle as a moral crusade against slavery and for the preservation of the Union. A young private when he volunteered, McKinley rose steadily to the rank of major by the end of the war on the basis of modest acts of heroism. He was the last president who had served as an officer in Abraham Lincoln's Grand Army, and millions of aging Union veterans continued to greet him affectionately as Major McKinley. But by the fall of 1901, the veterans he marched with through the great battles of the conflict had become a geriatric generation, their luster increasingly pale against the new economic dramas playing out between fabulously rich titans of manufacturing and production such as John D. Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie, and banker John Pierpont Morgan, and the masses of laborers and immigrants streaming into the bulging metropolises of the North and Midwest. Theodore Roosevelt came to serve as McKinley's vice president in 1900 almost accidentally. His place on McKinley's presidential ticket was engineered by old guard Republican leaders in New York primarily to get Roosevelt, the state's unexpectedly popular new governor, out of their way. Roosevelt was barely settled into Washington when McKinley was shot by an anarchist while standing on a receiving line for public visitors at an international exhibition in Buffalo, New York. McKinley died 8 days later, and Roosevelt was sworn in as president on September 14, 1901. Roosevelt, who had been a child when the Civil War was fought, saw himself not as heir to McKinley's archaic 19th century political regimes and the contradictory outcomes of Reconstruction and industrialization. Instead, he imagined his rise to the White House as a catalyst for I-59. Reconciling Americans to what Roosevelt perceived as the great missed opportunities of the nation's political and economic freedoms. Roosevelt was also at least nominally concerned about the chasm between blacks and whites, and the gap between the conditions of African Americans and the promises made to them at the end of slavery. But none of this was to Roosevelt an intractable dilemma. Just 42 years old upon becoming president, the youngest yet in U.S. history, he believed that Americans were a people of seminally good character, reasonable thinking, and, as a body, of singular wisdom. Reminded of their fundamental principles, all white Americans would see the necessity of fairness to freed slaves and their descendants. Roosevelt thought, just as he was confident that the leaders of the new steel, coal, railroad, and banking trusts ultimately could be relied on to balance profits against the needs of all the nation's workers. The United States was emerging as an authentic global power for the first time in its history. The country's economic and military prowess outside the national borders was greater than at any time since the declaration of the Republic. The nation was in the midst of an explosion of new economic production and wealth. In the South, centers of industry were rising in Birmingham and Atlanta. Industrial combinations such as Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad Co. were moving to challenge northern rivals like U.S. Steel and Carnegie Steel. The landscape of the South remained defined by the abject poverty of millions of plebeian black and white farmers, but there was a sense of psychic resurgence in the region. The actual horrors and injuries of the Civil War were receding from collective memory. Nostalgia for the antebellum South and calls for reunion and reconciliation among veterans of the armies for both sides were becoming national obsessions. The literature of Joel Chandler Harris and scores of imitators chock-a-block with white writers' stylized depictions of Negro dialect and the most benevolent images of slave masters and slaves imaginable had supplanted the canon of abolitionist novels and first-hand accounts of slaves that dominated American book sales and lecture tours in the previous generation. The long-standing excuse for Southern malevolence toward blacks that the region left prostrate by war, the ending of slavery, and the ostensible I-60 agonies of Reconstruction couldn't help but abuse its former slaves struck Roosevelt and his breed of proactive Americans as tired, dull, and simply wrong. The assertion by white Southerners of a de facto right to reverse the guarantees of voting rights and citizenship to blacks seemed to Roosevelt so absurd that it could only be truly supported by extremists. He reckoned using the same logic that compelled him to challenge the abuse of immigrant and impoverished laborers in the factories and coal fields closer to his home at Oyster Bay, New York, that a reasonable and progressive Northern man such as himself could surely safeguard the fundamental needs of Southern blacks while still reassuring Southern whites that they had nothing to fear from allowing authentic citizenship for all. Roosevelt could hardly have been more wrong in his judgment of the political and racial realities of the South. But in addition to his instinctive, if ultimately naive, sympathy for African Americans, Roosevelt had explicitly political motivations for befriending blacks as well. The new president was anything but a celebrated figure within his own Republican Party. Viewed suspiciously by Republican leaders in New York, he was despised by leaders of the National Party's arch-conservative big business faction, who in the previous 3 decades had engineered the steady drift of Republicans' foreign radical abolitionist roots toward a new position as the party of unrestrained commerce. Roosevelt needed a novel strategy if he hoped to secure the nomination for the presidential election in 1904. A key element of the strategy was to forge a political base among Southern Republicans, almost all of whom were black. Roosevelt believed he could cement those loyalties without stirring white hostilities by appointing reasonable white Democrats to many key federal positions such as judgeships. The plan relied on one of the oddest curiosities of the American electoral circumstances at the beginning of the 20th century. While African Americans were almost wholly barred from voting in general elections, having been disenfranchised in every state in which black voters constituted statistically significant numbers, black delegations continued to be accorded full rights at the national conventions of the Republican Party. The result was that while African American voters had little practical impact upon national elections, given that they were wholly unable to deliver any electoral votes from the southern states where nearly all blacks resided. JL6L. Black Republicans nonetheless remained an essential swing factor in selecting presidential nominees for their party. Theodore Roosevelt made this calculation long before gaining the presidency, and intentionally cultivated cordial relations with African American leaders he considered moderate. Chief among them was Booker T. Washington, the erudite former slave who had risen to become the nation's most prominent black leader and the founder of the Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. The two men grew progressively more friendly during Roosevelt's months of service as vice president. In early 1901, Roosevelt accepted an invitation to speak at Tuskegee later that year, as part of a short tour of the South that was to include a brief homage to the Georgia plantation home in which his mother had been reared. With the death of Frederick Douglass in 1895, Washington was by far the best known and most influential of black leaders in the United States, emphasizing black self-improvement, industrial education, and acquiescence to white political power. Washington's gradualist message to African Americans was epitomized in a speech on September 18, 1895, at the Cotton States and International Exhibition in Atlanta, urging that blacks accommodate white demands for subservience while building up their own industrial skills, farms, and basic education. To thunderous applause from Southern whites, Washington said of the two races, "In all things purely social we can be as separate as the fingers, yet one as the hand in all things essential to mutual progress." The black educator, named a commissioner of the event, urged African Americans across Alabama to use the exposition's Negro Building as a showcase for black skills in mining, lumbering and farming, the very industries in which they remained most oppressed across the South. Asterisk. This ideal of a class of politically and legally passive but industrious African Americans deeply appealed to white economic leaders. Near the closing day of the fair in late December 1895, when Washington returned to speak on Colored Teachers' Day, the exposition program featured on its last page a drawing of the Negro Building and a caption praising its black attendants for attractive neatness. The exhibits were evidence of the growing skill, advancing intelligence, and promotive industry of the race. I-62. Washington's Tuskegee Institute, located less than 50 miles from the farm of John Pace, in the town of Tuskegee, became celebrated among white Northern philanthropists. Washington spent much of his time touring the country to raise funds for the school and attempting to quietly manipulate government officials and the political process on racial issues. Younger black intellectuals such as Professor W.E.B. Du Bois in Atlanta came to bitterly criticize Washington as too willing to accept a secondary position for African Americans. But Roosevelt perceived Washington's views as sensible, pragmatic, and clearly in keeping with his own progressive, but eminently paternalistic, beliefs. Washington's emphasis on personal self-reliance and moral and religious rectitude as the keys to individual progress corresponded to Roosevelt's vision for uplifting yeoman farmers, immigrant laborers, ranch hands, and factory workers of whatever race or region. Roosevelt was convinced that if the common man, whether black or white, followed these principles and that government ensured that no unjust legal obstacles impeded him, then the United States could achieve immeasurable progress. All of this could happen, Roosevelt insisted, without disrupting the exponentially expanding business, industrial, and banking sectors whose formulas had made families such as Roosevelt's richer than most Americans could begin to imagine. Washington's approach appealed to Roosevelt, though, only because the new president was unwilling to confront the realities of Southern whites' venom toward any African American seeking social or political equality. Roosevelt's father was an ardent Lincoln Republican, but his mother was born to a slave-holding family in Roswell, Georgia, not far from Atlanta. President Roosevelt was drawn to a view of the Civil War that emphasized the valor of both sides, rather than the evils of whites such as his mother's family in perpetuating slavery. Gradual change, during which no one was forced to fully acknowledge past cruelties to blacks, made sense to Roosevelt. "I am confident the South is changing," Roosevelt wrote in a postscript to a letter to Washington in 1901. Roosevelt's approach to the status of African Americans, fundamentally acceding to the inferiority of African Americans and anticipating no significant full integration into U.S. society, would be the conventional wisdom shared for the next 6 decades by the vast majority of white Americans who considered themselves progressive on race. "I so cordially sympathize," Roosevelt wrote, "with Washington's Per J. 163. Pose of fitting the colored man to shift for himself and establishing a healthy relation between the colored man and the white man who lives in the same states. Roosevelt was thrilled with Washington's best-selling autobiography, Up from Slavery, when it appeared in 1901, with the message that quiet perseverance and humility rather than anger against his slave birth had been the keys to the author's success. Roosevelt wrote Washington, "I do not want to flatter you too much. I do not know who could take your place in the work you are doing." Asterisk. Washington's theories also corresponded to Roosevelt's benign but seminal racism. Principles of fair play told Roosevelt that nothing should inhibit the individuals in any group who have the ability to achieve great success. The extraordinary achievements of black men such as Washington were dramatic proof of this to Roosevelt. But at the same time, Roosevelt believed that, collectively, no one should or reasonably could deny the obvious racial superiority of whites over all others. Indeed, Roosevelt ultimately took the view that even when whites most gravely abused the world's darker-skinned races as in the African slaving trade, the removal of native populations in the Americas, and his own brutal suppression while in the Oleate House of the Philippine Islands, that the outcome was overwhelmingly good. The expansion of the peoples of white, or European, blood during the past 4 centuries, has been fraught with lasting benefit to most of the peoples already dwelling in the lands over which the expansion took place, Roosevelt said in remarks to a group of white missionaries during his second term as president. But even as the southern states used similar logic to justify the elimination of black participation in general elections, the Republican Party, the party of emancipation, was not yet able to do the same. Delegations of African Americans from the southern states, even though they could cast no more than the most scant votes in the general elections, remained full-fledged and prominent players in the national conventions of the Republican Party. Roosevelt turned to Booker T. Washington to build his base among black Southern Republicans. 164. Before the day of his inauguration was over, Roosevelt had written Washington to cancel his visit to Tuskegee and implore the black leader to visit him quickly in Washington. "I must see you as soon as possible. I want to talk over the question of possible future appointments in the South exactly on the lines of our last conversation," Roosevelt wrote. Washington made immediate arrangements to see the new president. Less than 3 weeks later, U.S. District Court Judge John Bruce, the longtime federal jurist who presided over much of central Alabama, died. Roosevelt and Washington were presented with a serendipitous opportunity. The judgeship in Alabama could be an early demonstration of Roosevelt's willingness to reward a progressive Southern white leader with an important position regardless of his party affiliation. The policy left the small number of white Republicans who had hung on in the South, many of whom continued to be viewed by other Southerners as radical carpetbagger allies left over from the Reconstruction era, in the cold. However, Roosevelt insisted that his cross-party appointments go to Democrats who expressed opposition to lynching and support for at least minimal citizenship rights for African Americans, and most important, that they had not actively supported William Jennings Bryan, the Democratic nominee for president in the 1900 election. Washington immediately recommended to Roosevelt that he appoint as successor the state's former governor, Thomas Good Jones, the political figure about whom John W. Pace and Fletch Turner had so vigorously faced off during Alabama's political warfare a decade earlier. On the surface, it was paradoxical that Washington became the champion of former Governor Jones, a Confederate veteran who served under Thomas J. Stonewall Jackson and Brig. Gen. John B. Gordon, and who was present at Lee's surrender to Grant at Appomattox, Talks. He was reputed to have carried the white flag of Southern surrender. Jones's successful gubernatorial bids in 1890 and 1892 were based primarily on the interests of wealthy white plantation owners, men who abused African American laborers on a greater scale than any other whites. During those campaigns he was a vocal critic of black political power. Nonetheless, Jones was also the cynically willing beneficiary of his faction's reliance on coerced or falsified votes cast in those years by thousands of blacks. 165. Yet Washington and Jones had been secret allies for years, even as Jones was manipulating black votes in the 1890 SJ. It is also possible that as a result of Washington's secret influence, some of the thousands of Jones votes cast by blacks and long assumed by historians to be fraudulent, were in fact legitimate. But Washington knew that as an officer in the state militia in 1883, Jones also had called out troops to prevent a lynching. He had spoken publicly on many occasions of the importance of respecting other new rights granted to freed slaves by the amendments to the U.S. Constitution passed in the 1870s. As governor, he blocked efforts to divert funds for black schools to white ones. At the same time, Jones maintained his base of support with the state's business elite by calling out troops to suppress a major strike by newly unionized miners in the 1890s. Over the years, Jones appeared to have moderated even further on race. More recently, he had been a delegate to the just completed 1901 Alabama Constitutional Convention. The document agreed to at the meeting and later ratified, which would govern Alabama for the duration of the 20th century and into the 21st, finally eliminated virtually all vestiges of the electoral and civil rights given to blacks after emancipation. But Jones defied the political winds of the day, vigorously pushing for one of the few measures approved that benefited blacks, a law allowing for impeachment of any sheriff who allowed a prisoner to be seized by a lynch mob. Jones also opposed efforts to eliminate all black voting and to require that public schools for African American children be funded only with those taxes collected from blacks. Jones quietly strategized with Washington throughout the convention, consistently engaged in a tone of equals, addressing the black leader with the honorific "Dear Sir." Happy Face. On the day after Judge Bruce's death, and only 2 weeks after Roosevelt had been sworn in as president, Washington sent a letter through an aide imploring the new chief executive to name Jones as the new federal judge in Alabama. He stood up in the Constitutional Convention and elsewhere for a fair election law, opposed lynching, and has been outspoken for the education of both races, Washington wrote. He is head and shoulders above any of the other persons who I think will apply to you, Washington wrote to Roosevelt on October 2, 1901. Roosevelt took the advice and appointed Judge Jones less than a week later. The decision elicited the effect Roosevelt hoped for. Many Southern whites were impressed by the president's willingness to turn to one of their best men for a critical federal position, despite Jones being a prominent Democrat. Newspapers in the region hailed the move. 10 days after the appointment, the president was informed that Washington was in the capital city. He insisted that the black educator come to a private dinner at the White House with the Roosevelt family. It was a dizzying sequence of events for Washington and other African Americans who shared his belief that accommodating discrimination while incrementally working to reverse it was the best route to black freedom. Here was proof, it seemed. Regardless of the struggles still faced by the majority of slave descendants, black men of accomplishment could rise to unprecedented levels of influence. Blacks had visited the White House before, and prior presidents had sought the advice of black men. But never had a black man appeared to be among the very most influential figures in a president's execution of so critical a task as selecting federal officials in an entire region. Yet more astonishing was that the white president who had taken his advice won accolades for the resulting decision. Black men could not be the leaders of whites in this regime, but they could quietly wield great influence as to who the rulers would be. Now, the president wished his African American counselor to openly sup with himself, his wife, and his children, making no effort to conceal the event or minimize its significance. Roosevelt had no hint of the reaction that would ensue. Notwithstanding Washington's national fame and his widely known view that blacks should in most regards accept their legally inferior position in the South, word that a Negro had dined at the same table as the president, his wife, and his children, violating one of the most sacrosanct protocols of Southern racial custom, provoked a sensational backlash. U.S. Senator Ben Pitchfork Tillman of South Carolina sputtered, "Now that Roosevelt has eaten with that nigger Washington, we shall have to kill 1,000 niggers to get them back to their places." The Memphis Press Scimitar called the evening meal the most damnable outrage which has ever been perpetrated by any citizen of the United States. The rich, 167. Monde News declared that Roosevelt at one stroke and by one act has destroyed regard for him. He has put himself further from us than any man who has ever been in the White House. The governor of Georgia, Alan Candler, said, "No Southerner can respect any white man who would eat with a Negro." Laced throughout the vilifications was the implicit or explicit message that Roosevelt's decision to allow Washington to share his personal dining room amounted to an endorsement of sexual relations and predations between black men and white women. "It is simply a question of whether those who are invited to dine are fit to marry the sisters and daughters of their hosts," said Governor Miles Benjamin McSweeney of South Carolina. The opprobrium continued for months, growing more virulent with each announcement of another in the slow trickle of black appointees made by the White House. After several black office holders and their wives attended a White House reception in early 1903, the race-baiting Mississippi politician James K. Vardaman called Roosevelt a little, mean, coon-flavored miscegenationist. The White House, Vardaman said, was so saturated with the odor of the nigger that the rats have taken refuge in the stable. Vardaman was elected governor of Mississippi the following year. A century later, it is difficult to comprehend the degree to which most Southern whites had so thoroughly adopted the rationale embodied by the Plessy v. Ferguson ruling less than 10 years earlier, which effectively held that African Americans had no basis of legitimate complaint regarding the racial climate at the turn of the century, regardless of how overtly apparent was the disparate treatment of and opportunities for whites and blacks. Roosevelt's overtures to blacks were not just violations of an accepted social custom, but galling because they suggested that in fact African Americans did have reason to object to their current status in the United States. White Southerners by and large shared a consensus that this view was simply nonsensical. They were certain that the vast majority of blacks were entirely content and that their contentment would only increase as freedmen were pushed nearer to a legal status barely distinguishable from those of their parents in antebellum society. I-68. The Birmingham Ledger newspaper, describing a state in which African Americans could no longer vote, could not hold office, could not serve on local juries, were proscribed from most higher wage work, could arrange only the slimmest legal representation in the courts, and were subject to utterly arbitrary enforcement of the law, summed up the fantasy shared by millions of Southerners. The court of Alabama and schools of Alabama are open to Negroes, and every door of opportunity can be entered, and above all, it is easier for a Negro to get rich here than anywhere else in the world. Carrot registered that delusion would not waver in the South for at least another 50 years, until the very climax of the civil rights movement. The Dadeville Spot Cash, the voice of John Pace's Tallapoosa County, enunciated this white delusion and its offense at the inherent impudence of Roosevelt's attitudes in a detailed fulmination in early March 1903. Alabama has many Negroes and many kinds of Negroes, as little boys have many kinds of marbles. We have good Negroes and bad Negroes, industrious Negroes and idle Negroes, Negroes determined to better their own condition, and Negroes who care no more about the future than the birds care. Alabama has Negroes who have earned the respect and regard of the people who know them, and Alabama has Negroes who wear the stripes of the 9,910 convict. The Dadeville editor also reflected the broadly shared paranoia that any effort to change or improve the conditions of blacks amounted to an effort to seize control of society. Alabama has Negroes who own land and cattle and who are rearing their families respectably and who can go to the bank and borrow money without security. There are Negroes who are teaching and many who are following honorable lines of work, and it has some who think with the president that the door of hope for them means governing white people as officials. All these we have, and others. The message was clear, and shared almost universally among whites: whatever happens to black men is strictly the result of their own choices. Those choices ultimately were to submit quietly to the emerging new order or be crushed by it. The reaction of Southern leaders to Roosevelt's gesture to Washington further underscored how far Southern whites could extend their ability to reconcile the obvious and extraordinary abuses of blacks occurring around them with their rhetorical insistence that African Americans were entirely 169 free, content, and unmolested. Never before in American history had so large a portion of the populace adopted such explicitly false and calculated propaganda. Many Southern whites actually came to believe claims that black schools were equally funded, black train cars were equally appointed, and that black citizens were equally defended by the courts as preposterous as those claims obviously were. Those who truly knew better nonetheless relished the clever fabrication of this mythology, and how it so effectively stymied the busybody friends of African Americans in the North. The most cynical thread in the mosaic of racial myth was the outrage of Southern white men at Roosevelt's supposed encouragement of sexual interrelations between blacks and whites. White men openly forced black slaves into their beds for 2 centuries before the Civil War, and sexual access to local black women remained a running point of confrontation between white landowners and their black laborers deep into the 20th century, a phenomenon that continued to demonstrate itself a century later with the public revelation that South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond fathered a black child with an African American family servant in 1925. The whole country well knows that white men of the South have come into closer relations with Negroes and committed far grosser sins than that of sitting down to meet with a reputable and representative colored person, wrote William A. Sinclair, a black physician, in 1905. And in the eyes of their fellows they suffered no disgrace. President Roosevelt was shocked by the calumnies and vitriol spewing from the South regarding his friendliness toward blacks. He moderated slightly, never inviting another black man to his dinner table again, but continued to insist that good Americans could not legitimately object to the view that law-abiding and industrious blacks should be treated with equity and full protection of the law. Roosevelt concluded a long circuit of speeches across much of the country in the spring of 1903 with an address in Springfield, Illinois, on June 4, at the monument there to Abraham Lincoln. Arriving on a 10:15 a.m. train, Roosevelt was greeted euphorically, first by aging Union soldiers in the Lincoln-McKinley Veteran Voters Association, then by more than 170,000 school children massed along the street leading past the state capitol and furiously waving American flags. Businesses and homes were decorated in elaborate patriotic bunting and flags. A gathering of 10,000 impatiently awaited the president at a nearby new armory he would dedicate later in the day. Also in the crowd at the Lincoln Memorial were several detachments of the Illinois National Guard, including the all-black Company H of the 8th Regiment. It seems to me eminently fitting that the guard around the tomb of Lincoln should be composed of colored soldiers, Roosevelt said, citing his own service in Cuba beside black soldiers. A man who is good enough to shed his blood for his country is good enough to be given a square deal afterward. Happy face, the words were a modest anodyne for black Americans, given the scale of the campaign over the previous 2 decades to circumscribe their constitutional protections and limit their free participation in American society. Yet the sentence condensed by newspaper reporters and repeated ubiquitously as a promise by Roosevelt of a square deal for the Negro inflamed white Southerners yet again. What most galled whites was the implication by Roosevelt that African Americans were not already receiving as square and fair a deal as they could possibly deserve. In Alabama, as Secret Service agents scoured the countryside for slavery, whites recognized that Roosevelt's remarks might be more than the pitiable window dressing of equal civil rights they had heard from McKinley and the other Republican leaders of the previous decade. By early June 1903, Alabama was aflame. Judge Jones, only 19 months into his service as the new member of the federal bench, had proven to be precisely the figure Roosevelt hoped. The slavery investigation announced in late May was spreading across the state. Prominent white landowners in a half-dozen counties had learned they were under examination or at least allegation. Black laborers cared while still acutely aware that the investigation subjected them to a new degree of jeopardy. With angry whites quietly expressed a level of anticipation unlike anything since first word of the coming emancipation had arrived 40 years earlier. The inquiry began when an attorney named Erastus J. Parsons was hired to represent a black prisoner being held in Shelby County. Local author, I7I. Ties obstructed Parsons's efforts to find the prisoner and refused to say why he was being held. Parsons contacted the U.S. Attorney in Montgomery, who in turn told Judge Jones. The first handful of frightened witnesses were brought before a grand jury sitting in Birmingham and presided over by Jones. They told the first shocking account of Pace's slaving network. In March, Judge Jones fired off a bewildered letter to Attorney General Philander C. Knox in Washington, D.C. Some witnesses before the grand jury here developed the fact that in Shelby County in this district, and in Coosa County in the Middle District, a systematic scheme of depriving Negroes of their liberty, and hiring them out, has been practiced for some time, Jones wrote. The plan is to accuse the Negro of some petty offense, and then require him, in order to escape conviction, to enter into an agreement to pay his accuser so much money, and sign a contract, under the terms of which his bondsman can hire him out until he pays a certain sum. The Negro is made to believe he is a convict, and treated as such. It is said that 30 Negroes were in the stockade at one time. Already, at least one witness had been seized from a train after testifying. Judge Jones ordered a deputy U.S. Marshal to protect the man. He urged the Attorney General to send a special investigator into the area quickly. Attorney General Knox, a shrewd lawyer from Pennsylvania who before entering government service had amassed a fortune as counsel to some of the largest U.S. corporations, was hardly an obvious ally of Southern blacks. A dapper man who contravened current fashion with a clean-shaven face and sported high collars and broad French cuffs, he had no natural affinity for the South or its black inhabitants. His greatest claim to fame was as legal counsel to Andrew Carnegie's vast steel-making enterprises. In 1901, he played a key role in the merger of Carnegie Steel with J.P. Morgan's Federal Steel Company and virtually every other major steel and iron concern in the nation. The new organization was U.S. Steel Corporation, the largest and most powerful business entity created up to that point. It immediately controlled 7% of the nation's gross domestic product. 4 days after the merger was officially consummated, President McKinley, a close friend since his college years, named Knox Attorney General. Less than 6 months later, McKinley was dead, and Knox was part of Theodore Roosevelt's cabinet. In light of Roosevelt's pledge of a renewed commitment to black civil 172 rights, Attorney General Knox could hardly ignore Judge Jones's report of slavery still being practiced 40 years after Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. Moreover, the allegations reanimated a running legal dilemma for the Justice Department. At least some federal officials, especially native Southern Republicans serving as prosecutors, judges, or in government posts in the South, were acutely aware that slavery had never truly disappeared. The Justice Department was already on notice. 4 years earlier, in 1899, the colorful federal prosecutor in Atlanta, Edward A. Angier, went so far as to mount a lone prosecution against one of Georgia's most prominent planters, William Eberhart, in Oglethorpe County, for conspiracy to hold blacks in a state of peonage, a crime defined by an obscure and never before used 1867 federal law passed to prohibit the long-standing Mexican practice of debt slavery in the new territory of New Mexico. Relying on his brother-in-law, a justice of the peace, to convict black laborers on any charge the planter wished to use, Eberhart enslaved men and women and forced them to bind their children to him as apprentices. He routinely claimed to have loaned money to black workers and then held them on his plantation near the town of Winterville to work off the debt, often for years at a time. Before a grand jury, witnesses described Eberhart as a sadistic brute who routinely beat adults and children to the edge of death. When laborers fled to Atlanta, Eberhart sent deputy sheriffs into the city to hunt them down, beat them into submission, and drive them back to the plantation in chains. In one count of the indictment, Eberhart was charged with enslaving a black man named Charlie Calloway in January 1896 by falsely claiming he owed the planter money. When Calloway resisted, Eberhart assaulted and degraded the laborer at every imaginable physical and emotional level. Witnesses said that Eberhart brutally beat Calloway's wife, Mary, and then at gunpoint forced the woman to yield her body to the lustful embraces of the plantation owner. When Charlie Calloway attempted to escape the farm, Eberhart had him hauled back and placed in handcuffs. Eberhart then beat him upon the back, head, face and body and, in an overt act of sexual humiliation, had Calloway stripped naked and chained into a bed with a sick laborer named Orange Neely. Later, Eberhardt brandished his pistol and forced Calloway to pinion. 173. His own beloved son, Robert Calloway, outstretched to the ground, and did make the said Charlie Calloway hold his said son, while the said William Eberhardt did violently and unmercifully beat the said Robert Calloway with heavy sticks and other weapons until the boy was crippled. As a final indignity, Eberhardt, like the Alabama slave masters who attempted to seize the children of freedmen in the 1860s, forced Calloway to sign contracts apprenticing his remaining children, 2 of whom were still nursing babies, into Eberhardt's control until they turned 21 years old. Despite wide knowledge of Eberhardt's sadism, scores of local white citizens rallied to Eberhardt's defense, signing a petition that labeled the evidence against him as the testimony of irresponsible Negroes. Angier, the prosecutor, pressed on with the case, but acknowledged to his superiors in Washington that "we are the pioneers in this movement, and as this is the first time the espionage section has ever been invoked." Angier saw clearly that he was attacking more than debt slavery perpetrated by a single man. He sought permission from the Department of Justice to widen his investigation into adjoining counties and warned, "In this proceeding we have attacked the most powerful combination and formidable convict ring in the state. Every resource known and unknown to the law will be resorted to by these potent and opulent influences to break down this bill. As we have selected the ringleader for the first case," Angier wrote. In the end, it took no more than another audacious argument and a compliant federal judge to collapse the case. Before a trial could be convened, Eberhardt's attorneys challenged the most fundamental premise of the case, arguing that no federal statute specifically made it a crime to hold a person in slavery. The presiding judge agreed. The indictment did not state an offense within the jurisdiction of the federal courts. Happy face, the case was never tried. The judge indicated that the state court alone had jurisdiction of the matters and things embraced in these indictments. Angier wrote to Washington. Despite the horror of the allegations, no local courts took up the case. The fate of the Calloway family was never known. 2 years later, unaware of the failed peonage prosecution in Georgia, a U.S. commissioner named Aird Cubberly, living in the Alorida Panhandle town of Bronson, witnessed turpentine farmer J.O. Elvington seize a 174 black man and his wife at gunpoint, claiming they could not leave his camp deep in the malarial swamps until a $40 debt had been paid. The incident confirmed to Cubberly rumors he had heard that forced labor was rampant among the crude forest labor camps across northern Florida and adjoining areas. Nearly 30,000 men toiled in the turpentine farms under excruciating conditions to supply a booming market for pine tar, pitch, and turpentine used to caulk the seams of wooden sailing ships and waterproof their ropes and riggings. Workers carved deep V-shaped notches into the trunks of millions of massive slash and longleaf pines towering in the still virgin forests. Small galvanized iron boxes or gutters were attached to the trees to collect the thick, milky pine gum that oozed from the wounds in winter. During spring and summer, as sap began to run, millions of gallons of pine resin oozed into the containers. Working feverishly from before dawn to the end of light, turpentine workers cut fresh notches into every tree once a week, gathered the gum and resin by hand, boiled it into vast quantities of distilled turpentine, and hauled it in hundreds of thousands of barrels out of the deep woods. When trees stopped producing gum and resin, the camp owners harvested them for lumber. As the demand for turpentine products soared, the timber companies relentlessly acquired fresh tracts of forest to drain and armies of men to perform the grueling work. Imprisoned in stockades or cells, chained together at night or held under armed guards on horseback, the turpentine farms were bleak outposts miles from any chance of comfort or contact with the outside world. Workers were forced to buy their own food and clothes from a camp commissary and charged usurious interest rates on the salary advances used to pay for the goods, typically at least 100%. A week after witnessing Elvington's seizure of T/O black workers, Cubberly encountered 3 manhunters at the local train station, led by Samuel M. Clyott, a turpentine farmer from Georgia searching for several men who had run away from his camp. Clyott and the others, including a deputy sheriff from his home county, forced 2 workers, Will Gordon and Mose Ridley, back to Georgia at gunpoint. Cubberley began investigating similar complaints and making reports to the U.S. Attorney in Pensacola, Florida. In the summer of 1901, the federal prosecutor there, John Egan, passed on to the newly appointed attorney. 175. General Knox letters from Cubberley and a local attorney in the area alleging that it is common practice among parties engaged in turpentine business in the Northern District of Florida, to hold laborers, in a state of involuntary servitude. Egan added that he personally confirmed some of the allegations and ordered that an indictment be sought. The system of coercion he had discovered in Florida, authorized under an 1891 state law making it a crime for a worker to leave his employer after wages had been advanced, was virtually identical to that of Eberhart in Georgia and what Alabama investigators were soon to discover. The laborers in this line of business are as a general rule colored men and are imposed on and treated outrageously by their employers, Egan wrote. A warrant is issued by a justice of the peace and placed in the hands of a constable or sheriff who proceeds to forcibly deliver laborer to the possession of the employers who made the complaint, and the employer holds him in service until his claim, including all costs and charges of the proceedings, are worked out. In November 1901, a Tallahassee federal grand jury indicted Clyott for peonage. He stood trial 5 months later despite the unexplained disappearance of Gordon and Ridley, who were never again seen after their seizure and returned to Georgia. Clyott was found guilty and sentenced to 4 years in the federal penitentiary. Recognizing that the conviction could destroy the underpinning of their industry and a critical element of the Southern economy, an association of turpentine and timber companies rallied to Clyott's defense. They hired as attorneys U.S. Senator Augustus Octavius Bacon and U.S. Congressman William G. Brantley, both of Georgia. In the lawyer's appeal of the conviction, they observed to the higher courts that the holding of slaves in the United States was not technically a crime. Congress has never passed a law providing punishment for slavery or for involuntary servitude, Brantley reminded the gallery during a speech before the U.S. House of Representatives. The peonage statute, they claimed, amounted to unconstitutional federal interference into matters of state jurisdiction. It was improper to apply it to Clyott because no formal system of peonage existed in the South. As Clyott's case languished in the Circuit Court of Appeals throughout 1902, new allegations of slavery in the turpentine camps continued to surface. 176. Face. Then came the letter to Attorney General Knox from Judge Jones describing a whole new manifestation of the involuntary servitude system in Alabama, potentially extending across an even larger area of the South. Knox responded by directing the federal prosecutor in Montgomery, Warren S. Reese Jr., to investigate the allegations. I have this day addressed a communication to each deputy marshal in this district, requesting them to make a special investigation of the peonage question. Reese responded enthusiastically. If from these reports I am satisfied that attempts are being made or have been made to deprive citizens of African descent of their liberty, I will report the same in full to you and request the detail of a Secret Service operative if I deem the same necessary. Happy face. It took less than 2 weeks for federal marshals to report the discovery of scores of black slaves in Shelby, Coosa, and Tallapoosa counties. The grand jury in Birmingham issued indictments against 9 Shelby County men near the end of April. But the original allegations made before the Birmingham grand jury were tepid compared to what other agents in the field began to learn. It was clear that not just one slavery ring existed in Alabama, but layers upon layers of them, blanketing the state. The men forced into labor in Shelby and Coosa counties were victims of only the outermost edge of a network emanating from the farms and other business interests of John Pace and his partners in Tallapoosa County. A separate operation run by the sheriff of Lowndes County in the southern section of the state where more than 25,000 black farm laborers and sharecroppers lived appeared to involve hundreds or thousands of slaves and dozens of local landowners. More rings operated in at least a half dozen other locations. In some areas, local whites who were appalled by the conduct of their neighbors, or attorneys who had attempted in the past to free forced black laborers in the southern courts, volunteered tales of excruciating abuse to federal investigators. But in most locales, few whites expressed any misgivings about the forced labor going on in plain sight. A lawyer named L.E. White, from Columbus, Georgia, a bustling town on the main train line running through Tallapoosa County, told Reese how he had traveled to Dadeville the previous summer looking for a Miss J. I-77. Young black man named Esau Williams. He tracked him down at a farm owned by Fletch Turner, where Williams and several other black men were being forced to cut wood. White bought his freedom for $25 and returned the boy to his mother. A few weeks later, the family of Glennie Speedy Helms, another young black man who had been traveling with Williams, sent the lawyer back looking for their son. White found him and more than a half-dozen others working at a sawmill owned by Turner near the settlement called Jackson's Gap. He had to pay $48 for Helms. But most striking to White were the execrable working conditions he found, a scene that must have been strikingly similar to the operations of the slavery-driven sawmill near the Cottingham plantation half a century earlier. When I found this boy, he was at the sawmill at work completely naked, no clothes on at all, absolutely naked, White said. And there were some 6 or 8 other Negroes there working in the same naked condition. Reese was astonished by the evidence piling up in his office, and quickly asked for the assignment of 2 Secret Service agents to assist. I never comprehended until now the extent of the present method of slavery, he wrote to Attorney General Knox asking for a meeting in Washington to plan a dramatic legal attack. The investigation could only have occurred with a man such as Warren Reese in the role of U.S. Attorney. Reese and 2 part-time assistants constituted the sum total of the U.S. government's regulatory and judicial reach into the portion of Alabama he served. It would be another 5 years before the agency that became the Federal Bureau of Investigation was created in Washington. Until then, the handful of investigators employed by the U.S. Justice Department were nearly all accountants temporarily retained from the examiners section of the Treasury Department. The reach of federal power in a place as remote as Alabama was only as strong as the capabilities and political wills of the local U.S. attorney and federal judge. The 37-year-old Reese exemplified the new phenotype of political and racial moderate that Roosevelt believed could emerge as a new leadership class in the South, a counterpoint of reason and modernism to noxious characters like John Pace and other men who perverted judicial and political systems against blacks and the constitutional amendments that were supposed to have freed them. 178. Born just after the Civil War, Reese was a new husband and fast-rising attorney in the state's capital city in 1903. Handsome, with an academic air, Reese's piercing gaze at juries was softened by a long, narrow face. An eloquent speaker and a florid writer, the attorney was just mature enough to win credibility in the courtroom, just youthful enough to ignore the obvious jeopardy that would mount as he pressed an attack on slavery and some of his state's most powerful men. As allegations of slavery in his jurisdiction multiplied, Reese demonstrated a prehensile comprehension of the murky legal framework governing black labor, and a hard-nosed unwillingness to ignore the implications of the extraordinary evidence that soon poured into his office. Despite Reese's Republican affiliation in rabidly Democratic and white supremacist Alabama, he carried the social credentials of a true son of the South. His father, W.S. Reese Sr., was a war hero who at the age of 19 earned a commission as a Confederate colonel for gallantry during the fighting at Chickamauga Creek in Georgia. After the war, the elder Reese became an activist in Republican politics, successfully serving as mayor of Montgomery in the 1880s and running unsuccessfully for the U.S. Senate in 1896 as a Republican fusion candidate attempting to attract both black and white voters. Reese's maternal grandfather, John A. Elmore, was among Alabama's most famous attorneys, an architect of the national government of the Confederacy and a key player in secessionist politics at the dawn of the Civil War. Even Alabama's leading Democrats could muster no authentic opposition to Reese's appointment to the federal post. Dozens of endorsements poured into the White House and headquarters of the Department of Justice in 1897, including each state Supreme Court justice, local judges across Alabama, bankers, railroad executives, the President of the State Senate, the Speaker of the Alabama House, Governor Joseph E. Johnston, the Secretary of State, U.S. Senators, and every Republican member of the Alabama legislature. White Republicans in Alabama saw in Reese the profile of a potentially dynamic new base of support, a fresh antidote to the planter class that dominated Democratic politics, but one who could avoid the carpetbagger taint of the Reconstruction-era Grand Old Party. He is a young man of promise, belongs to an old and influential family of the state, the source from which we must have recruits if we expect permanent and lasting. 179. Growth for Republicanism in the South, wrote one Alabama GOP leader, in a letter endorsing Reese's candidacy. He was sworn in as U.S. Attorney by President McKinley in April 1897 *. 4 years later, Roosevelt's optimism that men such as the Reeses and Judge Thomas Jones could change the course of Southern thinking failed to account for the most powerful social currents surging through the region. Not incidentally, Colonel Reese and Judge Jones knew each other at least partly through their prominent roles in the years-long drive in the 1880s to erect a massive monument to Confederate war dead and veterans in Montgomery. Their participation underscored the treacherous political and social straits through which white Southern moderates were forced to navigate at the turn of the century. In the first 4 decades after the war, Southern nativity and service in the war, as Reese and Jones each claimed, were enough to meet the prerequisites for elected office and leadership, and enough to at least partly inoculate them against the charge that any white man who supported legal rights for freed slaves was a traitor to his region. As the 20th century neared, though, the orthodoxy of Southern patriotism was mutating virulently. It was no longer enough to have served honorably. The South now demanded in public forums an increasingly rabid level of absolute adherence to a Baroque new mythology of the honorable Southerner, the contented slave, and the tragically defeated secession. The new monument in Montgomery, one of the largest such memorials anywhere in the South, was that mythology incarnate. The aging former rebel president, Jefferson Davis, personally laid its cornerstone on the grounds of the state capitol, just a short distance from the spot where he had taken the oath of office as President of the Confederacy. The completed edifice consisted of 4 statues representing the 4 branches of military service spaced around the base of an enormous column rising 70 feet above a bronze bas-relief of a battle scene. Atop the shaft of Alabama limestone stood a 10-foot bronze statue of a soldier titled Patriotism. After 2 decades of planning and fundraising, the monument was finally unveiled before tens of thousands of spectators in 1898. Undoubtedly, young Warren Reese Jr. was among them. A series of orators extolled the virtuousness of the Southern Rebellion and the bravery and tenacity of its soldiers. Flanking the scene was a contingent of young maidens, dressed in pure white, gray caps, and crimson I-80 sashes, each representing one of the Confederate states. Below the sculpture entitled Cavalry, an inscription honored the horsemen of the rebellion as the knightliest of the knightly race. Happy Face, as special agents scoured the back country of Alabama 5 years later, and brought tales of horror to Montgomery in the spring of 1903, the cynicism of the South's claim to hold a special position among the most noble civilizations could not have escaped Reese's acute powers of observation. 7. I was whipped nearly every day. In early May, a federal grand jury, the only province of the legal system in which African Americans could still participate in the South, was impaneled in Montgomery to take up the mounting evidence of slavery in Alabama. The jury of 23, composed of 20 whites and 3 blacks, filed into the elegant federal post office and courthouse with arched brick doorways and an imposing square tower at the corner of Dexter Avenue and Lawrence Street in downtown Montgomery. The foreman was Judah T. Moses, one of Montgomery's leading Jewish businessmen. Soon a steady stream of witnesses, mostly black men and women, elated, bewildered, and a little shaken by the sudden interest by powerful whites in their welfare, made its way to the grand jury's chambers to tell of their entrapment back into slavery. The scene's most extraordinary paradox was that the U.S. Commissioner, a federal magistrate with judicial powers 1 rank below Judge Jones presiding over the testimony, was a young John A. Elmore, son of one of the Confederacy's great legal architects and absolute defenders of antebellum slavery. Yet now, 40 years after emancipation, he supervised an inquiry aimed at finally bringing an end to slavery in Alabama. Soon, the black members of the jury were guiding portions of the investigation with their own accounts of ongoing slavery. The first witness to make a formal statement was a white man named Jim Hoffman, without whose corroboration much of the testimony from I-82 blacks might have been dismissed. A farmer from the settlement of Camp Hill, Hoffman testified on May 8 that he had spent weeks during the previous year attempting to determine why Jim Caldwell, the son of one of his black farm hands, had been arrested. But everywhere Hoffman or a local lawyer he hired turned, they discovered that Caldwell and another young black man seized at the same time had just been resold to a different farmer or had been accused of new or different crimes. The mayor of Goodwater, Dave White, who had fined the two African Americans, claimed to Hoffman that he couldn't recall details of the case or what had happened to Caldwell. He told Hoffman it would be a mistake for his lawyer to stir up trouble. White said to give the lawyer a message: "You had better keep out of this town. If you do not, we will get after you." The one practicing attorney in Goodwater told Hoffman that the town watchman, John Dunbar, had found a pistol on one of the men and a razor on the other. But Dunbar couldn't be found. The next day, John Davis came before the jury and told of his harrowing capture by Robert Franklin. When word of the federal investigation spread across Alabama, the farmer who had purchased Davis from John Pay suddenly released him, along with other slaves. The white men hoped setting the workers free would prove they had never been held against their wills. Under questioning by Reese, Davis testified that afterward he was approached again by Franklin. He said, "John." I said, "Sir." He says, "We want you for a witness. Want you to sign a paper which won't be nothing, won't hurt you," Davis testified. "If you want to, we will let you sign a little paper, do like we tell you, and I will give you a pretty good suit of clothes." I told him I did not know anything about any court. Davis said. Mayor White then intervened. "Go ahead and sign it," Wright said. "It is nothing to hurt you." Davis refused. But after several days of harassment, clearly aware of the risks he faced if he refused to sign the document, apparently an affidavit in which he said his arrest was proper, Davis put his X on the paper. The document was never produced at court. To keep from being bothered with them, I just went on and signed the paper, Davis said. "I did not know what the paper was for. I never read the paper. I cannot read nor write, and he did not even read it to me." I-83. Over the next week, federal agents presented a rush of testimony from others who had witnessed or participated in the seizure of Jim Caldwell and Herman Joe Patterson. It was transparent that, like John Davis and so many others, they had committed no crime. There was no gun. And carrying a razor, even if Patterson had done so, wasn't even a violation of Alabama law. The facts were that the pair passed innocently on foot through Goodwater just after dark on April 23, 1902, headed toward Birmingham to look for work. As the two approached a cotton gin on the edge of town, near the Pope House restaurant, they were confronted by the night watchman, Dunbar, and the bank clerk, J.L. Purifoy. Dunbar told the grand jury he stopped the two because there had been burglaries in the area recently. "I discovered two slouchy Negroes slipping towards town, and I suppose they were up to some devilment," he testified. The watchman approached the two young men and asked where they were going. "To Birmingham," Caldwell said. "To work?" "You boys come on with me," Dunbar replied. The two white men shackled Caldwell's wrists and grabbed Patterson by the arms. They marched the two laborers to the lockup in Goodwater, the same place John Davis had been imprisoned. Purifoy claimed later that he had searched the two and found a razor on Patterson and a pistol in the clothing of Caldwell. The next morning, when the two men were brought before Mayor White, both were charged with carrying concealed weapons. The mayor's court docket showed that both men pleaded guilty to the charge, Though Caldwell testified later he believed he had been accused of vagrancy and that neither entered a plea at all. Regardless, Mayor White declared the men guilty and fined each $10 plus court costs of $1.60. After the summary trial, Robert Franklin approached Dunbar and told him John Pace would be pleased to buy the men. The following day Dunbar asked Purifoy to accompany him to Dadeville with the two captured African Americans. Virgil Smith, a black laborer working for Purifoy at the time, warned his boss that Dunbar was in the business of selling African Americans. Purifoy was new to Goodwater, and uncertain of what his employee really meant. He had difficulty imagining that blacks were truly 184 being bought and sold. If they are selling Negroes, he told the black laborer, I will go down there and see about it. Dunbar, Purifoy, and the two black men rode to Dadeville in a horse-drawn hack. After arriving on Main Street in the town, John Pace and Fletcher Turner approached the wagon and told Caldwell and Patterson to get out. Purifoy stayed with the wagon, while Dunbar and Pace took the two black men to a nearby stable. A short while later, Turner drove away with the prisoners, still bound. Franklin had arrived in town separately to negotiate a price for the men. Pace handed over $24 in cash and scratched out a note to the president of Tallapoosa County Bank to give Fra and Kaylin another $46 from his account. A little while later, Dunbar and Purifoy, back in the now empty wagon, ratted down a pitted dirt road toward Goodwater. What have you done with the Negroes? Purifoy asked. Turner has got them, Dunbar replied. Had Turner paid for the men? Purifoy questioned. No, nothing more than the fine and costs, Dunbar replied. The next day, the two white men saw each other again, on the road in front of a wealthy local farmer's residence. Standing beneath the canopy of a landmark oak tree, Purifoy directly asked his friend, John, what did you get for those Negroes? $19, Dunbar grudgingly replied. Purifoy was alarmed that his friend had been party to the selling of men. The two continued talking for an hour. It was apparent to Purifoy that Dunbar was involved in an active traffic of African Americans. Do you think it's right? Purifoy finally asked. Well, everybody else was doing it, Dunbar replied. // The evidence of Patterson and Caldwell's capture quickly led investigators to the fate of three other black men rounded up in Goodwater a day later. This time, the night marshal rounded up Dave Johnson, Esau Williams, and Glennie Helms. All were charged with vagrancy. After a night locked in the town calaboose, they were brought before Mayor White, who refused to allow the black men to call any witnesses. WTI declared them guilty and fined each $6.60. 185. None had the money to pay their fines, and the three were tied up and held till a train arrived, bound for Dadeville. After the short ride over, the young men were presented at the station to Fletch Turner, who said they could choose whether to work on his farm or Pace's. One of the most bitter incongruities of the slaving system as it persisted into the 20th century was the participation of blacks in the holding of other African Americans, another debasement shared with antebellum slavery. Black gang leaders passed on the orders of white overseers, some blacks assisted in restraining and stripping men to be whipped by the bosses, and, as in the case of the young men seized in Goodwater that night, local black workers under the control of Pace and Turner played out a ruse to convince Johnson, Williams, and Helms to quietly go along with Turner, a man whose cruelty to blacks was widely known. There was some colored people there told us we had better go with Mr. Turner, that we would be treated a heap better with Mr. Turner, William *S testified to the grand jurors. So the deal was completed, with just enough of a chimera that the transaction had been part of a legitimate legal process and that the black men in question had voluntarily submitted to their fates. Mr. Turner said he bought us all three for $50. And we were to work for 4 months and a half apiece, testified Dave Johnson. Mr. Dunbar sold us to him. I don't know for how much, Helms later told the grand jury. None signed contracts agreeing to the arrangement, though later such documents mysteriously appeared with XS purporting to be those of the three black men. The gossamer facade of judicial process took only 3 days to weave. The trio had been arrested on a Thursday, tried, sentenced, and delivered to a new owner on Friday, and were at their forced labor by dawn's break on Saturday. At Turner's farm, the black laborers were put to work digging drainage, cutting wood, and cleaning up recently cleared new pasture, the most grueling sunrise to sunset tasks of a farm still being carved from forest. Dave Johnson was beaten on the first Saturday by Alan Turner, son of the man who had purchased the three. "I was whipped," Johnson said, "because I did not know how to ditch. Laid me down flat on my stomach, one man on my head and another man to hold my legs, and whipped me across my back. My clothes were on. I was whipped with a piece of stick about as big as a broom handle. I got about 25 licks. I was whipped about every day." Happy face, I-86. Helms received his first beating a day after Johnson's. "I was whipped about 2 days after I got there," Helms testified later. "Whipped me a long time, I could not tell how many licks. Sometimes I was whipped 2 or 3 times a day, sometimes took my clothes down and whipped me with a stick on the bare back." Esau Williams said his first corporal punishment came a week after arriving at Turner's farm. "Over the following 4 weeks, I was whipped nearly every day. Would drop our clothes and whip us with hickory sticks," Williams recounted. When guards were particularly sadistic, they attached an empty metal bullet cartridge to the end of the stick to gouge the skin with each swing of the branch. After days of testimony by victims of the forced labor ring, the jury was greeted on May 11, 1903, by the hulking figure of John Pace. The strange weather of early spring had finally entered a long calm. Replanting was in full swing. Weeks of rain had abated, and the drying fields were teeming with workers putting in seed. Just a few weeks earlier, Pace and his son-in-law, Anderson Hardy, had been aggressively gathering more laborers, some hired as free men but most captured through the courts or their procurers scattered in the countryside. Suddenly ordered to appear before the grand jury, Pace turned the operations over to Hardy and boarded a Central of Georgia morning train at the Dadeville depot where he had purchased hundreds of black men over the prior 20 years. The ride from Dadeville's simple train platform to the immense new red brick Union Station in Montgomery took not much more than an hour. Completed just 5 years earlier. Union Station, receiving trains from 6 competing railroad lines, was the bustling hub of Alabama's economy, a veritable temple to the cotton-driven prosperity that the South was re-establishing for itself and that this federal investigation seemed intent on disrupting. Well before noon, Pace was in the capital city. He walked 2 short blocks down Commerce Street to Dexter Street, almost certainly unaware of the irony of his passing the fountain in Court Square, where Montgomery's antebellum slave market had thrived for almost 50 years with the daily auctions of African Americans like Sipe, the Cottingham slave, and 187. The forebears of the men and women Pace held on his farm. Across the street was the federal court building. Almost exactly 40 years after Lincoln's order freeing the slaves, Pace entered the grand doorway of the courthouse, the first man in Alabama to face the threat of criminal sanction for holding black slaves. 42 years later, the modern U.S. civil rights movement began at the same intersection when Rosa Parks boarded a bus at the Court Square stop and refused to give up her seat to a white man in a wood-paneled private chamber inside the court building. Pace offered the grand jury a sanitized, yet nonetheless damning, version of his dealings with black laborers. It must have been unnerving for him to face a panel of peers that included black men, holding authority over his freedom and fate. Whatever his reaction to the African American faces gazing at him from the jury box, Pace described a plantation melodrama in which he acted not as oppressor but the rescuer of penniless blacks who preferred life on his farm to jail or a forced journey into the coal mines of Birmingham. Ignoring the first 20 years of his active trading in black laborers, Pace dated the beginnings of his dealings to April 1901, just 2 years earlier. "The first man I got was Elbert Carmichael," Pace said, naming the victim in what he knew was the earliest case federal investigators had unearthed so far. Pace insisted that he asked for the proper paperwork proving that every black man sold to him was a legitimate convict serving a judge's sentence, but that he took the word of constables such as Robert Franklin and John Dunbar, who sometimes said the documents had been lost. They claimed they did not have time to make the papers out before they caught the train. Pace said of his arrangement in 1902 to acquire a young African-American boy named W.S. Thompson. In the cases of Joe Carrot Patterson and Jim Caldwell, Pace testified that he notified the white people that these boys were under his control and that their freedom could be purchased by reimbursing the $70 he paid for them. A few days later, G.B. Walker, the attorney, arrived to obtain their release. Pace told the jury he was outraged to learn that the supposed court fees on the men had totaled only $22.50 and that they had been improperly placed on his farm. "I did not want to hold the Negroes under those terms, and I demanded my money back," Pace testified. As for John Davis, Pace said the black man freely admitted shirking a I-88 $40 bill at Robert Franklin's dry goods store. He said Davis volunteered to work off the debt and a $35 fine under guard at the convict farm. Pace claimed to have sent $4 to Davis's wife at one point during the year that he held him, but admitted that he recouped nearly all of his expenditures at the end of the 12-month contract by selling Davis to another white farmer for $50. He offered no explanation for how he had the power to sell Davis, even after all his alleged debts were paid. Pace explained that Joe Patterson was kept under guard an extra half-year to pay a $25 doctor's bill for treatment after Patterson's fingers were cut while working on the farm. Yet more time was added. Pace explained, as penalty after Patterson attempted to escape and used another white landowner's boat to cross the Coosa River during his flight. The owner of the boat and Pace's foreman, Todd Berry, recaptured Patterson 2 days later, after trailing him with bloodhounds. Dragged back to the Pace farm, the Justice of the Peace, James Kennedy, held another sham trial and sentenced Patterson to an additional 6 months of labor. Pace said other charges could have been brought as well, but he chose not to. T felt kindly towards the boy and I wanted the matter dropped, Pace said. The next day, Fletcher Turner arrived in Montgomery and made the same walk to the courthouse to appear before the panel of jurors. His account was even more blatantly self-serving. Turner agreed to take on Esau Williams, Dave Johnson, and Glennie Helms only as a favor to another black laborer who asked him to help the imprisoned 3 youngsters, he testified. There had never been any violence against anyone on his farm. "They have 3 Negroes down yonder," Turner quoted the other black laborer as saying. "And I know a brother of one of the boys, and the boy knows me, and wants me to come around and see if you want to make a trade with him." Carrot. When Turner arrived at the train station, he said he found the 3 black workers tied in the buggy with a rope. Other white men, including John Pace, had gathered to inspect them, a common occurrence when word went out of black men for hire or purchase. Turner said the 3 blacks looked worthless. "I wanted Negroes but no such things as them cigarette dudes," he said, using a common epithet for independent black men. "I asked what is the cost of them Negroes any? 189. How? Where were they tried, and what did they try them for?" Deputy Dunbar answered that they could be had for $17.50 each. Turner repeated to the jury his dialogue with the young black men in the buggy. "Hello nigger, how much is your cost?" One of them commenced crying and said, "Boss, if you will take me I will work for you 2 years, Turner claimed. I said, "You are nothing but cigarette dudes and I would not have you." Turner described how he nonetheless began bargaining with Grogan, the marshal from Goodwater who had arrested the 3. Grogan insisted that Turner would have to pay $53 and take all 3 men. "I won't pay any such amount," Turner said. He replied. "What will you give?" Grogan said. $40, Turner answered. "Make it 45, Grogan shot back. "No," said Turner. Finally, Grogan relented. "Give me the money." Turner walked into a nearby business, asked for a blank check, and wrote it out to Dunbar for $40, against an account at the Tallapoosa County Bank. Turner told the jury he was incensed when he later learned that each of the three blacks had only been fined $5 or $6 when arrested. Turner claimed he told the young men they could leave after 4 months of work instead of a year. He said the workers were perfectly satisfied, though he admitted that Speedy Helms, the best Negro of the bunch, tried to run away. He was recaptured and returned to the farm for a reward by a policeman in Opelika. 3 days later, George Cosby took the stand. Like Pace and Turner, he told the grand jury he was flabbergasted by the allegations against him by various African Americans. Cosby said he'd had nothing to do with slavery, forced labor, or peonage. He said he'd been a consistent friend to blacks, paying their debts and providing work out of kindness and good intentions. His version of events was that he paid a $10 debt to Pace on behalf of a darky named Albert Carmichael in January or February 1901. Afterward, he allowed Carmichael to live on his farm. 190. Carmichael was a mighty good Negro, a might good hand, a preacher, Cosby said. He freely left the farm to return to his home in another county. Cosby couldn't remember helping arrest and hold on a bond a man named Jasper Kennedy. A black woman named Matt Smith never worked a day for me in her life, Cosby said, reporting that after he paid a $3.45 fine for Smith, she disappeared to her father's. As for Lum Johnson, a black worker Cosby paid fines for on 2 occasions, that Negro is working for me now. He is free. I never whipped him. The same went for Will Gettings, a free hand. Working for $7 a month, John Bentley, another black man on the farm, came along the road the other day and I hired him, Cosby said. Bentley feared he was about to be accused of stealing some fence wire in another town, and wanted Cosby to shelter him. Cosby said he agreed to do so for $9 a month, but insisted that Bentley remain free at all times. Those 3 Negroes are all that I have. I don't lock them up at night. I have no hounds, I keep a rabbit dog. I don't go armed about my place, Cosby said. Those Negroes are absolutely free. Carried. On the same day that Cosby testified, a federal marshal escorted into the courthouse James M. Kennedy, the jack-of-all-trades justice of the peace and sawmill manager who worked for John Pace. He told the jury that in the previous 8 years he had tried some workers who ended up working for Pace, but Kennedy was evasive about exactly how many. The handwritten docket book, in which the records of the arrests and trials would have been maintained, had been lost a little more than a year earlier, Kennedy testified. His new docket book contained entries relating only to a dozen black workers, the exact same workers, remarkably, whom federal agents had interviewed in the previous few weeks. Kennedy confidently worked through the cases of each African American, crisply pointing out how the proper procedures had been followed, appropriate charges alleged, and necessary affidavits signed in every instance. He was confident even about his handling of the case of Joe Patterson, who 1 week earlier told jurors the harrowing story of his attempted escape from Pace's farm after being repeatedly beaten. Patterson was tracked by dogs for miles, deep into the woods. Trapped on the bank of the tall I-9I-Lapoosa River, he jumped in a small boat tied nearby and paddled across the water. But Patterson was soon captured by a posse of manhunters on horseback, yelping dogs, and guards from Pace's farm. Wet and exhausted, Patterson was beaten with fists, boots, and sticks. Then the white men dragged him before Kennedy for a new trial. Those events were barely 2 months old when Kennedy testified. He told the jury in dispassionate detail that the proceedings against Patterson were handled entirely within the technicalities of Alabama law. Patterson was ordered to work out his original contract with Pace and an additional 6 months for attempting to break the first contract he was coerced into. When that year of labor was finished, Patterson would be held for a third 6-month period, Kennedy ruled, for removing a boat from its moorings. Note, Kennedy reminded jurors, lifting an index finger into the air. In none of these cases that I have spoken about did I ever receive 1 cent of costs, nor was I paid in any other way by Mr. Pace or anybody else for trying these cases. The testimony of the white men in the slavery ring was crisply consistent. All of the black men and women held to forced labor were properly convicted of crimes, they freely agreed to be leased as laborers, and they were never physically abused. But outside the courtroom, the men at the center of the investigation hardly behaved as if they were innocent. They began a campaign of witness tampering and intimidation. Worried that he would be charged, Mayor White in Goodwater boarded a train in early May to Columbus, Georgia, to warn John G. Dunbar, the marshal who had assisted in seizing so many black men, about the investigation. White did not want to be indicted. Dunbar later testified. G.B. Walker, the lawyer who had helped bring attention to the slaving operations and set free Caldwell and Patterson, got an ominous letter from his cousin in Tallapoosa County. Those people there were his fellow townsmen and his friends, and asked me not to stir up anything, Walker recalled the letter saying. He said, for his sake not to do anything against these parties. Matt Davis, the brother of John Davis, was seized from a train, locked in the Goodwater jail, and threatened by the brother of Robert Franklin. 192. The white man warned Davis's father that he would shoot you as sure as hell if the older man interfered. Released several days later, Matt began hiding in the woods at night. Despite the efforts to frighten the growing number of accusers, the accounts of kidnappings and violence were making an impression on the jury in Montgomery. Even Alabama newspaper editors, embarrassed by national reports about the investigation, excoriated the accused slave dealers. The ringleaders were growing nervous. Kennedy began to wonder if he should tell the truth. After giving testimony on May 15, Kennedy, George Cosby, and one of the other guards from Pace's farm shared a wagon for a wet ride back to Tallapoosa County. A steady drizzle pelted the men as the mule strained to drag the hack down a pitted, red mud road. Deep in the bush, the wagon broke down. The men were forced to walk through the cold springtime muck. Cosby was frantic at the delay. He said he needed to be at home and get niggers out of the way so that no papers could be served on them from the United States court, Kennedy later testified. Cosby hired a horse at the first settlement the men reached and raced ahead. Kennedy and the guard trudged on in the rain, certain Cosby intended to murder witnesses. A week later, the 3 men nervously sat down to a meal together. Cosby had lost his nerve and killed no one. But suddenly he reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a package of morphine. Kennedy tried to wrestle it away from him. It will come to this, Cosby shouted. I am going to be convicted, and before I will be convicted I will destroy myself. It is a heap better than to go to the penitentiary and disgrace my family. At the same time, Pace and Turner hastily began freeing forced laborers on their farms and at the quarry. Some disappeared entirely, their fates unknown. Other blacks were warned by the White T-Pen or through other black employees not to cooperate with the federal investigation. Indeed, of the dozens of black workers being held against their will when Kennedy conducted the 1900 census, almost none could be located by federal agents 3 years later. On May 23, a few days after Kennedy wrestled the morphine away from Cosby, Secret Service agent McAdams stepped off the first morning train to arrive in Goodwater. McAdams walked in the bright sunlight to 193 Robert Franklin's mercantile store, pushed open the glass-plated door, and informed the constable that the grand jury had handed up an indictment for holding black workers in peonage. Franklin, and 5 others whom McAdams wouldn't identify, were named in the indictment. By nightfall, Franklin sat in a cell at the Montgomery County Jail. Kennedy's anxiety was growing. He had participated in dozens of bogus trials, though he had never reaped the financial rewards of Pace, Turner, and the Cosbys. He was certain the government and perhaps his employers would eventually try to pin the slave trade on him. Kennedy told one of the Secret Service agents in Tallapoosa County he was willing to testify again, this time telling the truth. A week after Franklin's arrest, Kennedy went back to Montgomery and stunned the grand jury. He admitted trying scores of black laborers to force them to work for Pace, Turner, and Cosby. He could recall at least 30 cases in which he didn't make any record of the proceedings or report a verdict to the county judge, as he was required to do by law. It was clear from Kennedy's testimony that the traffic in African Americans hadn't been limited to men. The white landowners sought out nearly half a dozen black women as well, Kennedy said, with the clear implication that they were seized for sexual services. There were many others, but I can't remember their names now, Kennedy said. He claimed to have initially used his authority as a justice of the peace properly, but that eventually the white landowners he worked for demanded that he convict any black laborer they desired. They would send one there and have an affidavit made, Kennedy said. The black man would be arrested, fined, and sent to whichever farmer had arranged the arrest. The agreement was there was no record to be kept, Kennedy testified. Nearly every case, he said, was a trumped-up affair. Other white men, fearful of the mounting evidence, began breaking their silence about the truth of the slave farms. Wilburn Harrelson, a young farmer living near the Pace plantation, testified that the Cosbys compelled him to swear out false charges against several black men whose sentences to work for them were about to expire. I was afraid not to do it, I was 194. Afraid of those folks, Harrelson testified. I was afraid they would get me in some scrape, swear some lie on me, and get me into it, and I had a wife and children. A black woman named Mattie Turner was held on the farm indefinitely, falsely accused of prostitution, Harrelson swore. The implication was clear that Turner was held for the sexual exploitation of the farm. He knew of at least one slave worker who had been murdered by a relative of the Cosbys. Harrelson said few African Americans ever escaped. George and Berenice Cosby patrolled their farms with guns and used specially trained bloodhounds to track any who tried to take flight. They had nigger dogs, he said. There were 2 dogs at George Cosby's and 2 dogs at Berenice Cosby's house. On May 28, U.S. Deputy Marshal A.B. Colquitt hauled Francis M. Pruitt, the constable and livery stable keeper in Goodwater, to Montgomery to hear his indictment read aloud. A total of 6 indictments were handed up against Pruitt and 2 justices of the peace, outlining for the first time Pub. Lickly how Pace's slaving network operated. Registered the indictment charged Pruitt with forcibly seizing the body of Ed Moody, a Negro, in Coosa County and selling him on April 3, 1903, to Pace, who had held him against his will since then. At the courthouse on the day of his indictment, Pruitt claimed he had never seen Moody and didn't know Pace. Appointed to his position as a constable by former Alabama Governor William Jelks, Pruitt stoutly defended his county, claiming that Coosa citizens are as good as any in the state. The town of Goodwater was an especially law-abiding community, he added. Without qualms, Pruitt told a newspaper reporter that as a constable he had frequently arrested African Americans who then were fined by a local magistrate and paid out by local white farmers. But he insisted this was entirely within the law. The Montgomery Advertiser reported that his claim had an honest ring. The following day, Pace returned to Montgomery. This time, he was accompanied from Dadeville by U.S. Marshal A.B. Colquitt. The men arrived at Union Station at dusk and headed directly to the courtroom of Judge Jones. Pace was informed he had been named in 8 indictments. 195. As the buyer of black men seized by local constables. Reese recounted key evidence gathered against Pace, maintaining that one Negro woman had been killed on his farm, that men and women had been forced to work nude for lack of clothing, and that the laborers were mercilessly beaten. Pace brought with him to the courtroom a bond posted by William Gray, the Dadeville banker who at Pace's direction had paid out the cash used to purchase most of the enslaved black workers. When the bond turned out to be insufficient, Jones allowed Pace to travel back home with the marshal in tow to make new arrangements to avoid jail. Pace expressed his appreciation and retired to a Montgomery hotel to await the next morning's train to Tallapoosa County. Outside the courthouse that night, Pace insisted to a newspaper reporter that he was innocent of any wrongdoing, even as he conceded without hesitation that he had purchased men from Coosa County officials and worked them on his farm. He said the African Americans were put into the prison maintained on his property, where they and the convicts were watched over by hired guards and hound dogs trained to track men. He described buying John Davis from Robert Franklin for $70, but said Davis begged to be left at the farm. Pace said he explained to Davis that he would be held with the county convicts and treated the same. Davis readily agreed, and Pace drew up a contract under which he agreed to work 16 months to pay off his fine. Pace was unapologetic, but denied that he had acquired or held a large number of black laborers. He had purchased no more than 5 in the previous year, he said, all of them as favors to the black workers themselves. They were never treated brutally, and it was always understood, he said, that the men would be freed if relatives or friends reimbursed him for the costs of bailing out and holding the laborers registered. Next to make the trip to Montgomery were George Cosby, his nephew Burincas, and James H. Todd, one of the strongmen used as an enforcer on the Pace farm. The men arrived in the state capitol near daylight on June 10, having spent the night on a Western Railroad train stranded between Opelika and Montgomery. Accompanying them were Deputy Marshals Hiram Gibson and A.B. Colquitt, who had arrested them on Tuesday. 196. The defendants wouldn't talk to reporters on the day of their court appearance. Todd had been an overseer for Pace for more than 15 years. Burincas Cosby, a 23-year-old white in stock, build and ruddy face, worked for his uncle George. The younger Cosby claimed that at least 2 of the blacks named in the indictment were unknown to him. By nightfall, all had returned to Dadeville by train. As word of the arrests raced across Alabama and the rest of the country, an epic legal and political confrontation began to take shape. J. Thomas Heflin, the stirring white supremacist orator who proclaimed to the Constitutional Convention 2 years earlier that God put Negroes on the earth to serve white men, was the Alabama Secretary of State by 1903. Almost immediately, Heflin began circulating word that he would aid the indicted white men, perhaps even representing them in the courtroom. He would have none of the spineless apologia for new slavery that Southern journalists and some politicians first offered. He embraced it as a return to the natural order of man. A few Southerners stepped forward to genuinely condemn the new slavery system, but very few. One was Joseph C. Manning, the postmaster of Alexander City in Tallapoosa County. A fiery populist, he had fought in the 1890s to hold on to a coalition of black and white voters in Alabama, and after the turn of the century railed against the growing national consensus that blacks should be excluded from all political activity even within the Republican Party. What has become of the ringing declaration of Abraham Lincoln that the nation cannot endure half slave and half free? He wrote to an Ohio newspaper. He denounced the de facto annulment of the 15th Amendment and condemned Republican leaders for their crass willingness to acquiesce in slavery for the South and stand for human liberty in the North. Later, Manning wrote to the New York Evening Post, lashing out at the abuses of blacks he had witnessed and the men in his county alleged to have held slaves. It is today under the law in Alabama, a crime for a farm laborer to QMT his employer. He may be denied his pay, he may be half-fed, he may be beaten with a buggy trace, but if he fails to keep his contract then he is a criminal, Manning insisted. There are black belt planters who do starve, mistreat, abuse and beat men, and force them to break their contract in order to get them arraigned before some demon in white skin. 197. But with a heart as black as hell itself, and another year of servitude is attached by a chain more galling than that of chattel slavery to the ankle of the black man. The case of Patterson is only one in thousands, yes, in 10,000. The mayor of this town of Goodwater would be complimented in his own estimation no higher than to have it written that any Negro is no more worthy of human sympathy or political consideration than is any mule, and of less kind treatment than a good dog, Manning continued. Here is the truth about the South that some men of the North would let alone. Here is the South that should be permitted to adopt its own course in settling the race problem. Goodwater Mayor Dave White fired back in defense of his town, claiming that no black man or woman had ever been abused in his court. Unjust punishment of Negroes is absolutely repulsive to me, and that no Negro is imposed on when it is in my power to prevent it, he wrote. Defy any person to prove that any Negro or white man has ever been convicted in my court that was not guilty, or that didn't have a fair trial, or that received illegal or cruel punishment after they had been convicted. And I am certain that I can truthfully state no Negro has ever been worked in slavery in the town of Goodwater since the day when slavery was abolished in the 60s. It is a fact that numerous Negroes have been tried and convicted in Goodwater for stealing and have received a small fine and a light punishment, when a white man under the same circumstances would have been much more severely dealt with, as a great allowance is always made for the Negro owing to his standing in life. Editors of the state's most prominent daily, the Montgomery Advertiser, were apoplectic that Manning, an Alabama native, had uttered such heresy in the northern press. It called Manning rattle-brained and, reaching back to an archaic term for any creature that turned against family doctrine and patriarchy, a nest fowler. The newspaper labeled his description of widespread slavery an outrageous exaggeration. The Advertiser also railed at Roosevelt's promise at Lincoln's tomb of a square deal for African Americans, and any assertion. 198. That the peonage cases were part of a larger movement in the South to disenfranchise black men and reassert white dominance. Peonage was no worse than the treatment of workers in the factories, mines, and sweatshops of the North. The newspaper maintained these cases of new slavery have nothing to do with the adoption of the new Constitution in Alabama. If there is any difference, the mass of white people are more kindly disposed toward the Negro now than before their disfranchisement. These peonage cases are simply a few here and there. There have not been tens of thousands of such cases. We doubt extremely whether there have been even hundreds of them in all the state in the past 20 years. Nearly every Alabama leader contended the events in Tallapoosa County constituted a small anomaly, easily stamped out by making examples of a few offenders. Deputy U.S. Marshal Colquitt seems to have taken up with this county, wrote the Dadeville Spotcash. In fact, 3 or 4 men of this community have been escorting him to Montgomery, where he placed them under bond, charged with peonage, that new word lately sprung on us, which means the enslaving of a freeman against his will, as we understand it. This is a pretty bad state of affairs in Alabama, but not so bad as the northern papers would make it. These conditions will be thoroughly investigated, and we hope every guilty party will be punished so that the evil will be stopped and the blot on our state and coimtee removed. Happy face, underscoring Southerners' sense that it was hypocritical for their region to be targeted for its racial misdeeds. Residents in Belleville, Illinois, went on a rampage a day after the Dadeville editorial appeared. A black schoolteacher named David Wyatt and the town's white school superintendent had argued over the renewal of Wyatt's teaching certificate. An altercation ensued. The superintendent was shot, but not seriously harmed. Wyatt was arrested and taken to jail. By nightfall, at least 2,000 whites were gathered in the town, including many women and children encouraged to attend the spectacle. A phalanx of 200 men attacked the steel doors at the rear of the jail with sledgehammers, pounding it with thousands of hammer blows. The city's police did not voluntarily hand the prisoner over to the crowd, but also gave no meaningful resistance. Wyatt, an educated and imposing man standing 6 feet 3 inches tall, waited in his cell on the 199 floor of the jail, enveloped in the cacophony of the hammers pounding out his death beat. After half an hour, the doors splintered open. Wyatt was seized from his cell and his head immediately smashed. Dragged into the street, the mob surged around him, kicking and stomping his body until it was matted in blood and dirt. A rope was secured to his neck and tossed to 2 men who had climbed a telegraph pole. Hoisted just a few feet off the ground, Wyatt's body whipped back and forth as members of the crowd gouged, stabbed, and sliced his torso, legs, and arms with knives. Others in the mob gathered pickets from nearby fences and roadside signs to build a crude pyre beneath his dangling corpse. Still more went for gasoline and benzene. Soon Wyatt's body was engulfed in flame. By the time the earused churchgoers left their homes on Sunday, June 7, the grotesque form of Wyatt's carbonized remains lay amid a heap of ashes and smoldering wood on the street. The mob knew that the Negro's victim was alive and had a fair chance to recover, a correspondent for the New York Herald dutifully noted. The excuse given is that the lawless element among the Negroes has been doing all sorts of deviltry, and that it was determined to teach the Negroes a wholesome lesson. Happy face, Wyatt's lynching was unremarkable in many regards. His was the 30th African American lynched in 1903. There would be at least 55 more before the year ended. Yet few developments caused as much delight to leading Southern whites than a gruesome racial atrocity committed in the North. Such incidents proved, in their reckoning, that Northerners were just as inclined to crimes against African Americans as their Southern cousins, and that the end result of greater racial equality like that in the North was simply more brazen criminality and chaos caused by blacks. Many white Southerners were further gratified when less than 2 weeks later a mob in Wilmington, Delaware, seized a black man named George White from his jail cell. White, accused of rape and murder, was tied to a stake, forced to confess the crimes, then shot repeatedly and finally burned. The advertiser could hardly restrain its glee. In the North the Negro is an alien, an exostosis on the body politic, as it were. They do not understand him and cannot do so. They talk sympathetically and humidly of his wrongs and his rights, shed some tears over 200. His alleged cruel fate in the South, and then, if he aspires to be a laborer in the hive of industry, they turn on him and drive him out with curses and revilings. If he resists or falls back on the sacred laws of self-deference and self-preservation, he is either shot down or lynched. They love him at a safe distance. With us here in the South it is different. We received the Negro by inheritance. He came to us through the generations of slavery. Emancipation left him stranded on the shores of a new world, for which he had no preparation and no fitness. The Southern people, remembering the Negro of the olden time, when he was the faithful servant, the willing worker and the protector of the family of his master, with all this in their minds our people have borne with him, have helped him and have tried to fit him for some of the duties of citizenship. We recognize in him a part of our population, a necessary worker on the farm, in the shop and in the home, but not in any way an equal. And for all this, because the Negroes have come down to us from the good days of old, because they are at home with us, and must perhaps forever be in some degree our wards, we owe them justice, fair treatment, and protection in all their civil rights. Now that they have practically lost the right of suffrage, we more than ever owe them our watch care and should throw over and around them the shield of law and justice. The fact that they are lynched in the North, or driven out like dangerous wild beasts, is no reason that our people should do the same. Let us not follow the evil example set by those Pharisees who preach what they do not practice and who condemn in others the deeds which they practice among themselves. In short, let us steadfastly refuse to follow the evil examples set by our brethren of the North and the West. South Carolina Senator Ben Tillman summed up the sentiment more succinctly to a Northern audience: "I see you are learning how to kill and burn niggers. That's right. Let the good work go on. Keep it up. You are getting some sense." Roosevelt had to be astonished. Only a day before Wyatt's murder in Belleville, he had been in the same state, visiting Springfield, barely 201 dread miles away, praising black soldiers and promising his square deal for African Americans. At the same time, the Justice Department was telling him that slaves were still being held down south. There was nothing the president could do about Wyatt's death. Murder was clearly outside the jurisdiction of federal officials. But surely slavery, of all things, was different. He told Attorney General Knox he was personally concerned about the Alabama allegations and asked for a full report. Roosevelt was assured that vigorous and uncompromising prosecutions were underway. In Montgomery, U.S. Attorney Reese was growing more troubled by the scale of the crimes coming to light in the grand jury room. On June 10, he sent an alarmed report to Attorney General Knox. The conditions of the Black Belt in this district are more deplorable as the investigations of this grand jury proceed. It is now being revealed that hundreds of Negroes are held in peonage and involuntary servitude of the most vicious character, Reese wrote. Men and women are arrested on the flimsiest charges. They are brutally whipped, worked, and locked up without let or hindrance. The tortures inflicted are severe and sometimes result in total disability or death. Some counties in this district are honeycombed with these slave trade practices. Worried that his report might sound like hyperbole and recognizing the potentially explosive reaction to the case that was bound to soon develop locally, Reese asked for an urgent meeting with officials in Washington. The stoutly bourgeois Knox, hardly 2 months removed from his lavish Pittsburgh law offices and now ensconced in the presidential cabinet, was perplexed by Reese's letter. He had to take it seriously. President Roosevelt had expressed concern, and the inquiry grew from charges first lodged by a federal judge, one of Roosevelt's earliest appointees. Reverberations were still rippling across the country from the president's Square Deal speech less than a week earlier. But Knox couldn't avoid a measure of incredulity. How could so dramatic a state of affairs come to pass, without challenge, in 20th century America, even in uncivilized reaches so far from his rarefied world? Moreover, the prosecutor in Montgomery was entirely unknown to Knox, who knew that among the scores of U.S. attorneys named in provincial centers around the nation, many were less than extraordinary political operators holding their positions purely as patronage to local presidential allies or 202 financial backers. 2 days later, on the last workday of the week, Knox told an aide to telegraph Reese for a more complete report on the details of the investigation. For the moment, he ignored Reese's request for a personal audience. The telegraph from Washington arrived at the drafty offices of the U.S. Attorney above the Montgomery Post Office as Friday's work hours came to a close. Reese no doubt shared it with the 2 other lawyers who assisted him in government cases, Julius Sternfeld and James K. Judkins, and the office secretary, his cousin Mildred Elmore. Sitting near the transom door to the hallway, she managed his correspondence and appointments and attended to the 2 modern luxuries of the office, a single Remington typewriter and 1 telephone. Happy face, Reese knew he faced the most consequential matter of the 5 years since his first appointment to office. In the balance of the report requested by the Attorney General hung all of the family prestige and political support, perhaps even all of the aspirations of eventual Republican power in his state that had been so dramatically reflected in the flood of supportive letters that paved the way for his selection by President McKinley. The heavy humid heat of early summer in Alabama was already seeping into the hallways of the post office building. Fixed at his desk that afternoon, he perspired as the temperature approached 90 degrees. Sunlight shafting through the wide sash of rippled glass in his window. Past the arched doorways opening from the dark interior of the federal building onto crowded Dexter Street, Reese could have seen and heard the noisy throngs of pedestrians crowding the cobblestone street on either side of the clanging electric trolley lining through the heart of Montgomery. Lines of carriages and horsemen pushed slowly through the crowd. Open wagons pulled by mules driven by muddy black teamsters waited to cross from side streets littered with manure and the debris of commerce. 4 blocks to the east, just beyond the field of view from Reese's window perch, the domed Alabama state capitol peered regally across a city that had become, more than any other, a royal capital of the New South. Why? 203 The indictments. Collecting the tribute of both the region's re-engineered cotton empire and its smoke-belching new industrial expansion. The trolley line ran in an asymmetric loop the length of Dexter Street, then passed out of his view by the old slave auction fountain in Court Square across from the Exchange Hotel. Here, buyers from textile makers and cotton exporters encamped from hundreds and thousands of miles away to bid and contract for delivery 6 months later of millions of dollars worth of cotton from plants only just beginning to peak from the deep black soil of the South's richest cotton region. If Reese climbed into the 5-story high tower rising atop the post office, he could have followed the line as it threaded through the crowds, drays, buckboards, and early automobiles chugging down Commerce Street toward Union Station. The streetcars crossed Bibb, Coosa, and Tallapoosa streets, as they rolled past the long row of cotton warehouses that, by early fall, would be packed with the bulk of southern Alabama's economic output. The cotton compress on the same street packed billions of pounds of lint into 500-pound bales ready to be loaded on railcars or the perpetual line of steamboats waiting a few hundred yards beyond, at the edge of the Alabama River. On the docks there, scores of black men stacked cotton bales atop loads of pig iron taken in Birmingham the day before from the furnaces of Sloss Sheffield and Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad. Montgomery luxuriated in the wealth of this surge of cotton, still unmolested by the scourge of the boll weevil and other new insects and diseases that would ravage the crop beginning in a little more than a decade, and the rich new windfall pouring into the state capital from the sale of convicts into the coal and ore mines in Birmingham. Cotton, steel, and timber were by far the state's largest sources of wealth and livelihood. Alabama produced more than 1.1 million bales of the white lint in 1900, surpassing the pre-Civil War output for the first time and almost tripling the state's production during the first years following the war. Happy face, vast tracts of forest were under the saw. Yet mineral production and the iron and steel industry surpassed all other economic activity. In 1905, the state's mines, anchored by the slave camps near Birmingham, generated nearly 12 million tons of coal and almost 4 million tons of iron ore. 204. Making Alabama one of the foremost producers of iron, steel, and coal in the world. Early in the testimony before the grand jury in May of 1903, Warren Reese shared the conventional assumption that the stories of John Pace's abuses in Tallapoosa County were anachronistic relics, isolated redneck antics, certain to be the subject of scorn once exposed. But by the beginning of June, Reese realized how significantly the new slavery underpinned Alabama's cotton, timber, and steel paradise. He knew he was on the verge of an attack on its heart. He could not know how the fight would end, or whether he would survive it. At noon on June 10, the grand jury filed into the courtroom to report 17 additional indictments. Then, Foreman Judah T. Moses, a wealthy seller of real estate and insurance, gave Judge Jones a written request for advice on the constitutionality of the Alabama statute making it a crime for a worker to break a farm labor contract, which was punishable by a fine of up to $50 or 6 months of hard labor. In the note, the jury asked whether the act violated the 13th and 14th Amendments of the Constitution. Judge Jones replied that he had devoted much thought to this question and would give them an answer later. One juror also inquired whether a justice of the peace who gave a sentence in excess of his authority was guilty of peonage. The judge said that the justice of the peace would not be guilty if the sentence had simply been an honest mistake, but that if the official acted in bad faith or corruptly he would be guilty of causing the person to be held in peonage. No judicial proceedings, regardless of how lawful they appear on their face, would be a defense, the judge noted, if they were a cloak or a fraud to cover up the illegal design to cause persons to be held in peonage. Carried. 5 days later, on June 15, Judge Jones issued a formal charge to the grand jury, answering their inquiries and directing how they should interpret the federal peonage statute as their deliberations continued. Jones began with a long discourse on the origins of the peonage statute after the acquisition of 205. New Mexico by the United States, and then laid out how the new labor system of Alabama appeared to violate that law. Jones explained that any man who induces a laborer to sign a contract agreeing to be held under guard and unable to leave until a debt is paid was guilty of peonage. A citizen or law enforcement officer who tricked a laborer into believing he could avoid criminal prosecution or a sentence to hard labor only by signing such a contract was guilty of peonage, the judge explained. Anyone who falsely accused a person of a crime in order to compel him or her to sign such a contract or conspired to obtain the labor of a worker through such false charges, Jones wrote, was guilty of violating the Pre-Emancipatory Slave Kidnapping Act, which forbade carrying away any other person, with the intent that such other person be sold into involuntary servitude. Jones also declared Alabama's labor contract law, which bound hundreds of thousands of black workers to white landowners, unconstitutional. Any person held against his will under the statute, Jones ruled, should be released on habeas corpus, the ancient legal principle used to win the release of the falsely imprisoned. Happy face, Southern whites immediately recognized the implications of the ruling, and the reaction was furious. Judge Jones' opinion, if sustained by the highest court, is far-reaching and with disastrous consequences to the labor system of the South, wrote the Prattville Progress, a newspaper in the heart of a slave-riddled county. There must be a revolution in the labor system. The residents of counties across eastern Alabama were baffled by Judge Jones's interpretation of the law. Tens of thousands of black workers were at labor in Alabama under contracts signed when a white man confessed judgment for an arrested black man, paying his fines before any prosecution commenced and receiving in return a signed contract for labor. These arrangements sounded precisely like the ones described by Judge Jones as illegal. Hundreds of farmers were at risk of arrest. Thousands more African American laborers were being forced to work in mines and timber camps under similar contracts signed between county governments and the state of Alabama itself. Some local attorneys asked if farmers who worked convicts for debts were guilty of peonage. Wasn't the state of 206 Alabama equally guilty in its handling of convict leases? It occurred to virtually no one in Alabama that this was precisely the point. The vast majority of black laborers leased from the law enforcement system were being held illegally. Even Judge Jones failed to comprehend the full ramifications of his opinion. Like many well-intentioned but still fundamentally racist whites, he naively believed that the system engineered by Pace in Tallapoosa County was an isolated instance of abuse. He accepted the common convention of the time that African Americans were less intelligent and more inclined to criminal behavior than whites. He presumed that the vast majority of blacks arrested in the South were in fact guilty of their crimes, and merited severe punishment. What made him more progressive than other whites, and where he differed from most white Southerners, was that he believed blacks could not be brutalized in their punishment, and that the concept of impartial treatment of all citizens by the courts had to be upheld. Rank-and-file Southerners, especially in rural sections with large black populations, had no such illusions. They knew Judge Jones had set a standard by which thousands of white men were guilty of slave dealing, that hundreds of state and county officials were in jeopardy, and that the whole financial structure of governments and local economies was at risk. A correspondent to the Birmingham Age-Herald reported that more than 100 men in the area of Coosa and Tallapoosa counties, just two of Alabama's nearly 70 counties, were at risk of arrest in the federal investigation. The people of East Alabama are very much wrought up. They have been working criminals for 20 years, and the majority of such men do not know they are violating the law, the writer said. Inundated with bewildered queries, Judge Jones began to realize the breadth of coerced labor in his state. He hadn't intended to set off panic. To quell anxieties, Jones quietly summoned a reporter for the Associated Press and explained that white men could avoid breaking the law if their contracts with blacks were approved by a local judge and signed in court. Surely local judges could never condone slavery, Jones reasoned. While Judge Jones tried to soothe Alabama's worries, Warren Reese asked Sternfeld, the assistant who had listened to much of the testimony brought to the grand jury, to collect for the Attorney General the most 207 egregious allegations that had surfaced so far in witness statements and reports from U.S. Marshals in the countryside. As Mildred Elmore rattled the Remington's keys, they dictated what became an 8-page report to Washington. There have been flagrant abuses and violations, on the part of wealthy and influential men, Reese began. These violations have not been confined to one or two periodical and independent instances, but it has developed into a miserable business and custom to catch up ignorant and helpless Negro men and women upon the flimsiest and the most baseless charges and carry them before a justice of the peace who is usually a paid hireling of these wealthy dealers. The victim is found guilty and a fine is assessed which, in the beginning, cannot be paid by the victim, and then it is that one of these slave dealers steps up, pretends to be the friend of the Negro, telling him he will pay him out if he will sign a contract to work for him on his farm. The Negro readily agrees rather than go to the mines, as he is informed he will have to do, his fine is paid, the contract is signed, and the Negro is taken to the farm or mine or mill or quarry of the employer. Placed into a condition of involuntary servitude, he is locked up at nights in a cell, worked under guards during the day from 3 o'clock in the morning until 7 or 8 o'clock at night, whipped in a most cruel manner, is insufficiently fed or poorly clad. In fact, the evidence in nearly all of the cases investigated reveals that the Negro men are worked nearly naked, while the women are worked in an equally disgraceful manner. Brutal things have transpired and sometimes death has resulted from the infliction of corporal punishment. When the time of a good working Negro is nearing an end, he is rearrested upon some trumped-up charge and again carried before some bribed justice and sentenced to an additional time. In this way Negroes have been known to have worked on these places in this situation for years and years. They can get no word to friends nor is word allowed to 208. Reach them from the outside world. They are held in abject slavery without any knowledge of what goes on in the outside world. If they run away, the dogs are placed upon their track, and they are invariably retaken and subjected to more cruel treatment. The indictments so far found are based upon some 25 Negro men and women who have been the subjects of these violations. These are some of the most severe instances, but it has been discovered there are hundreds of other cases. Rees and Sternfeld detailed the physical abuses they had discovered and the extraordinary obstacles to their investigation. In Tallapoosa County, the grand jury had already issued indictments against Pace, Fletch Turner, and the Cosbys. Also charged were the enforcers and procurers of the system, including Robert Franklin, Grogan, Pruitt, and Dunbar, all constables. The jury had indicted the 3 justices of the peace most flagrantly involved: James M. Kennedy, Jesse L. London, and W. D. Cosby. Another 8 men who had worked as whipping guards for Pace and the other buyers were also under charge, including Turner's son, Allen, and Pace's son-in-law, Anderson Hardy. Beyond Tallapoosa County, Rees reported, the grand jury was also investigating conditions in Lowndes County 100 miles away and deep in the plantation country of the Black Belt, with more than 35,000 black farmhands and sharecroppers working cotton on the land of white men. This county is really the center where it is charged these practices are more freely indulged than anywhere else. This county, it is claimed, is honeycombed with slavery. The slaving practiced in Lowndes County was orchestrated by the sheriff himself, J.W. Dixon. In one case described by Rees, Dixon chased down a black worker named Dillard Freeman, who had left his plantation without permission to visit a sick brother a few miles away. Tracked to his mother's home. Freeman was beaten by Dixon with a pistol, tied with a rope around the neck, and forced to run behind a mule for more than 5 miles, while the sheriff followed on horseback, whipping him whenever he would lag behind. 209 The indictments. Once back at the plantation, Rees wrote, Dixon began whipping Freeman with a wide piece of rubber belt attached to a wooden handle. 4 men were required to hold him off the ground while Mr. Dixon himself administered the punishment. When Mr. Dixon became tired, another man was made to do the whipping. In this way, the boy was whipped nigh until death. He cannot tell how many licks he was hit, nor can he tell how long this happened. After the whipping, Freeman was chained to the floor near the beds of Dixon and his overseer. In the grand jury room, Freeman revealed his back, Rees said, showing one mass of scars from his thighs to his neck. Yet already the prospects of pursuing a conviction against the slavers of Lowndes County and the other plantation regions where hundreds of thousands more black farm workers lived were being challenged, Rees advised the Attorney General. Dillard Freeman was threatened with death if he testified to the grand jury. A member of the Dixon family had followed him to the courthouse in Montgomery on the day of his first appearance. It was impossible to get anything out of him because of his fear of death. When a black grand juror who lived in Lowndes County went home after a week of hearing witnesses, Sheriff Dixon and his 4 brothers rode up to his house at midnight on horseback and demanded to know what was being said to the grand jury testimony that is dictated to be secret under the U.S. Constitution. They told the juror to remember that he had to live in Lowndes County, and if he did not stand up for his own people he knew what to expect, Rees wrote. The Dixons are dangerous men, Rees continued. They are said to have killed several men. It is believed that witnesses who come here and who expect to return to Lowndes County are practically compelled to perjure their souls because they fear their lives. As the letter to Knox continued, Rees outlined how the new slavery was far larger than one or two places, and involved far more than scattered pockets of involuntary servitude, confusion about the law, or unintended violations. His timber rising as the report continued, Rees said that he was receiving daily letters from other Black Belt locations: Wilcox, Sumter, Chambers, and Coffee counties. Unquestionably, there are hundreds of these people in this district who are held in abject slavery, Rees related. The prosecutor continued that Judge Jones had just ruled that Allah 210. Bama's contract labor law, a statute shared in some form by every southern state and effectively criminalizing any black worker who left the employment of a white farmer without permission, was unconstitutional. The implications of the ruling were just dawning on Rees. He realized the black men and women of the South had never been truly set free. Judge Jones's ruling, Rees wrote, in effect, amounts to an actual and not a theoretical emancipation of the Negro, and it is now necessary that this office make an effort to rescue these people from their condition by and through habeas corpus proceedings. Rees recognized that his investigation could eventually require thousands of court filings. He asked the Attorney General to assign a Secret Service agent to assist with the investigations and to create a new Special Assistant U.S. Attorney to move from county to county in Alabama instituting legal challenges to free enslaved blacks. Unless the government will take steps to bring these habeas corpus proceedings, they will not be much benefited by these investigations. As Mildred typed out the last lines of the report, the telephone rang. Western Union told the secretary a bicycle delivery boy was pedaling toward them with an urgent message. When the telegram arrived, Rees read that the Attorney General wished him to personally deliver his report to Washington. President Roosevelt had been briefed on the investigations and directed that a legal attack be fully pressed. Rees called Western Union and dictated a reply. Mildred hastily retyped the last page of Rees's report. I have just received your wire. I will report to you at 10 o'clock morning of 17th. Rees rushed to Washington, where he outlined for the Attorney General the details of the investigation and his belief that much more than scattered peonage was at stake. Knox was cautious, given the President's specific interest in the cases, the expectations raised by his speech at Lincoln's tomb, and a chorus of cries from Northern publications. He could not move slowly. The new slave driving in Alabama has pricked the conscience of the nation, proclaimed the Nation on June 11. After the meeting, the Attorney General authorized what amounted to the most sweeping federal investigation into the working conditions of Southern blacks since the Civil War. He directed U.S. attorneys in Montgomery, Birmingham, Mobile, and in the southern sections of Georgia to begin inquiries in their districts, including the densely populated Black Belt, and other areas where more than 1 million impoverished African Americans lived. Across Alabama and Georgia, the prosecutors sent deputy federal marshals into the countryside with orders to bring back any evidence of ongoing slavery. Not since the first years of Reconstruction had law enforcement officials of any kind expressed interest in the legal protections of blacks. Suddenly a squad of Secret Service agents led by an indefatigable detective named Henry C. Dickey, as well as every federal marshal across a 300-mile-wide swath of the South, was quietly, if often reluctantly, quizzing African American pastors, sharecroppers, and farmhands about the treatment of black laborers by many of the most prominent white landowners in the South. By late June, 63 indictments had been returned by the Montgomery grand jury, and locals expected as many as 20 more white men to be arrested. The government was holding nearly 30 black witnesses in a closely guarded boarding house in a black neighborhood of Montgomery. Not all came from Tallapoosa or Coosa counties. And many witnesses were reported to have appeared at the federal courthouse from counties other than those originally targeted in the investigation. The 10 white men from Coosa and Tallapoosa counties who had been indicted up to that point were summoned to appear in court on May 22. Pace, Fletcher, and many of the others arrived by an evening train the previous day. Monday morning they filed into Judge Jones's courtroom for a grueling, hours-long hearing. Soon, the corridors of the federal building were clogged with lawyers in dark, vested suits and the curious wandering in from the streets and the stone steps of the courthouse. Throughout the morning, U.S. Attorney Reese came in and out of the courtroom, consulting repeatedly with the battery of prominent lawyers representing John Pace. Montgomery buzzed with speculation. Word rippled through the onlookers that all charges against Kennedy would be dropped once he testified in open court. By now Kennedy was a pariah among his longtime friends. His confessions to the grand jury, implicating at least a dozen other white men, had been widely reported. Meanwhile, word was spreading of 212 letters sent the previous day to every Montgomery newspaper by Fletcher Turner, insisting that all accusations against him were false, most especially testimony that women had been murdered at the Turner farm. He specifically denied the claim that Sarah Oliver had been brutally beaten to death at his place during the previous winter. Then came the day's most sensational story. Pace planned to plead guilty to the charges and then challenge the validity of the anti-peonage statute to a higher court. Registered. The court formally convened at noon, with U.S. Marshal L.J. Bryan calling the names of men to form petit juries to hear the evidence in the cases. A large crowd of spectators jammed the courtroom, craning their necks to catch a glimpse across the gallery of the Tallapoosa farmers. Pace, Fletcher Turner and his son, the three Cosbys, and other defendants sat together on a bench near the front of the room. At the bar were the half-dozen members of their defense team. The old guard of Alabama was rallying to the men. Among the lawyers was Thomas L. Bulger, son of the Tallapoosa County Confederate war hero, and D.H. Riddle, the Goodwater attorney who had actually participated in some of the fake trials held by his mayor. Later, the lawyers announced the defense of the Turners had been joined by Gen. George P. Harrison, a flint-eyed lawyer with a jet-black beard in the imperial style of the day. He too was a widely remembered former Confederate commander, best known for his central role as a newly appointed colonel in the bloody repulse of the Union Army's most famous black regiment, the 54th Massachusetts Infantry, during the gruesome battle for Fort Wagner in July 1863. Judge Jones ordered that the trial of Pace, the Cosbys, and John Kennedy, the newly cooperating witness, begin 1 week later on charges of peonage and related crimes. Fletcher Turner and his son, Alan, would stand trial beginning July 6. A few days later, THD trial of Robert Franklin and Francis Pruitt would begin, followed within a week by Jesse Berry and James Todd, two of the enforcers who helped violently hold slaves on the farms, quarry, and sawmills. After forming two juries and giving them instructions from the bench, Judge Jones turned to the crowd, warning that any person who entered the court with a weapon would be sent to the penitentiary for contempt of court. Before the day ended, Reese announced that additional indictments had 213 been issued against J. Wilburn Harrelson of Dadeville and John G. Dunbar, the former city marshal of Goodwater, then serving as marshal in Columbus, Georgia. New charges were also announced against the Turners, for holding a black woman named Camilla Hammond. In total, the grand jury had issued 99 indictments against a total of 15 defendants. Pace alone faced 22 counts. Lawyers for the defendants urged Judge Jones to delay the trial to give the farmers time to harvest their fields and to study the peculiar and unfamiliar charges they faced. Reese said the farmers had created the situation for themselves and that black witnesses were being held in Montgomery to protect them from intimidation before trial. The government is not at liberty to give in detail the instances of this kind, Reese said. But it can be said that intimidation both of witnesses and grand jurors have been going on in connection with these peonage cases. Judge Jones concluded that a speedy trial would not burden the defendants unfairly, and made clear that he feared efforts to frighten the witnesses. The court has nothing to conceal, gentlemen, Judge Jones said. In a great many of these cases intimidation has been practiced. A YMS has been taken from a train. I need not say more. These cases must be tried as early as possible, consistent with proper opportunity to make defense. It was clear that black witnesses were in danger. For days, Reese had been gathering African Americans critical to the trial in Montgomery, housing 30 of them under federal guard in Negro boarding houses. At one point in the proceedings, Secret Service agent Capt. Henry C. Dickey arrested 2 black school teachers who went to the boarding house posing as detectives sent by Judge Jones. They quizzed the black workers about what they were telling government agents, apparently to report back to Pace and the other whites. Before any of the trials began, federal officials learned that Tallapoosa County had appointed a deputy marshal specifically to keep an espionage on the Negro witnesses of the government, reported Montgomery newspapers. Until the day of the arraignments, most of Alabama's political elite and the white general public had imagined that the slavery investigation was entirely 214. The handiwork of the White House and its representative in Montgomery, U.S. Attorney Reese. Judge Jones's directions to the grand jury a week earlier were startling, but his confusing equivocation after denouncing involuntary servitude left open the question of where Jones's true allegiances rested. Across the South, newspapers and politicians still banked on the fact that he would uphold a well-honed ritual of Southern posturing in high-profile court cases involving blacks, factitiously expressing the importance of legal rights for African Americans while simultaneously ensuring no harm to a white defendant and aggressively curtailing redress to the black victim. It turns out that the main mover in Alabama to break up what is called the peonage system, whereby convicts are held to labor indefinitely by white men, who pay their penal fines and contract their labor in return, is Judge Thomas G. Jones, ex-governor of the state, wrote the Atlanta Constitution. If there is anything criminal in the system, that criminality should be exposed and punished properly, and whatever of false hue and cry there is on the affair should be exposed. The Montgomery Advertiser continued to proclaim mock surprise at the discovery of forced labor in Alabama. The character of offense was peculiar and unknown in this country since the emancipation of the Negroes. It was practically and to all intents the enslavement of men for a period of time in violation of state and federal law. There has been much brutality charged and a great deal of testimony given. Few of the people of Alabama ever dreamed of such things as seem to have existed. As the first trial neared, however, it was clear that Judge Jones was deviating from the script. He appeared to be serious. The Advertiser, alarmed that a Southern leader would join with a Republican president from New York to attack Southern whites who resubjugated blacks, poured forth with what had become the ascendant view of turn-of-the-century white Southerners. A sentiment that is now practically unanimous throughout the Southern states, is that we, the white men of the South, propose to settle racial questions in our own way and in our own time. And we will do it in the way best for both races, the newspaper editorialized. Several millions of ex-slaves, suddenly exalted to citizenship, was the heritage we received from the federal government. As if the mere fact of their presence in changed conditions was not serious enough, they were 215. Endowed with all the political rights that any citizen of the Union possessed, and for which they were neither prepared nor fitted. And then, to add to the bitterness of our degradation, and the hopelessness of the problem, our country was overrun with adventurers from the North, some of them good and well-meaning men, others as unprincipled scoundrels as ever scuttled a ship or robbed a safe. It was these and their kind who made the condition of the Southern people unbearable and revolt inevitable. Forgiveness is a Christian virtue and forgetfulness is often a relief, but some of us will never forgive nor forget the damnable and brutal excesses that were committed all over the South by Negroes and their white allies, many of whom were federal officials, against whose acts our people were practically powerless. And one of the worst features of this Saturnalia was that the ballot in the hands of ex-slaves was in almost every instance, both from their own ignorance and at the instigation of their carpetbag allies, used to despoil, degrade, and humiliate the real citizens of the almost helpless South. The Advertiser asserted that Southern whites made a choice for which they should be applauded, declining to resume armed rebellion against the federal government and instead only stripping African Americans of the right to vote and most other legal rights. That Northerners would complain about this and that some Southerners agreed was infuriating. What do we see? All over the North we find public speakers and newspapers assailing our methods and our people, and in every way, as words can do, inciting the colored people to resist, fomenting discord between the races, and in many cases maligning and vilifying the Southern people for their course. Our people do resent the interference of Northern people in a matter with which they have no real concern, and we intend to continue resenting it. What is more, we intend to settle this race question in our own way, and if the result is to have the country rent again into factions hating each other, we shall not feel that we of the South are the offending party. We do not hate the North, but we will settle the race question. 2I6. Even in the North, there was consternation about the trials beginning in Alabama, and stirring up issues that Northern whites increasingly agreed should be left to Southern whites to handle. The Chicago Tribune opined that relations between the South and North had deteriorated to their worst state in more than a decade, and pointed to the current message of former President Grover Cleveland and other leading Northerners: the South, the white and the black South, should be let alone to settle their problems in their own way, Cleveland said. Edgar Gardner Murphy, a moderate white Montgomery resident, insisted in letters to Northern newspapers that the Tallapoosa peonage cases did not indicate a massive level of continued black enslavement. In a letter to the New York Evening Post, Murphy wrote, "The sentiment of the whole state has been unanimously insistent upon a thorough investigation of the charges and upon the rigorous punishment of the guilty. An ignorant and lowly people settled in isolated regions where local courts and local constabularies are often inefficient and sometimes corrupt are always in danger of becoming the prey of brutality and greed. If it is hard for the best sentiment of New York to protect effectively the poor immigrants of her great port from the avarice of thieves and loan sharks, and it is difficult for your city to protect some of its young girls from the degrading barter of the cadet." He argued that the peonage cases weren't the result of leaving the South alone to deal with race issues. Instead, the new rise of slavery was caused by a persistent policy of intrusive censure and of political threatenemies. He said the North placed undue pressure upon Southern life, putting the South ever on the defensive and partly neutralizing the forces of self-criticism and of local responsibility. Whatever evils may now exist at the South have not resulted from the policy of letting the South alone. But as each defendant stood perspiring before Judge Jones in the increasingly crowded courtroom, wearing his best black church suit, bolo tie, and clutching his hat, it became clear that whatever the judge's Southern pedigree, nothing would be sacrosanct in this proceeding. 8. A Summer of Trials, 1903. The master treated the slave unmercifully. Negotiations over Pace's plea to the charges against him continued for days. His attorneys initially believed that Judge Jones, like any other white Southern judge, would feel compelled by tradition and public pressure to acknowledge the untested status of the peonage statute and offer a symbolic punishment to Pace in exchange for a guilty plea. But Judge Jones showed no sign of doing so. Reese, the prosecutor, was insistent that Pace be meaningfully punished. Pace's lawyers were certain, regardless of the public brouhaha in the preceding weeks, that no Alabama jury would actually convict a white man on such charges. They urged him to wait for trial. Meanwhile, the city was ablaze with anxiety. In the early evening of the day following Pace's arraignment, a former U.S. Marshal named Charles E. Taylor confronted Deputy U.S. Marshal Byron Trammell on the sidewalk beneath the white-columned portico of the elegant Exchange Hotel, where many of the attorneys and others involved with the peonage cases were staying. Trammell was assisting Reese in the investigation. The two men had long disliked each other, according to mutual acquaintances, and there was no record of the words exchanged when they faced off outside the front doors of the hotel. But within minutes, Taylor drew a pistol. Trammell responded in kind. Shots were fired. Taylor was soon dead. Stanley W. Inch, another Department of Justice investigator in Mont. 2I8. Gomery, was certain the shootout was brought on by the peonage cases. He wrote to his Washington bosses that federal agents in Alabama, feeling increasingly more like the interloping Freedmen's Bureau agents who scattered across the South 30 years earlier, were encountering unprecedented hostility wherever they went. The country throughout this district, wherever exists, is pretty thoroughly aroused, Finch wrote. The fact that a Secret Service agent is engaged on these cases is well known, and many have the impression that a number of Secret Service agents are scouring the country. Anyone traveling through the country engaged in an investigation on behalf of the government is liable to be mistaken for one of these detectives. In some localities the sentiment has reached such a pitch that it is considered unsafe for anyone known as or suspected as being a government detective to travel. Nonetheless, Finch reported that involuntary servitude was indeed widespread across the state. He succinctly summed up the economics of the new slavery. It is by no means confined to a few isolated communities. I have also been again and again informed by these persons that this peonage system is more cruel and inhuman than the slavery of antebellum days, since then the master conserved the life and health of the slave for business reasons just as he did that of his horse or mule, but now the master treated the slave unmercifully and with the sole object of getting the greatest possible amount of labor out of him. Moreover, a peon costs but a few dollars while a slave used to cost several hundred. Pace, agitated at the attention his case drew, appeared alone early in the morning 2 days later at the offices of U.S. Attorney Reese. He said he wished to plead guilty to all 11 counts of peonage and obviate the need for trial. Pace's supporters spread word that he had approached Reese against the advice of his own lawyers. In reality, the gesture was a calculated gambit to shift the focus of the prosecution to other defendants while preserving Pace's challenges to the constitutionality of the indictment. Reese refused to accept the plea unless Pace was represented by his attorney. At noon, after rounding up one of Pace's lawyers, the others had already departed, for Dadeville Court was called into session, and the 219 peonage counts read aloud. Pace pleaded guilty to each one, though only after his attorney filed demurrers to the indictment's objections in modern legal parlance, arguing that the federal peonage statute didn't apply to the acts alleged in the indictments. The federal government had no jurisdiction over the use of forced labor in Tallapoosa County, the lawyers argued, regardless of whether individuals had been held in slavery. Judge Jones, acknowledging Pace's right to challenge the applicability of the peonage law to a higher federal court, overruled the objections and ordered Pace to stand for sentencing. Asked if he had anything to say, Pace, in stark contradiction to his initial claims to the press, said he was guilty of the seizure of 11 African Americans, including John Davis, Rita Scott, Jim Caldwell, and another laborer named Owen Green. Yet Pace denied that his capture and enslavement of workers violated any United States laws. Green had also raised his shirt to show the grand jury his injuries during earlier testimony. "They whipped scars on me," Green said as he revealed the marks on his skin. "They laid me up for a week and a half one time. One of the scars on me is where Mr. Tom Blasingall struck me on the head. He struck me with a stick and knocked me senseless. Mr. Jim Kennedy choked me and jumped on my head. After I was stamped, the blood came up from my lungs. I bled a good deal from my lungs." In the case of Green, Pace lured the farmhand by approaching him in a saloon in Dadeville, offering to hire him for $4 per month, help his father pay off the mortgage on a $16 horse, and allow him to come and go freely from the farm. But once a contract had been signed, Green was placed in the lockup on Pace's farm for nearly 2 years. "I was made to do farming, locked up at nights and whipped," Green testified. "Mr. Jim Kennedy whipped me 5 times in one day. Mr. Bob Smith also whipped me. He whipped me 4 times. Mr. Bill Brown whipped me." Later, Pace sold Green to George Cosby. In the courtroom, Reese stood and, playing out a carefully choreographed arrangement with Judge Jones and Pace's lawyer, made one act of deference to the defendant, who appeared in court looking far older than his 49 years. Reese pointed out Pace's diseased condition and asked that the defendant be allowed to sit for the rest of the proceeding. Judge Jones agreed and then sentenced Pace to 5 years in the federal 220 Penitentiary in Atlanta on each charge. Taking into account Pace's infirmity, the judge ruled that the sentences would be served concurrently. The charges that Pace had conspired with others in the seizure and enslavement of blacks were postponed until after the Court of Appeals ruled on Pace's challenge. Accepting assertions that Pace was in dire health, Jones also allowed him to post a $5,000 bond and remain free pending the outcome of those legal machinations. William Gray, the Dadeville banker, reappeared at the bar, along with co-defendant Fletch Turner, to sign the bond for Pace. He was released from custody. Pace appeared visibly relieved, though the stiff sentence sent a wave of anxiety through the other defendants who realized Pace was now likely to be called to testify against them and that Judge Jones would hand down similar penalties to others convicted. Advertiser, like most local whites, remained certain that Pace would never actually be imprisoned, regardless of whether the guilty pleas were affirmed by the Court of Appeals. He is in an almost helpless physical condition. He suffers from a bone disease which has affected his feet, and he walks with great effort. It is said that he will be able to produce a surgeon's certificate showing he is in a terrible physical condition. Reese was elated with the guilty plea. But a growing chorus of politicians, journalists, and Southern commentators, the same voices that originally applauded the investigation as proof that Southerners could be relied on to clean up slavery, hailed Pace's admission that the continuing slavery was limited to a pocket of miscreants in one county. They loudly proclaimed there was no need to pursue any further charges or allegations. Reese knew better. The publicity around Pacer's arraignment and plea triggered a wave of new allegations, some even more grim than any yet heard by the grand jury. Moreover, Attorney General Knox's earlier order of investigations into peonage and involuntary servitude across Alabama, Georgia, and northern Florida was detecting dozens of other cases. U.S. District Court Judge Emery Spear in Macon, Georgia, was presiding over his own proceedings stemming from a multilayered slave trading conspiracy in the southern half of that state. 3 white men, William Shai, Arthur Clausen, and Robert Turner, 22-1, pleaded guilty there to capturing a black man they claimed owed them money, whipping him, and forcing him into labor. Judge Spear, behaving more like Alabama had initially expected of Judge Jones, fined the men $1,000 each but then immediately suspended the punishments. Apparently unaware of the earlier peonage allegations in his state, Spear made the extraordinary assumption that the 3 men before him were the only whites to re-enslave a black man since the Civil War. In view of the fact that this is the first crime of the kind which ever has occurred in Georgia, Spear told the defendants, and because of the frank confession of the young men, sentence is imposed, in order to convince the public that the purpose of the court is to warn and deter others from like crime. During good behavior, fine is suspended upon payment of $100 each. Given the problems of the times, Spear maintained harsh measures would be counterproductive. I deemed it for every reason best to deal very leniently with the prisoners, Spear wrote to the Attorney General. Carrot. Reese was concerned that too many in the South viewed the new slavery cases, just as Judge Spear appeared to, as an anomaly. To prove the broad scope of involuntary servitude in his jurisdiction, Reese planned to aggressively broaden his investigation. Just 2 days after Pace's guilty plea, the prosecutor sent federal marshals back to Coosa County to arrest Larray Grogan, one of the Goodwater watchguards who had been so busy in the town's trade in black labor. Grogan was accused of arresting an African-American woman named Emma Pearson on a bogus charge of vagrancy and then selling her to Eliza Turner, the brother of Ellich Turner, who managed the family's limestone quarry in Calcis. After arriving in Montgomery, Grogan told a local reporter that he had done nothing wrong and further that the peonage cases had made the blacks of Coosa and Tallapoosa counties unbearably impertinent. His bond was immediately posted by 2 wealthy Goodwater businessmen, and Grogan was released. The same day, J. Wilburn Harrelson was arrested in Columbus, Georgia, where he worked in a cotton mill, and brought by a Saturday morning train to Montgomery. Known as the Cosby family's affidavit man, Harrelson routinely wrote out and swore to any fictitious charge George Cosby told him to lodge as a ruse for seizing blacks. He was placed in the county jail to await trial on 5 counts of peonage. 222. Despite the continuing stream of new charges and the opening of the Cosby trial a few days away, Reese worried that public support for his campaign was wavering. Newspapers across the South were growing more belligerent in tone as Reese and a few other prosecutors continued investigations. Alabama's most popular political figure, Secretary of State J. Thomas Heflin, was also growing louder in his denunciations of the cases. 3 days before the Cosby trial was set to begin, Reese conducted a formal interview with the Montgomery Advertiser. He said that while the charges against the Cosby men were technically termed peonage, the case was in fact about slavery, the overt buying and selling of humans, and holding them in a condition of coerced forced labor. These indictments are for kidnapping and taking and carrying away any person with intent to place him in a condition of slavery, and holding and returning him to a condition of peonage, Reese said. He also made it clear that the cases were aimed not just at cleaning up an isolated nest of slavery hanging on in one area of Alabama. The prosecution was an attack on widespread practices of involuntary servitude across the state. The Tallapoosa cases were the high-profile criminal thrust of the effort, but just as important was Judge Jones' ruling that the Alabama contract labor law was invalid. The contract labor law, which has just been declared unconstitutional, was passed for the protection of landlords in the cotton-growing belt. It is a matter of common knowledge that under the statute, the laborer or renter has not been guilty of any criminal act in thus leaving or abandoning the premises, Reese said. He has simply breached a contract which creates the relation of debtor and creditor. Under this statute, the creditor commands the debtor on peril of hard labor not to work at his accustomed vocation for anyone else during the carried term of that contract. Reese blamed the nearly unchecked and unaccountable power wielded by justices of the peace in rural areas. The following morning, the Cosbys appeared on the second floor of the federal building accompanied by Dadeville lawyer Thomas L. Bulger, son of the Confederate hero at Gettysburg. But the first train from Tallapoosa County, packed with spectators and key witnesses, had been delayed. Finally, 223. At 1 p.m., the court convened with a crowded gallery of white spectators. White witnesses milled in the corridor. For their safety, the African Americans who would testify, explained Reese, would be produced only as they were called to the stand. Reese announced to the gallery that the government would first prosecute case number 4218, in which the Cosbys, Pace, J.W. Harrelson, and James Kennedy were charged with conspiring to sell Pike Swanson into labor on the Cosby farm. Swanson had testified previously to the grand jury that he was held on the Cosby plantation until just before the peonage investigation began. A farmhand from Macon County, he said he went to the Cosby farm the previous July and freely signed a contract to work for $2 a month. But once Swanson began work, the Cosbys refused to pay him. Instead, he was arrested, then arrested a second time, on bogus affidavits by Harrelson accusing him of disorderly conduct and fighting. Swanson was put through a sham trial by Kennedy, the justice of the peace. Then Cosby pretended to pay Swanson's fines in return for holding the worker at least 14 more months. Swanson testified he was never paid for any work on the Cosby plantation and was held under guard 7 days a week, and locked in at night. 2 weeks before the Cosbys were indicted, the white men freed Swanson, who then fled to his home county. A week before the trial, Berenice Cosby claimed never to have seen Pike Swanson. After Reese announced that Swanson's capture would be the first case, Judge Jones granted a one-day delay to give the defense lawyers time to prepare. But early that afternoon, George Cosby sent word that he and the other members of his family wished to avoid the trial, as Pace had done. G.R. Schaefer, of Dadeville, one of the men who made bond for the Cosbys, urged them to plead guilty and had gathered scores of signatures in Tallapoosa County on a petition asking for clemency. At 5 p.m., Schaefer called the judge from his Adams Street home back to court chambers, where they met with Cosby's lawyers. Judge Jones refused to promise clemency. but in return for guilty pleas from two of the men, Jones and Reese agreed to accept the attorney's arguments that the statute of limitations had passed on the crimes alleged against W.D. Cosby, the man who had been ready to take morphine a few weeks earlier. His case was dismissed. 224. With shafts of summer sun cutting sharp diagonals through the courtroom windows, George Cosby and his nephew Berenice stood before the bench, heads bowed, eyes downcast. They quietly pleaded guilty to 45 counts of peonage and conspiracy to hold blacks in slavery. The two insisted they had no idea that their actions were against the law. They vigorously protested allegations by the U.S. attorney that they treated the forced laborers cruelly. They implored the court to recognize the hardship on their families that would come from imprisonment. The excuse that you did not know that you were violating the laws of the United States can have no legal weight, since every man is conclusively presumed to know the law, Judge Jones responded. It is not entitled to a particle of moral weight in these cases, because you are bound to know that what you did was a violation of the laws of God and of the state regardless of any law of the United States. Helpless and defenseless people who are guilty of no crime have been brought into court and by collusion with justices of the peace, who prostituted the authority of God and of the state in the administration of justice, have been deprived of their liberty, fined and forced to work, and in some instances cruelly beaten. You have violated not only the laws of your country but that great law of honor and justice, which bids the powerful and strong not to oppress the downtrodden. Judge Jones sentenced each of the men to 1 year and a day in the federal penitentiary in Atlanta. Reese was jubilant. The swift guilty plea seemed to prove both the extent of involuntary servitude and the power of the federal sword to stop it. The clear implication was that he was at the beginning of a massive campaign to root out slavery once and for all. The trial of Fletch Turner was next on the docket, and would be followed by Mofta Moore. Agents continued to probe Lowndes County and other areas where evidence of even more widespread slavery was rampant. Reese began advocating to the Department of Justice that his assistant, Julius Sternfeld, be named a special prosecutor solely to oversee the expanding investigation. These cases justify the contention of the government that peonage and involuntary servitude has been practiced in Alabama in no small degree, he quickly wrote the Attorney General. These practices are indulged in many other counties. 225. In the district, and our effort shall be made in the direction of putting an end to them. But more practical men than Reese could better see what the future held. White leaders were rallying across the South, emboldened by men such as Secretary of State Heflin, who was crisscrossing Alabama denouncing Reese's investigation and castigating any white man who did not agree. At the same time, black preachers and African Americans who had established some sliver of financial security grew fearful of the rising temperature around them. They had learned through bloody experience the dangers of challenging the status quo of white domination, and also that in the inflexible rituals of Southern racial interaction men such as themselves were expected to prostrate themselves before whites as proof that they too gave no credence to the inquiries demanded by President Roosevelt and Judge Jones. Shortly after the Cosby sentencing, Edward M. Adams, a Secret Service agent stationed in Montgomery, wrote to Washington headquarters in hopes of softening any disappointment that might come if no jury convictions were won in any of the slavery cases. He was particularly concerned that another agent assigned to the cases not be tainted by any such failure. He has secured evidence in a number of cases that ought to bring convictions, yet, knowing public sentiment as I do, I fear, unless compromise verdicts can be secured, that no convictions will result, Adams wrote. The iniquity of peonage will always remain in this country in practice, to eradicate it is an interminable work. The sentiment against the infliction of punishment to offenders finds its strongest exponent in Secretary of State Heflin, an orator of no mean ability, and he is going about the state like a roaring lion. I merely write this, to say, that whatever the result in the trial of the cases in this court, the failure to convict and punish offenders, cannot be charged to our service. Adams included with his letter a newspaper clipping reporting that petitions signed by hundreds of blacks in Tallapoosa and Coosa counties had been presented to Judge Jones asking for clemency for the Cosbys. These cases have caused a bitter feeling between the two races, The article said with profound understatement, and that the petitioners believe that the peonage system is broken up, and further says that the Cosbys are good citizens of the community. Carrot 226. Indeed, whatever initial contrition white Southerners expressed at the first revelations of slavery was evaporating as it became clear that Judge Jones and Reese had no plans to stop after a few symbolic guilty pleas. Facing the dock of the courtroom, Fletch Turner and his son, Allen, were ready to embrace the most brazen defense of the new slavery yet offered. On July 4, attorneys for the father and son filed demurrers, challenging the peonage charges against them. Their fundamental objection was constructed upon a startling argument. The Turners' lawyers conceded that their clients indeed had engaged in a form of slavery, but that involuntary servitude wasn't peonage and therefore wasn't illegal. Unlawfully and knowingly holding a person forcibly and against his will and requiring such person to labor for the holder to work out a debt claimed by the holder to be due him, does not constitute holding such person to a condition of peonage under the laws of the United States, they wrote. Moreover, the Turners' lawyers argued that no system of peonage existed in Alabama at all, making the statute forbidding it irrelevant, and charges based on the law impossible. They added that since peonage was defined as forced labor in repayment of a debt, the Turners couldn't be convicted of peonage if, as the government contended, the debts owed to them by black workers were bogus. Ignoring the claims of extreme abuse and homicide committed on the Turner farm, the attorneys argued that the men's behavior might constitute a form of slavery but that no federal statute made slavery a crime. Cases of slavery would have to be brought in a state court by local officials under Alabama's law against false imprisonment, the lawyers argued. No acknowledgement was made that in a local court, the prosecutor would be a white man elected in all-white elections, the jury guaranteed to be all-white, the judges likely involved in the slaving conspiracy, the buyers of men almost certainly prominent local figures, black attorneys barred from appearing, and black witnesses treated as unreliable by nature. In the 4 decades since emancipation, no one could recall any such criminal charges ever being brought in a Southern court. No one imagined that ever changing. Astonishingly, the lawyers were on some level correct. The Civil Rights J. 227. Act of 1866, passed in the wake of the war to formalize the ending of slavery, simply declared all persons born in the United States to be full-fledged citizens with the right to vote regardless of race or previous condition of slavery or involuntary servitude. But it did not clearly state that the holding of slaves was a crime, and the disparate treatment of former slaves was made only a misdemeanor, carrying a maximum penalty of 1 year in jail. Later statutes in the 1870s made segregated accommodations, schools, and anti-black voting measures illegal, but actually weakened the minimum penalty for violations. In 1883, the U.S. Supreme Court declared even those laws unconstitutional, ruling that the 13th and 14th Amendments approved in 1868 to abolish slavery and establish black citizenship didn't authorize Congress to pass such enforcement laws. Following the growing national sentiment that race matters be left alone, Congress did nothing to fill the vacuum, leaving a constitutional limbo in which slavery as a legal concept was prohibited by the Constitution, but no statute made an act of enslavement explicitly illegal. It didn't matter to the Turners' lawyers that little of their defense claims matched their earlier sworn statements when first questioned by a federal agent and a special U.S. commissioner 2 months earlier. Turner had scoffed at the suggestion that his past handling of black laborers was legally or morally suspect. He offered elaborate explanations for why he imprisoned a series of blacks the federal officer identified. In the case of Joe Strickland, the white farmer conceded that the laborer didn't appear anywhere in the records of the local courts but was nonetheless a criminal prisoner. He claimed Strickland's records were in a different jurisdiction, and that the Goodwater deputy sheriff, Grogan, brought 2 black men to the Tallapoosa County Jail in July 1901 and asked Turner if he wished to buy one of them out of jail. Turner claimed he entered into a formal labor contract with the worker, who had been tried for riding a train, and that the local probate judge said it was unnecessary for the court to authorize the arrangement. "If you behave yourself," Turner claimed to have told Strickland, "I will let you off in 5 months." Turner demurred that he had just commenced in the convict business and didn't understand the ins and outs of the rules. In kindness, he had paid a doctor, Turner claimed, to treat Strickland's syphilis and then kept him at work an extra 6 months simply to cover the 228 costs. By the time of the trial, Strickland was working in the coal mines near Birmingham, he added. On July 7, Glennie Helms became the first victim of the Tallapoosa cases to testify publicly. Moving to the witness chair just after 5 p.m., Helms sat calmly and confidently before the courtroom filled with white spectators. Neatly dressed and his head cleanly shaven. Helms said he was 18 at the time of his capture and was attempting to travel from Calcis Carrot, where he had worked for a week in the lime quarry owned by Turner's family, back to his home in Columbus, Georgia. As Helms and 2 companions passed on foot through Goodwater on April 15, 1902, they were seized by the town marshal, charged with vagrancy, immediately convicted by the mayor, and then sold at the Dadeville depot to Fletcher Turner. Turner was apparently unaware that the 3 had been working for his family's quarry and put them to work digging ditches on his farm. Under questioning from Reese, Helms told the 12 white jurors how he was brutally beaten on his arrival at Turner's farm. Reese, regal in a high, stiffened collar and checkered cravat, asked whether either of the Turners or their employees whipped him again during the 4 months he was held on the farm. Helms testified he was beaten nearly every day by Turner's son, Alan, or another armed guard. After about a month of work, he escaped only to be captured by the sheriff of another county and returned to the farm. As punishment for fleeing, he said Alan Turner whipped him severely with a thick stick. The cross-examination that followed must have been one of the most extraordinary encounters ever in a Southern courtroom. In the witness chair sat an 18-year-old black boy in the simple attire of an indigent farmhand, largely illiterate and almost certainly the child of parents born in antebellum slavery. Standing before him flanging his account of re-enslavement was the aristocratic form of U.S. Representative Ariosto Appling Wiley, prominent congressman and one of the city's most notable attorneys. Unfazed by the disjuncture of the scene, Helms hewed to his story as unswervingly as a skilled plowhand cutting neat furrows across a field. Unable to budge the verisimilitude of the young man's descriptions of his capture and beatings, Representative Wiley obsessed on what he called contradictory details in the testimony. Was the buggy in which Helms and 229 the others were transported to the farm owned by a livery stable or someone else? He hammered. Finally, the lawyer portrayed Helms as a shiftless Negro enjoying his moment in the spotlight at the expense of the federal government. "Who's been taking care of you since you came here?" Wiley asked sharply. "Captain Dickey," replied Helms, referring to the Secret Service agent who had guarded the black witnesses housed in a boarding house since May. Night was falling, and the court recessed for the evening. Outside the federal building, Fletcher Turner, soaked from the heat of the courtroom, fumed to local reporters about published allegations that his son had brutally killed a black woman named Cornelia Hammock. He insisted that the woman died of disease and offered to have her body exhumed to prove it. The next day, a series of witnesses called by the government corroborated Helms's account. Dave Johnson, one of the other blacks captured with him in Goodwater, the night watchman John G. Dunbar, town mayor Dave White, and others confirmed how the 3 African Americans were seized and sold. The Turner defense aggressively attacked each witness. After the testimony of the white attorney who bought Helms's freedom after finding him being worked naked at the Turner sawmill, Colonel Wiley launched a withering cross-examination insinuating that the lawyer, L.E. White, was so friendly to Helms's family and other black workers that he couldn't be trusted. Wiley didn't use the specific words, but his message to the jury was that White was a nigger lover, a man operating outside the racial rituals of the South. The questions became so sharp that Judge Jones recessed the proceedings and reprimanded Wiley for the calumnies against White. "The witness must not be sneered at or insulted," Jones said. The strategy was designed not to prove that Helms hadn't been captured and sold since the Turners admitted those facts, but to mock the black witnesses and discredit any white men who corroborated them. It was a time-proven and honored Southern lawyerly ruse. In the rare instance that a black man or woman received a day in court, attorneys simply ridiculed the very idea of a black man being treated respectfully and anyone who appeared willing to do so. Triggering an almost tribal form of group solidarity, the tactic usually triggered juries of white men to guffaw at the calm. 230. Eddy of a black man under oath. If the jury concluded that the government's case was built on the testimony of worthless African Americans and unreliable whites, Colonel Wiley was confident of an acquittal. He knew Alabama was tired of the peonage cases. And he wanted to remind the jurors that to do otherwise would subject them to their own ridicule as lovers of blacks. On the trial's third day, the defense presented a stream of witnesses testifying to the Turners' excellent character and care of black convicts they leased from local governments. For weeks leading up to the trial, court observers and journalists speculated that Secretary of State J. Thomas Heflin, Alabama's most flamboyant white supremacist, might represent the Turners in court in a show of support for the men. Just before noon, as the defense prepared to close its case, Heflin was called as a witness. In previous weeks, there had been no indication that the men knew each other. But taking the stand, Heflin swore that he had known Fletcher Turner for several years and that Turner had always been a man of good character. The message to the jury that the white orthodoxy of the South was behind the defendants, not the opponents of slavery, was clear. The next morning, the gallery was jammed with observers, including a large crowd of African Americans. As 8 hours of closing arguments by 4 separate attorneys ground through the day, the stifling courtroom became a throng of perspiring men, aflutter with dozens of handheld fans. The final defense argument was explicit: whatever the facts of the case, every white man must acquit Fletcher Turner as a message to the rest of the United States. Forever put at rest the agitated minds of our northern friends, and brand the newspaper criticisms and caricatures which have appeared in the northern journals as a falsification and a slander upon the fair name of Alabama, fumed Attorney Bulger. I have great faith in the sons and grandsons of the heroes of 40 years ago, who followed Lee and Jackson for 4 long years through blood and fire, even from Sumter's battered walls to the famous apple tree, who went to the battlefields of Virginia and poured out their blood like water in defense of our southern homes. Colonel Wiley followed with an unrepentant message that while good Negroes deserved the care of the courts and the affection of white Southerners, other blacks did not. Shiftless vagabonds take the money of farms and violate contracts, just as Glennie Helms had done, Wiley said. If they 231 were to be protected in this sort of thing, the farmers of this country would be ruined, he concluded. After a 2-hour break to cool the courtroom, Reese returned with the government's final argument. Lacing his closing with references to the Bible and a passage in Exodus denouncing those who traffic in slaves, he scored members of the gallery who sneered when blacks were referred to in court as American citizens. Reese argued that Turner deserved no mercy. He bought the Negroes just like one of you would buy a horse or a cow, Reese told the jury. Can this man come here and ask you for mercy after that? After 5 p.m., Judge Jones began an emotional 2-hour charge to the jury. Offering a detailed history of the peonage statute and the laws of labor in the United States, he reviewed the evidence presented and then explicitly urged the jurors to put aside the appeals to Civil War loyalties and white racial allegiance offered by Turner's lawyers. Jones, visibly aroused, left little doubt as to the verdict the jury should reach. If you believe from all the evidence that Turner bought the Starkey, took him to his place, forced him to stay there, when he wanted to go away, and worked him as a convict under guard to liquidate the debt paid for him, then he is guilty, Jones said. Representative Wiley and Colonel Bulger shifted nervously as the judge all but instructed the jury to convict their clients. In truth, there was also little doubt what would happen. Within hours of beginning deliberations that night, word spread through the courthouse that the jury was deadlocked, with 8 men voting for acquittal and 4 to convict. Notified of the split the following morning, An exasperated Judge Jones called the jury back into the courtroom. His confidence that Southern white men could be counted on to police themselves was badly shaken. "If you do not return a verdict of guilty, you will perjure yourselves in the sight of God and dishonor yourselves in the eyes of men," Jones told the jurors. Representative Wiley rose to object, but the judge ordered him silent and told the jurors they would not be excused until a verdict was reached. "The court does feel impelled under an earnest and solemn sense of duty as to the verdict you ought to render in this case, to appeal to your manhood, your sense of justice, and your oaths, not to declare that a jury in the capital of Alabama would not enforce the law of the United States because it happened." 232. That a Negro is the victim of the violated law and the defendant is a white man. When the jury resumed deliberations, the vote shifted to 7 men for conviction and 5 for acquittal. But among those 5, there was no possibility of change. On July 13, the jury reported that they were impossibly deadlocked. Judge Jones, barely concealing his scorn, declared a mistrial and set the Turners free. "God forbid that the time will ever come in this country when you are helpless and distressed and have been the victim of oppression, when you will be denied that protection of the law to which you appeal and to which every law-abiding human being is entitled among all civilized people," Jones told the jury. Reese vowed to bring the Turners back to trial before another jury. That would not be needed. On the following Monday, Fletcher Turner surprised Montgomery when he returned to the federal building and took a seat with his attorney at the front of the gallery. When Judge Jones convened court to begin selection of jurors for the peonage trial of Robert Franklin, one of Turner's lawyers, N.M. Lackey, rose to speak. Turner was ready to plead guilty to a charge of peonage in order to avoid further prosecution on any other charges and in return for the dismissal of the counts against his son. "My client did not realize that he was violating the law. He did not know that he was doing anything that was not justified by law," Lackey explained. "If any cruelty was practiced, it was done without the consent of my client. In this affair my client was mistaken." Judge Jones insisted that the facts proved Turner engaged in true slavery. "He purchased their liberty and services," the judge remonstrated, as Turner stood emotionless before the bench. But Judge Jones was no naive young Republican prosecutor. Even as he lectured the unrepentant farmer still driving slaves 40 years after emancipation, Jones knew hardly any jury in America, most certainly not one in Alabama, could be relied on in 1903 to convict the man before him. A new trial would accomplish nothing. He accepted the plea of guilty, levied a fine of $1,000, and the case was closed. 9. The South is an armed camp. In the 3 months since Reese began his slavery investigation, the guilt of every defendant called to court had in one manner or another been established. He'd won the personal attention and support of the U.S. Attorney General and of President Roosevelt himself. Indeed, a new position had just been created in his office to oversee an even more expansive attack on slavery. Reese believed history, and the power of the nation, were with him. Even rabidly anti-black, white supremacist politicians and newspapers such as the Montgomery Advertiser initially reacted with embarrassment to the peonage charges that so suddenly burst into the public eye. In truth, the mistrial in the case of Fletcher Turner marked an ominous reversal. Resentment to the exposure of the new slavery was growing. Other voices, defiant and rancorous, began to rise. On the Saturday before Turner's surprise guilty plea, Alabama Secretary of State Heflin spoke to an annual reunion of Confederate veterans in the town of Luverne, issuing a ringing endorsement of how men such as Pace and Turner had nobly returned black workers to their proper position as slaves and attacking Reese and Judge Jones as willing to sacrifice the honor of Southern whites in return for advancement under President Roosevelt. "They were nest foulers and nigger lovers," cried supporters of the accused. Heflin and his allies said any man who did not defy them deserved all the contempt of the white South. Reese and Heflin traded charges through the newspapers, the U.S. Attorney asserting that Heflin deceitfully mischaracterized the facts of the case. Heflin, annulling his coarse racism in the language of the U.S. Constitution, retorted that Judge Jones was usurping the American ideals of trials by jury. While the Turner trial was underway, a frenzied mob in Scottsboro, Alabama, gunned down the town sheriff in front of his family as he refused to turn over a black teenager who had allegedly attempted criminal assault on a 19-year-old white girl. Once the sheriff was dead, the black man was seized from his cell and hanged from a telegraph pole that night. Midway through the trial, a lawyer in Dothan, Alabama, telegraphed Reese to report that a client, Enoch Patterson, was being held in peonage by the town's chief of police. Obviously, no local system of justice was available to defend Patterson. "I have no redress here for his wrongs," the lawyer wrote. "I know of no way to get justice for him but to submit the matter to you." Similar charges flowed into his office, so numerous and substantial that Reese, already frenzied with the duties of the trial and other indictments, could barely manage to send acknowledgments of the information, much less open investigations. In Georgia, allegations surfaced in the court of Judge Emery Spear, in the cotton-dense version of that state's Black Belt, that the family of State Representative Edward McCree, one of the most prominent in the state, was operating a slave plantation even more expansive and brutal than anything alleged in Tallapoosa County. Across the nation, the spring and summer of 1903 marked a venomous turn in relations between blacks and whites. A pall was descending on Black America, like nothing experienced since the darkest hours of antebellum slavery. If anything, the poisoned atmosphere and accelerating disintegration of the structure of civil society more resembled to blacks a time 2 centuries earlier, when white slave traders and their corrupted indigenous allies descended without explanation upon the villages of West Africa to plunder the native population. Or at least the next 4 decades, especially on the backcountry roads and rural rail lines of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida, no black person living outside the explicit protection of whites could again feel fully secure. The plummeting position of black Americans was driven by the Con. 235. J. Vergence of transforming currents in American life. In the years of abolitionist fervor before and after the Civil War, Northern whites who pushed for full citizenship for black freedmen operated under naive assumptions. Many believed that once schools and wages were extended to liberated slaves, they could be quickly and fully assimilated into U.S. society. In the span of half a generation, they imagined the nation's 11 million African Americans learning to read and write and becoming dark-skinned versions of the yeoman white farmers fanning across the western prairies. Human slaves had been freed many times before, from the Israelites, to the Romans, to Africans in the vast British Empire as recently as 1834. But no society in human history had attempted to instantly transform a vast and entrenched slave class into immediate full and equal citizenship. The cost of educating freed slaves and their children came to seem unbearably enormous, even to their purported friends. Their expectations of compensation radically altered the economics of Southern agriculture. And even among the most ardent abolitionists, few white Americans in any region were truly prepared to accept black men and women, with their seemingly inexplicable dialects, mannerisms, and supposedly narrow skills, as true social equals. Moreover, Charles Darwin's still new theory of evolution was threading through American culture with unintended sinister repercussions. Before the publication of Darwin's landmark On the Origin of Species in 1859, virtually all Americans viewed the presumed higher and lower racial order of whites, blacks, and native Indian tribes as mandated by God. But the nearly ubiquitous acceptance of Christianity by American blacks at the active encouragement of whites also clearly established the essential humanity of slaves. Christianity said slaves, despite their legal categorization as chattel and their owners, were indisputably members of the same race. Regardless of the violence used by whites against slaves, there was a loose consensus, even in the South, that whites and blacks were linked in their humanity and that God demanded some measure of moral consideration and compassion for all. Northern opposition to slavery before the Civil War was deeply rooted in this religious precept. But swirling concepts of evolution upended those traditions. Dehumanizing interpretations of the racial order were unleashed, driven and defined not just by skin color but by ever more refined concepts of blood. A. 236. New conceit of multiple, distinct human species emerged. The Indian Wars of the 1870s solidified a growing sense of genetically propelled white superiority and of raw violence as an appropriate method of protecting white political supremacy and racial purity. Thousands of Civil War soldiers who had been introduced to bat in a morally complex war of racial liberation were later immersed on the Great Plains in the simple absolutism of the pure, racially motivated violence that would haunt the 20th century. Popular American culture embraced the Western conflicts as proof of white superiority, spawning hundreds of novels and short stories that extolled the extermination of Indian populations as the inexorable march of white progress and eminent domain. William Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show became a pageant of white supremacist rhetoric, drawing tens of millions of American and European spectators in the 1880s and 1890s. A whole new genre of fiction extolling the antebellum South and an idealized view of slavery became immensely popular. Joel Chandler Harris's books filled with stories of contented slaves and kindly masters, first serialized in that Atlanta Constitution, sold in enormous volumes in the North. The most sensational book in all regions of the country remained The Leparties Spots, a Southern romance by a former preacher named Thomas Dixon, Jr. Published in New York by Doubleday, Page & Co. the previous year, the novel was built around the quest of Confederate Colonel Charles Gaston to attain love and glory as he swept away black political participation in Reconstruction-era North Carolina. Underscoring his repudiation of past depictions of cruel antebellum slavery, Dixon co-opted for his characters many of the names of the infamous Simon Degree and other key figures in Harriet Beecher Stowe's pre-war abolitionist Bible, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Yet in Dixon's rendering, the brutal Southern slave masters were kindly, former slaves risen to power in Reconstruction were a gruesome plague upon whites and themselves. Late in the novel, Gaston gives his own blood for a transfusion to a girl raped by a black man. After her death, a relief from a life marked as despoiled, the father refuses to have his daughter placed in a grave dug by a black man. Confederate veterans at the funeral rally to dig a new one. In the novel, a black man accused of the crime is tied to a pine tree, doused with oil, and burned to death. Dixon writes of Gaston pondering. 237. How the insolence of a class of young Negro men was becoming more and more intolerable. Gaston was fast being overwhelmed with the conviction that sooner or later we must squarely face the fact that two such races, counting millions in numbers, cannot live together under a democracy. Amalgamation simply meant Africanization. The big nostrils, flat nose, massive jaw, protruding lip and kinky hair will register their animal marks over the proudest intellect and the rarest beauty of any other race. The rule that had no exception was that one drop of Negro blood makes a Negro. The book's initial printing of 15,000 was immediately consumed. Soon more than 1 million copies had been purchased. Dixon instantly became one of the most widely read writers of the first decades of the century. Another best-selling novelist of the romanticized South, Thomas Nelson Page, became one of the country's most influential voices on race relations. Asserting that blacks constituted the vast majority of rapists and criminals in the United States, and that the overwhelming preponderance of blacks remained ignorant and immoral, Page warned that the continued coexistence of the races was likely impossible. After 40 years in which money and care have been given unstintedly to uplift them, the Negro race has not advanced at all, Page declared. Blacks are a vast sluggish mass of uncooled lava over a section of the country, burying some sections and affecting the whole. It is apparently harmless, but beneath its surface smolder fires which may at any time burst forth unexpectedly and spread desolation. Few white Americans expressed disagreement. Southern whites cheered news in April 1903 that the New York public school system ordered the removal from its reading lists of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Echoing Dixon, New York Public School Library Superintendent Glenn G. Leland said Stowe's depiction of antebellum slavery does not belong to today but to an unhappy period of our country's history, the memory of which it is not well to revive in our children. White Americans across the country were adopting a dramatically revised version of the racial strife of the 19th century, a mythology in which the Civil War had sufficiently ameliorated the injuries of slavery to blacks, and that during the ensuing decades Southern whites heaped assistance and opportunity upon former slaves to no avail. The new version of 238 events declared that African Americans, being fundamentally inferior and incorrigible, were in the new century a burden on the nation rather than victims of its past. A widely disseminated treatise on blacks published in 1901 concluded that cohabitation in the same society by whites and free blacks would forever be cursed by the immutably brutish aspects of African character. The chief and overpowering element in his makeup is an imperious sexual impulse which, aroused at the slightest incentive, sweeps aside all restraints in the pursuit of physical gratification. The Montgomery Advertiser, with obvious satisfaction on a declaration of thanks issued by the colored people of Richmond to a white education conference for all that it had done for African Americans. While inviting attendees of the meeting to attend First African Baptist Church while in the city, the declaration assured whites, "The Negroes of Richmond have always been able to live in peace and harmony with the white race." The same kindly feeling which coursed in the veins of the mammy and body servant of bygone days exists today. White Southerners clung to any fragment of such obeisance as demonstration that their racial conduct was a corrective measure aimed at bringing African Americans back to their natural posture toward whites, not an eruption of supremacist venality. A young white chambermaid at the English Hotel in Indianapolis, Indiana, named Louise Hadley, became a brief cause célèbre in May 1903, hailed in the North and the South, after she refused to make up a bed that had been occupied by Booker T. Washington. After being fired from her job, Hadley issued a public statement: "For a white girl to clean up the rooms occupied by a Negro, is a disgrace," she wrote. "I have always felt that the Negro was not far above the brute." Committees formed in Georgia, Alabama, and Texas raised several $1,000s in contributions to Hadley. "We admire this young woman's discrimination and think she took exactly the right action," beamed the Dadeville spot cash carrot when Boston leaders publicly discussed a proposal to transport large numbers of Southern blacks to New England's declining farm regions. Southerners sputtered with skepticism. "We could well spare a few thousand crapshooters and banjo pickers from the South," one Alabama letter writer responded on the pages of the Advertiser. "The only Negroes who will probably agree to go will be those with whom it would be a mercy not only." Why? 239. "For the whites, but the Negro of the South, to part," said the Chattanooga Times. Since the mulatto Crispus X /Tux led the phlegmatic Bostonians in their revolt against the British troops, dark-skins have been popular up there, sneered the Montgomery Advertiser. Such a movement might be good for the South. It would probably rid our section of a good many Negroes who are worse than useless here. It would give those far-sighted philanthropists a chance to learn by actual contact and experience something of the race problem about which they prate so much. The Advertiser editorialized on the need for African Americans to be fixed through hard labor. In the barely veiled racist invective of the day, the Columbus Inquirer-Sun said it doubted the movement would amount to anything until watermelon season was over. The popular sentiments used to justify the violence appeared to correspond with the work of a generation of American physicians and scientists in the North and the South who busily translated or mistranslated the elementary evolutionary principles outlined by Darwin into crude explanations for why blacks should be returned to a mild form of slavery, as one delegate to a Virginia Constitutional Convention phrased it. At a meeting of the State Medical Association in Georgia, one physician presented a paper that purported to document the close similarities between a long list of black features: skin, mouth, lips, chin, hair, nose, nostrils, ears, and navel, and those of the horse, cow, dog, and other barnyard animals. From that claimed evidence, Dr. V.C. Ferguson extrapolated that the Negro is monkey-like, has no sympathy for his fellow man, has no regard for the truth, and when the truth would answer his purpose the best, he will lie. He is without gratitude or appreciation of anything done for him, is a natural-born thief, will steal anything, no matter how worthless. He has no morals. Turpitude is his ideal of all that pertains to life. His progeny are not provided for at home and are allowed to roam at large without restraint, and seek subsistence as best they can, growing up like any animal. The new science of anthropology embraced the notion that quantifiable characteristics of whites, blacks, and Indians such as brain size demonstrated the clear physical and intellectual superiority of whites. In May 1903, as Warren Reese's Alabama investigation got underway, the Atlantic Monthly magazine published a long tract titled The Mulatto FAC. 240. Tour, written by an erudite planter in Greenville, Mississippi, Alfred H. Stone, arguing that the presence of mixed-race blacks carried with superior intelligence and leadership skills derived from traces of white blood was the cause of current race turmoil. New exhibits on primitive peoples made the American Museum of Natural History in New York City a scientific temple to the inevitability of white dominion over non-white races. The institution was emerging as a hotbed of the embryonic concepts of eugenics and racial hygiene that would eventually lead to unimaginable violence later in the 20th century. The St. Louis World's Fair in 1904 featured an exhibit of live pygmies, transported from the Belgian Congo, then reaching a gruesome apogee of colonial slavery under King Leopold, strikingly similar to that emerging in the U.S. South. After the fair, one of the pygmies, Otie Benga, appeared briefly as an exhibit at the Museum of Natural History, before transferring to the Monkey House at the Bronx Zoological Park, initially sharing a cage with an orangutan named Boang. After several years as a freak curiosity in the United States, Benga killed himself in 1916. The same year that Benga appeared at Central Park West, the Carnegie Institution funded the establishment of the Station for Experimental Evolution at Cold Spring Harbor, New York. The center eventually became the Eugenics Records Office and the leading scientific advocate of notions of racial superiority and inferiority. With broad support from the federal government, prominent jurists and scientists at major universities, researchers there pursued a decades-long, but scientifically flawed, project to collect data on the inherited characteristics of Americans. Amid that swelling wave of public sentiment, shared by the simplest and most advanced white Americans, the moral implications of the Civil War faltered. More than 35 years had passed since the end of the conflict, long enough that the grief and anger associated with individual deaths and disasters had muted. Aging Union veterans of the Civil War, 241, were declining as a national voting bloc. In place of the war's fading emotional resonance, a cult of reunion and reconciliation among whites in all regions arose, embraced by leaders of all national parties who had grown weary of the bloody shirt, a euphemism for demagogic political tactics designed to stir regional emotions. There was a palpable sense that Northerners were no longer willing to risk renewed violence to enforce a thinly supported victor's justice on the South. All demands for Southern acquiescence to guilt for the war were dissolving. A generation of post-Civil War Southerners like Pace, McCree, and their contemporaries were approaching middle age. They were anxious to redeem their fathers who fought and died in Southern regiments and the skill of the officers who led them from the tarnish of defeat, the scandal of treason, and the perceived immorality of slavery. Southerners and growing numbers of Northern whites gravitated to a new interpretation of the rebellion, one that abandoned any depiction of the war as a defeated insurrection and instead permitted open reverence for Southern qualities of battlefield ferocity and social chivalry, and for specific acts of Confederate heroism to be incorporated into collective American history. Georgia's federal judge Emory Speer, overseeing the new slavery cases emerging in southern Georgia, summed up the new conventional history in his 1903 commencement speech to graduates of Atlanta's Emory University. Taking The Life of Robert E. Lee as his topic. Judge Speer called for an explicit rehabilitation of the once disgraced Confederate military commander. America, he said, can no longer afford to question the military and personal honor of Lee and his noble compatriots. America, with all her acknowledged power, cannot fail to appropriate that warlike renown, which gleamed on the bayonets and blazed in the serried volleys of the soldiers of the South. The South had nothing to be ashamed of any more. The myth that the war had been fought over regional patriotism rather than slavery became rooted in American identity. Even slavery itself came to be remembered not as one of the basal crimes of American society, but as a nearly benign anachronism. White Americans arrived at a contradictory but firm view that slavery was a relic of the past that had rightfully expired, but that coerced servitude and behavior was nonetheless the appropriate role in national life for blacks. Whites in the North and the South could be on the 242 same side in this perverse recasting of the war's narrative. That new consensus unleashed typhoonic waves across black life. The blithe testimony of an elderly black man to a Georgia legislative commission inquiring into financial improprieties in that state's convict leasing system illustrated the gratuitous cynicism that steeped the lives of African Americans. In June 1901, the man, named Ephraim Gaither, was being held in a work camp for men arrested and convicted of minor offenses at an isolated location about 50 miles north of Atlanta. Gaither had been arrested on a dubious charge of carrying a concealed weapon. After conviction, he was sold along with 105 other men to a timber-cutting operation controlled by one of Atlanta's most prominent businessmen, Joel Hurt. That month, a 16-year-old boy arrived in the camp to serve 3 months of hard labor for an unspecified misdemeanor he had allegedly committed. He was around a yard sorter playing and he started walking off and got to trotting a little bit, playing around there and got behind a pine tree, Gaither recounted calmly, in testimony to the Committee of Georgia elected officials. There was a young fellow, one of the bosses, up in a pine tree and he had his gun and shot at the little Negro and shot the side of his face off, Gaither said as he pointed to the left side of his face. The fellow runs ojave to the woods about 30 or 40 yards and the guards follow him. Then Charlie Goodson, he goes and gets the dog and puts on the trail of him and they start off, the dogs are barking the way the Negro went off. Directly they came back and I heard one of the guards say that Negro he done and goes across the mountain and we can get him. That is when they come back with the dogs and everything was quiet. That was on Thursday. Thursday evening they let that Negro stay there lying in the woods from Thursday to Thursday and it gets to stinking so bad we couldn't stand it hardly, and we complained about the smell. That day we noticed a hound bitch it was going across by the edge of the woods with something in its mouth and we looked and see that it was the arm of that poor Negro that they had killed down there in the woods. The dog had torn the arm off of him and was dragging it down through the edge of the woods with the fingers dragging on the ground. The bosses took John Williams and 2 or 3 others, I don't 243 remember the names now, and made him a pine box and went down there and buried him. Members of the committee responded by grilling Gaither about why he came to the state capitol that day to testify and whether a black man's word could be trusted. Did any white men see that, asked one state representative, about the events described by Gaither. Another quizzed Gaither as to whether any white man in Atlanta could vouch for him. Finally he was asked, "You were a bad Negro?" Gaither responded, "No boss, I was no bad Negro. They thought I was." No queries were made as to the identities of the boy killed, the camp boss who shot him, or why myriad state regulations governing the treatment of prisoners at the time or the handling of a convict's death were never fulfilled. The homicide Gaither described was never investigated. The harvest of that river of animosity was palpable for thousands of African Americans. A venomous contempt for black life was not just tolerated but increasingly celebrated. On Tybee Island off the coast of Georgia, guards drove a squad of black men arrested by the local sheriff into the surf to bathe. Few could swim. Weighed down by balls and chains, 4 were swept into the sea. The body of misdemeanant Charles Walker surfaced a day later on the edge of nearby Screven Island. When a black man in Henderson, North Carolina, refused to give up his reserved seat in a local theater to a white patron in April 1903, he was forcibly ejected. When he resisted being removed, the black man was shot dead by a policeman. White Southerners applauded broadly. A white mob seized an African Methodist Episcopal minister in Leesburg, Georgia, named Reverend W. W. Idliams that spring after he began to emerge among local blacks in the farm community as an influential leader. White men owned nearly all the area's land and were accustomed to the same conjugal rights with black women on their farms as had existed during antebellum slavery. Rev. Williams began preaching that black women should resist the sexual advances of the dominant white men of the community, wrote Reverend J. E. Sistrunk, in an account of the attack sent to the Department of Justice. The mob went upon him without warning and 244. Taken him out of the parsonade, and strip at and each by turns with a buggy whip, whipped him until his back was raw from head to foot, and after whipping him they told him that they whipped him because he was controlling colored women. Southerners particularly reveled at gruesome scenes of racial violence that occurred outside their region, affirming the hypocrisy of those Yankee critics who still criticized racial conditions in the former Confederacy. For weeks, carnage continued between blacks and whites in Joplin, Missouri, and Wilmington, Delaware. In April, a 30-year-old black man named Thomas Gilliard was lynched in Joplin, followed by the reported expulsion of every black in the city. In May, newspapers closely followed a race war in Louisville, Kentucky. Registered accounts of mortal clashes between whites and blacks, and the raging mobs that often followed such incidents, littered the pages of newspapers in the first years of the century. Race war in Mississippi, the Advertiser screamed in May 1903, after blacks and whites near the town of Laurel battled over several days, leaving at least one white farmer and several Negroes dead. The enraged white men of the community are still in the saddle searching for the Negro who instigated the trouble, the paper reported with dramatic thrill. The same month, whites in Indianapolis, Indiana, began meeting to formulate a plan for removing African Americans from the city. Independence Day 1903 stirred extraordinary black and white hostility. In the tiny South Carolina town of Norway, a white farmer's son severely beat four black workers. In retaliation, the father, a one-armed Confederate veteran, was gunned down at his dinner table with a shotgun blast through a window. Local whites seized a black man in retaliation and lynched him. In response, more than 200 armed blacks surrounded the town on July 4, threatening to burn it to the ground. The state's governor dispatched the South Carolina militia to counterattack. In Evansville, Indiana, crowds of blacks and whites battled on July 5 over the fate of a black man accused of killing a white police officer. Whites successfully broke into the city jail, but were driven back by armed blacks. Police charged in to disperse the crowds and spirit away the accused man. On the same day, a mob of 600 whites went in search of a black. 245. Woman in Peoria, Illinois, who was accused of having beaten a white boy. After discovering that the woman already was in jail, the crowd attacked her home, dismantling it to the foundation and throwing all her furniture and belongings into the Illinois River. In Thomasville, Georgia, a street argument between a black man and his wife accelerated into a running gunfight between a white posse and crowds of African Americans. The New York Times opined in mid-July 1903 that respectable Negroes should ban the city's bad ones. There are in New York thousands of utterly worthless Negro desperados, the Times wrote, gamblers when they have money and thieves when they have none, moral lepers and more dangerous than wild animals. The newspaper followed up later in the month with hysterical coverage of racial disturbances in the city. Negroes attack police blared a headline over an account of a fight that broke out on West 62 and D Street after an Irish policeman shoved a disrespectful black man on a sidewalk. Infuriated by the setbacks suffered by blacks in all regions of the country, W.E.B. Du Bois, the rising young sociologist, the first African-American PhD graduated by Harvard, wrote that the South is simply an armed camp for intimidating black folk. The Emancipation Act that had ended the Civil War had transmogrified into a race feud, he said. Not a single Southern legislature stood ready to admit a Negro under any conditions, to the polls. Not a single Southern legislature believed free Negro labor was possible without a system of restrictions that took all its freedoms away. There was scarcely a white man in the South who did not honestly regard emancipation as a crime, and its practical nullification as a duty. Happy face, X. / is a very rare thing that a Negro escapes. Warren Reese refused to believe the white South was irredeemably lost. He insisted, despite the mushrooming resistance to his work, that justice still could be served in Alabama. Judge Jones remained embarrassed and distressed at the mistrial in the case of Fletcher Turner. He had been convinced that 12 white men in Montgomery could put aside racial animosity long enough to see the obvious guilt of a man such as Turner, even if the jurors did so only to preserve the honor of their home state. At the conclusion of the brief trial of Robert Franklin during the week after Turner's guilty plea, Jones once again signaled to the jury the defendant's guilt as he assailed Alabama's system of lower courts. The counsel of defendant spoke of the Negro as a so-called citizen, Jones told the court incredulously. A man is a citizen whether he can vote or not, and nobody loves a government that would not protect him. He decried Alabama's provincial sheriffs and judges who have re-established slavery for debt in the state. Asterisk. Much to the relief of Jones and Reese, the jury agreed. Franklin was convicted of a single count of peonage. Finally, a Southern jury had been willing to honestly adjudge the actions of a white man, finding obvious involuntary servitude to be what it truly was, slavery. Reese was privately adamant that his office would soon bring another volley of slavery charges from elsewhere in the state. But Jones was ready to 247. Declare victory. The enormous public pressure in Montgomery to end the probe was wearing on him. Jones declared publicly that the peonage ring was nearly all broken up. Alabama had been taught its lesson, Judge Jones hoped, and further consternation was unnecessary. Franklin, the constable who had so brazenly seized John Davis, was ordered to pay $1,000. Word spread quickly among the attorneys representing other defendants that the court would deal just as leniently with those awaiting trial. Within a few days, John Pace's son-in-law, Anderson Hardy, and guard James H. Todd pleaded guilty to 5 counts of peonage. Judge Jones fined each man $1,000. They were taken back to the Dadeville City Jail, to remain there until the penalty was paid, but both men ignored the fines and were soon set free. Before the summer term of court was over, another half-dozen men pleaded guilty and received from Jones symbolic fines. When court reconvened in the fall of 1903, the rest of the defendants did the same. Every major figure admitted guilt. That was enough for Jones. Anxious to show that Tallapoosa County was no longer a center of antebellum criminality and repair its reputation, a local grand jury was impaneled in Dadeville to examine questions of slavery and peonage in early August. 2 weeks later, in a final report, the panel of local men concluded that John Pace had been responsible for virtually all of the peonage in the area. It remonstrated Pace for having kept East Wilson, a Negro woman who is serving a 12-month sentence for larceny at his farm, out of the way, so that the sheriff could not serve on her a subpoena to appear before this grand jury. We suspect that he has kept other witnesses out of the way so that they could not be served, the report continued. It is our opinion, that John W. Pace and his convict farm are more responsible, by far, than all others in our county for the abuse of ignorant and helpless people, which is the crime known as peonage in the federal court. This evil is practiced by very few in our county, to the detriment of all, should be discontinued in our county forever. Meanwhile, local residents were rallying around the Cosby family. George and Berancas had begun their sentences in the Atlanta federal prison. A growing number of whites complained that it was unfair for the 2 men to be imprisoned when every other participant in the slaving scheme received symbolic punishment. More than 3,000 names were affixed to a 248 petition seeking a pardon from President Roosevelt. Soon, even Judge Jones supported the Cosby plea for Clement Carrot directly urging the president to free the 2 men. On September 16, 1903, he did so. Almost as if the testimony of kidnappings, murders, whippings, and enslavement had never been heard, the Cosbys returned to their Red Ridge Road farm. John Pace, the leader of the slavery ring, quietly restarted his trade in black labor. As 1903 closed, The Alabama Board of Inspectors of Convicts, the state entity charged with overseeing the state's penal systems, was chagrined to discover that the county commissioners of Tallapoosa County had renewed Pace's contract to lease all county convicts. As much as Judge Jones and the more brazen apologists for slavery across the South had hoped the Alabama cases represented the end of the affair, difficult realities continued to intrude. The fall of 1903 brought new indictments in Louisiana for holding slaves, but residents were so outraged that the marshal investigating the cases had to flee the state for his safety. Newspapers across the North published accounts of additional involuntary servitude in Louisiana, Texas, Tennessee, and Mississippi. The U.S. Attorney in Mobile, Alabama, who had initiated his own inquiries into slavery in the southern part of the state, reported credible reports of peonage across his territory and in multiple counties. But investigating the allegations and questioning terrified witnesses was proving difficult. Many of them are unwilling to communicate anything. Unless assured that it would be confidential, wrote M.D. Wickersham to his superiors at the Department of Justice. Persons manifested such terror when requested to disclose what they knew that it is doubtful if they can be persuaded to give any valuable testimony either in the grand jury room or before the court. As in so many other places, the federal marshals in the field discovered that the official systems of leasing black convicts to private companies and individuals had become indistinguishable from the casual slavery flourishing on private farms. If the former was legal, few Southerners, white or black, understood why the latter would not be. So many illiterate persons have confounded the harsh, and at many times cruel, execution of the convict laws of the state with the practice of peonage that it has been very difficult to make them understand the line that distinguishes the one from the other, Wickersham wrote. 249. In late November, a grand jury in Macon began hearing testimony that Georgia State Representative Edward McCree, his brothers Frank and William, two former sheriffs, and other members of some of the most powerful families in South Georgia were operating a vast slave-driven enterprise at their 22,000-acre Kinderloo plantation near the Florida state line. The McCree brothers' farm was a plantation and industrial center that dwarfed that of John Pace, operating on a scale no antebellum slave owner could have comprehended. Edward McCree became a powerful elected official serving in the state legislature. By 1900, the four siblings who inherited the enterprise from their empire-building father, a noted Confederate officer named George McCree, each lived in a lavish mansion within a square mile of the center of the plantation. Between them a bustling village called Kinderloo in honor of the Aunt Eou who raised the four brothers from childhood after the death of their mother thrived with farm laborers, tradesmen, and several small stores. Consuming the bulk of an entire county, the farm, basking in the subtropical warmth of the Gulf Coast, included thousands of acres of lushly fertile sandy loam under till at any given time. On a private spur of the Atlantic Coast Line Railroad thrust into the center of the plantation, dozens of boxcars waited at all times for the hundreds of thousands of bushels of tomatoes, watermelons, cantaloupes, corn, tobacco, and cotton. The McCrees owned their own cotton gins, compresses to make bales, and warehouses to store enormous quantities of lint. A 5-horsepower steam engine ground the plantation's sugar cane to make syrup. 5 80-foot-long barns were built to cure tobacco. Cuban workers were imported to work the plantation's cigar factory. Thousands more acres of dense pine and hardwood fed a ceaselessly turning sawmill, planing mill, and dry kiln. A factory on the plantation produced thousands of pallets, wooden crates, and baskets for shipping agricultural produce. Deep in the forests, McCree turpentine camps collected rosin for their naval stores distillery. 3 to 4 trains stopped daily, beginning with one at 3:30 a.m. to pick up dozens of 3-foot-high barrels of milk produced in the Kinderloo dairy. Registered the backbone of the plantation was small armies of farmhands and hundreds of mules, who were awakened by the first bell at 4 a.m. each day and remained in the fields or factories until dark. From Can't See to Can't See, as the laborers called it. 250. Initially, the McCrees hired only free black labor, but beginning in the 1890s, they routinely leased 100 or more convicts from the state of Georgia to perform the grueling work of clearing lands, removing stumps, ditching fields, and constructing roads. Other prisoners hoed, plowed, and weeded the crops. Over 15 years, thousands of men and women were forced to the plantation and held in stockades under the watch of armed guards. After the turn of the century, the brothers began to arrange for more forced laborers through the sheriffs of nearby counties, fueling what eventually grew into a sprawling traffic in humans across the southwestern section of Georgia. "So I was carried back to the captains," said a black laborer in 1904, telling of his imprisonment on what was almost certainly the McCree plantation. "That night he made me strip off my clothing down to my waist, had me tied to a tree in his backyard, ordered his foreman to give me 30 lashes with a buggy whip across my bare back, and stood by until it was done." The worker vividly described to a passing journalist how the farm descended from a place of free employment in the late 19th century to one of abject slavery by the first years of the 20th century. The unidentified man was born in the last years before the Civil War, and then hired out at age 10 to the father of the McCree brothers, a man he knew simply as Captain. While a teenager, the black man attempted to leave Kinderlu and work at another plantation. Before sundown on the day of his departure, one of the McCrees and some kind of law officer tracked him down. The new employer apologized to McCree for hiring the young worker, saying he would never have done so if he had known this nigger was bound out to you. Soon afterward, one of the captain's sons, likely Edward McCree, took over the farm and convinced the free laborers to put their mark on what was ostensibly a contract to work on the plantation for up to 10 years, in exchange for pay, a cabin, and some supplies. Then McCree began building a stockade, with a long hallway down the center and rows of crude stalls, each with 2 bunk beds and mattresses on each side. One bright day in April, about 40 able-bodied Negroes, bound in iron chains, and some of them handcuffed, were brought, the laborer recounted. Word came that 251. Any African American, whether free or convict, who attempted to leave the farm would be tracked down with hounds and forced back. The contracts they had signed contained the same language that John Pace forced men to accept, allowing the McCrees to hold the workers against their will and beat them if they were disobedient. "We had sold ourselves into slavery, and what could we do about it?" the black man asked. "The white folks had all the courts, all the guns, all the hounds, all the railroads, all the telegraph wires, all the newspapers, all the money, and nearly all the land." When his labor contract finally expired after a decade, the laborer was told he was free to leave Kinderlu, so long as he could pay his accumulated debt at the plantation commissary of $165. Unable to do so, the man was compelled to sign a new contract promising to work on the farm until the debt was paid, but now as a convict. He and several others were moved from their sea-tied cabin into the filthy stockades. The men slept each night in the same clothes they wore in the fields, on rotting mattresses infested with pests. Many were chained to their beds. Food was crude and minimal. Punishment for the disobedient was to be strapped onto a log lying on their backs, while a guard spanked their bare feet with a plank of wood. When the slave was freed, if he could not return to work on his blistered feet, he was strapped to the log again, this time face down, and lashed with a leather whip. Women prisoners were held across a barrel and whipped on their bare bottoms. As the Alabama peonage prosecutions were getting underway in Montgomery, newspapers in Georgia published accusations of extreme cruelty at Kinderlu. Embarrassed by the publicity, state prison officials withdrew their convicts still held on the McCree farm. The assistant U.S. attorney in Macon asked the Department of Justice to send him the detective who had cracked the case against John Pace. Agent Henry Dickey arrived by train and began inquiring how Kinderlu Plantation came to hold dozens of African Americans against their will. He soon discovered that the McCrees had arrangements with sheriffs and other officers in at least 6 Georgia counties to seize blacks and sell them into labor, all outside the regular processes of the criminal courts. When the McCrees learned a federal investigation was underway, they hastily freed all of the remaining workers being held involuntarily on Kinderlu. At least 40 fled. Immediately *. 252. James Robinson, the 14-year-old boy whose sister, Carrie Kinsey, had written President Roosevelt begging for bis intercession after James was captured. Arid sold, was likely one of those allowed to flee in the summer of 1903. Kinderloo was the farm where Robinson was being held in chains when Kinsey wrote the White House, though officials at the Department of Justice never connected that her plea related to a farm then under investigation by their agents. In November 1903, a grand jury handed up a sweeping indictment against Edward McCree and his two brothers. The men were charged with 13 specific counts of holding African American men and women. Several of those enslaved had never been charged or tried in any fashion. Several public officials were indicted for conspiring to buy and sell blacks arrested on trivial or fabricated charges in nearby Ware County and then turning them over to the McCrees. A day later, Edward McCree and his brothers appeared in a Savannah courtroom. McCree assured Judge Spear that while his family had held many African Americans in the 4 decades since slavery's abolition, they never intended to enslave anyone or break the law. Though we are probably technically guilty, we did not know it, McCree told the court. This custom has been in existence ever since the war. We never knew that we were doing anything wrong. He insisted that no black workers were ever beaten or bruised, in part because no worker had ever refused to perform their assigned duties. Hounds were never used to track runaways because no one had ever wished to leave, he claimed. Whatever had happened at Kinderloo, Judge Spear was of like mind with his counterpart in Montgomery. He was certain that symbolic punishments like the ones he handed down to smaller stale farmers earlier that summer, designed to demonstrate the illegality of slavery but not inflame the anger of local whites, were the best remedy. The McCrees were allowed to plead guilty and accept a token fine of $1,000. Sheriff Thomas J. McClellan and another man who helped in the capture and sale of African Americans to Kinderloo fought the charges against them, arguing, as the Turners had in Alabama, that no law specifically made slavery a federal crime. A member of the U.S. Congress submitted a legal brief in support of their arguments. Prominent state officials sat at the I-253 defendants' table during a hearing on the challenge to their charges. Across Georgia, operators of lumber camps where thousands of other men were being held under similarly dubious circumstances watched the proceedings closely. After reviewing the arguments, Judge Spear cited the words of U.S. Supreme Court Justice Samuel Miller in the Slaughterhouse Cases, a landmark decision in 1873 establishing the distinction between federal and state civil rights. Undoubtedly, while Negro slavery alone was in the mind of the Congress which passed the 13th article, it forbids any other kind of slavery, now or hereafter. Happy face, Spear overruled the defendants' challenges to the case. But once again, in return for a guilty plea, the judge agreed to impose a symbolic fine of $500. In the end, the only person jailed in connection with nearly a half-century of post-Civil War slavery on the McCree plantation was a black man named George P. Hart. For his role in selling a teenage girl to Frank McCree for $25, Hart spent 30 days in jail. Back in Alabama, Warren resurged the Roosevelt administration to mount an even more vigorous attack on slaveholders. His office reported to Attorney General Knox in November that Julius Sternfeld, the special assistant U.S. attorney assigned to the slavery investigations, was pursuing more than 40 cases in Coffee, Geneva, Covington, Barber, Dale, Pike, Houston, and Crenshaw counties, all in the heavily black plantation areas of southern Alabama. The conditions in some of these counties are deplorable. Negroes are taken out at nighttime, stripped and whipped in a most fiendish manner until the blood comes from them, Sternfeld wrote to Washington. Negro farmhands and mill workers have been unmercifully whipped, 2 Negro churches destroyed by fire, the house of one Negro being shot into, and a Negro woman's house was riddled with shot, and while fleeing with her baby in her arms she and the baby were shot. He vowed to fulfill the desire of President Roosevelt and the Honorable Attorney General to eradicate peonage and involuntary servitude, and the real emancipation of hundreds of poor, helpless creatures. Happy face, complaints of slavery streamed continually into the Department of Justice offices in Washington, into the White House, and into federal law enforcement offices across Alabama and the South. Most were allegations. 254. Made by the rare quietly outraged attorney or local Republican-appointed postmaster who, as representatives of the party of Lincoln, still felt some lingering political obligation to African Americans or still harbored hopes that blacks could again become critical voters for the Gore. The rare first-hand accounts of blacks held in slavery, many of them plaintive pleas furtively scratched out in nearly indecipherable hands, were themselves testaments to the utter isolation and economic desperation of millions of rural blacks. In November 1903, Reverend L.R. Farmer, pastor of a Black Baptist church in Morganton, North Carolina, a verdant small town in the rolling foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, was on the verge of despair. Farmer sent a dolorous letter to the Department of Justice. His daughter had been stolen by white men and was being held in slavery on a farm in Georgia. "I have a little girl that has been kidnapped from me, and I can't get her out," Farmer wrote. "I want to ask you, is it law for people to whip people and keep them and not allow them to leave without a pass?" Farmer had exhausted every remedy available to a black man trapped in the isolation of the turn-of-the-century American South. He had contacted local authorities about his daughter's abduction, even going so far as to attempt to serve on her captors a writ of habeas corpus. All his efforts were ignored. "The people in GA won't do anything with him, and if the Negroes tell anything they will beat them to death, and they are afraid to testify against the man holding his daughter and many others," Farmer wrote. "If any African Americans did talk of what was happening, whites would carry them right back and beat them to death," he wrote. "Some of them has been killed trying to get away from there, and I got a little girl there," Farmer implored. A postscript on the back of his letter WSS, a telling indication of the desperation and shattered confidence he shared with millions of blacks. Farmer pleaded for a swift answer from the government. He enclosed a stamp for the return answer. On November 20, after the letter's arrival at the new headquarters of the Department of Justice, an aide to the Attorney General assigned a file number to Farmer's letter, 3098-1902. The following day, a terse, typewritten response was mailed on behalf of the Attorney General. It concisely acknowledged receipt of the letter and then issued a directive to Rev. Farmer. 255. If you wish this department to take any action to have your daughter released, and the guilty parties prosecuted, you should furnish me with the names of the parties holding your daughter in bondage, the particular place, and the names of witnesses by whom the facts can be proved. Respectfully, Attorney General. No reply from Farmer to the Attorney General was filed. No further action was recorded by the Department of Justice *. The tone of communications between officials in Washington and federal prosecutors around the South was beginning to drift. Investigators and U.S. attorneys such as Reese believed that as they uncovered more and more instances of ongoing slavery and reported these horrors back to Washington, top federal officials would grow proportionally more alarmed, allocating more urgency and resources to defeat them. In fact, President Roosevelt and his administration were growing weary of what increasingly appeared to be a moral crusade without a clearly attainable resolution, a quagmire of unintended consequences. At first imperceptibly, then more clearly, as the allegations of slavery grew more voluminous, caution and inertia overtook the White House in equal proportions. The violence of the white South grew yet more indignant. In December 1903, as federal agents prowled adjoining areas of the Alabama countryside, a backwater town in Wilcox County, called Pineapple, was the scene of a singularly remarkable episode of racial carnage. Deep in Alabama's Black Belt region, Pineapple embodied the new paradigm of the rural, post-Reconstruction cotton economy. Situated on a critical railroad connecting to Selma and the key Gulf Coast port of Pensacola, Florida, Pineapple boasted a handsome collection of genteel homes and an impressive array of enterprises centered on the train station and its wide planked loading docks. An imposing bank building was the center of commerce for the area's landed white gentry. 256. Whose children attended a distinguished private school called Moore Academy. Its founder and first principal in the 1880s, John Trotwood Moore, went on to modest literary renown in the South. Scattered around the bank stood a red livery stable, a few dry goods stores with wide windows facing the muddy streets, hitching rails tied with mules, and a water trough served by a pump. Outside the stores, an assortment of horse and mule-drawn gigs, wagons, and canvas-topped buggies stood at the wait. Near the station, warehouses, a cotton gin, and a compress were surrounded by bales upon bales of the just completed harvest. Smoke belched from the gin as the teeth of its machinery threshed through the last cotton of the season, separating fiber and seed. In the compress, thousands of wagons of white lint were pressed into bales for shipment. Between the big houses and the town center, wood frame cottages were wedged onto newly delineated lots. Along the pitted roads fanning out into the denuded countryside, small clusters of log cabins, rough-hewn from nearby forest and chinked with sticky red clay, housed black families bound to the land owned by whites. Dozens of plantations radiated across the flat landscape from the Louisville and Nashville railway line cutting due south on a perpendicular through Pineapple and across the Black Belt. More than 35,000 people, the great majority of them black farm laborers at work on land owned by whites, lived here. Unprecedented numbers of white families made wealthy by the turn of the century cotton boom had emerged as a new class of manor-born aristocrats consolidating land, intermarrying, and vying for prestige in the resurgent southern planter elite. Their towns were strung along the railroad lines through plantation country like antique pearls of white-columned antebellum nostalgia. The harvest season had been a euphoric one, the most bountiful in 5 years, exceeding 11 million bales of cotton in the South. Registered across pineapple wisps of a carat height fiber, the detritus of the massive harvest clung to tree branches, window sills, and clumps of grass. No family in Pineapple was more prominent among the nouveau riches than the Meldons. As the end of 1903 approached, the family anxiously prepared for a crowning wedding, the union of the most glamorous young couple in the adjoining counties and of two great new families. Lovely Leila Meldon, the 22-year-old daughter of William and Clara Meldon, was set to marry Claude Swink, a year her senior and a 257. Promising young planter in Dallas County. The Melton clan had long been governed by three brothers, William, Evander, and John Carrot, whose expansive families controlled thousands of acres of property near Pineapple. Swink was the only child of a similarly successful cotton barony, large and prosperous enough that the settlement at the crossroads nearest the family plantation had come to be known as Swinkville. The union of the two young people was momentous as well as a distraction for family members still grieving the death of the family patriarch, Leila's father, William Meldon. More than 4 years after he succumbed on July 4, 1900, the legacy of the 54-year-old plantation master still loomed over Pineapple, his brothers, Clara, and his 11 grown children. Even in death, he would be present for Leila's wedding, gazing out from an alabaster monument on a pedestal above his grave on the hilltop across the road from the church. Melton intended to be remembered in precise detail. His statuary captured in crisp relief the distinct planter's regalia, a neat fedora on his brow and a long overcoat reaching past his knees, a trim bow tie above the vest, a heavy watch chain across a protruding midriff, an intricately decorated walking stick in his right hand, a bulging Masonic ring on his left, totemic emblems of the wealth and power he had extended over the family's cotton empire. Leila's wedding also was similarly designed as an expression of the family's extraordinary position in Southern life. The ceremony could not have been more removed from the spare affair in which the ex-slaves of the Cottingham plantation set Henry and Mary on their way a generation earlier. As the December 29 date approached, the sanctuary of Pineapple's Arianship Baptist Church was decorated in an opulent display of wealth. Arches of smilax and pink and white chrysanthemums were erected before the altar. Above the center arch, a stuffed dove held loops of white tulle. Along the aisle, pillars held a candle for each year of the bride's age. Leila's mother busily completed the stitching and embroidery on a stunning gown of white peau de Signa silk and Duchess lace ordered from Erins. The bride's second eldest brother, Henry, was to give her away in an elaborate ceremony of 18 attendants, including male and female cousins, 2 nieces as flower girls, nephews as ring bearers, and Leila's brother nearest in age, Tom, as the best man. Unbeknownst to her 258. Ter or the groom-to-be Clara Melton planned to give the couple an extraordinary gift, $1,250 in gold with which to begin their life together. The lavish plans belied the cold brutality on which the wealth of the Melton clan rested. However burnished was the Meltons' new patina of sophistication, the family was infamous in the area for brutal subjection of black workers and intimidation of neighbors, whether white or black. The three Melton brothers for years had relied on the local constable to help violently coerce blacks to work on their farms. Another white farmer, J.R. Adams, incensed at the Meltons' contumacious terrorization of local African Americans, including his own workers, wrote the Attorney General to urge that the family be investigated for involuntary servitude. Registered in all probability there is no other section of state in which the crime of peonage is so common as here, Adams wrote. The Meltons and their connections are the worst offenders. They have held Negroes in peonage for years. It is a very rare thing that a Negro escapes from there. It is next to impossible for a Negro who has contracted with one of this gang to ever get away. Adams said 2 years earlier one of Melton's men killed a black worker who attempted to escape from the farm. A poor little Negro girl who is kept at house occasionally NMS away and begs other Negroes to let her stay with them to keep from beating her, Adams continued. The Negroes are so intimidated that they refuse to shelter her. It is very hard to get evidence out of the Negroes, for this gang keeps it impressed upon them that they will be killed if they give evidence. The local U.S. magistrate near Pineapple agreed, writing the U.S. attorney that among the fearful black population near the town, there was virtually no possibility of convincing witnesses to testify. Late in the afternoon on Christmas Eve, just 4 days before the wedding ceremony, Evander Melton, the bride's 17-year-old cousin and a likely groomsman in the wedding, appeared in an alleyway near the Pineapple train station. Evander, the second son of John and namesake of his imposing uncle, was a fat and pugnacious boy known in town simply as Pig. The group of young black men throwing craps in the alleyway must have known nothing good could come when Pig Melton, drunk and belligerent, pushed his way into the game. They had few options. Meltons did as they wished among black people. 259. Besides, sly young blacks were caught up in the jovial ebullience of the Christmas season, which for Southern African Americans represented far more than a religious holiday. Christmas marked the end of the long and difficult cotton harvest, a straining process that in some years extended from September all the way to Yuletide and the only payday of the year for most Southern blacks. After the final cotton was in, tenants and sharecroppers, all those blacks who had some illusion of independence, came to the white planter on whose land they lived and asked for settlement. Apparendi, landowners tallied the cost of seed, supplies, rent, and every other purchase taken on interest from their plantation stores since the previous Christmas, subtracted the total from the value of each family's share of the cotton they grew, and then paid out the difference in cash. The reality was endemic fraud. Landowners, acutely aware that any worker fully clear of his debts might then attempt to relocate to a friendlier or more generous white property holder, routinely exaggerated costs and interests so that virtually no sharecroppers could ever fully extinguish their obligations. Instead, African Americans typically left the transaction with a small cash bonus or loan to use for a few weeks of merriment before work for the new cotton season would begin again. The young black men in Pineapple were quickly burning through their Christmas windfall, consuming liquor and trading what little cash they retained, with the dice bouncing across the chilly soil. Soon, the dice turned against the Melton teenager. He grew angry and loud. His losses mounting, a quarrel ensued. Unexpectedly, a pistol shot crackled in the crowd, from an unknown gun. More shots may have been fired in response. Whatever the case, Melton fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. In the pandemonium that followed, the black gamblers fled the scene, rushing to reach the sanctuary of cabins deep in the forests or scrambling madly to escape the county before nightfall. Arthur Stewart, a 31-year-old black farm worker whose wife, 2-year-old son, and infant daughter waited for him on rented land at the edge of town, wasn't fast enough. No one knew who fired the shot that hit young Melton, who was taken to his family's house for a doctor to attend the wound. But Stewart was black and nearby. He was instantly identified as an accomplice. That he was still in the town at all when the sheriff came was the strongest evidence. 26. Of his innocence. Any black man aware that he was within miles of a shooting of a Melton would have fled for his life. There was little doubt what would happen next. Word spread on Christmas Eve that Pig Melton was recuperating at home and would survive his injury. Yet the Meltons vowed a lesson was still to be taught. Late on Christmas night, after the day's church services in praise of the birth of Jesus, family dinners and singing of carols had been finished, a small group of white men led by 51-year-old Evander M. Melton assembled at the center of Pineapple. At 4 a.m., the mob easily broke into the jail. The constable was assisting them and beat Stewart senseless in his cell. In short order, the men doused his body with kerosene and set it afire. Hoots and cheers arose from the unpaved street outside as the lynchers rushed out the doors of the jail. But soon more than Stewart was burning. Eloms quickly filled the first floor of the building. Orange and red swells pushed through the windows and flashed up the sides of the jail. Then briefly the scene was silent except for the loud roar of fire and the groans of the building as its skeleton collapsed into an embering heap. The murder of Arthur Stewart and even the destruction of the jail would have been an almost routine affair except for what followed. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the town. A shower of burning embers, thousands of missiles of fire poured into the sky and then scattered across Pineapple. The wispy blanket of cotton dusting the town ignited unpredictably. A burst of flames appeared on the porch roof of the farm feed store adjacent to the jail. The roof of cedar shake shingles was a mass of fire within minutes. Whipped by the gusting winds, the flames leapt next to a wagon repair shop, the inferno now rippling across the sky like a zephyr turned red and gold. It blew onto the town bank, the post office, and then beyond to houses and 8 stores clustered at the center of town. Most devastating, the flames reached the great mounds of cotton bales stored in and around the warehouses of the gin and compress, turning the cubes of burlap-wrapped white cotton into roaring blocks of fire. Within minutes of Stewart's last cries in his cell, the entire commercial district of Pineapple was a mass of raging heat and blaze. Where just hours before the sounds of joy to Y. 261. The world sung from the square note hymnals of the Baptist church had wafted down the muddy streets. Now only the crackling of coals and flames and the glow of an ashen town penetrated the night. Blacks in Pineapple and across the country couldn't help but savor the apocalyptic consequences of the white mob's rampage. After 300 years of Christian teaching that it was some curse or providential intent that placed Africans in slavery and the purgatory that followed it, the fire could only be seen as the Almighty's sign that it was the white man earning his vengeance now. The flames were reinforced by God's disapprobation, one black preacher said. Booker T. Washington wrote to a Northern ally. The white people are now in quite a state of indignation. One wonders if the same indignation would have been shown if the property of the white people had not been burned. Whatever anger surged from other whites whose homes and businesses had been destroyed, the Meltons still had a wedding to complete. 4 days after the conflagration, the Baptist church, far enough from town to be spared from the fire, was filled for Layla's nuptials. The Meltons were never prosecuted, either for the murder of Arthur Stewart or for the enslavement of so many black workers who created their wealth. No peonage cases were ever brought in the area. Adams, the white informant, was so fearful for his life that he burned all letters from the U.S. attorney investigating the incident. The perpetrators of the lynching escaped punishment. Local African Americans did take bitter solace in a final turn that seemed to affirm God's contempt for what the white family had done. 3 weeks after the wedding, on January 26, young Pig Melton, fevered from an infection of his wound, died. He was interred a few steps from his Uncle William's precipice near, but just outside, his imposing elder's stony line of sight. Every day that passed after the immolation of Arthur Stewart without response by the federal government was further ratification that the African Americans of the South had been returned to the white men who sought to control them. Almost exactly a year later, as if a demonstration that no one should interpret the catastrophe as evidence of any change in the state of 262. Black-white relations in the town. 2 more black men from Pineapple, brothers Edward and William Plowley, were accused of murdering a white man and then hanged by a mob. Indeed, where federal investigators initially stirred near panic among slave-holding farmers when they first arrived in Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, the impotence of the investigations was becoming richly obvious. Even when men were brought to trial for the most egregious offenses, they hardly risked conviction. Even if found guilty, they were in no real jeopardy of meaningful penalties. Just as the Federal Freedmen's Bureau agents sent into remote southern towns had learned immediately after the Civil War, the new representatives of Northern justice brought more risk upon themselves than to any person still holding slaves. Indeed, it was open season on Secret Service investigators. A government auditor sent to check the books of Rees's office in February 1904 found that 2 deputy marshals employed in the investigation had been hiding out at their homes in rural Alabama when they were supposed to have been pursuing slavery cases in the most hostile areas of the state, Lowndes and Dallas counties, the Swink family home territory. The reason for this was that the persons living in said counties had sent word to the district attorney and his assistants to the effect that, if they had regard for their personal safety, they would not attempt to prosecute the peonage people in said counties, wrote the Examiner. Rees insisted the inquiries must proceed. He wrote to Washington a month later urgently asking for additional help from Secret Service agents to protect witnesses who testified against 5 whites in Pike County. The holders of slaves fought back violently, he said, burning the sawmill of one white landowner willing to speak against the defendants, setting black churches afire, and intimidating large numbers of African American workers who were fleeing the area. The lumber mills were shut down and the farming interests paralyzed, Rees wrote. Department of Justice officials waited nearly 2 weeks to reply, and then indicated that no agents were available at the time. Rees continued to draw indictments from grand juries in the Black Belt, but often with little result. Charges against one Alex D. Stevens in early 1904 alleged that Stevens sold a black worker named William Brown to a white man in Coffee County named Samuel W. Tyson in July 1902. J. 263. Attorneys in the state by now knew the drill for responding to such actions. Tyson pleaded guilty and was then pardoned. Charges against Stevens and 2 others involved in related seizures and sales of black slaves were dismissed. Even as the federal investigation seemed to weaken from the interior, external opposition to the campaign against slavery mounted. A mass meeting of sawmill and turpentine camp owners in Tifton, Georgia, convened in April 1904 to plot strategy and collect funds for a legal defense of the involuntary servitude used by virtually every member of the group. Every turpentine operator and sawmill man, as well as everyone employing labor in this section, feels that they are affected, wrote a newspaperman who attended the meeting. Nearly a year had passed since John Pace, the primary target of Rees's initial investigation, pleaded guilty to holding debt slaves. His sentence of 55 years with 5 to serve remained suspended. There had been no activity in his appeal of the constitutionality of the statute under which he pleaded guilty, and Pace had made no effort to obtain a presidential pardon for his crimes like the one the Cosbys had obtained. He remained free on a $5,000 bond signed by his partner in the slaving enterprise, Elicher Turner, and his banker, William Gray. By now, even Rees had begun to doubt whether the laws on the U.S. books were actually sufficient to prohibit the holding of slaves. In legal filings, Pace's lawyers freely conceded that the farmer admitted unlawfully and knowingly holding a person forcibly and against his will and requiring such person to labor. But this did not technically fit the definition of peonage, they argued, saying the arcane statute could only be prosecuted in locations where a formal system of peonage had once existed, as in New Mexico. Rees believed they might be legally correct. "I very much fear," he wrote to Washington, "that Pace's conviction would be overturned on that argument registered, since there was no other U.S. law making it a crime to hold slaves. Pace would forever go free." Attorney General Knox resigned in June 1904 to accept an appointment to the U.S. Senate. His successor, William Moody, a former congressman from Massachusetts and then Secretary of the Navy, pressed for the existing cases of involuntary servitude violations to be fully pursued. But it 264 was obvious that Rees's enthusiasm for a sweeping assault on new slavery did not arouse him. In December of 1904, Attorney General Moody made one last major federal gesture in the campaign against peonage, personally arguing to the U.S. Supreme Court that the conviction of Samuel M. Clyott for having 2 black men seized and enslaved more than 3 years earlier should be upheld. Clyott's slow-moving appeal, using the same argument as Pace and his fellow defendants that the anti-peonage statute couldn't be applied, had finally reached the highest court in the land. 3 months later, the court surprised Rees and other government lawyers across the country. Clyott won a new trial on minute technical grounds. But the court upheld the validity of the anti-peonage statute. The practical import of the ruling was to sustain the fundamental illegality of involuntary servitude and of the federal judicial system's one limited weapon for attacking it. But at the same time, the opinion by Justice David Brewer also affirmed that the South's growing practice of using hyper-technical interpretations of U.S. law to thwart the rights of black men on a wide range of issues from segregated schools and housing to voter registration and government aid for the poor would be abided by the federal courts. Days later, in Savannah, Georgia, Judge Speer, emboldened by the section of the Supreme Court ruling declaring peonage abhorrent, ordered from his bench that Georgia's vast system of charging African Americans in the lower courts of towns and sentencing them to hard labor chain gangs was legal. Speer ordered the freedom of Henry Jameson, a black man arrested on a charge of drunk and disorderly conduct and then sentenced to spend 210 days chained into a work crew repairing roads in Macon. The judge found that local courts had no power to order such penalties for petty and largely undefined crimes such as vagrancy, drunkenness, or throwing trash in the street. Enforced labor on a local chain gang, imposed for an offense not amounting to crime, is involuntary servitude and peonage, in the light of the decision of the United States Supreme Court, no matter what the state law or the municipal ordinances on the subject may be, Speer wrote. Let but this crime continue, we will all be slaves. We will be slaves to our 265 prejudices, slaves in that like slaves we tolerate the violation of the Constitution and the law which we are sworn to support, slaves because we slavishly fail or refuse to perform a lofty civic duty. Happy face, Speer's ruling rippled across the Southern landscape. Here was a legal rationale far more sweeping than anything previously articulated by any jurist involved in the involuntary servitude cases. Under the logic of Judge Speer, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of African Americans being held against their will to work off fines levied for trivial, alleged misdemeanors should be freed. Back in Montgomery, Rees recognized the import of the decision instantly. Just a few weeks earlier, he had convinced another grand jury to hand up 16 additional indictments on peonage charges against men in another section of Alabama. But Rees could see the ineffectual nature of the scattershot prosecutions. There were clearly thousands of African Americans being coerced into labor, and contrary to Judge Jones's original hopes, convictions in a few high-profile cases weren't causing other whites to abandon the practice. Rees knew a broader and more sustained attack was the only hope. In Speer's ruling, Rees saw a basis for challenging the root of the South's forced labor blight, the system of selling convicts followed by the state of Alabama, nearly all of its counties, and at least a half-dozen other southern states. Then came an astounding revelation, a discovery that must have been the most dispiriting setback yet in the 2 years since Rees made his vow to root out slavery for President Roosevelt. The U.S. Attorney learned that John Pace, his original nemesis in Tallapoosa County, continued to hold African Americans in involuntary servitude. There are 2 boys ages 15 and 16 respectively who are now illegally restrained of their liberty on the farm, Rees wrote to his superiors. The teenagers were almost certainly Luke and Henry Tinsley, one of the pairs of brothers James M. Kennedy had enumerated on the Pace farm during the census 5 years earlier. Like many other blacks overlooked by investigators and grand jurors during the probe of Pace's operation, the Tinsleys were never discovered during the federal inquiry. Now Rees learned the children had been ill. 266. Gaily held by Pace since 1897, 8 years ere her, and were still working off a court bond paid on behalf of their mother. Rees doubted whether he could bring a peonage charge based on the sketchy facts surrounding the pair. He knew without doubt it would be useless to seek charges against Pace in a local court. Based on Judge Spears' ruling, the vehicle for freeing the boys would be to seek a writ of habeas corpus forcing Pace to demonstrate his authority to hold the two boys against their will. The maneuver wouldn't stop with Pace, Rees believed. There are, in my judgment, hundreds of Negroes that can be freed this way, if I be given this authority, he wrote to his superiors. Attorney General Moody was unmoved. Undoubtedly, the administration was not going to authorize Rees to begin challenging hundreds or thousands of whites about the status of their black workers. If you have good reason to believe that Pace is holding minors to involuntary servitude, without the consent of the parents, you should have warrant issued, came the reply. The habeas corpus proceedings should not be instituted. A few days later, Pace, having heard that Rees was preparing another prosecution, released the two boys to their mother. But Tallapoosa County was quickly reverting to its former ways. A woman who signed her name only as Susanna wrote Judge Jones in mid-1905, describing another slaving operation already underway a few miles from Pace's farm on the Tallapoosa River. I wish to inform you that there is one J.D. Huygens and son Holden Negroes here in peonage at Turpentine, still 10 miles south of Dadeville. Please send your detective here at once. No one was sent. Rees was convinced that his prosecutions had proved the perverse nexus of debt slavery and the organized convict leasing system that flourished around him. He made one last thrust to destroy it. Writing to Attorney General Moody in March 1905, Rees pleaded again for permission to file habeas corpus petitions on behalf of thousands of Alabama convicts then forced to work in mines owned by Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad Co., other companies, and on private farms like John Pace's. I am perfectly willing for one to shoulder this responsibility and commence these proceedings. Though in doing this I appreciate fully what this means, Rees wrote. I am willing to jeopardize my relationship. 267. With all the 9 congressmen and the 2 senators from this district, the local bar, the bench, and the people of the city of Montgomery, where I was born and raised, the attorney continued. I desire to know, in case I commence this crusade, so to speak, that I will have not only your support, but in time to come if these very men who have always supported me politically should turn upon me, because I have instituted these prosecutions and done my duty, that you will protect me from such attacks. Rees knew that white leaders across Alabama were conspiring to have him replaced when his term as U.S. Attorney expired at the end of 1905. He wrote Booker T. Washington a few weeks earlier asking the black leader to send a discreet letter to President Roosevelt endorsing Rees's work. Attorney General Moody would have none of it. He ordered that the young district attorney take no action until the Supreme Court ruled on an appeal of Judge Spears' decision striking down Georgia's misdemeanor convict system. As Rees was pressing to use the federal courts to free the thousands of slaves held in Alabama mines and set a precedent that might have freed 10,000 or more in other states, the writer Thomas Dixon released in 1905 the follow-up to his spectacular novel The Leopard's Spots. The new book, an even more overt paean to the Ku Klux Klan violence that swept away black political participation in the 1860s and 1870s, was titled The Klansman. It sold in vast quantities in 1905 at the price of $1.50 and became perhaps the first true blockbuster in modern U.S. publishing. Its success commercially and as revisionist history was so complete that, in an irony of immeasurable proportion, newspaper announcements for the volume featured a letter from Abraham Lincoln's son Robert praising it as a work that cannot be laid down. Happy Face, the author quickly fashioned the storylines of his 2 racist novels into a stage play to tour the United States. The production featured a cast of exquisitely attractive young white actresses, white actors in blackface playing lecherous emancipated slaves hungry to assault white women and cowering and buffoonish black elected officials, gallant former Confederate officers, and a fully outfitted contingent of white-robed Cajansmen who rode across the stage mounted on horseback. The show opened in Norfolk, 268, Virginia, in August 1905 at the Academy of Music, and an epic, record-breaking run of performances followed in theater halls across the South, Midwest, and Northeast. It played to packed crowds everywhere, drawing in a period of 10 months more people than any other attraction in the theatrical history of United States theater, wrote one newspaper critic. Carrot. Not surprisingly, a new generation of Southern white leaders absorbed its account of Reconstruction and the fury of its white actors as absolute fact. Audiences roared approval almost everywhere else too, including standing room only audiences in New York City. In Atlanta, the city's most prominent debutantes held box parties for their friends in the expensive reserved seats of the Grand Opera House when the play arrived in the city. Mrs. Dixon, the author's wife, was feted by the finest ladies of Adanta. Happy Face. After the first performance on a chilly late October night, Dixon addressed an adoring crowd, revealing from the stage that his father had been a Ku Klux Klan member when the Night Riders waged a campaign of violence on black political leaders during Reconstruction. Georgia Governor Joseph M. Terrell watched approvingly from a special box. Later that night, Dixon was honored at a lush private dinner at the Aragon Hotel hosted by the Kappa Alpha Order, a fraternal order founded at the University of Virginia in tribute to the life of Robert E. Lee. Raising their glasses in a series of toasts to the guest of honor and his long membership in the fraternity were many of the most prestigious white men of the city, the leadership elite who would govern and sculpt the South's leading city for the next 50 years, including Hugh Dorsey, a young attorney who a decade later inflated evidence to prosecute Jewish businessman Leo Frank for the rape and killing of a young woman that he did not commit. Happy Face. After his conviction, Frank was murdered in an infamous lynching by an anti-Semitic mob, led by the city's leading political and business leaders. Elevated by his role in the Frank case, Dorsey went on to become governor of Georgia. Scattered voices of concern were raised against the brazenly inflammatory racial rhetoric of the production, and in some cities gangs of white men, adrenaline raised by the play's stirring call to defend their delicate women from the lusts of black brutes, subsequently attacked random African Americans in their cities. A committee of Northern activists attempted